If he got lucky and won this pot, he could be a serious force in this tournament. Otherwise, he's going to be on a severe short stack with just 12 big blinds. But still, you hate to go out on the first hand, especially if you know you're beat.
Does he want to gamble? He could be priced in.
My fault.
Well, he's laid his hand down.
Wow. So now they're going to turn up the cards.
So here we go. Aces versus queens.
And look at Vivek. Completely disappointed. He can't believe his queens are in second position.
I've done this before. I've done this before.
Well, we saw him crack the two aces of Mark Safe when he won his first title. He had two tens that hand. Here he's got two queens.
I should have made it a little smaller. I wasn't planning on folding.
Greg, I'm just going to warn you, I've done this before.
I don't care.
It's not going to scare Greg Brooks.
Vince, ironically, Greg Brooks' online name is Aces versus Queens, and here we have it right here. His WPT dreams of a title on the line. Oh, flop comes 10-9 deuce. Steve Bruce is going to be sick right now.
To the barf bag you go.
Unbelievable. He would have flopped 3 tens to take the lead.
Here's the turn card. 5 on the turn. No help for Vivek.
So sick.
Well, Vivek is going to have to catch a queen on the river to eliminate Greg Brooks from this tournament. Doesn't happen as the jack comes off. And just that quick, Greg Brooks has over $5.2 million in chips at this final table. And what a force he can be from here.
He's 23 years old, out of Wyckoff, New Jersey. His first WPT event, and he has crushed them on the very first hand.
Well, what drama here on hand number 1, no doubt about it. Incredible.
We're off to a fast start here at the Commerce Casino. Coming up, part 1 of my 2-part sit-down with the one and only Phil Ivey in this week's edition of 5 Questions. Plus, Tony Dunst will break it all down in the raw deal when the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
We're excited about having the Royal Flush Girls playing with 7 of our local players in a home game. We ran a contest to get these players entered to play with them, and all 7 of the players are real excited to sit down with a couple of the girls and play for a couple hours.
All right.
I think these guys will give up their money for these girls.
Oh, it all comes together. I should have raised it home. Right on the river. Ooh! It's exciting.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where the Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models, are crushing the competition here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, there's always plenty of action at the tables here at the world's largest poker casino, but tonight, the hottest action is at our final table, so let's go down to the felt.
And as you can see right now, the chip leader is Carlos Mortensen, 3-time WPT champion. He's got about 5.3 in chips.
Well, Vince, just a moment ago, Vivek was the chip leader. He's now sitting in 4th chip position after taking that beat with the 2 queens against the 2 aces, and it's a hand I think he could have got away from had he taken a little bit more time to think about it.
All right, to the hand we go, a couple folds, and now it's around to Vivek, who has a pair of 5s.
And he just got burned on the 2 queens. Let's see what happens with the speed limit, Ann.
He's going to make it 125,000 to go into Daryl Fish.
Well, Daryl, tough young pro, has a 7-deuce offsuit. And Vince, it looks like he's getting out raising chips.
Don't do it, Daryl. Don't do it.
Well, I know these young players like to be bold and aggressive, Vince, but when you're sitting in 5th chip position out of 6 players, I don't like re-raising with a 7-deuce offsuit and burning up my chips.
Makes it 305. Amir Lehavot, who operates a poker training site, looks down at ace-queen.
Well, he's got a tough decision here. He knows Vivek's obviously capable of raising with any 2 cards. He's now going to know that Daryl Fish is also capable of raising with any 2 cards, because you can't have a worse hand than the one he re-raised with.
Well, he has re-raised, makes it 705,000. Vivek now going to muck his 5s.
Now, Vince, give Amir credit for knowing his opponents here. Comes over the top of 2 raisers with an ace-queen and takes down the pot.
Daryl Fish saying, what the heck am I doing with a 7-deuce, trying to get fancy? I am the fish at the table.
My live results thus far have not been spectacular, to say the least. I went to my birthday dinner. I was sitting there with like 5 guys who all have had some major score in live poker. It was Jeff Madsen, McLean Carr, Amit Makija, and Randall Flowers. And it was kind of disappointing, you know, because I feel like I'm definitely good enough, and there's no reason I shouldn't have. But, you know, things happen. Things take time sometimes. Now I finally can sit with them at dinner again without being embarrassed. Yeah.
That's think he will take a little needle for raising there with the 7 deuce from those guys, but young guys like that kind of play.
Back to the table, do a couple folds. And now Vivek Rajkumar.
Well, Vivek's picked up a big hand here. He's got ace-king on the button. Going to raise it to 125,000.
Into Daryl Fish, who has an unimpressive queen 7.
Well, we saw Daryl 3-bet him a minute ago with a 7 deuce offsuit. And it looks like he's going to 3-bet him again with this marginal hand.
Brave young guy.
Try and try again. That's his motto, but it's not going to work here, I don't think.
Greg going away.
Vivek's got ace-king.
All in.
He's moving all in.
Yep.
One game. Nice hand.
And the Fish going to swim away very quickly after that all-in bet by Vivek.
Well, Daryl trying to make something happen there, but in the end, sometimes you've got to have patience in poker, and right now, it looks like Daryl is lacking it.
Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
I'm Michelle Banzer. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls for the World Poker Tour. Nobody ever expects that I'm a computer nerd. I like programming quite a bit. C++, C#, PHP, Java, JavaScript. Fun, exciting. It's been fun here at the Commerce Casino. We've gotten to do cool things. We played in the low limit room here at Commerce. I think I did pretty well. We actually visited the spa, and that was nice. That's my favorite. I've had a great time here so far. It's been great.
Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic. And the girls showing off this great casino, the Commerce Casino. And I love the spa, too. It has a great steam room, and then they have a cold plunge, Mike, that I love to take after I take a tough beat. All right, you're speechless. All right, back to the table we go. A couple folds.
And Steve Gross on the short stack. Only has about 500,000 left. Moving all in here with the king 10 of clubs on the button.
Carlos is folded, and look at this. Vivek with ace-jack says call. We got a showdown.
And Vivek, a very happy-go-lucky guy, smiling here.
He's favored to knock out Steve Gross. Steve is a fine professional, but this could be his last legs right here.
Oh, no. Comes king right on the flop.
10. Somebody call for a 10.
Well, Vivek needs an ace to give him the lead. A 10 would obviously give him a straight and the best hand, but right now he needs an ace or a 10. Doesn't happen as the deuce comes off on the turn. And Steve Gross with a great chance to double up here if he can dodge an ace or a 10 on the river. Well, the king comes off. Steve has made 3 kings to stay alive.
Oh, boy, he goes to his sycophants, friends, gets big hugs, back at the table, and Steve Gross is back in this game.
Good hand, Steve.
Thank you.
In 2009, I won Card Player's Online Player of the Year. And winnings alone for online tournaments, something like 5 million or so. I've had some mild success playing live, but I've never had the huge score that we're looking for today.
Marlboro man, 25 years old, making it happen.
Well, pretty impressive amount of money he's won playing online poker, that's for sure. Over 5 million, as he said.
All right, Greg Brooks now, the 23-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey. He just has a 9-6, but he's getting hungry to play a pot. He has raised it to 110. Amir going out. Steve Gross also folding.
Well, over to Carlos Mortensen. Well, he picks up ace-jack here.
He's been very quiet so far tonight. And now he's just going to call.
Probably out of respect for the fact Greg is the one player at the table that has him covered in chip count.
Well, Vivek with king-queen also calling, so we have three-way action.
And all these guys got plenty of chips. Now flop comes 7, deuce, deuce. No help to anybody.
Vivek checks.
And here's Greg with the worst hand, obviously, but got a very good flop to make a continuation bet with.
Well, he's going to do so. 260.
Well, Carlos just not buying it.
Vivek out.
He just feels like his ace-jack might be the best hand. That's why he's a 3-time WPT champ, because he's got great feel for the game. Now a 10 comes off. Gives
Right after this. You're regarded as the best poker player in the world. Who's the second best?
Don't just use your phone to call. Use it to raise.
Download the World Poker Tour Texas Home to your mobile device today and get in on the action. Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic. We're at the Commerce Casino. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Hall of Famer Mike Sexton.
Well, Vance, we've got a great game going on tonight, but while we've got a break in the action, let's take a moment to tell everyone about the great games that they can play at home on ClubWPT.com.
Well, you're right, Mike. We've been talking about it all season long. ClubWPT.com. It's getting very, very popular. People love it. You can play in as many poker tournaments as you want all month long and possibly win up to $100,000 in cash and prizes each month. Pretty exciting.
And there are no buy-ins ever.
No.
You just pay a monthly membership fee of $19.95, and you get unlimited poker as well as a slew of VIP member benefits.
It truly is like one of the best things in poker. So if you want to check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table.
Lines are up to 30 and 60,000. The action has been folded around to Greg Brooks.
23-year-old entrepreneur picks up 2 4s. He's going to raise it here. Makes it $135,000 to go.
Into Amir from Western Florida, folding. Steve Gross also going out.
Around to Carlos Mortensen in the big blind. He's got the king-7 of spade.
How much you got?
How much is that? 130.
No, how much you started?
I'm glad that we're still playing the game. I have 6.15.
I just want to see how much you were going to have left.
Oh, jousting back.
Well, Carlos going to make the call here. So the 2 chip leaders going at it. Oh, and the flop comes queen 4 deuce with 2 spades. The chip leader has flopped 3 4s.
I check.
Carlos has checked.
Carlos Mortensen has a spade flush draw. This could spell big trouble for the Matador.
Greg with huge hand. 3 of a kind.
Possible fireworks in the making here.
Greg not going to play it sneaky. He has bet it $185,000 and just calling is Carlos.
One guy's got a hand, one guy's got a draw. Let's see what happens.
Carlos doesn't get the spade at 8 of hearts on the turn, and he checks again. Greg Brooks. Methodical, powerful, impressive. Bets again. $485,000. The Spaniard with the 4 flush. Oh, man, he is going to do it right now. He's checked raise.
Now, those are $100,000 chips, folks, so he's bet $1 million here.
Little does he know that this man, Greg Brooks, has a real hand.
You're never getting away from 3 4s here in this situation with that board. The question is, how do you play it if you're Greg? Do you re-raise right now? Or you just make a call and let the aggressive Carlos just go ahead and hang himself on the river?
You remember that painting, American Gothic? It looks a little like this man right here with a pitchfork and his wife in the country and the farm. Okay.
He's just calling here.
Carlos is praying for a spade. Didn't get it. 10 of hearts on the river.
Whatever Carlos puts in there, he can wave goodbye to. Greg going nowhere. Carlos checks. He's essentially waving the flag here. Just saying, I'm not going to lose any more chips in this pot.
Greg Brooks. Love that river card. He's going to put more chips. 1.6 out there. And 3-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen just completely disappointed with this, the way it went, and he finally has to mark the hand. Greg Brooks taking down another pot. He extends his chip lead.
Greg Brooks played as a pro player for about 4 years. Took some time off to go back to the business world. He's come back, and he is dabbing it right now.
This week, I was fortunate to sit with the legendary Phil Ivey for a very special 2-part edition of 5 Questions. Part 2 will air in the next episode. Right now, here's part 1 in this week's edition of 5 Questions. You're regarded as the best poker player in the world. Who's the second best?
That's a trick question. There's a lot of really good poker players right now. I mean, I can't really say who the second best poker player is. There's just so many tough players. Patrick, Gus, Doyle Brunson, of course. Even to rank me as the best, I know I'm a really good player, and people feel that way. But I just kind of like, I don't really ever really think about that.
It took you 8 final table appearances to finally capture your first WPT title. How did it feel to take it down here at Commerce?
You know, once you start making these final tables and you don't win, you start to feel negative and get a little dejected sometimes. You start thinking, wow, man, am I ever going to win? And it took me 8 times to win. But, you know, I like winning, as most players do, so it was nice to, you know, get that one out the way.
Outside of poker, what other projects have you been working on?
I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a Phil Ivey Poker Academy school. I was just kind of joking around with a friend of mine about doing it. He said he thinks it's a great idea. And I didn't really think that I could teach poker. I didn't think I'd really be too good at it. So one day I just kind of tried it. I was playing online and, you know, just put a little camera behind me. I was just discussing the hands and how I was thinking. And it actually turned out to be pretty good.
What are some of the mistakes poker players make at the table?
In a tournament, wow, players make so many mistakes. I would say they get frustrated and they end up putting all the chips in the spot. They play for 3-4 days and they have these monster blow-ups and they end up making really, really bad decisions. It's just like they're happy to get to the 3rd or 4th day and then they just kind of just give it away. You know, you just need to be patient, I think, especially down towards the end.
You have a lot of respect for poker's history and your predecessors. Where do you see yourself fitting into that equation?
Well, I have a long way to go, hopefully, before I'm poker history, so I'm still very motivated. I love to play, so hopefully in time, you know, I'll have all the records and, you know, history will speak for itself.
Well, there you see Greg Brooks trying to win his first WPT title right here at the LA Poker Classic, just like Phil Ivey did.
He's well out in front, 7.4 million. Greg Brooks. Just an amazing effort here tonight. Down to the money pit we go. Amir Lehavot going away. Steve Gross also out.
Oh, and now Carlos has picked up a big hand. He's got 2 queens this time.
Oh, Olay. He makes it 150,000 to go. Vivek Rajkumar going to take a break.
Well, Daryl Fish looks down at Queen 10 of spade. We've seen him 3-bet a couple times a night with garbage hands. He got punished both times for it. He's going to get punished here if he tries it again, that's for sure.
Oh, boy, swim, Fishy. Swim when you can.
Come on.
Oh, he's going all in.
Well, he's gone in all over the top.
Greg out, and of course Carlos has to call with the queens. And the Fish is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
He is on the hook, and he is squirming.
Well, this is the 3rd time he's tried this play. This time, at least he's got some kind of hand. He knows Carlos doesn't have to have anywhere near 2 queens to raise on the button in that spot. Unfortunately for him, he's in dire straits here. But a 10 comes right on the flop. So at least he's alive to win the pot. Must catch a 10 to do it.
Yeah, the Fish has possibilities here as he looks up to the heavens.
Well, an ace comes off on the turn. The Fish on the hook in a big way. Can he squirm off? Gonna have to catch a 10 to do it. 6 comes off on the river, so that's gonna do it for Daryl Fish. Every time he tried to make a move, he got slapped on the wrist. This time, he got booted out of here. So Daryl Fish out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, he'll take home $235,000. He gave it back to Carlos, the Matador. And now he's talking to our sideline reporter, Matt Savage.
Steve Fish, you never really got anything going tonight.
No, it was kind of slow. Tried to look for some spots to re-raise and pick it up pre-flop, and apparently ran into some hands. Moved it in, you know, tried to get a re-steal on Carlos because I assume he's going to be raising a lot there, and he happened to have a hand that had me in pretty bad shape, so no regrets, really. You know, I did my best, and that's all you can do, really. So
$235,000. We're going to see you at some more World Poker Tour events?
Yeah, you just might. Yeah.
Congratulations.
And with that, Daryl Fish is out in 6th place. When we return, Tony Dunst will tell us how it all went wrong or just didn't go right for Daryl in this week's edition of The Raw Deal when the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns in just a moment. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Before the break, we saw Daryl Fish try to push a player off a hand for the 3rd time and fail. Was he playing a little too wild or just in the wrong place at the wrong time? For a detailed breakdown, let's turn it over to Tony Dunst in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Let's take a look back at the brief television career of Daryl Fish. Poor Daryl. He's such a nice boy in real life, and he's just made his first WPT final table, and now many people watching will likely think he foolishly donked off his chips in 3 hands. The thing about poker is that we can run bad in more ways than one, some more readily apparent than others. Oh, Daryl, let's break you down. I think the 7-deuce hand is a pretty attractive spot for a bluff, since it's doubtful anyone behind Daryl is going to be going nuts within the first few hands of the final table, and Vivek is going to be raising that spot a ton. Daryl likely believes that Vivek will attack the big blind of the least experienced player at the table, Amir Lehavot, with a pretty wide range of hands from the cutoff. Daryl is in position and can re-raise without anyone behind him having a stack that's easy to move in with. So he takes a shot at bluffing Vivek out, but unfortunately gets caught when Amir wakes up with a big hand. I'm not digging the Queen 7 bluff. Vivek is aware that Daryl likes to 3-bet plenty, and across the table, Steve Gross is currently sitting on just $510,000 in chips. This means he is likely to double up or go out in the very near future. There's a $70,000 real money jump between 5th and 6th, and Vivek knows that Daryl is not in the position to be calling off his stack in a marginal situation while Steve is still so short. This puts someone with a lot more chips and an aggressive playing style like Vivek in a great spot to put the pressure back on Daryl with a 4-bet, whether he has the hand or not.
All in. Fun game. Nice hand.
By the time his elimination hand rolls around, Daryl is down to only 20 big blinds and takes a shot moving in over the top of Carlos Mortensen.
I'm all in.
I call.
I think the Queen 10 suited shove over a smart, aggressive player like Carlos is sensible, and most of the time, I assume I'll suck out when called with that hand anyway. I mean, Queen 10 suited? That's almost Jack 10 suited in sucking out potential. I think saying Daryl foolishly bluffed off his stack is kind of results-oriented, but it's true that he didn't have to take those risks. Oh well, Daryl. Perhaps next time.
At least no one can say you don't have guts.
Well, we know young guns like to stay aggressive, but in poker, if you get called every time you bluff, you're bluffing too much, and if you never get called, you're not bluffing enough. As I said earlier, sometimes you've got to have patience in poker, and obviously, Daryl lacked it tonight.
All right, back to the felt we go. Greg Brooks now with a pair of 8s.
Well, he has showed he's not afraid to play, that's for sure. Here he's got a hand.
Brooks has made it 135, but Amir right behind him with an ace-8.
Now, the ace-8's just a marginal hand here. But when you're seeing the guy sitting on your right continue to raise time and time again, so you know how aggressive a guy's playing, and sometimes you do just come over the top with a weak ace in that spot.
And that's what Amir has done. Makes it 325,000 to go. Folded around, back on Greg Brooks. And he has called it with the 8s.
Well, it's ace-jack 3.
And this is beautiful for Amir. He hits his aces. And it's on Greg. He's going to check.
Well, you re-raise with an ace-8, you flop an ace. Certainly you're going to fire at the pot, but no. Amir checks it, very puzzled by that check. And now an 8 comes off. This gives Greg 3 8s, and his opponent has aces and 8s.
Just a disaster there for Amir.
Well, this is trouble with a capital T for Amir here. I think he was slow playing his aces on the flop. Now he's got aces and 8s, and he is going to be heading toward Whitewater very shortly.
Well, Greg Brooks looking over at him like death warmed over. Methodical, robotic Greg Brooks. Hitting the proper card on 4th Street. And he's going to make his bet. 560,000 with a 3 of a kind. Amir probably thinks he's out in front.
Well, I'm shocked that Amir didn't raise it here, Vince. I mean, my goodness, he didn't bet with 2 aces on the flop. He doesn't raise with aces and 8s on the turn. Now a 3 comes off. So if you've got aces and 8s, that 3 is not really going to scare you. You're not going to think a pre-flop raiser has a 3 in his hand.
No. And there's Amir sitting duck. Greg Brooks taking his time with his full house. He's trying to figure out exactly how much he can extract from Amir. 1.7 and change.
I call.
Oh boy, Amir has made the call.
8's full. Yeah, I call.
Well, certainly you're going to make the call with aces and 8s here. Almost surprised he didn't raise it all in there, but Greg Brooks winning a nice pot there.
Greg's parents sporting the patriotic look, rooting on his son. And that is absolute devastation for Amir. He is stinging right there. Stay with us. We'll come back with more action from the WPT.
Welcome back to LA and the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic with the Royal Flush Girls. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
There you see the Season 9 Player of the Year standings. Legends of Poker champion Andy Frankenberger still in the lead, but with 4 events remaining, the race is far from over.
And as you can see, Greg Brooks is our chip leader.
Yep, this 23-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey, well out in front right now, with a great opportunity to take down his first WPT title, but it's not going to be easy. These are some tough players sitting in front of him.
Okay, we have a couple folds surrounding Steve Gross on the short stack. He's got Jack 10 of spades. Is he going to fire? Yes, he is. He's gone all in.
Well, he's moved all in on the button. Carlos goes out.
Only one to beat is Vivek, and he's going to make the call with ace high, and Vivek's out in front of his hand. Ouch. We got ace 3 up against Jack 10.
Can Steve survive yet again?
Here comes the flop.
Well, the flop comes king, king, 9. Now, this gives Steve a straight draw, so he could take the lead with a 10 or a jack. He'll make the nuts if a queen comes off.
Yep, he's getting some outs as his dad roots him on. Steve Gross. Oh, he gets a spade there. He's 4 flushing.
Come on, dude. You're the.
So Steve can now win the pot with a queen, a jack, a 10, or a spade. Must have one of those cards, but he's got a lot of outs. 4 clubs on the river. So that's going to do it for Steve Gross, the 25-year-old from Marlboro, New Jersey, out tonight in 5th place.
Yeah. Marlboro Kid has to say goodnight, picks up $304,000, and we are down to 4 players at the LAPC.
And with that, we've reached the halfway point in our coverage of the LA Poker Classic. Mike, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Kimberly, we've seen phenomenal poker tonight. We've seen 2 bets, 3 bets, 4 bets, check raises with no hands, fighting for pots, float plays. We've seen the works here tonight, but so far, the class of the table has been 23-year-old Greg Brooks in his first ever WPT final table. He doubled up through Vivek Rajkumar with aces versus queens in a huge hand early on at this final table, and he has not looked back since. He's been pushing this table around, including the great Carlos Mortensen, who Greg has simply outplayed on occasion. Greg is dabbing it right now, and in my mind, he's definitely the man to beat.
And Vince, how do you see this playing out?
Well, Kimberly, Greg Brooks has been a monster here tonight. He is Mr. American Gothic. He has been pulling out the pitchfork and jabbing his opponents.
I have 8's full. 8's full.
As we saw him doing a huge hand with Amir Lehavot. Now, Greg has the chip lead, but don't forget, it was 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen who knocked out the young online pro Daryl Fish, and WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar, who busted the online legend Steve Gross. Now, if Greg Brooks can capture this title tonight, well, hats off to him. Anything can happen, but this has the makings of a great finish, believe me.
Thank you, gentlemen. One of these players will become a WPT Poker Made millionaire and capture a WPT title right here at the Commerce Casino. Please join us next time for the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles tonight, one player will win over $1.6 million and join Phil Ivey, Antonio Esfandiari, and Michael the Grinder Mizrachi as champion of one of the world's elite tournaments. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Unbelievable.
681 players entered the LA Poker Classic, generating the largest prize pool of Season 9, over $6.5 million. And as with any tournament held at the Commerce Casino, the field was stacked with the biggest names in poker. 4 are left, but only one of them can win the title and take home over $1.6 million. Carlos the Matador Mortensen, already the most successful player in WPT history, is in the hunt for an unprecedented 4th title. WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar is going for his 2nd title and over $3.3 million in career WPT earnings. But so far at this final table, it has been young Gregory Brooks in his first WPT event ever who has dominated the action. Right now, let's turn it over to Mike and Vince to get us up to speed.
Well, Kimberly, Greg Brooks is the monster at the table. He's 23 years old. He has been pushing this table around ever since he doubled up through Vivek Rajkumar with aces versus queens right at the start of the final. Now, since then, he has been playing fearless poker. He's been doing it to the likes of the great Carlos Mortensen, getting the Matador to lay down hands, believe it or not. But can he come from out of nowhere to take down the $1.6 million and the title? I think he can. He has impressed me here tonight.
And Mike, what can Carlos and Vivek do to get back in this game?
Well, Greg has been playing good and running good here tonight, no doubt. But ironically, it was Carlos that knocked out Daryl Fish early on, and Vivek who busted online legend Steve Gross. Now, if Carlos can double up one time through Greg Brooks, well, hold on, because Carlos Mortensen does not get this close to a WPT title and go home empty-handed.
All it takes is a double up. All right, thanks, guys. Let's get back down to the felt.
Okay, as you can see, Gregory Brooks, first time ever at a WPT tournament. He's our chip leader with over $9 million in chips. Our own sideline reporter, Matt Savage, is also the LAPC tournament director, so we'll be seeing a lot of him tonight.
So here we go.
And he's at 10,000 blinds of 40 and 80. Greg folding, and now Amir, the former electrical engineer, he's got a king-queen with the button.
He's certainly going to raise on the button with this hand. Amir does that.
Yeah, makes it 175,000. Carlos out. But look at this. Vivek with the queens, the ladies. What a time to get them.
Vivek slow playing the queens. I'm not normally a big fan of this, because if an ace or king comes up, it might freeze you, but it doesn't as Jack high comes up. So Vivek checks again. Amir's got the gut shot straight draw with the 2 overcards.
Turn and turn. It's not good for Amir. It's a 3 of diamonds.
So that's going to do it for Amir Lehavot. The 35-year-old from Weston, Florida, is going to be out in 4th place.
Good game. Thank you.
Yeah. $421,000 richer. Never got it rolling today, but he's one happy guy. Now he's talking to our sideline reporter, Matt Savage.
Talk about your experience a little bit.
It was a great experience. I mean, it's a very big cash for me, and I've been good the whole tournament up until, you know, the final table. So it's been great.
Congratulations, Amir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Amir is out in 4th place. The remaining 3 will continue the fight for the title as WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this.
Yum.
Oh my God, he's scared me.
Scared the hell out of everybody.
Oh, look what the cat dragged in.
Wow, life is good. Look at this. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Oh, Helmuth popping up everywhere, Mike.
Well, he pops up everywhere but the winner's circle out here in the World Poker Tour, and he's trying to get there.
Oh, boy. The Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models. They're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself. All right, to the table we go. Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champion. He's first to act. He's got a queen 3.
Good enough for him to raise it. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Into Greg Brooks. He is a queen 4. Our chip leader at this point. Very aggressive player. In a small blind. And he's gonna make it 6-10, Mike.
He just has tremendous radar for reading Vivek when he's got a weak hand.
Carlos out, and Vivek.
Look, when you get re-raised and you're looking down at a queen 3, you just got to give it up. Greg Brooks taking down the pot and increasing his chip stack.
I'm sitting here with Eric Lindgren. Let's get right into it. Your buddy Carlos Mortensen has a lot of pressure, I would say, tonight.
He's just so focused, and he loves poker so much, and he wants to be the best, and that's what he's trying to do out there tonight.
You know, I've talked to a lot of people out there in the business who try to assess his game, and no one really can.
Right.
What's his strategy?
He's just awesome at reading people.
Mhm.
He just knows what you're going to do, so he can relate that and figure out what you have a lot better than others can. So it's a little bit mathematical, but he reads people so well.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the game.
Well, Carlos Mortensen going for his 4th WPT title tonight. Gus Hansen won 3 WPT titles in his next 4 attempts at trying to capture that 4th. He failed. Can Carlos win 4 in 5 attempts? We shall see.
Well, it's on Carlos Mortensen. The Spaniard this time with a queen 4 of diamonds and the button.
And the sunglasses.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, snap, son.
And he's going to raise, making it $250,000. Vivek out. And now our chip leader is going to peek down at a mid-pair of 7s.
He's got the kind of hand that normally you just come right over the top of a guy that raises on the button in a 3-handed game.
Yeah, apply the pressure.
We've seen him raise with hands way worse than this so far tonight.
I feel like you should be riding a bicycle somewhere, motorcycle, like a Harley.
Well, he probably doesn't know it, but that's Carlos's hobby is riding motorcycles.
The glass has kind of softened Greg up. He does not raise, and a flop comes up at king 10-4. Carlos gets a little piece of that pair of 4s, but that's about it. Greg is going to check his 7s.
Carlos is going to bet bottom pair here.
Yep, $350,000 with just 4s.
Well, here's the problem when you don't re-raise with a mid pair. When overcards come out there and you checking your opponent bets, what do you do now with 2 7s?
You're right. Greg started laughing, let his guard down a little bit, didn't re-raise, and he's gotten himself into a lot of trouble.
Well, he lays it down.
Well, that could be the first mistake there for Greg Brooks. He slows down and has to pay for it.
Well, certainly. It's the first time he's lacked aggression here at this final table, and it cost him.
3 players going after close to $1.7 million in LA. Who will take down this title?
Plenty of more action when we return. Plus, Tony Dunst will break it all down in this week's edition of The Raw Deal. And part 2 of my interview with a man, actually the legend, Phil Ivey. All this when the WPT's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Commerce Casino is one of my favorite casinos in the world.
Commerce Casino is the world's largest poker casino. We have over 243 tables, and we spread any limit, anytime.
I'm all in.
Commerce Casino also offers a 200-room hotel, so the players can play tournament poker in the afternoon and live action at night.
I love the LAPC because they're great at the Commerce Casino. The good thing is, even if you bust out, you can go downstairs and play in the cash game, so it's a win-win situation all around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. And there is movie actress Jennifer Tilly, who played this tournament. Is one heck of a player.
She is the Oscar-nominated lady. Didn't make it to this final table, but here's the 3 guys left out of 681 entries in this tournament. It's the largest prize pool of the season on the World Poker Tour. And right now, Greg Brooks well out in front in terms of chip count.
And it's on him. He's got the button. He's got ace, deuce. And he's picking up raising chips. Going to make it $210,000 to go. Into 3-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen with a queen jack.
Carlos already the all-time money winner in the history of the World Poker Tour, seeming intent on taking this guy down at some point. Will this be the time he makes the call?
And Vivek will not play his 6-3.
Well, here comes the flop. Well, flop is ace, jack 3. Carlos has flopped second pair. Greg has flopped top pair. Carlos checks.
Pair of aces there for Greg Brooks. Will he make the continuation bet? No, he's going to check.
Wow. Going to camouflage the fact he's got an ace in his hand. Now a 10 comes off. Now this gives Carlos second pair and a straight draw. Because his opponent checked on the flop, he thinks the jacks are the best hand right now, so he's going to bet. But notice he just bet $85,000 into a pot that has over $500,000 in it. So Carlos trying to find out where he's at, but not jeopardizing much money to do so.
And Greg gonna okie dokie call him with aces. Nice pot building up. Down to the river we go.
Well, a deuce comes off. Now this gives Greg aces up.
Oh, but he's got the Spaniard on the fish line.
Well, Carlos going to make another feeler bet of $85,000. This time into the pot that's got $700,000 in it. Well, because it's such a small bet, Greg very aware that he's got the best hand right now with aces and deuces.
Gonna try to milk the Spaniard. He's popping it back up, makes it 800,000 in total.
And now Carlos should realize all he can beat is a stone bluff here. There's two possible straights out there. He could have been slow playing a bigger hand all along. But Carlos goes with his gut. He calls with marginal hands if he thinks he's got the best hand. Here he's just misjudged his opponent.
Super.
He makes the call, and it's going to cost him.
Oh, and Carlos deeply disappointed. He fell into the quicksand, and he just can't get out.
Well, Vince, even the best of the best misread their opponents on occasion.
Yes, they do, and that's going to extend Greg Brooks' chip stack. He is just rolling over these guys. He's got them guessing.
I've played a lot of live cash hours. In those games, I like to be very cheery and friendly and social and inviting. But in tournaments, it's a much more cutthroat environment, so I have no problem just sitting there staring at someone for a couple minutes, seeing if they melt down, because they're allowed to do that to me. So, fair game.
Fair game. You could say that again. Close to becoming a WPT champion.
Well, these are two tough hombres. He's got to get by to take that trophy and that cash home, but right now, he is doing a good job of it, no doubt about it.
Action going to Carlos, who's got to be heated up a little bit. A little bit of tilt factor, perhaps, and this time he makes it 200,000 with a king-jack.
You can't blame him for raising on the button with this hand. Vivek, however, with king-queen in the small blind, is going to make the call.
And Greg Brooks is going to peek down at a 6-4 of clubs. He's already in the big blind. Going to cost him a little bit more to speculate, and he will do just that.
And he can afford to make this call, getting a good price to do so. So here we go, three-way action. Now flop comes Jack 5-3.
Uh-oh.
Carlos is taking the lead with two jacks. Vivek is going to check the king-queen, but notice Greg Brooks' hand. He's got the open-in straight draw and the flush draw. This is the biggest drawing hand that you can flop, and he is going to bet 380,000.
Now Carlos has a problem because he's got top pair with a big kicker. He's going to get aggressive. He moves it up to 800,000 to go. Vivek's out.
Well, you can't blame Carlos. Just not going to put his opponent on ace-king, ace-queen, any of those kind of hands, so thinks his two jacks are going to be the best hand.
All in.
Wow.
Cool. Well, Greg Brooks has gone all in. Carlos quickly calls him.
Sure does.
Just believes his two jacks are the best hand. Indeed, they are right now. But notice that mathematically, Greg is the favorite to win this pot because he has such a big drawing hand. He needs a club, a deuce, or a 7, and he's got two cards to catch either one of those things.
He does that. He'll be knocking out the dream of three-time WPT champion Carlos Mortensen of becoming a 4-time record-breaking WPT champion. Will the young man from Wyckoff, New Jersey, do just that? Here comes the turn.
Well, the board pairs fives. Carlos's tournament life on the line here. He's got to have the two jacks stand up if he wants to capture his 4th WPT title tonight.
It is coming down to this card.
Oh, it's a 10 of clubs. Oh! So that's going to do it for the Matador. And Vince, you'd have to say that the bull at this table, which is Greg Brooks, just gored the Matador right out of here.
Well, the Spaniard stabs himself with the sword. He'll take home over 640,000 for his 3rd place finish. And right now, he's down talking to Matt Savage.
What's going through your mind right now?
Well, it's things like that can happen, right? So you need a little bit of luck to win. Maybe a lot of luck. Unfortunately for me, tonight wasn't my day.
Thanks, folks.
Thanks, man.
And with that, 3rd place finisher Carlos Mortensen won't get his record 4th WPT title, but that does make him the first person in WPT history to earn over $6 million. Quite an accomplishment. That brings us to Heads Up Action. Will it be Vivek Rajkumar or Gregory Brooks who takes the title? Well, we'll be right back with WPT's coverage from the Commerce Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com right after this.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to Heads Up Play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
Yeah! And out come the beautiful beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models Melody, Melissa, Michelle, and Cernisa. Bringing out the cold hard cash on the cold table.
Well, Vince, we finally got a smile out of both of these players. Looking at all that cash, why not? The runner-up's taking home over $900,000. The winner over $1.6 million.
Well, that's great. We've got Vivek, who's a WPT champion, only 25 years old, going up against 23-year-old Gregory Brooks.
Well, Vince, even though we had the three-time WPT champion, the all-time money winner at this final table, once again, youth has prevailed. The two youngest guys at the table playing for this title. We've seen some sterling poker here tonight, no question about it, and this heads-up battle figures to be very exciting.
We are moments away from heads-up action, where Vivek Rajkumar and Gregory Brooks will battle for a WPT title and $1.6 million. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage caught up with both players, and here's what they had to say.
You got Vivek in front of you. Any plans for him?
Vivek has played for these stakes before. He does have live experience. He's been here, won that, so I assume nervousness won't be a factor for him. So it'll be a fun, tough match. I'm looking forward to it.
He's never been in this spot before. You've won a World Poker Tour title. How are you going to use that to your advantage?
I'm going to play, calm and collected. He's been doing the same. I mean, I don't think there's much of a difference between the both of us in that arena, but, I am calm and collected, and I'm just playing for the win now.
So exciting.
So exciting.
All right, Vivek, thanks.
Well, it's so exciting because the last time he was in this spot, he sucked out against Mark Safe to win a monster.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Exciting. This is so exciting.
Well, Vinny, up to this point, certainly everything is going great for the youngster Gregory Brooks. Has nearly a 3-1 chip lead over Vivek Rajkumar, but recognize that if Vivek doubles up one time, he'll be in chips.
Yeah.
Better go have a slight lead, in fact.
Lines are still 40 and 80,000. $10,000 ante. Here we go. The heads-up battle beginning. And the action goes to Vivek, who's got the button. He's got King 9, and he's going to raise. Makes it $210,000 to go. Into Greg Brooks, who has a Jack Deuce of Hearts.
Well, he has stayed ever aggressive so far at this final table against Vivek. Been sitting behind him all night, coming over the top of him, three-betting him. Seemingly every single time, he's caught Vivek with a very marginal hand, and doing it again here with just a Jack Deuce. But Vivek is going to make the call this time and at least see a flop. Here comes that flop. 8-7-5. Gives Vivek a gut shot straight draw. No help, obviously, to Greg Brooks, but as you can see, he's reaching for chips. He's going to make that continuation bet.
Yeah, he certainly is. Looks like 740 going to the middle of the pot. Vivek now with the inside straight draw. He's going to stick around.
Vivek going to call with the gut shot straight draw. So big pot brewing here. Now a deuce comes off. This actually gives Greg the best hand now with two deuces. But when you bet on a flop like that and your opponent calls, you're not proud of deuces. He's going to check them.
Will Vivek take a stab? No, he checks as well. Down to the river we go.
And now another deuce comes off. So 3 deuces for Greg. And notice the poker face did not flinch when that third deuce came off.
Talk about a hand turning into something.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Well, he's gone all in here.
All in?
He's just hoping Vivek has a big pair. But Vivek has nothing, so he lays his hand down.
Well, if he had a big pair, he'd be betting it earlier, though. So I think that was miscalculated. Overbet that. And right there, he's going to take the pot, but I think he left a little something on the table.
Before the break, we saw the dramatic elimination of 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen. Here to speak about the interestingly played hand prior to Carlos's downfall is our own Tony Dunst in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Although no man has won more WPTs than Carlos Mortensen, he finds himself in trouble tonight against the cunning Gregory Brooks. Take the hand before Carlos's bust out. Did the 3-time champ call down too wide? Let's break it down. Everything begins pretty normal when 3-handed pre-flop. Greg will be opening a huge range of hands on the button, so Carlos deciding to call Queen-Jack out of the small isn't unreasonable. Everyone flops a pair, but Greg disguises the strength of his hand by checking back. Carlos knows this is strange because most button raisers will take the opportunity to bluff a flop like Ace-Jack-3 Rainbow. The strangeness leads Carlos to the low variance option of leading the 10 turn with a blocking bet of about 1/6 pot. Blocking bets are usually used by medium-strength hands trying to get to showdown cheaply. But the problem with using them here is that Greg is smart enough to know what they are. Once Greg calls the turn, Carlos elects for the same option on the deuce river that changes nothing. At this point, Greg raises to what is essentially full pot. I love Greg's sizing, and here's why. Greg's bet is big enough to look like it might not want to call, but not so big that it makes it impossible for Carlos to hero something like second pair. Carlos is no doubt in an awkward spot on the river. On one hand, it doesn't look like Greg should really be bluffing because any part of his range that's just air would likely continuation bet the flop. On the other hand, Carlos might think that Greg shouldn't have any big hands here because he would have had to slow play the flop, then just called a tiny bet when the turn brought draw outs instead of getting more money in the pot. The deuce on the river only changes things for an exceptionally narrow range of hands.
Super.
And this time, it just so happens that Greg has one of them. So did Carlos call down too wide? Yeah, I think so, since there's probably not enough bluffs in Greg's range to justify the call, but folding here is easier said than done.
Well, even the best get picked off first base on occasion.
Rare to see the Matador mumble to himself, but he did it just there.
And the whole dynamics of this match would change if Vivek could double up one time. I can assure you. He'll have confidence, he'll have pep in his step, and the other guy will take a big hit for the first time.
All right, well, the action going to Greg Brooks. Everything going right for him tonight so far this time. He has a king 10 of spades. Gonna raise to 230. Vivek, though, with a legit pair of eights, gonna re-raise. Makes it 720,000.
Well, Greg's gonna make the call and see a flop here.
So another big pot, Mike.
Well, indeed it is. Both players fighting for seemingly every pot.
Well, the flop comes up, Queen, Jack, 7. Action on Vivek. He's gonna check his pair of eights. Greg with a flush draw and a straight draw, Mike.
The last time he had the flush draw and the straight draw, he eliminated Carlos Mortensen from this tournament.
That's right.
Could the same thing happen here to Vivek?
Well, Greg is going to bet 540.
Now, this is the problem when you check 2 eights. You don't know what to do when your opponent bets when there's 2 overcards out there. Vivek is going to make the call.
Check.
Checks in the dark.
Not a fan of this play.
5 of diamonds on the turn. Helps neither player.
You know, for the most part, Vince, if you're going to check and call somebody, you're far better off betting to start with. Now, Vivek checked and called on the flop. He's checked in the dark on the turn.
All in.
And an all-in bet by Greg Brooks here. And this is going to put Vivek to the test of his life. His tournament life is on the line. And his hopes for capturing a second WPT title are on the line as well.
Greg Brooks has applied all the pressure. Tough to make this call for Vivek.
Well, let me tell you something. Your 2 eights, as we call them, snowmen in the trade, have just melted down to virtually nothing here when your opponent moves all in. Your tournament life on the line, 2 overcards out there. What do you do here with 2 eights?
All right, I call.
Whoa!
Wow, he has made the call. And he is out in front with the 2 eights, but what a bold call it was, but he's far from being out of the woods. Notice that Greg can win this spot with an ace, a king, a 10, a 9, or any spade.
Vivek Rajkumar with his buddy Daryl Fish. Can Vivek do it here? Yes, he's done it at 4 hearts. Brooks did not hit. Vivek's going to take down this one.
Well, I'll tell you, not many players would make that call with 2 eights in that spot for your tournament life. Vivek Rajkumar did it.
Well, the tough call pays off for Vivek. We have a horse race here at the Commerce Casino tonight.
We'll be right back with more poker action, plus my interview with Phil Ivey in this week's edition of 5 Questions when the World Poker Tour's continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic returns. How much harder is it to make money now than it used to be? Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. I'm sitting here with Eric Costa, our Club WPT qualifier. Congratulations on sitting here at Commerce, a place where a lot of players would love to be sitting in a 10K event. How did we make that happen?
I played a satellite online and I won it.
I beat 1,848 people.
All of you guys out there, if you want to find yourself at one of these events, go on to clubwpt.com and win your seat.
I tell all my friends, I think it's the best one around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Mike Sexton. And right there you saw clubwpt.com qualifier Eric Costa talking about his experience at the LAPC.
Well, that's right, Vince. Eric won his seat online at clubwpt.com. He came in from Rhode Island with an opportunity to win over $1 million.
Very exciting. He's obviously a great player. You know, you can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes each month on the site.
For just $19.95 a month, you can play all the tournaments you want and take advantage of all the benefits that club membership offers.
Really is one of the best things in poker, no doubt about it. So if you want to check it out, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, back to this battle. Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champion, has ace-king. He's going to raise, makes it $250 to go. Into the cash game player, Greg Brooks.
Well, we've seen Greg come over the top and 3-bet with feather hands against Vivek. This time he opts to just call with the 10-7 of spade and see a flop.
Okay, first 3 cards.
And the flop has come Jack, 4 deuce, all spades. This could spell big, big trouble for Vivek here.
Great.
His opponent has flopped a flush, and he's got the king-high flush draw.
Brooks is going to come out and bet 375.
Well, when you're a pre-flop raiser and the guy leads out on the flop and bets into you, you're always scratching your head saying, why is he betting out? He knows I'm going to bet if he checks. This doesn't make sense. Vivek makes the call.
Usually the sign of a weaker hand.
And now a king comes off to spell bigger trouble for Vivek. He now has top pair with top kicker and the king-high flush draw. If Greg leads out here, Vivek could well put himself all in.
And look at this. Greg is going to bet 950. And now it's on young Vivek, 24 years old. Will he come back over the top? No, just going to call.
That may save him some money here. If he doesn't hit a spade. Well, over $3 million in the pot right now. 6 of clubs. A non-eventful card comes off on the river.
So Vivek not hitting his flush. Of course, Greg had his flush from the flop.
Well, this bet size is going to be healthy. Well, that's about 2.4 million he set out there.
Oh,
how much?
It's almost impossible to get away from kings with an ace kicker.
I don't say I can get away from this hand either.
4, 5. 4, 5 million.
I call.
Well, Vivek has made the call. A little reluctantly, but you can't blame him. I don't know anybody could get away from that hand in that spot.
No. Not at all.
So Greg Brooks going to take down a pot that has over $8 million in it. And once again, he has a substantial chip lead.
Everything going the way for Greg Brooks, the entrepreneur from New Jersey. Can it continue?
Last week, I had the privilege to sit down with the elusive Mr. Phil Ivey for a candid conversation. You know, when you get the opportunity to talk to this poker legend, sometimes 5 isn't enough. So we asked him a few more in this week's edition of 5 Questions.
Are there perks to being a famous poker player, or do you sometimes wish we would all go away?
No, I mean, I'm very fortunate to be in the position that I am, and very lucky that poker has come this far. So the fact that I have fans and they, ask me for autographs and things like that, that's pretty cool. I'm naturally a private person, so you might see me ducking around a corner or whatever to avoid situations, especially if I get eliminated from a tournament.
How much harder is it to make money now than it used to be?
Well, now the players are tougher. People are getting better. They're playing on the internet. They get to play more hands, and they get to improve faster because of it. So the players are tougher, especially in tournaments. But you have more players to choose from now. So I think there's still a lot of good opportunities to make money in poker. I'm just waiting for that play all day.
You mentioned these younger players up and coming. Who do you have your eye on?
I don't know who they are, if you want to know the truth. I don't really pay attention to who's doing good until they get to a level where they could play against me. and then I kind of find out their story.
Let's talk about how you handle the ups and downs of poker and the swings and...
Well, the important thing in handling the ups and downs in poker is really just bankroll management. You really don't want to play over your head. I'm kind of a bad example because when I started playing poker, I kind of just played as high as I could all the time. But now I know after my experience and watching a lot of friends of mine and other players go broke and be in really bad situations, that it's very important to manage your bankroll and play within your limits and, kind of know where you stand. You got to take ego out of the equation.
What makes you happy?
What makes me happy? Spending time with my family, spending time with my mother. We just came back from Paris. Going to the movies, going to nice dinners, chilling out with my friends, playing golf. Those things make me happy. Playing poker makes me happy. Enjoying life.
Yeah.
We'll be right back with more exciting heads-up poker action from the Commerce Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. If you want to get in on the action anytime, anywhere, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today. WPT Texas Hold'em, sometimes the game's too good to leave behind. This season on the WPT, we've decided to turn our focus to 10 young pros who we believe are the next generation of poker superstars. And it's all in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
Yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible.
Check it. 1, 2, WPT.
I just want to win one of these bitches.
You gotta respect.
This is embarrassing. No cameras, please.
My plan is Mr. Polar Bear is gonna take care of all the decisions. I don't gotta do anything myself.
It's good to be back. I didn't think I was going to get here. Just got off an 11-hour flight.
I feel like I'm running good already because I misread my own C card. Playing well, I'm staying positive, confident, and playing my best.
Matt Savage here with Jason Mercier.
Jason Mercier, easily one of the best players in the world.
He's obviously a phenomenal player.
Saw you in the cash game at about 4 a.m. this morning. How'd that go?
I lost. It was not fun. Well, in the last 2 weeks, I've played 3 sessions over 30 hours. It obviously drained me. I'm still recovering. I was late for this interview.
Jason Mercier, you're one of our chip leaders after day one of LAPC.
It's very grueling. I am getting a little tired of being on the road so much, but right now I feel like it's something I gotta do, and maybe when I'm a little bit older, I'll be able to slow down.
Yeah, it's the last Ones to Watch. I'm very excited about that. I outlasted Mercier, so pretty cool.
Lauren playing, you can tell that she just wants to be really good, and I think she's gonna get there because she's got that drive.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Lauren playing, she brings a different dimension to the poker table because she has the cute little innocent girl look on her face, but really, she's from the school of aggressive bets. And Lauren Kling likes to get saucy and mix it up and really put people to the test.
This is my 5th WPT, and I've cashed in 3 out of 5. It's pretty cool.
Yo, you gotta respect.
Congratulations to Lauren Kling. With her cash here at the LAPC, she moves into first place in our Ones to Watch standings.
There you see the Player of the Year standings. Andy Frankenberger still in the lead. Beau Rivage finalist Shannon Shores joined the race with his 10th place finish here at the LAPC.
But right now it's down to these two guys going after big money here tonight. Blinds are going up to 60 and 120 with a $20,000 ante. Action on Greg Brooks, the cash game player with just a 3 deuce. Gonna raise it. He doesn't care what he has. Makes it 300,000 to go. And Vivek has called with queen deuce of hearts.
Well, flop comes 6, 5 deuce. Vivek out in front because he has the bigger kicker right now, but Greg Brooks has the pair and the straight draw.
And they both check. Turn card coming up.
And a 4 comes off.
Oh, boy.
How good is Greg Brooks running? Flopping flushes, making straights.
Well, he's got the straight this time. Now what will Vivek do? Intelligently, he checks. And here comes the bet. Looks like 450,000 with Greg Brooks' straight.
Well, can Vivek get away from this hand? Remember, his opponent didn't bet on the flop, so you're not going to put him on a 6 or a 5. Would he really bet 2 4s in that spot? You might think he just got a 7 in his hand. Maybe he's got a straight draw.
Was getting very invested, and a 10 of diamonds helps neither player on the river. Vivek checking again. This could become very costly. Now Greg, with a huge hand here, has to think about what is the right amount I can take from my friend Vivek. You don't want to blow him out of the water. You don't want to underbet. This is an art in itself, and look at that. I think that's an overbet, 1.8 million.
It's a large bet, more than what's in the pot. And sometimes overbets trap your opponents, but not this time with Vivek. Just too much, and just you wonder, Vince, had he bet a smaller amount like you suggested, chances are he might have got paid off.
Well, I don't wonder. We know he would have been paid off, but 2 players remain going for this title in LA. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
And you're watching the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the LA Poker Classic. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Mike Sexton, a Hall of Famer.
You know, right now, Gregory Brooks has got a little over a 4-1 chip lead over Vivek Rajkumar. I don't look for Vivek to go out like a dying swan. I look for him to swing his sword like a Viking when he goes down. He'll be moving in, trying to win a big pot here, get back in the thick of things.
Vivek going after his 2nd WPT title. Action on Greg.
Well, that's incredibly. Whether he started with the best hand or not, Greg Brooks has virtually made the best hand every hand in this heads-up battle so far.
Well, Greg Brooks makes it 325,000 with an 8-7.
Vivek picks up the suit of connectors, the Jack-10 of hearts, and makes the call. Now flop comes 7-3 deuce. And again, Greg has outflopped him as he flops top pair.
Yeah, Vivek checks. Greg with a pair of 7s, top pair. Things just going his way. This time he's going to bet 400,000. Nothing happening for Vivek.
And because the guy raised pre-flop, you're just not going to put him on much of that flop. But Vivek has nothing himself, just a Jack and a 10.
I go all in.
Whoa, he's going all in with Jack high. Vince, I'm not sure Greg is going to get away from this hand. He's got the chips to make the call. He's got top pair. He knows the only way he can have the worst hands if his opponent was slow playing a big pair to start with. That could be the case, though.
Well, this would be a solid call by Greg. He'd be well out in front and a big favorite to win his first WPT title. He's making the call.
Well, he's made the call with the 2-7. Vivek is going to have some help to win this pot. 2 runners to make a straight, 2 hearts to make a flush, or a Jack or a 10.
Greg Brooks got Vivek pinned.
Well, as the cards lie, as you can see, Greg about a 72% favorite to win this pot and take this title.
Vivek's chances of becoming a 2-time WPT champ on the ropes right now. Needs to get lucky with 2 cards to come.
Well, you're right, Vince. Got to talk to the poker gods right now if you're Vivek Rajkumar, or you're going to have to wait on that 2nd WPT title.
Here it comes.
Well, a deuce comes up, so we are down to the river. Vivek must catch a Jack or a 10. Nothing else will do for him.
Can he pull off the upset special? Here it comes. He needs a Jack or a 10.
It's an ace. That is going to do it. The 23-year-old from Wyckoff, New Jersey, has done it, Vince. He started in 4th chip position. He has taken down the title, and deservedly so.
23-year-old Gregory Brooks is our champion. He has upset this field of 681.
Well,
spectacular.
Good sport. Vivek going over to congratulate him. This kid played great poker all night long. Well deserved this title.
So Greg kissing his mother and father. He is close to $1.7 million richer. Congratulations. What a night.
Vivek, not a win, but over 900,000. What's your thoughts on the whole week?
I mean, the whole week has been amazing. I've run so good to get here. I feel blessed that I got 2nd. Heads up was a little bit painful. I didn't have many hands that connected. He seemed to be playing pretty well, connecting with flop. So, I mean, I think it was tough heads up, but I got really lucky to get here so far.
A lot of amazing fans and friends here watching you guys.
Lots and lots of friends. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
And here's to the champion of the LA Poker Classic. From Wyckoff, New Jersey, Greg Brooks. And until next time, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters.
And there you go. Gregory Brooks raises his glass in the traditional WPT Champions toast as we celebrate the conclusion of the LA Poker Classic here at the Commerce Casino. Gregory made his way up here from the tournament floor. Right now, I am joined by WPT's newest champion.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Nice work. I mean, you really ran all over that table. You doubled up early through Vivek with your pocket aces. And from then on, you really just took that chip lead and used it to your advantage.
Yeah, I was very fortuitous to get aces versus queens against Vivek, of course, but my strategy throughout the entire tournament was really to play aggressively, sort of whether or not my chips allowed me to, but I was lucky enough to have a bunch of chips, and then I was able to play a lot of hands, and no one else really seemed like they wanted to take the reins, so I decided that I would continue to do so.
Playing well. Nice job.
Great, thank you so much.
Congratulations to the Los Angeles Poker Classic champion, Gregory Brooks. From Los Angeles, this is Kimberly Lansing. From Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team. Thanks for watching, and good night.
Yum.
Oh my God, he's
Scared the hell out of everybody.
I've done this before.
I don't care.
Don't feel much pressure, if I tell you the truth.
Uh-oh.
Oh, snap.
I should have made it a little smaller. I wasn't planning on folding.
That's unfortunate.
This is my 5th WPT, and I've cashed in 3 out of 5. It's pretty cool.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In 9 years on the World Poker Tour, we've been asked one question more than any other. Tonight, that question gets answered only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle. Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
For 9 seasons, we here at the WPT have been asked one question literally thousands of times. What would happen if Mike Sexton made the final table on the World Poker Tour? Well, tonight that question gets answered because Mike Sexton has made the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Mike has always said he was a poker player first and a commentator second, but the longtime analyst was not elected to the Poker Hall of Fame for his work in the booth alone. Mike Sexton's career is filled with major titles, WSOP bracelets, and nearly $4 million in lifetime earnings on the felt. But tonight, there will be no forgetting that Mike Sexton is not just a poker player, but a great one, as he's poised to win $1 million first place prize and something I know he wants much more, the right to be called a WPT champion. But to find out how Mike got this close to his dream, well, for that, we have to go back to the beginning. With a large field expected at Bay 101, play was broken down into 2 starting days.
Shuffle up a deal!
This is a unique event on the WPT as some of the biggest names in the game have a bounty on their head. When you knock out a shooting star, you receive a signed shirt and $5,000 in cold hard cash.
He wanted to come for the bounties.
With bounty hunting season open, Season 8 Bay 101 finalist Dan O'Brien delivered the final blow to shooting star Justin Smith.
I play bad.
Despite the pressure of a target on his back, shooting star Mike Matiso doubled up, and he gave some credit to his newfound luck.
I was the first one to rub against Eric Seidel today. So everybody else trying to take his power.
Not gonna happen.
Superstar Eric Seidel had won over $4 million since the start of the year, but Matador must have taken all of Eric's run good as the hottest player in poker ran his pocket jacks into the pocket queens of John Pries. But before Eric made his exit, WPT champ Lane Flack still wanted to get a piece of Seidel's magic too.
It's all gone. Mikey took it. Mikey took it. Mikey's got it all.
I took the voodoo into my soul.
When the dust cleared, 57 players, including 10 shooting stars, survived the day. Among them were Kara Scott, Mike Matasso, John Juanda, Daniel Negreanu, and a short-stacked Phil Helmuth. But the top spot went to local player Brian Schmidt, who collected a $10,000 bonus for being the Day 1A chip leader.
Pretty stoked about it.
I want to wish all of you good luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's shuffle up and deal.
Shooting star Mike Sexton kicked off the action on day 1B as 273 fresh faces hit the tables, bringing the total number of players in this tournament to 415, which guaranteed a $1 million payday to the eventual champion. 26 new shooting stars took their aim at the top prize, but for some, the day didn't last very long.
Hey, can we have a different fluff?
We always go out within half an hour because
Young pro Stephen Kelly had his eye on a bounty when he got all the chips in with pocket fours against the pocket jacks of shooting star Eric Baldwin. Eric flopped a set, but the board ran out with 4 diamonds, and Stephen's flush sent Eric packing.
Screw your running diamonds.
But Stephen's bounty hunting was not done, as he also eliminated 2-time WPT champ Barry Greenstein.
Both of them I got in pretty bad, but it's the 5K bounty that kind of encourages that, you know?
Day 1B was tough for the bounties as they continued to fall.
Texting my wife, tell her that I busted Phil out.
See what happens at Bay 101? Take that money.
But don't tell her that it's $5,000.
But some shooting stars managed to make it through the day, including Chris Ferguson, Mike Sexton, and past Bay 101 champs Nam Lee and McLean Carr. But it was Chris Trapani, son of the late owner of Bay 101 and creator of the Shooting Star Tournament, Marco Trapani, coming out on top of the field on day 1B.
My dad passed away last June. He used to hang out up in the corner office and look out over the poker floor from the window up there. So, I mean, he was all about the players, all about this tournament.
What a way to end the day.
Yeah, not bad.
The 170 remaining players from day 1A and B combined on day 2 and settled in for a long day of poker.
Day 2 a little short, but still gonna make it happen. Chipping the chair, WPT, shooting star.
WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar, who was coming off a second-place finish at the LAPC, got lucky and outflopped shooting star Phil Helmuth and sent him to the rail.
Well, it's true.
Thanks,
buddy.
I want to win this right now, Phil.
That's all right, man. Good job.
Other shooting stars who would see the end of their tournament run included Daniel Negreanu, Dwight Pilgrim, David Williams, Howard Lederer, Yevgeny Timoshenko, Season 4 champ Nam Lee, and reigning champ McLean Carr.
That'll be another $5,000.
On the money bubble, WPT champ Lane Flack was in a coin flip situation, holding 2 jacks against Matt Berkey's ace-king. Matt spiked a king on the river to eliminate Lane, and the remaining 45 players were in the money.
There's karma.
You know, it's always exciting when you're on the bubble, and you know, everybody's played this hard. Everybody wants to get in the money, but somebody's got to go out in the bubble, and unfortunately for Lane Flack, it was him this time.
Play continued for a few more hours, and while Mike Sexton found a good spot to double up,
Pays to be lucky.
many other players lost their bid to win a WPT title at Bay 101. Young pro Dan Smith busted shooting star John Juanda in 25th place to end the day, which left only 3 bounties standing: Mike Sexton, Mike Matasso, and Kathy Liebert. But the big stack belonged to the young Belgian pro Joris Springale, who would take the chip lead into day 3, the last day of play before the WPT final table.
Yes, very happy. Obviously, I have about 1.5 million chips, so very satisfied with the day.
On day 3, 24 players would be playing down to 6 players for the WPT final table. The big question in the room was, would WPT's Mike Sexton make that final table? And he was off to a quick start as he delivered the first elimination of the day, and the field began to narrow. Shooting star Kathy Liebert, who finished runner-up in this event 2 seasons ago,
Extreme disappointment for Kathy Liebert.
was gunned down by Ben Hamnet, who flopped quad 5s to collect Kathy's bounty, and she was eliminated in 15th place. One-time chip leader and the sentimental Bay 101 favorite, Chris Trapani, got all of his chips in on a flop of ace-queen-8 with top and bottom pair against shooting star Mike Matisso's top pair top picker. And when the board paired a queen on the turn, Matisow took the lead and sent Chris to the rail in 12th place.
Such a tough spot for me. Oh, man, what a great time. I feel great about the call I made there, and, you know, Mike just hit it, so that's the way it goes.
Young pro Stephen Kelly was a one-man wrecking crew after busting EPT champ Kevin McPhee. He padded his staff by knocking out Ben Hamnet and day 2 chip leader Joris Springdale. In the largest pot of the tournament, Andrew Weisner moved all in on the turn after flopping 2 pair, but he was drawing dead against the turn set of queens from New Yorker Alan Sternberg. The hand marked the end of Andrew's run and propelled Alan to the top of the chip counts. It would take a while to narrow the final 7 players down to 6, and the tension in the room rose when the 2 remaining shooting stars, Mike Sexton and Mike Matisow, clashed in a big pot, where Matisow 4-bet all in after the flop.
All right, I'm gonna lay it down, Mike.
Sexton eventually folded, but he was left wondering if it was the correct move.
Bluff me.
It ended up being young pro Ty Ryman, who would be eliminated on the TV bubble when his pocket 10s did not improve against Mike Matisow's pocket queens.
It's my time, boys and girls. It's my time.
The WPT final table was set.
Here with me now is the longtime announcing partner of Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten.
Yeah.
Vince, after 9 seasons, I mean, you know Mike as well as really anyone does. What has got to be going through his head right now?
Well, first of all, after 9 seasons, this is the most excited I've ever been because my buddy Mike Sexton has made the final table. It's incredible, and he deserves it. He's a Hall of Fame player. He is so great. You know, he's only played 16 WPT events, and he's finished 20th at Brigada and now a final table. We are so happy for him. Maybe he can do it, but he's on the short stack. It won't be easy. He's got Mike Matisow on his right. This is Mike's 5th time at a World Poker Tour final table. He'll be hungry to win. And we also have a WPT champion, Vivek Rajkumar. He's a genius young poker player. You know, he won Brigada. He was 2nd at the LAPC. He will be very tough here tonight. So if Mike can turn this around on the short stack, he's got to keep his fingers crossed and get lucky.
Yeah, well, as we both know, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vince. And now the answer to the question that's been buzzing through the poker world: who will step in for Mike? And the answer is our very own raw deal analyst, Tony Dunst. Tony, so how does it feel to know that you'll forever be the answer to a trivia question?
Feels awesome.
Well, I'd like to see how you're going to break down this final table tonight.
Well, Kim, I think in the discussion of this final table, we have to begin with chip leader Stephen Kelly, who's coming in with about 4.1 million in chips. He won a bracelet at last year's World Series in one of the smaller no-limit hold'em events, so he's got to feel very confident in this moment. Now, right behind him with 3.7 million is New Yorker Alan Sternberg, and from what I know about New York, I think he'd be pretty desperate to get a win here so he can afford next week's rent payment. Now, rounding out our short stacks is Casey McCarrel, who's a homegrown hero. He's going to have a huge following in the audience tonight, and hopefully he can carry over that enthusiasm and take it to an even larger score.
Now you guys have to get down to the booth while I toss it to Matt Savage, who's standing by with the man of the hour. Matt.
Mike, this is a historic day for the World Poker Tour. What's your thoughts going into this final table?
Well, I'm just excited to be here, number one, but realistically on my stack of chips, you know, I'm probably not, you know, much of a favorite to last too long, but hopefully I get lucky and double up a few times early and stay alive. But you got to go with the guys that have the chips. They're the ones that have the chance to win the tournament the most, obviously.
Well, I think this is even a bigger day for poker, so good luck to you tonight.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here instead of in the booth. Vinny, you handle it tonight.
Vince and Tony will have the action covered from the booth as Mike Sexton, Mike Matusow, and Vivek Rajkumar battle for $1 million and a WPT title when we come back for the start of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Final Table, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Bay 101 Casino and the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I'm Vince Van Patten alongside my new co-host, who's filling in here for Mike Sexton.
Temporary co-host.
Temporary. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you, Vince. Good to be here. We're here watching our chip leaders, Stephen Kelly and Alan Sternberg, who've got about a 10-to-1 chip advantage over our short stacks, Mike Sexton and Casey McCarrel.
And tonight, the winner's going to take home over $1 million. All right, Andes are going to be 3,000. Blinds are 10 and 20,000. To the felt we go. Casey McCarrel, the local here, on a pretty short stack, quickly folds. And now Mike Matusow, 5 times at a World Poker Tour final table, also folding. And here is the man of the moment.
I'm all in.
And look at this. My man Mike Sexton with a pair of 5 says all in.
The roller flush draws are really enjoying that move in by Mike Sexton, and I like it a lot myself.
Sternberg and Vivek out, and now Stephen Kelly, the chip leader's got a pair of deuces. But no, Stephen releases his hand. Chalk one up for the WPT.
First spot on our side.
Mike Sexton taking the pot.
They didn't shut me out, Benny. They didn't shut me out.
No, they didn't. You got away with that one. Back to the felt we go. The next hand on Mike Matusow, and he's got a pair of jacks.
And he's starting his hand over 100 big blinds effective himself, so he's real deep too.
Right. And he's going to raise, makes it 46,000 to go. Mike Sexton with ace-9 of clubs, quickly folding.
Decides not to get sneaky with a re-steal after just jamming in the last hand.
And now the young guy from Belmore, New York, Alan Sternberg with a jack-10 of diamonds. Look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Surprised he's re-raising here. A lot of people elect to just call with the jack-10 suited. I don't hate a 3-bet, but generally people lean with a call.
Vivek out. Stephen Kelly not playing. Also on the short stack, Casey McCarrel, the local here. He's going away, so back on the mouth. Now, what is he going to do? 43 years old, out of Vegas now. Mike the Mouth just going to call.
Yeah, I like his call here, Vince. I think it's a bit ambitious to 4-bet and try and get it all in against Allen pre-flop.
Well, the flop comes up king 5-4. Matusow sick, thinking maybe this guy has a king. He checks.
Very surprised to see Allen check back. That's such a great board to go ahead and continuation bet.
And now a 3 helps neither player on the turn. And Matusow thinking, this guy would have bet if he had king, so I'm going to bet now with my jacks. Yeah. 165,000.
Looks like a value bet for Matusow. I think he believes at this point that Allen's probably got some kind of showdown value under that king, so he's taking a shot at getting some money out of it.
Allen is an online player, got in this tournament through a $600 satellite, and he is going to release the hand. Mike Matusow showing the pair of jacks.
Strangely played hand, like either a call pre-flop or a bet on the flop, but you must think that Matusow's only calling the 3-bet with big hands.
So the 2 champion players, Matusow and Sexton, off to a good start. Can this be Mike Sexton's night? We will see.
We're just getting started at Bay 101, and there's a lot in store for you tonight. Stick around to see who's going to give us the raw deal, and check out the latest installment of 5 Questions with last season's 6th place finisher, the poker brat, Phil Helmuth.
Hopefully now I have conquered it.
This is really a special day for you because it's your first time ever playing live poker, and you're at a 10K WPT event that you didn't have to pay 10K to play in.
It's still kind of unbelievable. It's not soaked in yet.
I tell all my friends, I think it's the best one around. I've played on a few sites, but I find this one the easiest to understand, and obviously this is the reward.
Well, there you saw just some of the poker players who won seats into live WPT tournaments by playing online at ClubWPT.com. All of the players I've interviewed say they love playing on the club because of its low monthly price of just $19.95. And with that, they all get the chance to win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. And the best thing about ClubWPT.com is the unlimited tournaments you can play for just that one low monthly fee. Like they say, you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Sign up today and maybe I'll be interviewing you. Looks like the action's resuming, so let's get back to Vince and Tony.
All right, the action's been folded around to Alan Sternberg. Alan in the small blind has a king 6 of spades. He's going to call. Now Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champion.
Yeah, Alan elects to go for a limp. Vivek states that he has no tolerance for limps.
Yeah, he's raised it, makes it 70,000 to go with Just a 5-3.
Allen has no tolerance for intolerance in his lips.
He's called. So here we go with the flop, and look at this. 3 clubs on the flop, 8-6-4. Sternberg with 6 is going to check. And Vivek with an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw also checks.
By checking behind, Vivek prevents himself from getting check raised off a hand with good drawing equity.
9 of diamonds on the turn, helps neither player. And now Sternberg with the 6s. He bets 56,000.
Vivek seems to be debating between raising or calling. Goes with the call.
Down to the river we go. Jack of hearts helping neither player.
I think at this point, Allen probably gives credit to Vivek for having the hand that more likely has showdown value than is actually still drawing.
Allen checking here.
And Vivek is aware that there's a number of speculative hands in Allen's range that could not have connected but would win if he allows them to just go to showdown because Vivek essentially has the worst possible hand.
Vivek with absolutely zip and pip, nothing. 5 high, going to put in a bet of 105,000.
That's right. He's betting 105 into 270, which really looks like a value bet to someone like Allen.
It does. This would be a sensational call by the New Yorker. But no, he can't take the heat. He has folded. Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champion, taking down this pot.
Last season at Bay 101, Phil Helmuth looked poised to win the one thing that has eluded him, his first WPT title. Well, I had the chance to sit down with the poker brat to discuss business, family, and of course some poker in this edition of 5 Questions. If there were no big personalities like yourself in the game, would poker be as popular as it is today?
Absolutely not. I think in poker, some people love us, some people hate us, but they tune in to watch us.
Last year at this tournament, you were very close to winning your first WPT title. What went wrong?
That's poker.
I think he's just emotionally devastated for getting knocked out of this tournament that he wanted to win so badly.
For me, the throwing myself on the floor was a random occurrence. And you know what? The thing is, I threw myself in the dark corner, and I thought, I'm safe. No one's watching. And after like 30 seconds, I'm like, oh, my God, there must be 2 cameras on me. Everybody in the room must be standing up taking pictures. And I'm like, oh, my God. Phil, stand up, man up, smile, and go do your exit interview. And I stood up, and of course, every eye on the place is on me and all the cameras, and I'm like, oh, this is absurd. But at least I made it a good television program without being a jerk.
We've talked before about shedding the poker brat image. How's that working out for you?
It turns out that it's very entertaining, but, you know, and that's the way I was acting in '89, and that's the way I was acting in '99, and that's the way I was acting in '09. Hopefully now, I have conquered it.
Do you ever regret the loss of anonymity?
You know, it's tough. But if you don't man up and sign the autographs and treat everyone with respect, then there's something wrong with me. Because I asked for fame and fortune. I got it. Now what am I going to do, complain?
You're a member of the Poker Hall of Fame. You have 11 WSOP bracelets. What's next?
Now it's time to devote myself to poker and prove to people out there that are saying Phil's not a good player that I am a great player, and I don't expect the planet to celebrate someone who doesn't win. I want to go out there and prove it, to show everybody in the world, you know, how great I can be.
Well, that is the always entertaining Phil Helmuth, who's sitting here tonight.
Yeah, I can totally sympathize here, Vince. You know, I often talk to myself in the third person when trying to console myself out of highly public emotional breakdowns.
Well, Helmuth is usually the center of attention, but tonight it is about the Hall of Famer, my buddy Mike Sexton.
Just the vultures hanging around to get my bounty. I feel it in the air here.
Welcome back to the WPT with the Bay 101 shooting star. I'm here with Tony Dunst, the Raw Deal. Tony, you having fun yet?
Vince, I'm having a great time with my first opportunity to comment in the booth with you tonight. Let's take it back to the felt.
All right. The action's been folded around to our buddy Mike Sexton now on the short stack.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's got ace-9 of spades going all in with it.
Absolutely mandatory, Vince. He's on the short stack. Good hand here. Great suck-out potential.
Sternberg out and Vivek out.
Runs the gauntlet.
Okay, he's done it again. The Hall of Famer Mike has done it again. He's taken down the pot by just shoving in his chips.
Bobbing and weaving here.
Our hero.
Nobody wants the bounty, huh?
Can he keep it going, Mike?
I'm Mike Sexton along with Vince Van Patten, and this is the WPT. Unbelievable!
I've always considered myself a player first and a commentator second. I became a professional poker player back in 1976, and for 25 years, I played poker for a living.
Mike Sexton is a legend, a living legend.
Welcome to the Poker Hall of Fame.
Just him being there is just great for poker. You know, I love Mike. He's a great player, great guy.
Definitely has some game left.
Don't take him lightly. He is a true poker champion.
The great thing about poker is that, you know, essentially you can play it all your life. In every other sport, it's a physical skill that deteriorates, and obviously you have to get out of the sport, and a lot of them go to the commentary booth after it's happened.
I don't know if I make that call, Vince.
Why is he messing with our job? In the poker world, even though I'm a commentator, I do think I still can compete with the young guns once in a while. It's exciting to be down on the green felt. And don't tell anybody, but it pays a lot more to be down there playing for this kind of money than it does up in the booth.
Well, Mike Sexton with a big chance tonight to take down a WPT title. Oh, what an accomplishment that would be, but it's not going to be easy because he is on the short stack, and as you can see, there was only 2 players ever to come back from the short stack to take down the tournament, and that would be Alex Gomez and Phil Locke. So Mike has got his work cut out for him here tonight.
Yeah, it's funny, Vince. I can still remember approaching Mike Sexton when I was 20 years old and wanted advice on a hand all the way down in Australia, and he gave me his time. Really appreciate it.
Good guy, and he has a shot here tonight. But right now, the action's been folded around to Casey McCarrel, the local. Goes away. Mike the Mouth Matador.
Find something playable on the button.
Yeah, but King-Jack.
Of course, almost everything's playable on the button these days.
That is so true. And he is going to raise.
I'm all in.
And Mike Sexton going all in with the King-Queen right behind him.
Natural move here, Vince. He's on the short stack. He's against an aggressive player on the button. King-Queen plays very well against the button raising range.
Allen out, and this would be a great opportunity for Mike Sexton if Matador should call.
Fingers crossed, hoping for that call.
I call.
And he is going to call. Sexton has got the action he wants.
He's not sure about it until he sees the hand. Then he's going to be a real happy guy.
Let's take a look at his expression.
Oh, how sweet it is.
I said I'm behind. I told you I was behind.
Not by much, Joe.
What can I do? I have to call.
Yeah, obviously.
I was hoping to have like 9-10.
Important to note here, it's a correct call by Matador for only 169,000 more.
That's the best shape I could be in here.
All right, Sexton still has to sweat out 5 cards. Here come the first 3. And it's a good one for Mike Sexton. Ace, 8, 4. So Sexton in a great place to double up.
More twice, we can chop it.
And here comes the turn card. Beautiful, a deuce of hearts.
One more card to fade here, Vince. I like his chances.
Can he do it? This would be a great double up for Sexton. The Hall of Famer, down to the river. Just horrendous. Mike Sexton getting bounced out of here as a jack turns up on the river.
Well, what can you say, Vince?
Well, I'm sickened by that. Mike the Mouth Matador has knocked out our buddy Mike Sexton. He'll be our 6th place finisher. What an awful beat. Mike takes home $148,000. A lot of respect from the poker world. Oh, and the worse than that, he has to sign a T-shirt now, Tony.
It's a very awkward moment when you've been eliminated from the tournament and you're sitting there signing the T-shirt, but he's such a good sport about it.
He's a bounty, and he's been knocked out. And Matador gets $5,000 in addition.
I like that they count out the 5K in front of you in a very taunting manner.
Oh, boy, this is a horrible beat there for our buddy Mike Sexton. And right now he's talking to Matt Savage.
Like a terrible way to go there, that jack on the river.
Yeah, it's a tough beat, but that's poker, as they say. And, you know, I was a short stack anyway. Even if I double up, I still got a long way to go. But, you know, I had a little hope there if I'd won that pot. But unfortunately, it didn't go my way.
All right, what are you going to do now? You going to get back in the booth?
I'm not sure yet. I think I'm going to stop at the bar first and then figure out what I'm going to do from there. But I think I'm going to let those guys handle it tonight. And they're doing a good job so far. So I may just take the night off.
I think they said a couple of nice things about you. Good luck to you, Mike.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
We couldn't be more proud of our very own Mike Sexton for making his first WPT final table, but sadly, he's out in 6th place. Don't go away. We'll be right back with more final table action right after this.
Bay 101, actually having the fans here, it makes it seem even more exciting.
This is what you see at Bay 101 more than any other place in the world. Just packed, 3 rows, 4 rows deep, and it's like a party atmosphere.
We had the most interaction with the people at Bay 101 just because they're there, like, watching the tournament the whole time.
The fans here in San Jose get really excited and they take pictures and autographs. It was a whole lot of fun taking pictures with the fans.
Here at WPT Bay 101.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. I'm sitting here with a great poker player himself, Tony Dunst.
I gotta say, Vince, the fans here truly are incredible. I've never seen a group of people that excited to watch guys play live poker for 12 hours a day.
All right, to the felt we go. And quiet Mike looks down at a Jack-8. Elects to fold. New Yorker Alan Sternberg with a Jack-8 as well. Won't play that junk.
I certainly don't think we're going to see an internet player like Vivek pass up a lot of opportunities to raise an ace on the button.
Oh, he's doing it. 55,000 to go, and now the chip leader, Stephen Kelly, with Jack-10.
And Stephen's been pretty quiet thus far.
He's a former waiter.
Aren't we all?
Looks like he's finally going to get on board and do something.
Pick kind of a smart spot to get a bit out of line against Vivek here.
Oh, he's going to raise it. Makes it 140,000. And now Casey McCarrel, who's on the extreme short stack with an ace-queen of hearts.
Can't imagine he has many moves available to him other than the obvious one. And
fire
there
away.
It is.
Yep.
All right, I get to see what you have, I guess.
Vivek out.
You'll notice the Vivek states, I get to see what you have, Steven, because he knows he's going to have to make a pot odds call.
I mean, I know I'm behind, but I can't really fold. I'm hoping you have ace-king. Well, I'm calling. I call.
Oh, he is going to call. Yes, he's made the right call. He was priced in, and he's behind at this moment. And Casey McCarrel from Lafayette, California, 29 years old, in a good place to double up.
Way out in front, just needs to hold up here. Or flop ace, deuce, deuce.
Out of black ace.
Casey McCarrel, the hood goes off. Big favorite here in San Jose. Here's the flop.
Right in the window.
Oh, and a 10 just like that. Stephen Kelly has outflopped Casey McCarrel with the 10s.
2 more cards to come.
Oh, yeah, Stephen Kelly's family loving this right now. Big opportunity. Here comes the turn card. King of hearts on the turn.
Absolute dream card for Casey, giving him all kinds of outs.
Can I win one flip? Can I win one flip this tournament?
Vince, this creates the possibility of seeing a royal flush. And not just a girl.
A lot of outs for this young guy. The local, he can't look. Can Casey get lucky? Here's the river cards. No, it's a 7 of clubs, and that's going to wrap it up for Casey McCarrel.
Yeah, total brick on the river. Nothing he can do there with that hand in that position pre-flop. I think he played it perfect.
Well, he's going to pick up $221,000 for his 5th place effort.
Yeah, good to see a local guy come out here, get a lot of support. This is a great thing for Bay 101.
So not to be for Casey McCarrel. He cannot catch that last card. We're down to 4 players. We're coming back with more action from the Bay 101 Shooting Star in just a moment on the WPT.
Want to play an hour game anytime, anywhere? Get World Poker Tour Texas Hold'em for your mobile device today. Don't use your phone to call, use it to raise. Welcome back to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. If you're just tuning in, you may notice that we have a change of lineup in the booth tonight. For the first time in 150 tournaments, WPT's own Mike Sexton is not calling the action because he was in action at his first WPT final table. Unfortunately, Mike was knocked out in 6th place, so tonight, since Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst is sitting in for Mike, we thought we would mix it up and have Mike Sexton give us this week's edition of the Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Youth prevails on the World Poker Tour. You've heard me say it on the WPT broadcast, and I got a first-hand look at it tonight at the Shooting Star final table that featured 3 players 25 and under. But why do young guns make so many final tables? I'm Mike Sexton. Let's break it down. First of all, they have a built-in advantage for just being young. Making WPT final tables takes 4 to 5 days of 8 to 10 hours of strenuous play each day, thus stamina plays a role.
Tired.
Also, single young players don't mind traveling. They don't have to worry about being gone from the wife and kids. They aren't concerned about the stress of must win to pay the mortgage and the bills. And another factor is that young players have no reference for how hard it can be to make money back once it's gone. That makes them fearless, and it makes them tough to beat.
Wow. He's going to re-raise with a junk hand, and it's going to work.
The young guys also know that to win, you have to be aggressive. They understand the #1 rule of tournament poker. Height players don't win tournaments. The young guys also understand that taking the lead and getting the last bet in pre-flop is vital. That's why these guys 3- and 4-bet pre-flop. And believe me, it's tough to play against these young guys who constantly 3- and 4-bet you. Winning pots without cards is what the great players do. They pick their spots and make their moves. You can do it too. Simply put, you don't have to be young to win out here in the WPT, but you do have to have a young heart.
Doyle Brunson, the living legend of poker, has captured his title.
Lastly, I want to say good job so far by Vince and Tony. And Tony, if I just got one piece of advice for you, use your hands a little more.
Well, Mike, you go ahead and let me know how that one works out for you. And up until then, we'll get the chip counts and go back to the game.
Oh, are you trying to say something there, Tony?
I'm saying that Mike likes to talk with his hands just a little bit.
You're doing that to a Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton.
I'm just surprised he's not Italian.
Mocking him, Italian. All right, 4 players remain here tonight.
50 and 100,000 blinds right now. Now we would talk.
Mike Madison starting to talk a little bit. Action's on him. And he's going to fold a jack deuce.
I just want to see each one of you 3 idiots blow up first.
Friendly as usual.
Let's make bet. Let's bet 10,000 which idiot blows up first, Larry, Moe, or Curly.
Now, the problem with making that reference here is all of his opponents are too young to understand it.
All right, well, Allen is raised with a 9-8, and Vivek behind him with a king-jack has bumped it. Stephen Kelly, though, the chip leader with an ace-deuce.
Naturally, his decision here is either 4-bet or fold. He can never just call the 3-bet.
3 blind mice, see how they run.
Whoa, look at these guys. He's gonna raise. He makes it 390,000 to go. The New Yorker Allen out.
Yeah, I gotta point out, Vince, I think this is a great spot to make this 4-bet. He risks 390K, and considering Vivek started the hand with 2 million, he essentially puts him to a decision for his entire stack. We know how capable Vivek is of getting out of line in those spots.
Vivek has folded.
Oh, wait, $200 a show.
$200?
$200.
But he says, I'll pay you 200 cash if you show me. And Stephen Kelly's gonna show him.
You think it's worth $200 to show there?
For $200 he's giving me.
Side action at the table. Moths coming out of the wallet of Vivek's.
Yeah, all right, sure, Vivek. Keep showing off that you have $200 to your name.
And Stephen, he's gonna give the cash to his parents.
I'll give you 100 of that later.
What a nice guy.
I'll give you 100 of that later.
All right.
Whoa, they're bringing the props out here at the Bay 101. What a fan base Stephen Kelly, 21-year-old, has here. Family and friends rooting him on. Everything's going his way so far tonight.
But a very smart and aggressive game. You know, not a spewy, crazy aggressive game, but he just picks those spots and he goes after guys.
Stephen Kelly with a quick fold. Mike the Mouth.
When they see a fold of these cards, they're going to ask what happened.
And Alan Sternberg going to raise with a pair of 6s. Right behind him, Vivek with the ladies. What a time to get him.
And considering that we recently saw Vivek 3-bet and then have to fold against Alan Sternberg, though the 4-bet came from Stephen Kelly, he's got the kind of image here to go ahead and just 3-bet his big hands and hope to get some action.
Well, Vivek's raised, makes it 160. Back on Alan. Alan is an online player, mainly. Used to work at a record store. You can almost smell the incense coming from his sweatshirt.
He does have that John Cusack vibe about him.
All right, well, he's called this. So we got ladies up against 6s and a flop. Oh, and just like that, 3 of a kind for Alan Sternberg as an ace-6-5 hits on the flop, and he's going to trap. He's going to check.
Yeah, massive flop for Alan. And it's on a board where he can anticipate Vivek firing at least one, possibly multiple barrels, either as a bluff or for value if he's got the ace himself.
Well, Vivek is going to make the continuation bet, even though he's sickened that an ace has flopped.
Very small continuation bet from Vivek. It's the kind of flop where you can make a small continuation bet because most of your opponent's decisions are going to be straightforward.
And now Alan has the decision. Do you check raise? Do you just call? Oh, but Allen's going to repop it.
Yeah, notice his hand was actually shaking a little bit, which is normally a sign of a player having a monster, and it came out a little bit as he extended his chips into the pot.
Well, let's see if Vivek will notice that. Now, you got an ace on the board. Vivek just has queens. It's been raised to 277. And Vivek, be a great laydown if you could. No, but he is going to call.
Yeah, I don't blame Vivek for calling here either, actually, as blind versus blind.
Oh!
Ooh, wow.
A queen on the turn. What a card for Vivek. 3 of a kind now for him.
Yeah.
This is going to be tremendous. And out comes the 3 6s, 475 by Allen. Little does he know what a monster Vivek just turned. And Vivek's going to rope him in. Just calling.
Yeah, Vivek thinks that Allen either has a monster, which he does, or some kind of bluff, and wants him to have the opportunity to keep betting.
Look at this. River, a queen. Not that he needed it.
Just gets better and better.
4 of a kind for Vivek.
And I just can't see any way that Allen doesn't get stacked here. I mean, it's a total cooler of a hand. But
6 is full. Allen has.
We know the trap he's about to walk into, and there's nothing he could do. I mean, he could practically turn both hands over, and he'd still end up stacking off.
This is just sickening for the 25-year-old Allen from New York. And he says all in.
Did you say I'm all in? I call.
That's right, Vivek.
Wow, and Allen's mouth is just agape when he sees his hand.
That is the nightmare of all nightmares.
Wow.
For poor Allen. Vivek Rajkumar doubling up. Stay tuned. We got more exciting action for Bay 101 as we continue. We're coming right back.
Unbelievable.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
My greatest poker accomplishment is probably winning WPT Borgata.
This is so exciting! This is so exciting!
The hunger is still there to go and get a second WPT championship.
Hello!
I had a chance last week at the LAPC and I came up a little bit short.
Vivek must catch a jack or a 10. Nothing else will do for him.
Here it comes.
It's an ace. That is going to do it.
So yeah, it means a lot to be at another one and try to go for all the gold again.
From Seattle, Washington, Vivek Rajkumar.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. 21-year-old former waiter Stephen Kelly's our chip leader with close to $5 million, but Vivek Rajkumar, a WPT champion in second position with close to $3.2 million.
Yeah, not far back and really making a run at becoming our player of the year.
Antes are up to 5,000, blinds of 15 and 30. Vivek with a quick fold, and now Stephen Kelly.
Can't imagine he'll pass an opportunity to raise a hand like Queen 8 suited on the button.
Well, he's done it. He's made it 70,000 with his Queen 8. Mike the Mouth Matador. He has an ace-6 and a decision.
Very quiet pre-flop play from Matador thus far today.
Right.
So when he picks the spot, the 3-bet light here, I gotta say I really like it. He's got the image to pull this off, plus he's got an ace, which is a blocker to any big hands that Steven might have.
Yeah, well, he's made it 175, and now hard luck Alan Sternberg, who just took a torturous blow against Vivek with just a jack-10. And look at this. Gutsy re-raise.
Not slowing down.
440 to go. Well, the former waiter, Stephen Kelly, spills the drink, folds.
And now what Mike's got to decide here is whether Allen's capable of getting out of line after losing that huge hand. Is he thinking, is he on tilt and he's going to try and splash around some chips? Or after taking a beat like that, is he going to tighten up and only put a bunch of chips in when he's really having it?
Matador with a decision now with just ace-6. They got about the same amount of chips. Over 2 million, and Mike Matador is going to lay down the hand. What a nice play by Alan Sternberg.
Yeah, nicely executed.
You ship it on me if I 4-bet?
On you, yeah. I had already made up my mind on that. I had a big hand, man.
Matador saying he had a big hand. Back to his lying ways.
Yeah, we know better than that.
All right, to the table we go. These guys are playing fast. Action on Stephen Kelly. He puts his glasses on, and he goes out. Mike Matador with a Queen 3 in the button, won't play this. And here's the thief of Belmore with a pair of 4s, just calling.
Again, opting for a limp out of the small blind.
Vivek with just a 5-deuce, nothing hand.
Vivek as intolerant to small blind limps as he's ever been.
He's going to raise it, makes it 105. And Allen is going to call it. Here's the flop. And it's a king 8-4, 3 of a kind for Allen Sternberg. Flop the set.
Allen's really good at flopping sets blind versus blind.
Oh, he's going to check it again, trying to trap Vivek. Will Vivek bite with his nothing hand? Yes.
Vivek bets 150,000.
Wasting 150,000 with a bet.
Yeah, certainly he's going to bet a texture like this when he raises blind versus blind, anticipates that Allen's mostly going to check fold.
Oh, but
not
Sternberg is not going to let him get away with just that. He makes it 400,000 to go with his set.
Yet again, we see Allen check raising a set on a blind versus blind pot and a very dry board.
What is going on here? Vivek getting involved deeper. He's called this.
Yeah, Vivek's doing here is known as a float. He's calling with a hand that really has no potential to win by showing down and anticipates bluffing on future streets.
Well, a 10 of clubs, no help to either player. Allen going to check again. Going to throw some more rope out to the young man from Seattle, Washington, Vivek Rajkumar.
And I think if Vivek bets here, it's probably not going to be very large because we already know that he's bluffing. And if he thinks that Allen was bluffing on the flop, it shouldn't take very much to make him fold.
Oh, it's painful. He's your buddy, of course.
Yep.
He's betting again.
There's how well I know him. Fires in about a third pot.
320, but back over the top by Allen Sternberg. 825, and Vivek has got to be sick about that.
An ever rare double check raise. Executed nicely here by Allen Sternberg.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. Vivek Rajkumar feigning like he's going to come back over the top. We know he's going to run out of here.
A little over. Closer to 1-6, I think.
What a time to take a stab.
It's ridiculous.
It's creative. It's brilliant.
This is
but it didn't
ridiculous.
work.
Show the bluff.
I'm impressed by this final table. They are playing fast and they're playing bold.
Sounds like a machine fighting back.
I've been really impressed with the play of Allen Sternberg. He's kept things together and he's still looking good here tonight. And we've got a very deep, slow structure that will allow him to make some gains or have someone else take control with the amount of aggressive thinking poker we've got left tonight.
So there you have it. One of these 4 players will add their name to the distinguished list of Season 9 WPT champions. Please join us next time for our continuing coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and yes, Mike Sexton, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight, 4 days of intense play will come down to one turn of a card. A WPT title and $1 million at stake as the Bay 101 Shooting Star continues only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle. Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
For 8 seasons on the WPT, the Bay 101 Shooting Star has been one of the most unique events on the tour, where the biggest names in poker compete with a $5,000 bounty on their back, making them prime targets for the rest of the field. No shooting star has ever survived to win it all, but this season, we had not one, but 2 shooting stars bounties make the final table. Tonight, joining Vince Van Patten in the booth is WPT Rod Deal analyst Tony Dunst, who's sitting in for one of those shooting stars, our very own Mike Sexton, who was eliminated from this tournament in 6th place. Now, Vince, tell us, after sitting next to Mike and calling the action at so many final tables, how great was it to see him competing out there?
Oh, Kimberly, it was very, very exciting. We know Mike Sexton is a great poker player. He's a Hall of Famer, and he weeded through 415 of the best players in the world to make this final 6. But he was a short stack. Finally, he got his money in with the best hand.
How sweet it is.
He had Mike Matador, the mouth all wrapped up. And lo and behold, Matador pulls the 3-outer to knock our Mike Sexton out. And I'll tell you something. We all know that Mike's hair is partially gray. It turned absolutely white after that card, I guarantee you.
Tony, what do you think we should be looking out for when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, we're going to continue to see a lot of aggressive pre-flop play. Our three young guns, Alan Sternberg, Stephen Kelly, and Vivek Rajkumar, have shown no shyness about trying to make each other's lives difficult by switching it up with a number of light 3-bets and 4-bets. And I think the guy on the table who's going to have the most difficulty adjusting to that style of play is our remaining shooting star, Mike Matador. He's also the shortest stack on the table, so in order to keep his head above water against our three young guns, going to have to find some way to combat their aggression.
Just make some more suckouts like he did to Sexton.
Easy game.
And right now, respected tournament director and sideline reporter Matt Savage is standing by with the last shooting star bounty in the tournament, Mike Matador.
Mike, you're four-handed, a little short stack, but you're not out.
Yeah, I'm playing well, and eventually I'm going to pick up a hand, and I'm going to get the chips. I mean, I got patience, and they're going to double me up a couple times because they can't help themselves. They just play too fast.
How much do you think experience plays into this final table?
I think I'm the most experienced person. I don't want to open weak because when I open and they 3-bet me the next time, I'm going to stuff it. So I think my pace is good, and I like my chances. I really do.
All right, Mike, good luck. Let's get back to the table.
All right.
The action is about ready to resume, so let's get back to the call of the game with Vince and Tony.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. As you can see, 4 players remain, and the chip leader is young Stephen Kelly, 21 years old, with $4.5 million in chips. Winner's going to take home over $1 million. The Raw Deal's Tony Dunst here. Tony, you having a good time?
Absolutely, Vince. Great to be here. And every single player left at this table has over 60 big blinds. So we're not going to see any more just get it in pre-flop, jam it in, hope I don't get called scenarios, but a lot more guys 3-betting, 4-betting.
Well, here we go. Action goes to Mike the Mouth Matador, and he picks up ace-10.
Raise.
And he's going to raise, makes it 70,000 to go into the New Yorker, Alan Sternberg.
How much are you playing, Mike?
1.8.
He's got a pair of 4s, and he is going to make the call. WPT champion Vivek Rajkumar folding, and our chip leader Stephen Kelly also out. To the flop we go. And the flop comes up 9-9 king.
Pretty good-looking flop for Alan. He knows that Mike is probably going to bet that flop a lot, but also is going to bet that flop every time he didn't connect with it.
He is making the continuation bet, 85,000. And Alan Sternberg going to stick around with the 4s. Turn card, 6 of clubs.
Pretty safe card all around for Alan.
Now, will Matador fire again? No, he slows down. Gonna check.
Yeah, I don't like double barreling here. I like him going ahead and checking.
And look who's gonna bet now. Alan Sternberg with the 4s.
Fires in about a 3rd pot to sort of protect his hand. So a lot of overcards could actually end up connecting for Matador.
Yeah, but wow. Matador not going anywhere. In fact, he's gonna raise. Makes it 325,000.
Not a big fan of this re-raise, Vince. I really don't feel he's representing very many hands here. You wouldn't check raise a king most of the time on this turn, so it's basically a huge hand or nothing.
Now, Alan, with just a pair of 4s.
Alan also not convinced.
No, he's not. Nice call by Alan. Down to the river we go. It's a 3 of hearts. Helps neither player.
It's a total brick for a river. So whatever Alan's calling with, unless it's a big draw, it's still safe on the river. So I hope that Mike doesn't follow through with this one. I think he should abandon ship.
Oh, boy, you can't kick him under the table here because he is betting. $500,000 goes out.
I so don't believe this.
Yeah, and again, I'm not a fan of this bet here, Vince. By betting $500,000 into a pot of $1 million, he's laying Alan Sternberg 3-1 to make a call in a spot where he's not really representing very many hands.
You could be bluffing with a better hand than I have.
Is Alan onto it? He made a great call on the turn. Matador would just love him to just fold. He'd feel so good about this. Will Alan comply?
6s, maybe?
Alan used to work in a record store.
Was it 500?
And now he's playing poker on TV for millions. Whoa, he's making a great call. Matador turns up his measly ace-10.
And this is the problem when you try and run a bluff line where you're representing a very narrow range of hands. People who are willing to call down and think about what you're holding and representing simply aren't going to believe it.
Was that the blow-up? Was that the acclaimed Mike Matador blow-up? I think that was it.
And Vivek is just rubbing salt in the wound.
Oh, boy. Don't tap on the fish tank.
How do you do that? You played him like a fiddle. A fiddle. Wow. That was a blow-up right there. Jesus.
Matador wants to just go hide under a rock right now.
We need to take a quick break in the action, but when we return to Bay 101, see what happened when the CEOs took on the pros. We'll check in with the ones to watch for Season 9 and find out what 5 questions I posed to the online poker sensation known as Jungleman 12, Dan Cates.
That's a good question.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
I think most people that have played with me would say I play pretty crazy. I don't know if I'm as crazy as some people think. I definitely try to analyze the situation. I don't think you can play well if you don't, but I enjoy playing with other intelligent people, trying to outsmart people, trying to outplay people.
Well, that is Alan Sternberg. He's our chip leader right now with close to 4.7 million.
Yeah, by making that great call down against Matador, he has just edged out previous chip leader Stephen Kelly.
4 players remain going after over $1 million, and right now action on Stephen Kelly. He's got ace king of spades.
And with a hand like that, he just might grab that chip lead back.
And he's raising. Makes it 100,000 to go. Matador out, and the Belmore bluffer now with a queen jack. And he's going to make this call. WPT champion Vivek out. To the flop we go.
Flop of 6-10-9 is an awful lot better for Alan Sternberg, having flopped 2 overcards in an open-ended straight draw, than it is for Stephen Kelly, who, with his ace high, is kind of in an awkward position on a lot of turn and rivers.
Well, Alan has checked it, and Stephen Kelly with the continuation bet. Looks like 120,000, and a very casual call by Sternberg to the turn. Oh, wow, look at this. It's a king of clubs making kings for Kelly, and an absolute cinch at the time for Alan Sternberg with the straight. Alan has checked it, and Stephen has bet it. 260,000.
Yeah, Stephen doesn't know how much trouble that card actually puts him in.
And here comes the re-raise by Alan. Makes it 650 to go.
Here, not only does he have the best hand, but he's got a texture here where it looks like he can represent so many hands that have yet to get there.
Now, these are the 2 chip leaders going at it.
If I'm Stephen, I'm calling and evaluating on the river to try and make my decision as to whether I'm going to call down what I think might be a semi-bluff.
Those yellow plaques are worth 100,000 each. He is re-raised.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what he's hoping to accomplish with this re-raise as it reopens the betting.
Well, he just thinks he's in front. Top pair, ace kicker.
I'm all in.
And there, Alan Sternberg with the cinch at this time goes all in. Makes Stephen go away.
And this would be the problem with 3-betting a turn like that.
I was hoping to smooth call draw.
Especially if Alan can ever semi-bluff that turn, then popping it up again there is a total disaster.
This is the largest live tournament cash for Alan.
Not acting like he's very calm.
Yeah.
Even when things aren't going his way, just in stride.
All right, back to the felt.
All in.
Matador now with an ace-7. He's on the short stack, and he goes all in with ace-high. Couple folds. Only one to beat is Stephen Kelly. And Kelly's got a king-queen offsuit.
I call.
Wow, and Stephen Kelly's going to call it.
Wow, kind of a loose call, especially when you're against Mike Matador, who, for the most part, outside of his bluff, has been the tightest guy on the table.
Matador mumbling to himself. He knows he's a slight favorite, but anything can happen. So Stephen Kelly's friends and fans, they are chanting bounty. They know he has taken out 3 bounties in the Spade 101 so far.
Truly, he's been the Boba Fett of the tournament, Vince.
And here we go with the flop. 6-5-3. Good for Matador. His ace-high still out in front. To the turn we go. It's a deuce, also a good card for Matador. And he's feeling it right now.
He can dodge 6 outs on the river. Matador's sticking around.
As his buddy Phil Helmuth up on the rail, rooting him on. He's got to sweat one more card. Can Matador double up? We will see. Yes, he's done it. 4 clubs, makes it straight.
High fives all around.
We're back, baby. This is my time. Don't worry. We're coming back.
Mike the Mouth can talk again. Taking a pretty good one from Stephen Kelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mike the Mouth Matador.
I don't want to know what second place is. I don't want to know what third place is. I have no idea what it is. I don't care. I just want the title. For me to be in the Hall of Fame and for me to secure my legacy, I have to win a WPT title. I've won everything else. That's it. I know you're not going to get many more chances. These are tough to win. And when you got a shot to win them, you got to get the gold. I've said this before. I think I'm going to win. I promise you. I can't lose today. Of course I'm going to win today, man. My legacy as a poker player, it has to say Mike Matador, World Poker Tour champion. I got to get it done. That's it. I got to get it done.
Yes!
This is my time.
It's my time, boys and girls. My time.
If you want to get in on the action anytime, anywhere, download WPT Texas Hold'em for your mobile device today. WPT Texas Hold'em, sometimes the game's too good to leave behind. I'm here with our Club WPT qualifier, Richard Creamer.
Correct.
Congratulations
Thank
on
you.
making it here. I understand you're sitting it with Scotty Wynn right now.
I am. I'm enjoying every minute of it.
You had to beat out 2,700 other people to get your spot here at Bay 101. What is it like for you?
This is amazing. I've been looking forward to it for months and months and months. I hadn't slept in 2 nights. And I'm excited.
I have to admit that one of my favorite parts of each tour stop is getting to meet players like Richard Creamer, who won his seat into the Bay 101 Shooting Star by playing on ClubWPT.com. For $19.95 a month, you too can play in unlimited tournaments where you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes, including seats in WPT tournaments. It's easy to do. Just go to ClubWPT.com to join, and you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. And who knows, maybe I'll meet you at the next stop on the WPT. Action's ready to resume, so let's get back to the game.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. And right now, the Belmore bluffer, Alan Sternberg, quickly fold to now Vivek Rajkumar, WPT champ, with a pair of 10s. And he's going to raise, makes it 115 to go. Stephen Kelly out.
Matador peers down at a queen-9 suited, and he and Vivek are actually our 2 current short stacks. So neither has a lot of room to maneuver with.
Matador is going to call. So we got queen-9 up against a pair of 10s. Here's the flop.
900.
Ace 4-9, and Matador getting a 9 right there, and he's going to check it. Vivek with the 10s. He's got to be wary of that ace hitting, though, but he's going to bet 75,000.
Again, using a very small continuation bet on these kind of flops.
Mike the mouth. Wow, he's raised.
Check raised a third of his stack.
Made it 300,000, but a quick call by Vivek.
Yeah, yet again demonstrating that he simply is not going to believe people who check raise him on boards like this.
5 of diamonds on the turn. That slows Mike Matador down. They both check. Oh, a 9 on the river. What a card for Matador. Hitting his 3 of a kind. Wow, you do everything wrong, and you get rewarded for it, Tony.
Does work out that way sometimes.
Mullen.
And he, with his short stack, says all in.
Oof, nasty spot for Vivek. He's thinking, if Mike wanted to bluff me, wouldn't he have moved in on the turn?
How much is it?
This is Vivek Rajkumar's 3rd WPT final table just last week. He was in 2nd place at the LAPC. That's back-to-back final tables. Just incredible.
It's a 9 or nothing, right? It's a 9 or nothing.
He's having difficulty finding a lot of hands that beat him, but he's also having difficulty finding a lot of hands that he could beat, because in theory, most of those that are just a total bluff are going to move in on the turn.
Oh, he has got a problem. Is he going to pay off Matador?
An even bigger problem for Vivek is that because he's so short to start the hand, he'd have to call off for almost all his remaining chips.
Yeah, you're right, and he finally does the right thing, makes the nice lay down. He just got outdrawn on the river, and Mike Matador builds up his chip stack.
You might not know him yet, but trust me, Dan Cates is one of the hottest names in poker. His online poker success is the stuff that legends are made of, and now he's bringing his skills to the live arena. In only his first WPT event, I sat down with a poker player known as Jungle Man for this edition of 5 Questions. This was your first WPT event. How have you been adjusting to the live tournament scene?
I feel like I've been adjusting pretty well, but I haven't won one.
Are you a competitive person?
I don't settle for 90th percentile. I try to be 99th percentile or even higher. I really just extremely competitive at whatever I do.
It's so interesting because people are getting better and better and better, but like, where does it stop? It's poker. How good can you really get?
The biggest thing is just being in the loop, so to speak, putting in the volume and putting in hands. If you become really complacent, don't play any, in a year's time, you might find yourself like behind the trend.
So you say you've had some pretty big swings. What are we talking about?
The biggest swing I've had actually occurred recently. I was down, I was stuck about 1.4 million, and that was significantly larger than any downswing I've had.
Do you understand to most people that is completely outrageous?
Yeah, well, the good news is I still have more money.
Would you still say you're constantly evolving your game?
There are many times in which I felt like, wow, I've got this game figured out, sometimes in which I didn't at all. So, perception, it's not that close to reality a lot of the time.
Well, I didn't realize Will Ferrell was playing poker.
You're right, Vince. He does have a bit of a likeness, and what people might not know about Dan Cates is he actually might be making more money than Will Ferrell, as he was the largest winner in online poker last year, taking home over $5 million. And considering his talent, it wouldn't surprise me if we start seeing him on WPT final tables in the near future.
Very impressive. All right, back to this. Alan Sternberg quickly folds it.
All in.
And look at this. Vivek Rajkumar going all in with King Jack.
How much is it?
Stephen Kelly right behind him with a King Queen. He's pondering this.
750. Mullen.
Wow. He's going in.
I'm gonna call him.
You're gonna call? Show your hand. Show your hand.
I'm folding.
Yeah, show your hand though. Just show it.
I was gonna call you.
Well, Matador has gone out.
It's not good for me.
He had the same hand Stephen Kelly did.
It's great for me.
Well, one queen's gone.
Wow. Well, this is the notorious hand that knocked out Mike Sexton earlier.
We saw that one King Queen got folded, so Vivek feels a little bit better about his chances. Can he slam out a jack just as Mike Matador did earlier to Mike Sexton?
Nice hand, Steve.
It's not over.
The dream of Vivek's two-time WPT championship on the line right now as he's behind with his King Jack. Here's the flop, and the flop comes up ace, 3, deuce. Stephen Kelly out in front with his King Queen. Love to bust out Vivek and a 7 of diamonds. That's also good for Stephen Kelly.
Where do you guys want to go for sushi? You guys want to go?
He's already planning his sushi run.
Doing dinner plans. 10 of hearts on the river.
Rightfully so. He's going to be available to make those dinner plans.
And that's going to wrap it up for Vivek Rajkumar. Can't make his luck hold up. Going to pick up $295,000.
And a hug from Mike Matador.
That is as good as it gets. He's a great champion. A lot of class that young man has, and he'll be around for a while.
With Vivek Rajkumar out in 4th place, let's see how it affects the Season 9 WPT Player of the Year standings. Vivek jumps into 2nd place, just 100 points shy of leader Andy Frankenberger. There are still a handful of events to be played before the season-ending WPT World Championship at Bellagio. But for now, 3 players still remain in contention for the $1 million first-place prize and the Bay 101 Shooting Star title. We'll be right back with more from San Jose, so stay tuned.
We're here for the Bay 101 Shooting Star. This event was created by Marco Trapani. We lost him last year.
Marco, what he created here with the Bounty Shootout Tournament and how they treat the players, there's not a better place to play cards. It's just so much fun.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour with the Bay 101 Shooting Star. 3 players remain. And this is the tournament where we have bounties. You knock out a big-name poker player and you get $5,000. We have 1 bounty left here. That's Mike Matador. As he looks down at a Jack 8 and folds. And now the chip leader, Alan Sternberg, with a King 8, is going to raise. Makes it $160,000 to go.
Not backing down on the aggression, but Stephen Kelly's picked up a pair of 5s, and we know he's not going anywhere.
We're going to see a flop. And it's a good one for Alan Sternberg. Pair of kings on the flop.
And just as he would bet a lot of his bluffs here, he's going to go ahead and have to bet his good hands too, especially considering there's a lot of draws out there that Stephen could be calling down with.
Well, he's bet $125,000. Stephen is not going anywhere. He's making the call. Turn card, and 8 makes 2 pair for Alan Sternberg.
If he wasn't confident in his hand before, he's certainly feeling good about it now. And I like that it looks like he's going to just go ahead and fire again here. I feel that no point in really checking. People are so aggressive blind versus blind that there's so many draws that Stephen could have that the bet's the right move.
And he's bet $275,000. Stephen Kelly's calling with the 5s. And the river card, 9 of diamonds, pairs the board.
And if Alan believes that Stephen was calling down with a 9, then it's a disaster card.
Well, Alan has checked. He is wary of the 9.
Yeah. Additionally, that counterfeits Alan's 2 pair. So if Stephen had something like a King 10 or a King Jack, all of a sudden he's got the best hand.
Yeah, Stephen Kelly has bet $425,000 with just a pair of 5s.
That river is terrible. Very terrible.
Alan talking to himself.
Yeah. And now he's just hoping, wow, does Steven have a Jack-10 or a Queen-Jack or some spades that he played very passively? Because otherwise, I'm beat.
A lot of money in the pot, though. This is a $425,000 bet. Wow.
Nice play by Steven, turning a pair into a bluff there. He likes to show one of his fives.
King 5 is good.
No, it wasn't. Stephen Kelly, very shrewd bet on the river. Nicely done.
The Bay 101 shooting star celebrates poker players who have made a big name for themselves by putting a $5,000 bounty on their head. This season, 2 of our 10 ones to watch, Jason Mercier and reigning WPT Player of the Year Faraz Jaka, were selected as shooting stars. So how did Jason, Faraz, and the rest of our ones to watch fare in this tournament? Find out now in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Well, yeah, that's the double fist hump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible. I just want to win one of these bitches.
Coming to get you. Through day one, kind of can't win the tournament, but you can lose the tournament.
I'm here with Faraz Jaka, who went deep in this event last year. He's back as a shooting star.
Yep.
You have a bounty on your head.
Yep.
Season 8, Player of the Year, Faraz Jaka.
But I think the bounties are a really cool idea.
I think it promotes for a lot of play, and it's a really cool concept. I'm also hoping to get Jason Mercier's bounty, so I'm just kind of like waiting for the kill. I'm gonna let other people just kind of chip away at him a little bit. It's not about that. It's not about that. Jason?
I would like a signed T-shirt by Phil Ivey, ideally. That's my ultimate goal.
There's a lot of people obviously going to be gunning for me because there's 5K on my head.
Faraz Jaka is an interesting character with an even more interesting game.
You know, he's one of the craziest guys on the circuit, that's for sure.
A lot of people when at the poker table, they're focused on strategy, on math, on psychology, who they're playing against. All I'm really thinking about is trying to piss people off.
He plays a lot of hands and constantly raising and just taking unconventional lines.
I just think about the game differently. I'm just kind of more hardcore psychology. I've learned the basic fundamentals, just what's necessary to play at this level, but I'm really kind of doing my own thing.
You just have to watch what he's doing because not only is it entertaining, but you also just need to be prepared because he's going to try and do something crazy to you.
Take that. Everyone's calling every single hand I'm in, and I usually work off people's fear, and in this case, they're just licking their chops with that 5K bounty. Don't be surprised if you see me bust in like 10 minutes, and don't be surprised if you see me chip leader.
Knockout Faraz Jaka.
Enjoy the t-shirt.
So these potential superstars still have a shot to make their mark, and we'll continue to follow their progress. But for now, we'll be right back with more action from the Bay 101 shooting star in just a moment. Welcome back to San Jose and the Bay 101 shooting star. San Jose is home to the fabled Silicon Valley, and this week at Bay 101, CEOs and tech titans from around the Bay Area put their poker skills to the test against a number of poker pros in the inaugural Silicon Valley Poker Challenge. And when the boardroom meets the poker room, you'll never believe the wildness that ensues.
Straight!
Oh, did you hear running trips?
And I love it. Poker pros versus the tech titans. Bring it.
That's part of the reason it makes this exciting, is not just to have a bunch of techies and geeks and Silicon Valley executives.
First time playing with pros ever, or playing in any tournament ever.
You know, when you put together an event that can create awareness for an organization like Build and have the pros and a bunch of tech titans there, it's a beautiful thing.
We help high school students who are at risk for dropping out of high school, graduating, go to college, and we use entrepreneurship.
It's always great to play for charity. That's the best time to play. That's when I bring out my A game.
The question isn't which guy will knock out first, it's how many guys will knock out.
Then the master is going down tonight.
Please shuffle up and deal. Shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players.
Yes!
They definitely have a clue what's going on.
Some woman said she was an amateur, but she totally called me down on my bluff.
Poker and business, a lot of similarities. I mean, you got to take risks, you got to have a good game plan, think ahead, and have a lot of strategy.
You have to make the best decisions you can with the information you have, and when you have conviction, put it all in.
I have the best read on Helmuth ever. I have a read on you, Phil.
Boom! That's how quick it happened. Boom!
And Brickel has been eliminated.
Nice job, man.
Helmuth wins my bounty.
Dunst. I got his bounty, so ha! In your face, Tony.
Seem like nice guys, but we barely played any poker.
They
got me.
They busted me out of here.
Had a blast. But it teaches me that I don't belong with the poker pros. I'll stick to what I do.
Aye. Well done.
It used to be the poker pros and the tech titans. Now it's all the tech titans.
635. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Congratulations, everybody.
Oh, no, it's a king. Wow. It's a 10. 10s and 6s, and Jack is your champion. Cheers, everyone.
You know, I thought we would see more of those CEOs come over and playing in the main event, but when I told them the first prize was $1 million, they made what I think was a scoffing noise.
Not enough, huh?
No, apparently not.
Not a bad room to borrow some money. We had some fun, Tony, but right now we're down to these 3 players. And these are 10,000 blinds are going up to 40 and 80. Action on Alan Sternberg. With the button, he's got a king, queen of hearts. Gonna raise, makes it 180 to go. Stephen Kelly, 21 years old. Chip leader goes out, and now Mike the Mouth Mattisau.
I'm all in.
Wow.
Ooh, not a fan of this one.
With just a 9 deuce, Mike Mattisau's gone all in.
I'm all for aggression, but you can wait for a better hand than this, especially when you just jammed on the guy a few hands ago.
Well, Allen is called. The bluff potentially backfiring for Mike the Mouth Mattisau.
Yeah, that's the problem with moving in with garbage. When you're called, you really don't have a lot of ways to get there.
Mattisau's dream of becoming a WPT champion after 5 times on the line right now. He's a dog to take down his hand.
They said I got no balls. Gotta get them balls going.
He needs a suck out here.
I'm not worried. It's home. I'm there.
Look at him. He's unshaken. I'm there. Oh, you're not there.
Yeah, the flop comes up queen, 10-6.
I need diamond.
As Alan Sternberg hits his queens on the flop.
Jack of diamonds would be good.
Well, he has backdoor draws, I guess.
Anything can happen on the WPT. And the turn card comes up, and look at this. It's a 4 diamonds.
Ooh, this makes Mattisau very much alive, and we've known from previous in this final table that he's a man capable of hitting a river.
He's got a shot here with a diamond. He could pull off the miracle.
This is my time.
Mike the Mouth Mattisau needs a diamond. Will he get it? No. Deuce of hearts, not to be.
Good luck.
Mattisau is out.
Well, Vince, Mike Mattisau is going to be our 3rd place finisher, take home $369,000.
It's always a great effort, always fun to see him play. He's a new kind of player. Mike the Mouth, his 5th time out on the WPT final table, but it's not to be. He's out in 3rd place, and he signs the T-shirt.
Good sport that he is, though. Very fun guy to play poker with.
Always riveting to watch him play.
I really did.
As Alan Sternberg makes the bounty of $5,000 by knocking out another bounty here.
That's right. Last one remaining in the field.
And right now, Mike Mattisau talking to Matt Savage.
You were so patient, and then in that last hand, you kind of got caught with your pants down a little bit.
No, not really. I thought I saw something on him, and that time there, it just didn't work out.
Well, you're a crowd favorite. You got a lot of fans behind you, so hope to see you on the next stop.
Hey, it was fun, man. I mean, you don't get that many chances, but hey, what the hell? I play good. For all them people, for all them people out there that say that I can't pull the trigger, you know, I pulled the trigger twice.
All right, Mike. Congratulations.
It was fun, man.
All right,
thanks, brother.
Mike Mattisau won't be getting his WPT title tonight. He's out in 3rd place. Now it's down to Stephen Kelly and Alan Sternberg to do battle for the Bay 101 Shooting Star title, so stay tuned.
It's now time for a great tradition here at the WPT. Heads-up play is about to begin, so like Mike Sexton always says, show us the money.
Oh, yeah. And out come the Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models Katrina, Sunisa, Melissa, and Jen.
What a sight we have here tonight, Vince. All the cash on the table, the girls, the Bay 101 trophy, though I think it's pretty obvious where I'm probably staring.
Yes, also the WPT Champions bracelet. So much on the line here tonight. Over $1 million to the winner. We got Stephen Kelly out of Camarillo, California versus Alan Sternberg, the 25-year-old from Belmore, New York, going after the first WPT title here tonight. Here we go. Stephen Kelly with 6.3 million. Alan Sternberg with 6.1. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. And on the first hand, Alan Sternberg with a 9-8 of clubs. Gonna raise, makes it 200,000.
Going into a fairly deep stack heads up with both guys almost exactly even in chips.
And Stephen Kelly with a 9-7 of hearts. Bold, aggressive play. Continues, because Stephen Kelly has popped it. Makes it 560,000. And Alan not going anywhere. He's made the call.
I do like the call by Alan. He knows that Steven's capable of 3-betting light pre-flop. He's in position. He's got a hand that flops very well.
Well, look at this flop, 10-8-5, and that is 8s for Sternberg, and Stephen Kelly with the open-ended straight draw. And it's on the 21-year-old Stephen Kelly. He's gonna bet out 470 grand.
Naturally, we're not gonna see Alan go anywhere on this flop. And Steven's got enough of a piece of it. He's likely planning on firing multiple barrels. Either gets there or doesn't get there.
And the Belmore bluffer is going to make the call with his 8s. Nice call.
Yep.
Turn card coming up. And it's the 5 of hearts. It pairs the board.
Pretty big dud and a much better card for Alan Sternberg than it is Stephen Kelly. And it looks like Steven's going to reach anyway. I still like his bet here considering he's open-ended and check calling is not a very viable option.
21 years old. He has guts. He's got chips, and he's betting 1.1 million.
Now it's up to Alan to decide, do I think this guy 3-bet a 5 pre-flop? Otherwise, the only hands that he could really have that are beating me are big pairs. So do I think he has a big pair that he just 3-bet pre-flop?
Alan says, I'm calling you.
Yeah.
With the 8s, and the river card is a 10, pairs the 10s.
And a horrible card for Steven to try and keep bluffing. Now, all the draws have missed. If Alan was calling him down with a 10, he'll never get away with it.
Well, they both check.
Yeah, I like that Steven decided to abandon his bluff here. And just like that, Alan Sternberg becomes our chip leader once again.
Well, Alan Sternberg had the guts to stick around with just 8s. That is going to hurt. That is a huge pot.
It is indeed.
Alan staying very cool and collected.
Has been throughout the final table, even when things were going really wrong for him.
Got in this tournament through a $600 satellite online.
Incredible. Now he's just one man away from $1 million.
Stephen Kelly first to play. He's got a 5-4, but he's got a raise. Makes it 250 to go.
Yeah, most of all, what he has is the button. And in a heads-up match, that normally means you're raising.
That's right. And Alan Sternberg with a 6-3 of clubs, he will play.
Yeah, he's not going to be folding a lot of suited and semi-connecting hands out of the big blind in a heads-up match.
Okay, here's the flop. 10-4-3. Kelly with a pair of 4s, Sternberg with a pair of 3s. Alan's going to bet 225,000.
Naturally, Steven's going nowhere with his second pair, especially on a texture like that.
Well, the turn card is a 5 of clubs, makes 2 pair for Stephen Kelly. And now Sternberg with a straight draw and a pair of 3s. He has checked it.
Yeah, I like his check here. It's really bad for him if he gets blown off his hand, if he's got enough showdown value here that he can check call confidently, knowing that there's going to be some semi-bluffs in Steven's range.
Well, Steven going to bet with his 2 pair, 675,000.
I don't think we're going to see Alan get away from his hand quite yet here. He knows Steven could potentially be semi-bluffing. He knows that Steven might float him on the flop because he doesn't believe a little donk bet on such a raggy board. Plus, he's got the pair in the open and straight draw.
You're correct, Tony. He's making the call. Love to hit his straight.
Certainly make his life a lot easier on the river.
Big pot happening now. Here's the river card. King of hearts, 3 hearts out there now.
Pretty scary for Alan, who at this point I would think if he was checking is always giving up, but instead looks like he's going to lead out with a bluff here.
This is a gutsy young player from New York. He's betting, wow, 1.2 million.
And that's a large portion of Stephen Kelly's remaining stack.
He's got 2 pair though.
And he's got to ask himself, would Alan take this line with hearts?
You got like 10 jack of hearts.
So it's really about Steven deciding, does Alan have the hearts here? Because I can't imagine he's betting a lot of other hands other than hearts or bluffs.
I agree. If you think through this, wouldn't he have played 4 hearts on the flop differently? I believe he would. Stephen might be able to figure out this puzzle because he's got 2 pair. It would be a nice call.
Hand in the folding motion, though.
We don't like that. No! He's folded the winner, but you got to give credit to the New Yorker.
It absolutely demonstrates the power of aggression.
So Alan Sternberg takes down that pot. What a week of poker at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. We're coming back with more action in just a moment.
Welcome back to Heads Up Action at the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Since Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst is busy sitting in for 6th place finisher Mike Sexton, we looked around the room and thought, who should give us the raw deal? Well, one face stood out in the crowd. He has 11 WSOP bracelets and a very strong opinion on the correct way to play. So tonight, we're lucky to have Mr. Phil Helmuth bring us this edition of the Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Sometimes you can establish the tightest table image ever and still get picked off when you make a big move. That's what happened to my friend Mike the Mouth Matador earlier at this final table. I'm Phil Helmuth, 11-time world champion of poker. Let's break it down. With the blinds 15 and 30,000, Matador opened under the gun to $70,000 with ace-10 offsuit, and Sternberg called with pocket 4s. Matador's check on the turn works because it looks like ace-10 is no longer the best hand if it ever was. Sternberg then bet $125,000 because he thought that he had the best hand and that Matador was weak. I like Sternberg's bet for 2 reasons. First, by betting here, he freezes Matador from making a bigger size bet on the river if Matador had, say, a pocket pair higher than Sternberg's, like jacks or 10s. Second, he protects his hand from losing by forcing Matador to fold hands like ace-queen. And believe me, you need a lot of protection with 2 4s on a king 9-9-6 board. I love Matador's $200,000 raise in the turn to represent he was holding something, but I would have really loved it if he would have made it $400,000 or $500,000 more, which would have put a ton of pressure on Sternberg and may have gotten the job done. I love Matador's $500,000 bluff on the river for 4 reasons. First, Matador had a good read. In fact, he told me later after the hand that he thought that Sternberg had a small pocket pair. Second, Matador had not attempted a bluff yet at the final table, or basically the day before. He had the strongest, tightest image ever. The bluff should have worked. Third, Matador bet the right amount. In other words, he bet like he had ace-king or king-queen or king-jack. Fourth, Matador's $500,000 river bet showed a ton of heart and courage. I mean, he fired 3 barrels. And ask Mike Sexton, firing 3 barrels takes a lot of courage. But folks, give Sternberg maximum credit here for a great read. He called a 3-barrel bluff with a small pair. Believe me, I'm the best in the business at reads like that, and I know that is a tough thing to do. To sum up, Matador set up his table image perfectly, but sometimes even the strongest bluff can get caught by an even stronger read.
How do you do that? You played him like a fiddle.
Tony, thanks for letting me do the raw deal. I like your style, but kid, when you win 11 bracelets like me, you can lose the tie also.
I do agree with Helmuth that Alan Sternberg made a great call down, and that it was really the play that put him in a position to win this tournament.
All right, back to the table we go. The blinds are 60 and 120. There's Stephen Kelly. He's got an ace-queen with the button. And he's going to move it up to 240,000 to go. And the New Yorker looks down at a 10-8 of spades. Now look at this. He's throwing in, over a couple million.
It's not all in, but I
he puts out almost enough to put Stephen Kelly on.
Yeah,
and he says, oh, you know, I didn't quite put enough to put them all in, but whatever he's got left, I'll call it off.
All of Stephen's chips are in. And Stephen Kelly is the favorite, of course. Ace-queen up against 10-8.
Sit and watch. I can't look. I can't look.
Comes down to this.
Yep.
Can Alan Sternberg suck out to become a WPT champion?
The brawler from Belmore, New York, with the opportunity of a lifetime. 5 cards to come. And the flop comes up a queen. Beautiful for Stephen Kelly. He's got queens. But Alan has a pair of 8s.
Well, Stevens flopped top pair like he was hoping for, but he's not entirely secure, as Alan can still hit a 10, 8, or make a backdoor straight.
All right, 4th Street is a 7, pairs the board.
That's a good card.
Brilliant card for Stephen Kelly. Takes away pretty much all of Alan's outs, leaving with him just 2 outs.
Alan would need a miracle. If he gets that miracle, he's a WPT champion. We're going down to the last card.
Oh, man!
He catches the 8. He gets the miracle.
Wow.
He takes the title.
Wow, and Stephen Kelly is just devastated. A number of dramatic river cards we have seen here tonight, Vince.
Wow. He's done it. Alan Sternberg, the biggest suck out of the night and probably of the season, has taken down his title.
Got to be the biggest suck out of his life, Vince. Well, while Alan's getting high fives on the rail, we've got second place finisher Stephen Kelly standing by with Matt Savage.
A pretty sick beat there on the end.
Yeah, it was pretty rough. It happens. It's part of poker.
Only 21 years old. You got a pretty bright future ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the upcoming WPT events.
Well, thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for our new champion at Bay 101, Alan Sternberg.
So tonight we add another name to the record books as Alan Sternberg lifts his glass in the traditional WPT Champions Toast, and we celebrate the conclusion of one of the most unique tournaments on the tour, the Bay 101 Shooting Star. And right now I'm being joined by the freshly minted WPT champion, Alan Sternberg, who has just made his way up here from the arena. Congratulations. What a remarkable feat, Alan. Up until now, your biggest cash has been $110,000. Tonight, you're taking home $1 million. What does this mean for you?
I don't know. It's an amazing accomplishment. I didn't expect it.
Yeah. Well, nice work.
Thank you.
Once again, congratulations to Alan Sternberg, the newest Bay 101 Shooting Star champion. Please join us next time for WPT's coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. From San Jose, California, I'm Kimberly Lansing. And for Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Mike Sexton, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In America's Heartland, a Hall of Famer tries to continue the run of a lifetime. One of our own goes from online to the big time, and one young poker pro is out to prove he's the only one to watch. The final table of the Hollywood Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Last season, it was Carlos Mortensen who won his 3rd WPT title right here in Indiana. This season, it's another titan of the game, Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, who comes to the table on a historic heater, having won over $4 million and 3 separate titles in the last 4 months alone. Eric may be the biggest story, but he is by no means the only one. In fact, for all the multiple storylines in this tournament, you'd be forgiven for thinking you were in the other Hollywood. But there was no make-believe here. The battle to reach this final table was very real indeed. On day 1 of the Hollywood Poker Open, many top pros were hoping that the other big names would not make the trip out to Indiana. But those dreams were quickly dashed as pro after pro took their seat, making for an exceptionally deep field, all drawn by the money, the WPT title, and another great honor.
You know, I'm trying to be the player of the year. I'm trying to put myself in the best position. Plus, it's like a big home game. You can come play with the pros, you know?
Ones to watch, Joseph Chung wasted no time busting the first player of the day, and soon after, after sent Festa Ao Lago champion Randall Flowers to the rail. All this before the first level was over. Joseph quickly had a starting stack of over 120,000, while his fellow Season 9 ones to watch was going in the opposite direction. William Reynolds found himself on the short stack after a rough start. Amazingly, after a quick ascent, Joseph Chung's chip stack plummeted and he busted out before play stopped for the night.
Like I said, even the triple stack can disappear in the same day.
The day ended with high-stakes cash game player Ali Aslami in first place with 147,000 in chips, Foxwoods Poker Open finalist Tom Marchese in third, and Club WPT.com online qualifier Andy Whetstone in 11th. Andy, who won his seat to this tournament for free online, had set a realistic goal for someone who'd never played in a live tournament before.
I feel like if I can get in the top 30, it'll be a real success.
With registration open until the start of day 2, several players took advantage, including local player Mike Scarborough, who had already won 2 preliminary events at the Hollywood Casino, and Andy Frankenberger, the current Player of the Year leader.
The reason why I decided to come out here was the Player of the Year title. Other players actually are very close as well.
After thriving on day 1, Andy Whetstone was put to the test early as he took a seat next to one of the greatest tournament players of all time, WPT champion Erik Seidel.
First hand I play, I go heads up against Erik Seidel. And luckily, won the hand, and I needed to win it, so he hopefully just doesn't walk on me the whole day.
As the field got smaller, Andy Whetstone found himself at a new table. Andy had barely sat down when he woke up with pocket aces and was all in versus 2-time WPT champ Hoyt Corkin.
Raise all in or call?
Andy had the lead, but had to dodge Hoyt's spade flush draw. No help on the turn, and the river sent Hoyt home, and the Club WPT.com qualifier found himself among the chip leaders. But Andy was just getting started in back-to-back hands. Andy knocked out Dean Churches and Luke Stoudemire.
Good luck, guys.
Sending his chip stack to well over 300,000 and into the chip lead. The day ended with 27 players remaining. Erik Seidel finished second in chips with Bay 101 finalist Stephen Kelly in third. Mike Scarborough made up for missing day 1 with an impressive 7th place finish. Andy's strong day 2 had him reevaluating the goal he set on day 1.
My goal yesterday was to make the top 30. Thinking now, I think I'm just going to play it real conservative and try to get in the money.
With play moved to the Hollywood Casino's poker room, the final 27 took their seats on day 3. After a rough start on day 1, William Reynolds started day 3 in the middle of the pack with around 70,000 in chips. He was in far better shape than his roommate and good friend Tom Marchese, who was down to his original starting stack and in 26th place out of 27 players. But a few good hands changed his fortune.
Yeah, I came into the day with just 30,000 chips, and now I have over 170,000, so pretty much the best level ever, so feeling pretty good.
One of the first victims of the day was Andy Frankenberger, who was unable to add any points to his Player of the Year lead when he was all in pre-flop with King 3 of clubs and was called by local player Carrick Terrell's Ace King.
Well, that was quick. Good luck, guys.
But before Carrick had time to enjoy Andy's chips, he was all in and busted by Hall of Famer Erik Seidel.
Good luck, guys.
Seidel, who in 2011 was running one of the hottest streaks in the history of poker, continued to chip up as the field got smaller. As we reached the final 2 tables, the possibility of making it into the top 12 and in the money grew closer and closer for Club WPT.com qualifier Andy Whetstone.
Well, we're getting close. We're, I think, 17 players left and 5 more to go to get the money. And I sure would love to make that final table, but this group of guys, I don't know. We'll just have to see how it goes.
William Reynolds was cruising through day 3 when he was on the receiving end of one of the rarest occurrences in poker, an Alan Kessler bluff.
One bluff for the whole tournament.
No way.
You'll never see it again.
After shaking it off, William was quickly in a huge hand with Ali Aslami. William 4-bet pre-flop. Ali called to see the flop. William let out with a $36,000 bet, which Ali re-raised to $94,000. William went all in for an additional $102,000. Ali tanked and eventually called with his 5 high flush draw.
I call.
William faded the turn and the river, doubled up, and took over the chip lead.
That one got the blood flowing a little bit.
Stephen Kelly burst the bubble when he knocked out Ben Tollerine. The remaining 12 players would earn at least $22,000 for their efforts.
I can breathe finally and maybe play a hand.
Plans to end the day with 10 players were not to be, as Alan Kessler knocked out Amanda Musumeci in 11th place, while Steve Barshak at the second table ended Stephen Kelly's dreams of back-to-back final tables. As the final 9 players counted up their chips, it was poker pro Steve Barshak who found himself in first place with over $600,000 in chips. Close behind was William Reynolds in second and Eric Seidel in third. Although on the short stack in 9th place, the happiest player in the room was Andy Whetstone, whose incredible journey continued with the goal of making the TV final table within reach. With only 3 players to lose, day 4 looked to be a short day, but surviving it would not be easy. The first casualty of the day was local player Terry Jacobs against Mike Scarborough.
Fellas, good luck to you. I enjoyed it.
Mike would also claim the next victim. After calling Alan Kessler's flop bet with middle pair and a gut shot, Mike spiked a jack on the turn to complete his straight. He went all in on the river and got Alan to call with top pair, and he was eliminated in 8th place.
I run really bad on these tables. I don't know what it is.
It wasn't the short stack Andy Whetstone who would be the TV bubble boy, as 2 huge stacks clashed for the biggest pot of the tournament. With the Royal Flush girls watching, William Reynolds turned over pocket queens and was in the lead against Steve Barshak's ace king. A queen on the river gave William a full house and sent Steve packing in 7th place. With that pot, William Reynolds became the first ones to watch to make a WPT final table in season 9.
Yes, chip leader!
But to win a WPT title, William would now have to overcome a local, a legend, a fortunate amateur, a cash game pro, and potentially his toughest opponent, his roommate. Great players all, but how about that Andy Whetstone? Talk about a Cinderella story. He wins his seat online for free, and now he's on TV going for a WPT title against the most successful player in tournament poker history. Amazing. Right now, let's turn to the experts, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts at the start of this final?
Well, Kimberly, Poker Hall of Famer Eric Seidel is the class of the table, and he's on an amazing run. But he's not the only one running good at this final table. Local player Mike Scarborough won 2 preliminary events here at the Hollywood Poker Open prior to this championship event. And Tom Marchese is the reigning card player, Player of the Year. You might say this final table is the battle of the running good. But right now, nobody is running as good as Eric Seidel.
And Vince, I know it's a long shot, but can Andy Whetstone possibly fulfill his dream here?
Well, Kimberly, it's going to be tough. And let's face it, he's on an extreme short stack. You know, he's a good player. He's going to need a lot of luck to defy the odds and come back and win. But he's a great guy, a family man, and he has a lot of faith, so we will see. But what about William Reynolds? This is the 22-year-old chip leader at this point. The guys, they call him the milkman. And the question is, will the milkman be milking too fast when he churns the butter, or will he take down his first WPT title? We will see.
Thank you, gentlemen. Right now, standing by on the floor is WPT sideline reporter and well-respected tournament director Matt Savage with one of our players. Matt?
You know, starting this final table with a chip lead has to be pretty exciting for your first cash and your first World Poker Tour final table.
Yeah, it's a great relief to not be on the short stack. I get to use my chip stack with a little bit of leverage and hopefully never lose that chip lead and just continue to bring the pain and try to get that first World Poker Tour title.
You got a good buddy here at the final table with you, Tom Marchese. What are your thoughts going against him?
Well, you know, I like Tom a lot, but I really don't want him to accumulate any chips, otherwise he'll be a pain.
Are you out to bust him?
Yeah, if anyone's going to bust him, it might as well be me.
All right, well, good luck, guys.
Yep.
We are just about ready to start the final table of the Hollywood Poker Open from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game, brought to you by ClubWPT.com right after this.
Eric Seidel gonna call here.
Eric Seidel, the man, no myth, all legend. He wants to continue his year of success.
Yeah, this year I've gotten on a bit of a roll. I won the 250K buy-in in Australia. I won the high roller at LAPC, and I won the NBC Heads Up.
Eric Seidel is a beast.
He's a legend in the poker community, and he's going to really make you work for every chip.
For me, it's a matter of competing well and having the feeling that you played as well as you could. Hopefully, I don't make too many donkey plays and things go well.
So there you see him, the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, the most successful tournament player in poker history.
And our chip leader right now, William Reynolds. They call him the Milkman. He's got over 1.1 million in chips. And let's get started. The antes will start at $500, blinds $2,500 and $5,000. And the winner tonight's going to take home over $273,000 in cash.
Action's going to be on the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, the only player in WPT history that's cashed all 9 seasons. He's out. High-stakes player Ali Elazami out as well.
Tom Marchese, this is his second appearance at a final table on the World Poker Tour. Finished 3rd at Foxwoods earlier in the season, and he's going to raise. Makes it 10,000 to go, but Mike Scarborough right behind him.
Makes the call with 10-9 of diamonds.
Now, William Reynolds.
He's the one to watch on the WPT. He's out. Andy Whetstone, the clubwpt.com qualifier, out as well. So, heads-up action. Here we go. Queen 10 of spade versus 9-10 of diamonds. Flop comes ace-9-4. So Mike Scarborough has flopped the best hand. He's got 2 9s, but the continuation bet being made by Tom Marchese here.
Yep, 11,500.
Gonna try to represent an ace, but Mike not going for it. He makes the call with 2 9s.
Mike's a sales manager in Cincinnati.
Jack of spade comes off. That's a nice card for Tom Marchese, and it gives him a big drawing hand. He's got an open-end straight draw and a flush draw.
He's going to bet 32.5.
It's going to be tough for Mike to continue after that bet. He lays it down. So Tom Marchese taking down that pot. His second WPT final table. He finished 3rd at Foxwoods. But he's the 2010 card player of the year. That is saying something. Performed better than every poker player in the world in 2010.
I'll see what I can do.
Action on Marchese. Quickly folds this hand. The local also going out, but now William Reynolds picks up a pair of jacks.
Got a nice hand here. He's going to raise it. Makes it 11,000 to go.
Andy Whetstone out. The great Eric Seidel also not going to play, but Ali has got money in there already, and he is going to make this call with his 9-7. So William Reynolds, the milkman, with the jacks. Whoa!
Oh, what a flop! Jack 7-7. William Reynolds has jacks full.
And 3 7s for Ali.
Unfortunately for Ali, it's going to be tapioca pudding for him here. He's never going to get away from this hand. Well, both players check the flop, trying to trap the other into betting. Now an ace comes off. Ali's going to think this is a good card for him. Thinks his opponent might have ace-queen, ace-10, something like that. Or he's going to get action here if he bets out.
Ali's going to bet with his 3 of a kind, 13,005.
He's going to get action all right. It's going to be a bazooka right in the head.
And the milkman going to pop it up to 36,000 with his jacks full. Ali's on a relative short stack here.
Well, Vince, I don't see any way he's not going to go all in here. If the guy's got aces full or jacks full, that's the only hand that can beat you. And very sad for Ali, as we saw Tom Marchese fold a 7.
Come on.
Well, Ali has moved in, quickly called by William Reynolds. Woo! And that's going to do it for Ali. The high-stakes cash game player from L.A. is going to go out here.
To fade 1 out.
He's drawing dead because Marchese folded a 7.
That's right. It's over. Ali doesn't realize it now, but it is over. Tom Marchese had the 7, the 1 out left.
Nothing he can do about getting his money in there. Just wasn't meant to be for him tonight. The likable high-stakes pro from L.A. out tonight in 6th place. Can't do anything about that hand.
It's been nice playing with you, man. It's just ultimate cooler.
It's just one of those hands that you can't get away from. I mean, you're not going to get away from 3-7.
No.
You guys got a full house. You're just dead meat. That's all.
We're just getting started here at the Hollywood Casino. Coming up, my interview with Mike Sexton in this week's edition of 5 Questions. Plus, Tony Dunst will break it down in the Raw Deal when the WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
Back to the Hollywood Casino, where the Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models, are enjoying themselves on the dance floor here in Indiana.
Oh, what a life the Royal Flush Girls lead. The only ones that's got a better job than them right now are the players sitting at this final table.
Well, right now you see William Reynolds They call him the milkman. Used to work at a grocery store. He's our chip leader, and here's tournament director Kevin Dawn. Done a brilliant job here this week. And now it's on the local Mike Scarborough.
Call him the Cincinnati Kid around here.
He's got a big hand, ace, queen of spades. He's raised to 12,500. William Reynolds out.
On the ClubWPT.com qualifier, Andy Whetstone looks down at a small pair. He's got 2 threes.
He's getting chips out.
It's a small raise, Vance, just to 20,000.
So it's back on Scarborough. Big hand, ace, queen of spades.
Well, you would think that Mike Scarborough would just go ahead and put it all in himself based on Andy's chip stack, but he's just going to make the call, wants to see a flop before he commits the rest of his chips. Right now, Andy out in front with the 2 threes, but no longer as it comes king, queen, 9. Action is going to be on Andy. That's not a good flop for him.
All in.
He's moved all in.
Scarborough thinks he's been out flop.
I call.
But a good call by the local Mike Scarborough with the queens.
Well, he does like it because his opponent's got 2 outs, must catch a 3 on the turn of the river.
Come on, 3. Come on, lucky 3.
Well, there you see Andy saying a little prayer, hoping to catch a 3 here to stay alive. Now a 6 comes off. Well, Vance, you gotta love it. Andy Whetstone's previous biggest cash was a year's supply of almonds from ClubWPT.com. Tonight, he's at the final table, gonna take home some nice money. Well, it's a king. So that's gonna do it for the likable Andy Whetstone from Starksville, Mississippi, out tonight in 5th place.
Gonna take home over 62,000.
Good job. Appreciate it.
And Vance, he said this has been like a dream come true for him. Making it to this final table was unbelievable. Simply an amazing run for him.
And right now he's talking to Matt Savage.
Andy, it's every poker player's dream to make a World Poker Tour final table, and here you are. You exceeded all your expectation. Tell us about it.
Well, it was started out improbable, and some would say impossible. But here I am. I can't imagine any better ending other than maybe having the money in my lap and having the trophy in my hand.
All right, what's next for you in the poker world?
Well, I'm going to keep playing on ClubWPT.com, and maybe I'll win a seat to the championship.
All right, well, good luck to you. A great ride and a lot of fun.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Savage.
You got it.
See, the money he wins here is going to his kids' college fund. And here comes Andy over to say,
Thanks, man.
Sorry, man.
Andy, great run, my man.
Thank you, Mike.
Great job, really was.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life. It was wonderful. Thank you, WPT.
Great.
WPT.com.
You got it.
Yeah,
You got it.
Keep playing.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Thanks for joining us.
Well done this week.
Thank you very much.
And you won a seat online playing at ClubWPT.com for your chance to win a seat to a WPT tournament and up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Sign up today. For only $19.95 a month, you can play unlimited tournaments and have access to all the VIP benefits that a club membership provides. Just go to ClubWPT.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. 4 players remain to battle it out here in Indiana. The WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open returns right after this.
We're here for the Hollywood Poker Open, which runs for 3 weeks and ends with the WPT $10,000 buy-in event. Having the Royal Flush Girls here is great. Having a local interest in that with Michelle Benzer being Miss Kentucky a couple years ago, it has added even more excitement to them being on property.
This is my first time to this casino, and I've actually been very impressed. It's one of the nicer casinos on the tour. We went to the Final Cut Steakhouse here, which is a really nice steakhouse. I've definitely enjoyed my stay here in Lawrenceburg, and that's the great thing about any Midwestern town is it seems like the people are usually very friendly, and everybody here has been very welcoming and very nice to us.
Well, Vince, we ate at that steakhouse a couple times this week, and you said it was the best steak we've had all season by far.
Oh, it is, Mike. It's world class, that's for sure. To the table we go.
Our chip leader is William Reynolds with $1.4 million. William, one of the ones to watch on the World Poker Tour this season, and the first time we've had a one to watch at a final table. Action is on him now.
Yep, Mike Scarborough is folded.
Gotta attack the big cheese.
Oh, boy.
He said, I'm going to attack the big cheese who's in the big blind. He raised with the king-jack here. Makes it 13-5.
Eric Seidel folds, and now
raising chips.
Look at this. The big cheese, Tom Marchese, with just a 10-7 offsuit. Is he going to get fancy? Yes.
Very peculiar raise by Tom Marchese. But Vince, this is the short stack versus the big stack. It's not often you raise a huge empire when they've got position on you.
But he's going to be called. So William Reynolds has called his friend. Got 10-7 up against King Jack. Here comes the flop. Oh, and look at this. 2 pair 10s and 7s. How do you do that? And an open-end straight draw for Reynolds.
It's a dirty board.
Well, we can see some fireworks here.
Tom Marchese, the big cheese from Jersey. He makes the continuation bet, 32,500.
I'm all in.
Well, William goes all in and is quickly called by Tom.
Look at these two guys. Wow.
Getting saucy with the 10-7 and flopping 2 pairs, the big cheese way.
I got some 2 pairs.
Just slammed it on you pre-flop.
Oh.
Who 3-bets 1.4 million?
That's what I was thinking.
The milkman has a big draw here, Mike.
Combination of any 2 face cards will win the pot for the milkman. As now the 5 of diamonds comes off. This gives William a flush draw as well as the open-end straight draw. Well, Tom Marchese knows it's never easy.
Right. Sometimes playing that junk hand of 10-7 can backfire. Will it here? No, it doesn't. It's good for Tom Marchese. He has done it. His hand's going to hold up.
Well, 10 of hearts comes off. Gives Tom a full house. He's counting out his chips.
Well played, starting with pre-flop.
He has doubled up.
The big cheese succeeding right there, taking out his buddy, at least in that hand.
All right, night, Tom. Yeah, night. Enjoy that floor, kid. William's a great roommate. We kind of balance each other out.
Tom as a roommate, well, he's really selfish and lazy and kind of annoying. No, I'm just kidding. No, Tom's like the perfect roommate.
Tomorrow we battle for the bed. Best of luck to you.
Tom is a poker player. He's just fearless. He traps people. He brings the pain.
William's a great player. He has a very unpredictable style.
Yes, I position on everybody. I'm gonna do everything in my book of tricks to make sure he does not get any chips.
I'm gonna do my best because there's definitely bragging rights on the line, and first person to win a World Poker Tour is a pretty big brag.
What I loved about it was they had a bet every day. Whoever finished the day with more chips got to sleep in the bed that night. The other guy had to sleep on the floor.
That is a special bond these two have.
Let's get another hand out here, I'm itching.
Well, you do whatever you can to save money out here on the tour.
And they're playing across from each other here today for big money. All right, well, this time William folds. Eric Seidel also out, and it's back on Tom Marchese with just a Jack-8 of hearts.
I'm going to raise with it after winning the last pot, but
the local Mike Scarborough with an Ace-7 is going to make the call. Let's see what happens. Oh,
wow, Ace-7-4. Great flop for Mike, but Tom has flopped a flush draw, so actually good flops for both players. Tom's going to bet the flush draw. Remember, he won a pot earlier by making a semi-bluff when he had a flush draw and a straight draw.
Well, he bet 17-5. Now look at this. Scarborough is not going to raise with this big hand.
He's also not going out, Vince. He's got the top 2 pair. He's trying to trap his man into betting some more.
3 of spades. No help there for Tom Marchese.
Tom is reaching for more chips.
26-5 for Tom Marchese. Now the guy with the real hand, the local from Cincinnati, only 30 minutes away from Lawrenceburg. Well, he's going to push. He's going to make it 77-5. What will the big cheese from Jersey do? He's got the flush draw. Just doubled up. Does he want to gamble? Perhaps hit this.
You can see his facial expression there of agony. He's going to lay it down.
Nicely played by Michael Scarborough.
Oh, man. Wanted to see that river card.
But, you know, I got to take a look at the Wonder Cam.
You're so curious, Vince. You always got to know. Oh, the 6 of hearts.
Oh,
Tom Marchese would have hit the flush. He would have doubled up again, Vince.
Crazy times on the World Poker Tour.
Plenty more action still to come. Plus, my interview with our very own Mike Sexton in this week's edition of 5 Questions when the WPT's coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this. Who does the best Mike Sexton impersonation?
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Let's take a moment to look at the Player of the Year standings. There's Andy Frankenberger. He's still hanging on to the lead, but right on his heels is Vivek Rajkumar, who had back-to-back final tables at the LAPC and Bay 101.
And Alessio Isaiah, our winner of our WPT event in Venice, he's joined the race. He's in third place with 2 final table appearances in our European events. Now let's get back to the action.
Action's on Seidel.
He folds here.
Right now, Tom Marchese with a huge hand, ace-king.
Our current chip leader is the milkman, William Reynolds. He's got 1.2 million.
Tom Marchese with 294.
And he's going to raise it, makes it 12,500 to go.
Into Mike Scarborough, who's going to fold his hand, and now William Reynolds, the chip leader.
For now.
And look at this, he's going to speculate.
Probably playing this hand because his buddy re-raised him a minute ago with a 10-7 and beat him out of a big pot where he doubled up. He's trying to get revenge here, but it might get him in trouble as he's flop bottom pair. Tom Marchese has flopped top pair with top kicker.
William has checked it, and Marchese's going to bet his top pair, 13-5.
And William's going to make the call here. Just hoping his opponent's got ace-10, ace-jack, something like that, where the 2 5s are the best hand. Now a 6 comes off. Now this gives William an open-end straight draw as well as a pair. He checks, and quickly Marchese fires out another bet with the ace-king, this time 34,500.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure on his buddy.
You can't fold versus a kid who doesn't slow down.
Well, he's got the chips to take a shot, and it looks like he's getting the chips out to call. He has done it. Down to the river we go.
William needs a 4, 5, 8, or 9 to actually win the pot with the best hand. Deuce of hearts comes off.
Yeah, no help for William Reynolds. He checks it again.
Tom fires out 88,000.
Yeah, no soft play into his friend.
Fold.
He does lay it down, and a good lay down.
Show me a bluff and I'll really be raging.
Oh, look at this. He's made the fold, and he says, show me the bluff. But look at this. His friend is going to show him 1 card, just the ace.
I think it was ace-7 then. Nice little thin value.
And he's got him thinking.
Tom's shipping up.
This week, I sat down with a recent WPT finalist, a poker Hall of Famer, and one of the most respected broadcasters in television. And it was just one person. My colleague Mike Sexton joined me for an in-depth interview in this week's edition of 5 Questions. Describe how your relationship with Vince Van Patten has evolved throughout the years.
I met Vince back in the 90s, and we started working together, and we just have a bond. Oh, wow! Can you believe it? You know, I've been very fortunate because Vince grew up in the television world, and he was used to cameras and all that. When I came along, I was never in a high school play or anything. So he helped me along the ropes very early in my career, and it was beneficial to me. And, you know, poker's still exciting to us, and I think it comes across on the screen.
Of all your achievements in the poker world, what are you most proud of?
Number 1 is being elected to the Poker Hall of Fame.
Welcome to the Poker Hall of Fame.
To have your name linked up there with the Stu Ungers and Chip Reeses and Doyle Brunsons and Johnny Mosses, you know, even after you're long gone, I mean, that's pretty special.
Who does the best Mike Sexton impersonation?
Well, there's some guys out there that do pretty good impersonations. Vince actually did one.
Number 1, Vance, getting chips off of me is like pulling hands to you.
Ben Affleck, believe it or not, does a good impression of me.
Well, I know, Vince. I mean, I tell you what, that old Johnny Chan is crafty.
And of course, Randall Flowers, a kid that plays out here on the tour, as you know, does a good impression.
We're waiting for a flop to come, a little bingo, bango, bongo here.
What was it like to make a WPT final table?
That's sort of cool, I must say. I'll tell you what was really fun about it. You know how hard the crew and we work early in the morning. You're doing shoots, you're doing all this stuff. I got to sleep in. I missed all that stuff. I didn't have to work that day. I got to play down in the green felt. It was a piece of cake.
Yeah. Many people don't know that you are a ballroom dancer. Have you ever considered going back to that type of competition?
Not necessarily competition, but I do believe that people that dance enjoy life more than those that don't. Dancing has always been a part of my life.
We got to get together.
We got it. I'm in there.
Hey. Hey, Mike, you're looking good there.
Well, you're always looking good when you got Kimberly on your arm.
All right, back to the action. Been folded around to Eric Seidel, who has just a 6-7, but look at this, he's gonna call.
I'll let Seidel take care of you.
Oh. Well, he limps in the small blind.
And Tom Marchese now.
Oh, he's gonna raise it, makes it 15,000 to go. And look at this, Eric Seidel re-raising here, Vince. Now this makes him look like he has a strong hand here. He limped in and now re-raises with just a 7 high. But Tom is going to make the call to see the flop here. So interesting play so far by both of these guys pre-flop.
All right, the young big cheese up against the great Eric Seidel, and we are flopping.
Now the flop comes ace-jack 5 with 2 diamonds. No help at all for Eric Seidel, but he's going to fire out 55,000.
And the big cheese is going to make this call with his jacks. So Seidel a little sickened by that. Here comes the turn card, a king of clubs.
Well, Eric Seidel is not backing down, Vince. He is getting out 110,000. I promise you right now, folks, if you're just sitting there with 2 jacks, you are not liking it, especially after you get re-raised before the flop and bet on the flop.
23 years old, squirming like a fish on a hook.
Not very believable.
I just don't think anybody can call here with 2 jacks. He does have a gut shot straight draw as well, but he gives it up. And Vince, you just got to chalk that hand up to great play by the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. And folks, that's how you get in the Hall of Fame, making plays like that.
Seidel's mixing it up.
Nicely done by Seidel. Betting with zip and pip.
And pre-raise blind on blind, that's old school. That's hood poker.
Just 19 more.
Running the streets.
When we continue, Tony Dunst discusses what to do when your friend becomes your foe at the poker table in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, right after this. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This final table has already seen several clashes between roommates William Reynolds and Tom Marchese. For his thoughts on how to play against your friends is Tony Dunst in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
They say there are no friends at the poker table, which is not even close to true, because the majority of a professional poker player's friends wind up being other professionals. If you play enough of the same tournaments with them, odds are you'll eventually land at a table together. But as William Reynolds and Tom Marchese find tonight, you may find yourselves running in circles with each other. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. The World Poker Tour has seen its fair share of friendships put to the test during Season 9. Our stop at Beau Rivage saw good friends Pat Mahoney and Lee Force get all in against each other.
Call.
But what's a little 6-figure beat between friends?
There you see the pain of Pat Mahoney.
At the 5 Diamond, best friends Antonio Esfandiari and Andrew Roble got heads up for the $870,000 prize and WPT title.
Life doesn't suck.
Antonio won the title and a lifetime of condescending superiority when needed. Andrew was gracious in defeat. Tonight is no different. Note just how familiar Will and Tom are with each other.
Raising chips.
In their first hand, Will knows Tom is capable of 3-betting light out of the big blind with a 35 blind stack more frequently than many other players would, so he calls with King Jack. The flop is a total cooler.
It's a dirty board.
And Will can never do anything but move in over Tom's continuation bet.
Come all in.
With his straight draw plus overcard and hope he gets there the times he's called.
Getting saucy with the 10-7 and flopping 2 pairs, the big cheese way.
In their second hand together, Will makes the clear call of the C-bet with bottom pair on a board Tom will be betting frequently as a bluff. On the river, Tom fires out a value bet, and Will knows there's too many hands in Tom's value betting range for a call to be good, and easily folds.
Show me a bluff and I'll really be raging.
Many people might assume that if you're playing with a friend for huge equity, you might tend to go soft on your buddy. Of course, this is the exact opposite mindset of a professional player, who's going to rip the heart out of anybody they're sitting against, especially a friend. I mean, that is some sweet bragging rights for eternity. Hey, remember that final table where I won and you lost? Yeah, good times.
Well, Vince, Tony's got it exactly right there. I do think pro players enjoy beating friends at the table as much as guys that they don't know.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. All right, back to the felt we go. 4 players remain. And William Reynolds is the chip leader at this point. He's only 22 years old, but he's going to fold his hand. And Eric Seidel now with a king-3. He's going to raise with it. Makes it 12,000 to go. Tom Marchese out. But the local from Cincinnati, Mike Scarborough, with a 10-4. He's going to make the call.
Well, he's got the highway patrol hand, the 10-4. Flop comes ace-deuce-3. Mike has flopped a straight draw. 5 would give him a straight. Eric has got 2 3s and checks.
Well, they both check.
Surprise, no continuation bet there. And a 5 comes off. Mike Scarborough has made a straight on the turn. And he is going to fire out at this pot.
16,000 into Seidel. Eric with the pair of 3s is going to get stubborn there, makes this call.
Well, he does make the call, Vince. Just doesn't think the guy's got deuces or 3s or 5s in his hand because he called a bet before the flop.
Queen of clubs on the river, but Scarborough still out in front with a very solid straight, and he's going to bet 28,000.
And Eric's curiosity's got the best of him. He's going to pay him off here. Mike Scarborough going to win this pot with a 5-high straight.
Oh, and Eric disgusted with himself. His curiosity got the best of him. So the sales manager from Cincinnati, Ohio, the local non-pro, takes down that pot.
He says, you may be in the Hall of Fame, pal, but I'm the local Cincinnati kid.
The antes have gone up to 1,000. Blinds 3 and 6,000. Quick fold by Reynolds.
Eric Seidel looks down at 7-6 offsuit on the button. He just won a good pot a minute ago with a 7-6 offsuit when he bluffed Tom Marchese out of the pot. So here he's going to raise it up.
Yeah, Marchese out. But the local, once again, Mike Scarborough, going to make a call with just a 9-8.
Well, Mike wanting to see a flop here. A pretty good flop for him as he catches 2 9s and takes the lead.
And it's on the Cincinnati kid. He's going to check it.
Now, and Eric with just a gut shot straight draw. Needs an 8 to make a straight. Fires out the continuation bet, 16,000.
Yeah, but the Cincinnati kid's not going anywhere. He's made this call with the 9s. He's become the thorn in the side of Seidel, but wow.
An 8 comes off, giving Scarborough 2 pair, but it makes a straight for Eric Seidel. Buckle up, folks. We could see fireworks here.
This is why it pays to play some of those junk hands from time to time. Seidel knows it, and he is going to bet it.
Well, he only bets 25,000. Not a big bet into this size pot. And Scarborough does not raise. He just makes the call here.
Save some money there, apparently, but things could change. A 7 of spades on the river.
Well, this is not a card that Scarborough is going to like. Possible flush out there and opening straight out there. He's going to check his 2 pair. Eric probably not thrilled about that 7 either.
But he's going to bet nevertheless, 40,000.
Scarborough pays him off.
Maybe straight.
Seidel mumbles that he made it straight, to the disappointment of the local.
Scarborough well aware that Eric hit an 8 in the gut to win that pot. But in reality, Vince, a lot of players would have lost more money than Mike Scarborough did there. They would have raised on the turn when they made 2 pair, and that could have spelled really big trouble for him.
So crafty Eric Seidel closes the gap to the chip leader here. He's in second chip position, and we're coming back with more action in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
We're in beautiful Lawrenceburg, Indiana for the Hollywood Poker Open. 4 players remain. And, Mike, this is a good one.
Well, there you see William Reynolds out in front with $1.2 million, but the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel closing the gap on that chip lead.
All right, action going to the local sales manager, Mike Scarborough. He quickly folds. And now the chip leader, the milkman, former grocery clerk.
Well, he's on the button. Picks up a beautiful hand, 2 10s. Got a lot of chips. Going to raise it up.
Makes it 14,000 to go into the great Eric Seidel, who has a pair of 4s, but just calls.
Well, a lot of players would have re-raised with a small pair in that spot. Eric opted to just call.
And look at this, the kid from Jersey, Tom Marchese, now with a big hand, ace-king.
That's, we know he's going to raise it here with this hand. But to these other guys, it's going to look like a squeeze play.
Well, Mike, you're right. He makes it 48,000. Now the chip leader with the 10s.
He's going to re-raise advance, and I don't blame him.
Reynolds has made it 100,000. Seidel out.
All in.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's go. Call.
Well, all in and called here. And it's the classic race situation. The 2 overcards versus the under pair. The 2 roommates going at it. Tom Marchese's tournament life on the line here.
Flipping time.
The milkman versus the big cheese.
It's hard to make pairs.
In a race situation.
This time you're all in with the draw.
I guess so.
Big Cheese versus the Milkman.
Well, the Big Cheese versus the Milkman.
Here it comes.
Who's going to get their picture on the dairy wall?
Oh.
And right now, it's going to be William Reynolds as he flops 3 10s.
10 in the door. That's not good TV.
Made it interesting.
Well, it's not over. Tom can catch a queen to make Broadway to win the pot.
Kid can make Broadway.
That's right.
He gets it! He hits a queen on a turn. William Reynolds can't believe it. He knows the board has to pair for him to win this pot now.
Holy smoke. Well, it could happen. You never know.
Smash!
And it does pair. Incredible. What drama on that hand.
The Milkman has knocked his buddy out. The Big Cheese out of this event. Tom Marchese, our 4th place finisher, picking up over $77,000.
Yeah, until next time, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's just one of those hands that plays itself in a 4-handed poker game. William Reynolds comes out on top and eliminates his roommate.
What a way to go down.
You think so?
Good. Yeah, that was killer.
His buddy, Tom Marchese, out in 4th place.
One queen too many.
Right now, the Big Cheese, disappointed, going to go talk to Matt Savage.
Wow.
Tom, it came down to a big hand between William and you. Did you expect it to go down like that?
I mean, I knew there was a chance, especially when we're 4-handed like that, and the positions are the way they are. I mean, pretty standard flip. Unfortunate to lose it that way, but whatever.
All right. Good luck to you in the future.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matt.
This is what I predicted for the final 3.
We have reached the halfway point in our coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open. Vince, what do you expect to see from the remaining players?
Well, Kimberly, I'm blown away. There is bluffing, there's acting going on here at the Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg. And you know what? I expect to see a lot more. But how about that local, you know? The crowd favorite Mike Scarborough from Cincinnati, he has a shot.
Well, Mike Scarborough may be an amateur player, Vince, but I'll tell you one thing, he's been playing poker for 25 years since Grandma taught him how to play when he was 9 years old. He is on a hot streak right now, but the youngster, 22-year-old, is the big chip leader. We're talking about William Reynolds, everything going his way so far, but Vince, don't count out the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel, the most successful tournament player in poker history. He is going to be tough to get by as well. This is going to be fun to watch.
Thank you, gentlemen. One of these players will capture a WPT title here at the Hollywood Casino and take home over $250,000. Please join us next time for the WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In America's heartland, it will take skill, luck, and a lot of heart to win a WPT title as the Hollywood Poker Open reaches its ultimate conclusion, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
The Hollywood Poker Open kicked off as Poker's Best descended upon this Indiana town just outside Cincinnati, Ohio, to compete for the 11th title of WPT Season 9. But here on the 5th and final day in Lawrenceburg, we are close to crowning a champion. And to bring us up to speed, we turn to our experts, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Kimberly, we have 3 phenomenal players left here in Indiana, battling it out for the cash and the coveted WPT title. We've got WPT champion Eric Seidel. He's still in the hunt for his 2nd title. We've got local player Mike Scarborough, the Cincinnati kid. He's looking to represent the Midwest. And finally, we've got William Reynolds. They call him the Milkman. And so far tonight, the Milkman has delivered. He came to the final table with a huge chip lead, and he's knocked out 2 players, his good friend and roommate Tom Marchese and cash game star Ali Islami. Tonight, he's definitely proven that he is one to watch.
He certainly has. Vince, how do you see this playing out tonight?
Well, Kimberly, right now, the Milkman has a 2-to-1 chip lead over the remaining players, but it's important to remember that the blinds are still pretty small compared to the chip stacks. Now, what that means is that these guys don't have to really gamble. They can sit back and be very selective, but keep your eye on the great Erik Seidel. He has been quiet so far. He's waiting in the weeds, and I expect him to pick his spot and show these kids why he is one of the best tournament players in the history of the game.
Well put as always. Thank you guys. 3 are left, but only one of them can win the title and take home over $250,000. The cards are in the air, so let's get down to the felt.
All right, 3 players remain. Andes are 1,000, blinds at 4 and 8,000. Action on Mike Scarborough. He has raised to 22,000 with a king 10. William Reynolds behind him. He has re-raised this to 60,000. Seidel folds.
I'm so serious. We'll let this one come to a head.
And Scarborough is going to call it.
No need to get excited pre-flop, right?
It's already exciting, right?
I was feeling a little giddy. Don't get me wrong. It was damn close, but I might as well let it roll, right?
But I made it right in your price range. You were content with that.
Flop comes ace-3-3. No help to either player.
Action on the Milkman, William Reynolds. Only 22 years old. He's the chip leader still.
You think he's going to make a continuation bet here. He only has a 6-7. And indeed he is. He bets 30,000. It's a very small bet. Mike Scarborough.
Mike's a sales manager in Cincinnati.
83.
Is going to raise it here up to 83,000. Well, this is incredible to me. William Reynolds just makes the call here. Now, folks, he's got no hand and no draw. He's calling here to steal this pot later.
Well, these guys are playing on ego right now. It's a 9 of clubs on the turn that gives William Reynolds a 4 flush.
110.
And Reynolds has checked, and Scarborough going to bet again, 110 grand.
Well, both of these players fighting for this pot.
I'm all in.
Whoa. Well, William Reynolds has gone all in here.
I don't know if I can lay this down.
Well, if he makes his call, I'll be the first to stand up and salute him because I don't see there's any way he can possibly call it with king high. He does lay it down, but what a play there by William Reynolds. A smirk of satisfaction there, and he shows him the 7-6.
That's right. That's what you do when you're 22 years old. You show those bluffs. You rub it in.
You love hitting your flush draw on the turn and banging it.
I had to bang that one to the max.
You said, hell, it's a 20% chance I can knock him out right now.
I tried to give it away.
Yeah, when the club hit, I should have known.
Oh, you can cut the testosterone with a knife here. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour here in Indiana. This season on the WPT, we decided to turn our focus to 10 young pros who we believe are the next generation of poker superstars. And it's all in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
Oh yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible. I just want to win one of these bitches.
I'm from the Midwest, so I have to represent the Midwest. And we're here at the WPT Indiana, and I'm ready to play poker.
It's been a great day. I busted someone in the first 20 minutes, and then I busted Randall in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, we have Joseph Chung. Word on the street is he already has 3 starting stacks.
That's a great start.
Joseph Chung.
He's very aggressive.
Really solid, aggressive player. Very aggressive.
Yeah, I think that one word explains how I play.
Joseph will try to do everything to get you to fold, and now it's even scarier to play against him because he has some money now, so...
Relatively, I have a lot more chips than everyone else. So I can put them in a lot more tougher situations where I don't go bust, but they will.
If I could have half of his stack by the end of the day, that'd be great.
This could be gone at the end of the day, easily. All right, good luck, guys. Like I said, it was a fun day.
That lasted, Joseph. That's a win in my book. Now I have some chips. 70,900 by my count. I started the day with 30,000, so I'm making a comeback. Feeling a bit better now.
It's going to be difficult, but there's only one prize at this moment, and that's the championship. I just want to win it. It's not about the money for this one.
We're
here at the end of day 3 of the Hollywood Poker Open with William Reynolds.
Fearlessness, balance, aggression, everything that makes the best players the best he's got.
I woke up this morning feeling like Phil Ivey, and to get to the final table, you gotta get by me. Yes.
And in seat number 6, from Sioux City, Iowa, William Reynolds.
I have the chip lead. I'm gonna try to hold on to that chip lead and see what I can do. I made it to the final table.
Well, congratulations to William Reynolds. He is the first of our ones to watch to make a final table.
Well, he's guaranteed at least third-place money, so we know that he's going to take the lead on our ones to watch money chart. How much he'll earn? Well, that will be determined this evening.
As you can see, the milkman is the chip leader, William Reynolds, only 22 years old. He's got 1.7 million in chips, and the action goes to him as he peeks down at a queen 8 of diamonds.
He's in position. He's on the button. He's going to pop it up here. Makes it 20,000 to go.
Eric Seidel, Hall of Famer, is going to fold this one. And now it's on Mike Scarborough, who picks up the weapons of mass destruction. Pair of aces.
And bang, bang, banging away.
Well, these two have been going at it. Now your opponent raises you, and you look down and find 2 aces, and you got to love it. Now this sort of is this like a semi-Unabomber, Vince? This look he's got. Explain this to me, please. You know, you either pull the hood up or you put it down. He's a halfway man.
It is.
It's like he doesn't know what to do with the hood.
49.
Well, he's going to make it 49,000, Mike.
He knows what to do with the 2 aces. That's re-raise.
Reynolds makes a quick call.
Lock's hard to come by.
So this chatty duo in another battle.
And flop comes Jack 8-5. Williams flops second pair, but Scarborough has 2 aces, of course, and he fires out 79,000.
And the milkman caught a piece of that, and he's going to call. All right, pot building up nicely.
Now the 3 of clubs comes off.
Check.
And Scarborough checks. He's hoping that Reynolds will make a stab at this pot, but he checks the 2 8s, and wisely so. Now a 7 comes off on the river.
Check.
Now, I'm surprised Scarborough checked here.
Yeah, I am too.
He checks the 2 aces. Reynolds proudly turns up the 2 8s, thinking he's won the pot, but he hasn't, as Mike shows him the 2 aces.
Wow, beat.
Chalk one up for Cincinnati.
God, I thought for sure you'd make a move with that card out there. Especially when the straight hit. I thought for sure you'd try to make a move on that. Nice check.
Right now, the Cincinnati Kid is moving up.
I'm from Cincinnati, and I guess being here gives me a lot more confidence.
All in.
It's my hometown, it's my casino, and I came in with that attitude, like I'm gonna run my table the way I want to, and kind of get into each little person's head.
Call.
Attaboy, Mike.
I call queen 10.
Then, you know, kind of control them maybe a little bit.
Nice bet, man.
Thanks, bud.
Well, looks like he got into Alan Kessler's head again.
He took the chainsaw right out of here.
He did, but look at this guy. What success he's had here at the Hollywood Poker Open.
Eric, are you already in the Poker Hall of Fame?
Oh, look at that question.
Yeah.
Are you in the Poker Hall of Fame?
Just kind of shows you anyone can do it.
Like he didn't know it.
All right, William Reynolds with ace 10 of hearts has raised it to 20,000. Seidel is going to fold.
48.
And now Mike Scarborough with an ace jacks has re-raise.
Eric, I believe his game plan is just to sit back, let these 2 guys duke it out.
There's no stopping you right now.
Bang, bang.
One of them will get knocked out, and then he'll play heads up for the title.
Reynolds has called. We got ace jack up against ace 10, and we are flopping.
And flop comes at 9, 4, 3, 2 diamonds. No help to either player. And Scarborough still out in front with the ace jack.
He's trying to check trap me again.
Yeah, the milkman going to check as well. Check, check.
Well, now an ace comes off. This could spell trouble for William Reynolds here.
Scarborough checking again. I guess the milkman to bet with his aces.
I made it that convenient.
I just can't imagine you're going to put a guy on an ace, king, or ace, queen here because he didn't re-raise you before the flop. So you have to think ace, jack is the best hand. He just calls. Now 7 hearts comes off.
Check.
And again, Scarborough checks. Vince William Reynolds absolutely thinks he's got the best hand right now with ace 10. No doubt about it in my mind. And he's going to fire out what he thinks is a value bet of 180,000.
Strongest move you made yet.
A local from Cincinnati. There's his friends, his fiance in the audience.
I call.
And he makes the right call.
I have an ace.
What's your kicker?
And I think William Reynolds is going to be shocked he loses this pot the way this hand was played.
Jeez.
So Mike is going to take down the pot with the best hand once again. And he is really taking chips off William Reynolds right now in back-to-back pots.
I just take myself to Value Town every opportunity I get versus you.
Plenty more action when we return. Plus, Tony Dunst and this week's edition of The Raw Deal, and 5 questions with 2-time WPT champ Randall Flowers. The World Poker Tour's coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
I'm Jen Haley, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I'm a dancer, and I went to college for it. It's always fun whenever we can incorporate any type of dancing with our work. I love being at the Hollywood Casino. We made sure that we had fun. We got to actually film in Boogie Nights, which was really, really cool. We got to dress up kind of funky. We got to do the electric slide with a bunch of other patrons as well. It was a blast.
There's the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, and what an addition they have been this year, having fun with us on the World Poker Tour. And the winner tonight's going to take home over $273,000 in cash.
Our current chip leader is 22-year-old William Reynolds. He's got $1.4 million in chips. In second place, the local Mike Scarborough with $1 million, and in third place, Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. And right now, Scarborough looks down at a pair of jacks on the button. Mike, the local player from Cincinnati, Ohio. This is home casino where he plays a lot of poker.
Yep, he makes it $38,000 to go into William Reynolds, who has a queen jack of hearts. He has made the call.
Well, Eric Seidel has ace-10. Most of the time, he might make a re-raise in this spot. Just trying to pick the pot up here, but because these guys are clashing so much, seemingly every pot, I think Eric's just willing to sit back, let them clash to one of them, bust each other, and then play heads up for the title.
Yeah, he's folded it. So, jack's up against queen jack. Here we go.
Queen right in the door. Comes queen 8-5. Well, William Reynolds checks the top pair. And incredibly, Scarborough checks the 2 jacks. Now, I would bet jacks in that spot for sure.
Turn card is a 5 of diamonds pairing the board. Out comes the milkman.
Come on, Will.
$65,000.
Well, he's got 2 queens and feels certain he's got the best hand with him now after his opponent checked on the flop.
But the local Mike Scarborough is going to call it. This could get expensive. River card is a 7 of spades.
And here comes the value bet of $174,000. Pretty healthy bet.
My call.
Oh, wow, and he's not going to like it.
Question is, did I value down myself again?
Jesus.
Well, the 2 queens are going to stand up for William Reynolds.
Yep.
And Vince, that's why I think you have to bet 2 jacks on the flop there. If your opponent calls or raises you in that spot, now you can put him on a queen.
Jack could have been sick, right?
As it was played, you're at a guess as he has one or not, and that's what happened there.
The milkman milks another one.
Finally didn't value down myself.
He is happy. He's 22, and things are going right for him tonight.
I felt pressure because I had no success yet on the World Poker Tour, and now all of a sudden, I'm one to watch.
William Reynolds, they call him the milkman.
I don't want to just bust out of every tournament and make a fool out of myself.
Really keeping the streak alive, though, of not cashing at a World Poker Tour event.
This tournament's all about making a final table and capturing the win, the hardware, the title in my trophy case, so I can say I'm a World Poker Tour champion.
Gotta win a pot eventually.
I'm joined by William Reynolds' father, Brian. Your son came into this final table as the chip leader, and it seems like he has the right mindset. Do you think that contributes to his success as a poker player?
Bill's very confident. Yeah, he's ready. When no matter what chip's there, he always believes he can win. For me to be here and have a moment like this, and there's your son out there. I mean, who am I? I ain't nobody. And here's your kid out here winning these things, and it about brings tears to my eyes. You know, I mean, I'm just very thankful. It's more than money to Bill. It's just about he wants to win. He wants to get that first place.
All right, guys, back to you.
Well, proud Papa there drove 13 hours from Iowa to watch his son play. So far, so good.
Oh, man, what a drive. What a moment. And right now, William Reynolds, who has a ace-8, he is raised. Seidel out. Mike Scarborough is going to call with a queen-9 of diamonds.
I'm defending my button. You're defending your big blind.
Which is on a wide range of hands.
So we have ace-8 for the milkman up against the Cincinnati kid with queen-9.
It's come ace-jack-5 with 2 diamonds. Scarborough checks the flush draw.
And William Reynolds picking up aces.
Well, you said it yourself. You can have a really wide range here, huh?
Ace-jack's not looking good for both of us, is it? I like that 5, though.
2 chatty guys. And the milkman's going to bet it.
Yeah, he's going to bet 25,000. Scarborough does not raise with the flush draw. He just calls.
PO 5 on the turn.
You do like that 5, huh?
It's pretty exciting.
To the turn we go. King of spades. No help to either player.
Check.
That can't be you.
And again, Scarborough checks.
And the young 22-year-old from Sioux City, Iowa. Well, you can't give a free card off, and he's going to bet it like he should, 70,000.
This nigga just gonna keep pushing me when I go away.
Well, the question is, will Scarborough make the semi-bluff here with the straight draw and the flush draw? No.
Check.
Just makes the call, and he checks in the dark, Vince.
7 in your hand again?
Surprising when you're going for a flush draw, and now he hits the flush.
Incredible. Vince, normally when a guy checks in the dark on the river and you've been betting, he has something like second pair, maybe third pair. Usually when you're on a draw, you're not checking. If you hit the hand, you're going to be betting.
So that was a sneaky play. Let's see if it'll work for him. Look at this. It's going to go beautifully for him because the milkman is going to bet this 200 grand.
There's just no way, dude. You got it. There's just no way.
Oh, that is just terrible. Bad reverse table talk.
We're at the Hollywood Casino here in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, but right now he is playing Hollywood, trying to act like no way you got anything, no way, and just him hawing around there when we know he is going to raise it.
Come on.
So there he goes.
But he's got 547,000 left. That means this raises 347,000.
That is the type of dialogue you hear in high school games.
You're funny. Gave me this speech and then check jam.
Now, I'm so surprised that Reynolds hasn't run away already.
Well, I agree with you. This is a pretty easy laydown, I think, in this spot.
You banging it all in on a bluff?
If the guy's got enough heart to bluff his case money off in front of his friends and family, they're all here to watch him play in his local casino. Good luck to him. He deserves to win the pot. I'm never going to put him on a bluff in this spot. I'm going to throw away the ace-8, easiest pot.
This would be a ridiculous bluff.
Can't call, bro. Just fold it.
Be a big call if I made it.
We all know you're bluffing.
There you see William's dad praying to the gods here that his son does the right thing here.
Who dark checks with the flush draw? Does Mike do it? Does Mike dark check with the flush draw?
Mike does it, man. I'd fold if I was you.
Did Spike spike it?
A former grocery store clerk will be saying paper or plastic in the future if he makes his call.
It's like bang's getting banged.
This is heavy banging. He banged it all in.
Oh, sweet nothings.
You're playing to win, right?
William Reynolds is trying to talk himself into calling here for some kind of reason.
I call.
Uh-oh. Well, he does make the call. You think long, you think wrong. That's what William Reynolds did there.
Oh, boy.
With that hand, we have a new chip leader for the first time. It's the local guy, Mike Scarborough out of Cincinnati, who takes the lead in this three-handed battle.
The milkman breaks the bottles on that one.
Just can't imagine why he would make that call.
When we continue, Tony Dunst will break down William Reynolds' breakdown when the WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this.
Nice shreds.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Before the break, we saw William Reynolds completely baffled by Mike Scarborough's table talk. Did William ignore the obvious? Well, Tony Dunst gives his take in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
How do you know if a false tell is really false? How reliable are the physical or verbal tendencies we think people give off in moments of extreme pressure? Both questions come into play in the hand between William Reynolds and Mike Scarborough when Will faces a river check shove from Mike. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Everything in the hand between the two goes pretty normal through the turn.
I'm defending my button, you're defending your big blind.
It's on the river that things start getting weird. It begins with Mike checking in the dark.
Check. And he checks in the dark,
depriving himself of any opportunity to lead out. Then, Will fires out a surprisingly large value bet of 200K into a pot of 240K on a river that completes the flop flush draw. With Mike's river check shove comes an avalanche of table talk.
There's no way, dude, you got it. There's just no way. Come on. Bang's getting banged. Can't call, bro. Just fold it.
Which pretty much everyone knows is a sign of a monster. We've all seen that one before, and it's been common knowledge since Mike Caro put it in his book on tells back in the 1920s.
Into the speech and then check jam.
Will knows something is wrong, but it's almost like the obviousness of it all is excessive to the point of being blatantly fraudulent. Then, Will starts reasoning with himself, calling out the angles he sees that support the idea of calling and getting to look at cards.
You banging it all in on a bluff? Did spike it? You dark checks with the flush draw. You're playing to win, right?
Almost all poker players fall victim to this at some point. In moments like these, attempt to adapt a skeptic's view and think not only of the reasons why you should do something, but all the reasons why you shouldn't, and see which makes the more compelling case.
I call.
Fail to consider both the angel and the devil on your shoulders, and you'll wind up getting to experience a lot of this moment. That's not a false tell. That's just Will knowing he screwed up.
Well, once again, you think long, you think wrong. That's what William Reynolds did there. And right now, our current chip leader is the local player. This is local casino Mike Scarborough from Cincinnati, Ohio.
And let's take a moment to look at the Player of the Year standings.
Andy Frankenberger has a narrow lead over Vivek Rajkumar. But with his fourth place finish here in Indiana, Tom Marchese has earned 400 points to add to his 2 previous cashes this season and joined in the hunt.
Okay, let's get back to the action.
I'm setting a new standard.
And the local Mike Scarborough is going to raise with the 5s. Makes it 28,000. By the way, the blinds are 6 and 12,000.
Well, Reynolds goes out, and Eric Seidel, the Hall of Famer, going to sit idle no longer, folks. He's got 2 queens in the big blind, and he is going to re-raise right here. Makes it 67,000 to go.
I call.
And he gets the call by the Cincinnati Kid. Here comes the flop. An ace appears. Ace 8-6.
Neither player happy with this flop. Fearful their opponent might have an ace in it, but Eric's going to make the continuation bet. Well, Scarborough goes out and gives Eric credit for having a hand. So Eric Seidel picking up a pot here. Now this guy's on an amazing run in poker, having the best year of anybody in poker history so far. Won over $4 million up to this point so far this season. He is just an incredible, truly incredible poker player.
Action going to the milkman, though, William Reynolds, who has the button and an ace deuce of clubs.
Got the suited ace. Going to raise on the button like most everybody would in a 3-handed game. Makes it 36,000 to go.
Hall of Famer Eric Seidel going away.
Mike Scarborough with another small pair, this time 2 4s. Again, he's going to make the call. The 4 comes right on the flop, and his opponent's got 2 aces. This could spell much more doom for William Reynolds.
And Mike is going to check, try to trap again. But this time, Reynolds also checks with the aces.
Surprised by that. Now an 8 comes off there, so a possible straight out there. Scarborough going to lead out this time for 50,000 with the 3 4s. William Reynolds reaching out for raising chips. Whatever chips he puts in the pot are just going over to the side of Mike Scarborough right now.
134,000 he makes it.
Well, with a possible straight and a possible flush draw out there, I think you have to re-raise here, Vince.
Well, that's what he's going to do. He is re-raised. Makes it 250,000 to go.
Yeah, that's the same spot William Reynolds was in a minute ago. He had just 2 aces. and lost a fortune in chips with him. Will he do the same thing again?
And the question is, will the dog chase away the milkman? Yes, he does.
Well, this time, William Reynolds makes the right decision and lays down the 2 aces, unlike the previous occasion.
Show the bluff. Good for the game.
You smashed that turn or what?
Just hoping you didn't.
Really? Did you have it there, Mike? You're waiting to show me a bluff back, right?
Yeah, if it was a bluff, I would have showed you.
We'll be right back with more poker action, plus my interview with the youngest 2-time WPT champion, Randall Flowers, in this week's edition of 5 Questions, when the World Poker Tour's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns.
What is the best thing about being a professional poker player?
Don't just use your phone to call, use it to raise.
Download your World Poker Tour Texas Hold'em game to your mobile device today and get in on the action. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. You're watching the Hollywood Poker Open from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. 3 players left fighting it out for this title.
Well, Mike, let's take a second out and talk about the best new thing in poker, ClubWPT.com. That is a club where you put up only $19.95 a month. It's incredible. You don't actually gamble, but you have a chance of winning a lot of money.
Well, that was proven this week at the Hollywood Poker Open when the ClubWPT.com qualifier, Andy Whetstone, earned his way into this tournament by beating over 1,500 people online for free, got the $10,000 seat, made it all the way down to the final table for a nice cash.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life. It was wonderful. Thank WPT.
Played great.
Thank ClubWPT.com.
You got it. You got it.
Keep playing.
You can do the same thing. Just go to ClubWPT.com and sign up now.
Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. ClubWPT.com. Now let's get back to the felt.
Well, there you see our current chip leader, the local guy from Cincinnati, Mike Scarborough, in first place. He's got close to 1.6 million in chips. William Reynolds in second place with 718,000. Hall of Famer Eric Seidel in third place right now with 640,000.
And the play goes to Reynolds. He has a queen, 5 of spades, makes it 45,000 to go. Seidel out. By the way, the blinds have gone up to 10 and 20,000 with a $3,000 ante. So local Mike Scarborough with a 9-8 of spades will call. Here's the flop.
He's got those suited connectors people like to see flops with, and this is why. He just flopped a straight.
And he's going to check it.
William has flopped top pair, but checks right behind him. And now a 5 comes off. This could spell doom for William Reynolds right here.
Check.
And again, Scarborough is going to check it.
You seem pretty over this end.
Well, the milkman's got 2 pair now.
The only thing you're going to regret, Will.
Oh, that's William Reynolds has got 2 pair. Queens up here. Anybody's going to bet those in this situation after it got checked on the flop.
Raise.
They bet 60, and now it's 160.
You're telling me you're not over this end.
I like it a lot.
But he's not lying about that. He does like it a lot. And with that speech, William makes the call.
To the river. Can Reynolds get lucky and fill up? No, it's a 6 of hearts on the river.
Come on.
And now he moves all in.
Mike. Trying to eliminate me? I thought we were pals.
You might have overbet this, Vince.
All of it?
This will be a tough laydown for William Reynolds to make here.
Did you flop the bottom end?
Well, there he hit the nail on the head.
I'd say don't do it, man.
If I call, is it all over?
That's right, Stanley. There's his buddies, Tom Marchese and Ali, who got knocked out very fast in this final table.
Both those guys were at this final table. And if William Reynolds makes this call, he'll be joining them in the stands, Vince. He'll be out in third place. And what a laydown he makes. He put his opponent on bottom straight. That's exactly what he had. And you just wonder, had Scarborough made a smaller bet of a couple 100,000, which would have left Reynolds with a few chips, he probably would have made that call.
I think I lived to see another day.
If I'm all in, bro, live to see another day.
Wow. In this week's edition of 5 Questions, I sat down with the youngest 2-time WPT champion in history, the one and only Randall Flowers. With your win at Festa, you joined an elite group of multiple WPT title winners. How does it feel to be in the company of Daniel Negreanu, Carlos Mortensen, Gus Hansen?
Feel pretty privileged.
He's the heart. He's done it. It's 2.
I was pretty lucky to win a couple of tournaments by the age of 22, and so now I have a couple titles, and I don't know. I don't really try to think too hard about it.
Did you look up to any of these guys when you were a teenager?
Definitely thought Carlos was the man. Carlos is pretty sick. I like his style of play. He changes gears well and plays tight and loose at the right time.
Tony Dunn said that when you busted Jason Kuhn, there's no way that he could have folded.
When Randall moves in on him, Jason truly looks like he's going to vomit, and I can't blame him for feeling the urge. He knows that a lot of the hands Randall check shoves the river with are full houses, but he may also believe Randall would play a strong 8 this way.
Do you agree with our raw deal host?
Jason and Tony might not know this, but I probably would just check call the river with ace-8 even. I wouldn't go all in with worse than a straight. He's not really going to bet that big on the river without like a pretty strong hand.
1.5.
I would probably just call with an 8, but I would definitely check shove all my full houses and my straights and stuff.
All in. Jason in shock.
Tony Dunst. I know he's a close friend of yours. Is he really a ladies' guy?
Yeah, he understands that just like poker and in the game of girls to him, it's sort of a volume game. So let's just say that he puts in a lot more work than a lot of us.
I appreciate your honesty.
He's a hard worker. He's a hard worker.
What is the best thing about being a professional poker player?
Just the freedom to do whatever you want. For the most part, I can pretty much just schedule doing whatever I want to do, whenever I want to do, and a lot of jobs don't allow people that kind of freedom, and I'm sure a lot of people wish they had it.
Well, Vince, as you know, even the great players go out early in these tournaments sometimes, and Randall Flowers was one of the first ones out here in Hollywood.
But right now, it's down to these three. All right, action going to our chip leader, Mike Scarborough from Cincinnati. He's got an ace-jack this time, raises it to 47,000.
I'm all in.
Well, look at this. William Reynolds with ace-10 says all in.
Eric Seidel going out. Another $500,000 or so for Scarborough to call. And he makes the call and has his opponent dominated. And that was a quick call by Scarborough there with the ace-jack.
I'm a huge dog. Need those diamonds.
Come on now.
The former grocery store clerk, the milkman, William Reynolds, in a bad position right now.
I need a lot of help.
That's exactly right, William.
Put something out there. Give the milkman a sweat.
There's William's dad holding his breath as well.
Scarborough, the Cincinnati kid, the local, in a great place to knock this guy out.
That Reynolds is up against it here. Gonna have to have help to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it. Well, let's come queen, 8-6.
A little bit backdoor hope.
Well, backdoor hope is it. A 10 would give him the lead, of course, but...
Hold up one time.
He's talking about a backdoor flush or a backdoor straight. He's got to have help, or the one to watch will be no longer watched tonight.
Things are looking good for Scarborough. Here's the turn card.
A king of diamonds comes off. William happy with that card because now he can win it with a diamond, which would give him a flush, or a jack, which would give him a straight.
2 of clubs. 2 of clubs.
6, 8.
2 of clubs.
Jack
2 of clubs.
diamonds.
2 of clubs, baby.
6, 8.
2 of clubs.
Reynolds now with a lot of outs.
2 of clubs.
And he better get it, otherwise he's gone. Let's see the last card.
Everybody on their feet here. It's the 5 of hearts. Mike Scarborough has done it. He has eliminated William Reynolds from this tournament.
Nice playing with you, Eric.
Well, the milkman finally goes sour. Gonna pick up over 110,000 for his effort.
All right, Mike, he's that chip lead.
Take
it out.
All right, man.
He's a great player, very deceptive.
Dude, I can try right now. That was not good.
Right now, Matt Savage over to talk to the milkman.
I'm here with William Reynolds, a tough three-handed battle. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was a grueling battle. I wanted nothing more than a World Poker Tour title. That's what I was shooting for today. I came up short-handed, and I had a fun time, and it was great to get on that World Poker Tour final table finally.
Well, you have proven that you are one to watch. What's up next for you?
I'm going to the World Poker Tour in Florida. After I was at that final table, I want nothing more than another final table and another chance at that World Poker Tour bracelet.
Awesome. We'll see you there.
Yep, thanks a lot.
With William Reynolds out in third place, we reach the all-important heads-up action. Will it be Michael Scarborough or Eric Seidel who takes the title? We'll be right back with WPT's coverage from the Hollywood Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Well, Out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models. And the bricks of cash getting flopped to the table. Such a beautiful sight on the WPT.
It's really a beautiful sight if you're sitting at the table. We got the beautiful trophy, the customized Tiffany bracelet. Well, Eric Seidel has one of those bracelets. He's looking to gather a second.
We got a local up against a Hall of Famer, but the local, the Cincinnati kid, has most of the chips.
He does, Vance. Got over a 5-1 chip lead as we start out our heads-up battle.
We are moments away from heads-up action, where Eric Seidel and Michael Scarborough will battle for a WPT title. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage caught up with both players, and here's what they had to say.
Well, now you're sitting across from a legend, a Hall of Famer, going for his second title, almost $15 million in career earnings. It's got to be pretty exciting for you.
It's really exciting. I hope it's time for a newcomer to step up and make his way up through the ranks. And, you know, if Seidel finishes second, I'm sure he's not going to be sorry. If I finish first, I'll be the happiest kid here in Cincinnati.
You're on probably the hottest streak in history of poker. What are your thoughts going into this heads-up battle?
Well, he's a really, really good player, and so I think it's going to be a very tough match, and or at least I'm hoping it's a tough match, because he could very easily just win it very quickly.
Well, Eric says that because as we start heads-up play, Mike Scarborough has over a 5-1 chip lead on him.
Well, the antes are 4,000, blinds 12 and 24,000. Here we go, out of the gate, and Eric Seidel with a queen 4 has raised to 52,000.
Scarborough with the queen 10, contemplating what to do. He's going to make the call. So here we go. Flop comes king 8-6, 2 clubs, no help for either player.
Mike Scarborough is going to check it.
And will Eric make the continuation bet? Yes is your answer.
Of course he does.
But a snap call by Scarborough with just the queen 10.
Yeah, for 50,000. Going to the turn.
Well, jack of clubs comes on the turn, so possible flush out there now. Scarborough checks.
That gives Scarborough an open-ended straight draw.
Check.
And Eric checks right behind him. Well, the board pairs 6s on the river. And Scarborough now is going to bet the queen high, 130,000. Well, let me tell you what Eric is thinking about here. What this guy might have. He called a bet on the flop. Now, in Eric's mind, if he had a flush draw, he would raise on the flop. If he had top pair 2 kings, he would raise on the flop, maybe even raise with 8s. Doesn't think the guy's going to bet 2 8s on the river with 8s and 6s. So in his mind, the guy has got 3 6s perhaps, or possibly just a straight draw, whereas queen high may be the best hand. But Vince, even if it is the best hand, how tough is it to make this call for 130,000 with just a queen in your hand?
So you think it's callable with just queen high. But look at this, he is going to make the call for a split.
This is going to be a split pot, but what a bet and what a call by Eric Seidel right there.
A sick call, queen 4 was.
That was a Hall of Fame call, man.
Heads-up action getting underway. We're coming back with more action from Lawrenceburg, Indiana in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Melanie Iglesias, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Royal Flush Girls, they're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
There you can see Mike Scarborough with well over a 5-1 chip lead over Eric Seidel. Could his dream of capturing a WPT title come true and do it in his hometown here, Vince?
Raise.
Yeah, hometown. He's actually a sales manager.
62.
In Cincinnati, and this time with a Jack 10 of hearts, has raised it to 62,000.
Well, Eric Seidel has the ace 9 of diamonds.
I'm on.
He's going all in with it.
I call.
Wow, what a quick call.
Well, Mike Scarborough's made the call. And Vince, I don't blame him. I know it's a pretty healthy bet, but even if he loses this pot, he's still going to have over a 3-1 chip lead over Eric.
And there's Mike's fiancee, Laura. Quite nervous.
Well, Mike Scarborough taking a shot to try to win it all right here, right now. Let's see if he can do it.
What a moment for him.
Well, everybody on their feet awaiting this flop. Eric with a good shot to double up here. Put a 10 right in the door. Comes 10, 9, 7. Mike Scarborough is taking the lead with 2 10s. Eric Seidel has 2 9s. Must catch an ace or a 9 to win this pot.
Seidel seemingly shocked there.
Well, an 8 comes off. This gives Scarborough a straight.
This is it. We can only chop. We can only chop.
He is 1 card away from the title here at the Hollywood Casino.
I need a jack for a straight.
Oh, my God.
You can do it. You can do this.
No jack.
Well, it's hugs all around for Mike Scarborough. A 10 comes off, and we have a champion. The local from Cincinnati, Mike Scarborough, has pleased the local fans. He has knocked out the legendary Eric Seidel.
Eric Seidel going to take home $155,000.
Well done. Beautiful play. Really nice play.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you got to give him credit, Vince. He gambled at the right time. He could afford to take a chance to gamble there. He did so. It paid off for him beautifully. He is our champion.
And our champ going to take home over $273,000. Right now, Matt Savage talking to our runner-up.
Well, Eric, a job well done. You didn't take it down, but what's your thoughts?
I wanted to have a shot to win it, and I did. I mean, Mike just played really great the last couple of days. You know, I said at the beginning that I thought he was really going to come into his own this tournament. He's just been playing great.
Well, is the heater going to continue? Where are you going next?
I'll be at the tournament in Florida, the WPT in Florida, and I'm excited about that one because I think it's going to be a great field.
All right, well, we'll see you there.
Okay.
Thanks, Eric.
And here's to the champion of the Hollywood Poker Open from Cincinnati, Ohio, Mike Scarborough.
So there you have it. Michael Scarborough lifts his glass in the traditional WPT Champions Toast as we celebrate the conclusion of one of the most exciting events this season, the Hollywood Poker Open here at the Hollywood Casino. Michael Scarborough has made his way up here from the arena. Right now I'm joined by WPT's newest champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It seemed like you had no fear out there, considering your competition. It was tough.
Yeah, I knew the one player that was going to be the strongest player, you know, personality-wise and aggressive-wise, was William. I knew that I had to try to slowly, you know, work my way into his head. When you've seen his game take a total, you know, 180, it was pretty impressive. And that's when I knew I had control of him and I could kind of do what I wanted at that point.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
And we'll see you at the championship at Bellagio.
For sure, and you'll see me again, definitely.
Oh, for sure.
Thanks.
Great to see you.
Appreciate it.
Join us next time when the WPT travels to Hollywood, Florida for the seminal Hard Rock Showdown. From the Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, I'm Kimberly Lansing. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In South Florida, the stakes are high as the winner of the first major poker tournament ever held in the Sunshine State is set to earn over $1.1 million. And it's all happening tonight only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
For years, South Florida has been the home turf and training ground for a number of major pros. But despite being such fertile ground for poker greats, the Sunshine State has never had a major championship to call their own. But that all changed 5 days ago when the WPT came to the seminal Hard Rock Casino, and 433 players showed up from around the world to stake a claim on the massive $4.1 million prize pool. And while that famous Florida sunshine made it warm outside, as you will see in this inaugural event, the temperature on the tournament floor went through the roof.
Good luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table. Let's shuffle up and deal.
This tournament was held in one of the most unusual and exciting venues we've seen on the WPT. The Hard Rock Live is a 5,000-seat rock and roll arena that's played host to the likes of Bruce Springsteen. But this week, the headliner was high-stakes poker and a slew of some of the game's biggest names.
Come on, let's go. I'm gonna kick your ass. Come on. Have to take me out.
As the Royal Flush Girls took in the first ever WPT event in the Sunshine State, South Florida's local grinders were up for the fight and ready to challenge the established pros.
I love it. Like, I really, really love it. I love the grind. Like, I'm a sick degenerate.
What we can do is go around the room and I can point you out different people's home turf casino and let them know whose house they're in. We must protect this house.
Some of the visiting pros did run into some trouble. By the end of day one, several big names would go bust, including WPT champions Hoyt Corkins, Gavin Smith, Antonio Esfandiari, and local favorite Jason Mercier. In a season dominated by young talent, it was a pro in his 50s, Randy Dorfman, who would end the first day of the competition as the big chip leader.
We prey on the young guys. We eat the young guys.
Day two saw the remaining 317 players out of a field of 433 continue their quest for the $1.1 million first place prize inside, while the Royal Flush Girls and Tony Dunst joined some players who already busted outside for a heated volleyball match in the South Florida sunshine. If it was warm outside, the temperature in the poker arena began to boil as Squeaky started to squeak.
Are we allowed to poke other players? Can I just start poking them every time I'm ready? This kid in the Care Bear sweater, he doesn't matter what his cards are, he's just pretending to look down. Let's hope I wake up to the nuts.
Squeaky learned that in a poker tournament, if you tell your opponent what cards you're holding,
Care Bear, I have ace queen. Still alive, dude, I have ace queen.
you get a penalty.
1 round penalty, don't look at it.
I despise that kid. I thought I talked a lot.
After sitting out for one entire lap, Squeaky was allowed back at the table and immediately doubled up.
Yeah, baby! Woo! Squeakzilla, back in it.
Outside of Squeaky's table, there was some serious poker going on, and it turned out to be a good day for poker pro Todd Terry, who would end the day as the chip leader, and our own Mike Sexton would finish the day still in the hunt, making a serious run at his second WPT final table this season. As for Squeaky, he ended the day with yet another penalty.
You cannot pop about your hand. It's not over.
What does that have to do with it? Everyone's uptight. You know, when I used to play as a kid, I used to have fun. It's about a good time. Everyone here's got something, you know, jammed up there.
I had ace-6 of spades, and I was very close to spike call.
Oh, and ace-2 of diamonds.
Yeah, right. Stop it.
Ace-2 of diamonds.
Get me the hell out of here.
145 players returned on day 3 to new table assignments.
And ones to watch, Alan Berry found himself sitting with the chip leader, Todd Terry.
Michael Winnett had a new table and new opponents and a new look, but Squeaky was still up to his old tricks.
As a reminder to players, please do not discuss the contents of your hand. If you do, you will get a penalty.
I didn't hear that announcement.
Across the room, a rare table draw put 3 top female players together.
Annette Oberstad, ones to watch, Maria Ho, and Lauren Kling.
But that dynamic didn't last long as Maria's pocket 8s ran into Lauren's pocket jacks, sending Maria home. Moments later, Lauren bested Annette, who shoved with pocket jacks against Lauren's pocket kings. Meanwhile, Squeaky collected his 3rd penalty of the tournament. This time seemed to put Squeaky on tilt.
You can't turn chat off here, so you should be allowed to talk to people. And sometimes you talk about the hand.
Next time is 3 rounds, and then you're out of the tournament.
But do you understand what I'm
doing? So don't do it.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm explaining you the rules of the tournament.
I think they're open to interpretation.
Please understand, I do not want to disqualify you, but I will.
I understand that you will.
So
That will make Syracuse very happy.
So stop.
Squeaky still had a couple more hands to wait out, but during his penalty time, his table did break, and he was moved to the same table as Mike Sexton. After being denied 2 orbits of play, Squeaky would rejoin the action and play his biggest hand of the day. Young California player Kazu Oshima shoved all in on a flop of Queen 9-5, 2 clubs.
This is how I got out of the last 5 tournaments I played.
Squeaky calls with a pair of 5s and the flush draw.
Kazu has no pair, but he does have the ace-high flush draw. Turn comes the jack of hearts. Squeaky still in the lead. River, jack of clubs, giving Kazu the nut flush and sending a stunned Squeaky home with no words and no cash.
As the day drew to a close, ones to watch Lauren Kling would be busted out by young Massachusetts player Taylor von Kriegenberg.
Moving himself up to first in chips and leaving the last woman standing, Florida businesswoman Ivey Daniels in second place. Day 4, the money bubble closed in and the stakes were high. Of the 51 players starting the day, 6 will go broke. Only 45 would cash. For a few players, it was not a good morning. But two-time WPT final tableist Kurt Kohlberg was having fun.
Half the people think I'm Tom Cruise. The other half think I'm Leonardo DiCaprio. I hate that.
With 46 players left, the actual money bubble was in play. The pressure mounted, especially as extreme short stacks doubled up. Eventually, it would be East Coast player Vinny Pahuja who would end up as the last player to walk home empty-handed.
Congratulations, you are in the money.
Excuse me, sir.
Shuffle up and do it.
Quick interview. Are you kidding me?
After that, players started to bust quickly, including Mike Sexton and his dream of making his second WPT final table this season, as his pocket sevens couldn't overrun WPT champ Tommy Vitas's pocket eights.
Draw, Mark.
Good luck. All right, man.
Then it was day 2 chip leader Todd Terry's turn as he flopped a set of 6s against Ivey Daniels' pocket aces. But with runner diamonds, Ivey made a flush, ending Todd's quest for a second WPT final table. Only 18 players would survive day 4 and return to play for the WPT final table, led by chip leader, WSOP bracelet winner Blair Hinkle. With the WPT crew moving into the arena to set up the TV final table, playdown was moved out into the poker room.
Shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players.
Within minutes of shuffle up and deal on day 5, WPT final tableist and Miami Beach native Noah Schwartz became the first player of the day to be eliminated.
Good luck, baby.
And the bust outs would keep coming fast and furious. Poker pro Blair Hinkle, who started the day as the chip leader, took the biggest hit of the day. First by doubling up Tommy Vitas, then by getting eliminated in 8th place by 26-year-old local pro Justin Zaki. Young poker pro James Mackey would suffer the final heartbreak of the day when he called Taylor von Kriegenberg's all in. James, holding pocket 5s, had no chance against Taylor's pocket 8s. James would bust out on the TV bubble, giving the 22-year-old from Stoneham, Massachusetts a big chip lead going into a final table of the first televised major poker championship in Florida.
Players, congratulations on making the TV table.
So, Mike, after experiencing this field firsthand, what are your thoughts on tonight's final table?
No, my first thought is I wish I'd gone a little deeper and been at this final table. But I had a lot of fun this week, and anytime you make money playing in a poker tournament, you really can't complain. But we have a good final table for you. We'll start with the lone WPT champ at the table, Tommy Vitas. He's the guy that knocked me out of the tournament, so I'm not surprised he's sitting here. But the lady at the table really impressed me this week, I got to tell you. Ivey Daniels is her name. She's a business executive from Coral Springs, Florida. Only been playing poker for a year and a half, but I'm telling you, folks, she won't take a back step to any of these guys at the table. I give her a decent shot to win tonight, but if you had to pick a favorite, you got to go with the 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg, because he's the big chip leader. And once again, will youth prevail? We'll see.
And Vince, we've been tracking Alan Berry all season as one of WPT's ones-to-watch players. Alan is known for being highly critical of everyone. Is this his time to put his money where his mouth is?
I think so, Kimberly. I mean, he is one to watch talk. That's about what he's been doing. He's been a poker professional for 3 years. He's from New Jersey. He trash talks everyone. He doesn't think anyone can play in the poker world, so he does have to step it up. Otherwise, it's back to Hoboken and choking on a Philly cheesesteak for him. But what about Kurt Kohlberg? And this is his 3rd time at a WPT final table. He's a great guy. Can he come back from a short stack? We'll see.
Thank you, gentlemen. And as I mentioned, we have been tracking Alan Berry throughout the season on our Ones to Watch segment. Standing by with Alan is sideline reporter and well-respected tournament director, Matt Savage.
Alan, you're known on the tour as one of the biggest trash talkers in the game. You got anything to say today?
I don't talk trash, okay? Trash is nonsense. It's not real. I say what I think and what is real, so I just say what what people should be hearing, but everyone likes to lie to everyone. So,
do you have any thoughts about your final table today?
I'm very happy with it. I hope things go well.
All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Kimberly.
We are just about ready to start the final table of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. We're just moments away from the start of the final table here in Hollywood, Florida.
Tonight's players outlasted a field of 433, and it looks like they're ready to battle for the title.
Well, there you see our chip leader, 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg, and the lady at the table, Abby Daniels, in second place.
Winner's going to take home over $1.1 million tonight. Annie's will start at $4,000. Blinds are 12 and 24.
Action on WPT champ Tommy Vitas. He folds.
As does Alan Barry.
It's on our chip leader now. Taylor von Kriegenberg, and look at this. He's got a king, 6 of clubs. He got plenty of chips. That's enough to raise on. And he is going to fire out and raise pot number 1. Makes it $48,000 to go.
Kurt Kohlberg picking up a queen, 10 of spades.
This is Kurt's 3rd time at a WPT final table. He's out, though.
Justin Zaki not going to play. Abby Daniels, she's got a pair of deuces.
She's going to make the call. Yes, I got to tell you, I was very impressed with her. I played with her during this tournament. Only been playing poker a year and a half. Here she is at a final table.
Wow.
A flop comes king 10-6. Great flop for Taylor von Kriegenberg as he flops 2 pair.
But Abby's going to bet $65,000.
Taylor does not raise here. He is just going to let her hang herself and continue to bluff her money off. Now a club comes off, the 5 of clubs.
Oh, boy. Even the train stops, Abby. But she's not going to. She bets again, $90,000 with the deuces, and gets a quick call.
Taylor von Kriegenberg just walking the dog here, as we say. Letting your opponent bluff their money off.
4 diamonds on the river, no help to either player.
Well, she finally puts on the brakes and checks. Obviously, Taylor going to bet here with 2 pair.
Yep, a nice $354,000 bet. Into bluffing Abby. And she is sickened by this start. Pretty uncallable.
Well, bet you have to put him specifically on a queen jack if you make this call, but she's not doing it. She lays it down. So the rich get richer. Taylor von Kriegenberg extending his chip lead on deal number 1.
And Mike, this is this kid's first WPT event. He's only 22 years oold, and he's one tough cookie at this table.
Is that your lucky hoodie?
Played Division II college baseball, and this time he looks down at king 9 of clubs.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he can raise with king 6 of clubs, but he lays down to king 9 of clubs. Go figure.
Kurt Kohlberg picks up ace-king. Kurt is the president of a management consulting firm. He's also a tough poker player. He's going to raise with his ace-king, making it $58,000 to go.
That's what impressed us about him. He finished 8th in the United States in the men's over 50 division of squash.
There you go. Justin Zaki and Abby Daniels both folding.
That's around to former WPT champ Tommy Vitas.
Tommy making a raise here. He's going to go to 138 with a pair of 9s. Oh, and Kurt coming back over the top, all in. And now Vitas, he's got a little bit of a problem.
Now, Tommy has him covered by over $1 million, but still, you just hate to give up $500,000 right here. In case your opponent's got an overpair.
Call.
Tommy has made the call.
Sure.
And he is going to like it when he sees it in a race situation. He's out in front with 9s. He's up against the ace-king. Well, everybody on their feet here. Big pot early on at this final table.
Good luck, buddy.
Kurt Kohlberg, always a gentleman.
At least I don't have ace-queen, which is what I had the last 2 times.
Well, this is Kurt's 3rd WPT final table. He actually went out in 5th place in Paris and at Foxwoods holding an ace-queen.
Here we go.
Oh, he's wishing he had ace-queen right now, Vince. As it comes queen 10-4.
No help for Kurt there.
He's looking for an ace, a king, or a jack here. Must have some help or he's going to be out in 6th place. Well, a 4 comes off. So we are down to the river. Kurt must catch an ace, a king, or a jack. Nothing else will do.
Can he do it? Kurt sweating it out. River Kurt.
Everybody on their feet. It's a jack. He has done it. He has made Broadway. He has made the ace high straight to stay alive. And right now he is thanking the poker gods.
Oh, finally his luck turning around on the World Poker Tour.
Thanks, Kurt.
to take a quick break, but there's more from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, including Tony Dunst and the Raw Deal. My 5 questions with South Florida native and WPT One to Watch Jason Mercier. Plus, a look at all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having right here in Florida. We have a lot in store, so stick around. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Mike and Vince, we just had a great tournament in Indiana.
Kimberly, you're right. That event turned out to be a very exciting final table, which included poker legend Eric Seidel and one of the WPT's one-to-watch players, William Reynolds.
Don't forget, in that mix was an amateur player, Andy Whetstone, who got into that event by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Well, Andy really is a great story. As a member of ClubWPT.com, he was eligible to play in a satellite. He won that event and earned a $10,000 seat into our last tournament. And before you know it, he found himself sitting in a televised WPT final table going for the big bucks.
Follow in Andy's footsteps by joining ClubWPT.com, and all you pay is $19.95 a month to become a VIP member. And don't forget, it's safe, it's legal, it's risk-free, it's online poker, and you have a shot at a WPT championship seat.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life.
Well, Andy is living proof you really are playing for great prizes and money when you join ClubWPT.com.
Well, guys, it looks like the cards are back in play here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. So let's get back down to the final table.
Well, there you see Taylor von Kriegenberg still well out in front, but Abby Daniels, who started out in second chip position, is now in 4th place.
As 6 players go after a $1.1 million.
Well, action's going to be on Abby. She's got the 2 walking sticks, the pair of 7s. Caps her card. Obviously a sign she's going to play this pot.
Lines at 12 and 24, and she's going to make it 63,000. A quick fold by Tommy Vitas. Now Alan Berry, he's quiet tonight. He doesn't play that hand.
Well, action on the chip leader. He looks down at a pair of 3s. You got plenty of chips. You like to see flops with small pairs. In hopes you flop a set where you can break somebody.
Well, he's got the button, but he does not raise, just calling. Now Kurt Kohlberg going to fold.
Over to Justin Zaki, 26-year-old. Out of St. Petersburg, Florida. He's out as well.
So we got 3s up against 7s. Here's the flop.
Oh, and what a flop. Oh. It's King 7-3. It's set over set. Vince, this is known as a cooler, meaning there's no way you can get away from either one of these hands.
Not at all.
It's going to be tapioca pudding time.
Well, Abby bets, and he just calls, trying to trap, not a spades, irrelevant card on the turn. Set over set. Abby bets.
Well, Taylor thinks he's walking the dog again.
He's raised it. He's made it 300.
I'm all in.
Well, she's going to get all in. He's going to quickly call.
Oh, wow.
And he's not going to like it when he sees he's got a 1-outer. It's set over set. No way you can get away from either one of these hands, and no limit hold'em. You're just going down when you get the lower set.
Well, Taylor with a 1-outer. Not to be, as a 6 of clubs hits the board. Abby Daniels doubling up just beautifully right there.
And once again, she moves back into 2nd place at this final table.
I think my business background absolutely has helped my poker game. There's a lot of skills in being a corporate executive that you're going to use at the poker table. You're going to be able to read people well. You're going to be able to take risks, which you've had to take risks all along your career in order to get to the point to say, hey, I'm going to be the best.
A quick break in the action, but more to come, including an installment of 5 questions with poker pro Jason Mercier. Is there a Florida-style poker?
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is completely off the chain. The pool's beautiful. It's like paradise out there. It's just absolutely gorgeous. The volleyball was so much fun. I think I scared the crap out of the players. They were coming up to me after like whoa, where did you learn how to play like that? Partying with the poker players is a lot of fun because we had a dance-off and we finally got to see how these guys get down.
Life is good here in Florida.
Well, you are right, Mike. Life is great here in Florida. We've had a fantastic week here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Let's go back down to the felt. Tommy Vitas with an ace-8 makes it 65,000 to go.
Tommy going for his second WPT title tonight.
Alan Berry out. Now Taylor, our chip leader, also folding. Kurt going away.
Okay, around to Justin Zaki in the small blind. He looks down at ace-king, a big hand. Justin's been playing poker for 8 years. His biggest cash prior to this was just 78,000. He's going to surpass that number tonight.
He raises it up, makes it 170 to go. Actually now around to Abby Daniels. And wow.
2 kings in the big blind.
The Cowboys in the house here tonight.
Well, this could spell trouble for Justin Zaki here.
She's made this 420, Mike. Tommy Vitas has gone out, and now back on Zaki with ace-king.
Strong.
Now, is it just me? Does she look a little like one of the ladies from Laverne and Shirley?
Wow, what a laydown by Justin Zaki there. I'm telling you, that is dabbing it. I mean, she is just a very bold, aggressive player. He knows that, yet he's still got the discipline to lay down ace-king there. What a great read he made on her.
You got me steaming from that hand. Do you have aces?
Whatever you had, it was a good laydown, I promise you. You'll see it.
Well, that is correct. All right, it's on Justin.
Well, he found out the information he wanted to, Vince. He's convinced now he made a good laydown, which is going to make him feel better.
Okay, a couple folds around to Tommy Vitas, a WPT champ, going after his second title. He's going to raise with a 7-5, makes it 70,000 to go.
Alan Berry, a one to watch out here in the WPT this season, has a good read on him because he's raising it with an ace-deuce.
Oh, boy. Taylor, pick it up, ladies. What a position he's in. The chip leader capping his cards. Looks over at Vitas, concerned about Alan Berry. Now, he looks a little like the guy Squiggy in Laverne and Shirley, if you ask me. You got the whole gang there.
I know he's going to feel Squiggy right now because Taylor has re-raised here to 390,000.
Goldberg, Vitas going away. Back on Squiggy. Alan Berry, one of the trash talkers in the poker game.
He's not going to be trash talking much about this hand. He lays it down.
Good fold.
Well, he made a good read on Tommy. Unfortunately for him, the guy behind him picks up 2 queens and takes down the pot.
Yep, and this is Taylor's first WPT event ever. He extends his chip lead, only 22 years old. Will it be his night tonight?
Taylor's quite an athlete. Played Division II college baseball. Also plays basketball, football. Right now he's having a ball.
All right, a couple folds around to the champ at the table so far. Taylor, he's going to go away as well. Our man Kurt Kohlberg, the CEO, folds. And now Justin Zaki from Florida.
Now it's the battle of the blinds here. Justin picks up a pretty nice hand, the small blind, ace-7 of hearts.
Yep, he's raised to 75,000. Now, Abby Daniels with just a 10-9.
Well, she's making the call here. She's got more chips than he does, got position on him, got some money in the pot. Let's see a flop. And what a flop it is for her. If she flops 3 10s, it comes 10, 10, 7.
And he's got 7s.
With an ace kicker, Vince.
First to act is Justin, and he's confident. And he's going to put in a bet of 110,000.
Whoa.
She comes right over the top for $250,000.
And usually when you have a big hand, you don't re-raise that quickly, which is actually very good. It's disguising the fact, maybe. This guy's saying no way she's going to have 3 10s, and he's going to re-raise it.
Well, he's going to find out where he's at right here, right now. You bet 650,000.
Now, do you milk the cow a little bit longer? No, just calls. And now he's thinking, whoops, did I make a mistake? Turn card coming up.
When ace comes off, this now gives him aces up. So in case she had an overpair, something like 2 jacks or 2 queens, he would now have her beat.
I mean, I got you covered, so whatever.
Yep, that's right, Abby. You have him covered.
How much is it?
But he wants to know exactly how much you have.
What he wants is information to hear her talk. See how confident she is about her hand.
3. 1.9.
Yep, now she's been playing poker for 1.5 years. Maybe in a couple more years she'll learn not to talk so much. Oh, he checks. And Abby with a $500,000 bet.
Justin's going to play this pot. He's going to most likely have to play it for all his dough here. He knows that. I made a great lay down a minute ago when he folded ace-king. Can he fold aces up here?
He's just checking out the body language of Ivey.
You're just like owning me on every hand.
Another great lay down by Justin Zaki.
Love that fold.
So twice he had big hands, twice he got away from him, Vince, against a very, very aggressive player.
That one going to Ivey Daniels. 6 players remain. We're coming back for more on the WPT.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Before the break, we saw the 2 Floridians at the table. Ivey Daniels and Justin Zaki battle it out. And our own Tony Dunst has been analyzing the action, and he's ready to weigh in on this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
One of the most frustrating moments in poker is the growing sensation that a player you believe to be worse than you is somehow outplaying you. There's no doubt Justin Zaki believes himself the much better player when up against Ivey Daniels. This is no judgment on Justin's confidence level. It's just natural that a young professional like Justin will think himself ahead of a middle-aged woman with minimal results. And besides, what poker player doesn't secretly suspect that they're one of the greatest of all time? In the first confrontation, Justin 3-bets an under-the-gun raise and gets the cold 4-bet of Ivey Daniels dropped right in his face.
Strong.
It seems likely that Justin believes Ivey is quite simply not capable of a pre-flop cold 4-bet without a monster. This illustrates the consequences of being a player with a very tight range for your most aggressive moves. Eventually, opponents adjust, and you start losing money when they make big folds to your obviously bigger hand. It's in the second confrontation between the two that the frustration of the moment begins to affect Justin. After raising ace-7 of hearts from the small and connecting on the 10-10-7 flop, Justin fires out a pretty standard value bet. Once Ivey calls the large raise on the flop, Justin figures that Ivey's range for calling the flop is so narrow that even with a helpful turn card, it's actually hard for him to be ahead. It's only now he realizes there was actually no sensible hand he could have bluffed her off on the flop. There isn't much in the way of draws that would make future streets awkward, and just calling gives Ivey a chance to keep bluffing the rare times she has air or something with low equity. Meanwhile, dear Ivey, chill. You look so intensely excited at the prospect of playing for stacks, you can barely sit still. You read like your hand is strong enough to leap up and beat Justin to death with. But let's give Justin credit despite his wasteful 3-bet. He made a smart fold with the ace-king in a spot where many would end up stacking off, and he sensed his error on the flop with ace-7, then made the right read on the turn.
You're just like owning me on every hand.
Still, Justin worries aloud whether he's being owned by Ivey, even though we know he's making smart folds. Keep your wits about you and your frustrating moments won't be too unprofitable. How do I know? I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm one of the greatest players of all time.
Well, I would agree. I think Ivey needs to work on her poker face a little.
And as you can see, our chip leader is a 22-year-old Taylor van Kriegenberg. As 6 players remain, to the felt we go. And first to play is going to be Justin Zaki from St. Petersburg, Florida. Playing quite well here so far tonight. He's going to fold this one. And now Ivey Daniels with just a king-6 is going to raise. Makes it 65,000.
She is very aggressive. These guys know it.
All right, Tommy Vitas has stepped away from his table. His hand has been mucked. On to Alan Berry. Picks up a very strong ace-queen. Alan Berry, 26 years old from Hoboken, Jersey. Makes the call, no raise. Taylor going away. And Kurt Kohlberg also folding. So two-way action between, well, Nicole Laverne and Shirley Gang.
The flop comes ace-9-8. Good flop for Alan Berry here.
But she's going to make a continuation bet with absolutely zip and pip, 85,000.
She's got a few chips now, and she's back to her aggressive mode, but that is not going to work here.
Berry just calling, not going to raise.
That should turn the caution lights on for her. Now the jack of clubs comes off. Ivey does have a flush draw.
But she's going to slow down.
Well, Alan Berry doesn't want to fall into any traps here, so he checks right behind her.
Let's see if she catches the club. Nope.
But now a queen comes off. So Alan liking that card. He's got the top 2 pair now.
Nothing hitting for Ivey.
Well, the only way she can win it, Vince, is to bluff at it.
I love it.
She does it.
She bets 115 and an insta-call by Alan Berry, of course.
King high.
He beat her in the pot, and he's going to take it down with aces and queens.
I want to see both cards, otherwise she has to mark down.
Wow, that's Jersey for you right there. Wants to see both cards, Mike.
Well, that's a little bit of a needle here. Just wants to see what you had.
Nice.
And also maybe put a little bit on tilt there, Vince. Usually when you win the pot, you just want to take it down. You don't care about seeing the other card.
All right, well, the blinds are going up to 20 and 40,000. She looks a little confused there. She is super aggressive. She's tough, and action goes to her. She's got a nothing hand. She'll take a rest, folds.
Tommy Vitas back at the table. Looks down at King Jack. Got Kojak.
He's the Vin Diesel of poker. Has that kind of look.
He does.
He's got a raise, makes it 90,000. Alan Berry, content with himself after the last hand, folds. And now Taylor von Kriegenberg, our chip leader.
Well, he's got Queen Jack, but that's good enough for him to raise.
Yeah, he makes it 180. But Kurt Kohlberg with an interesting ace-10 of spades. No, ejects that one. And Zaki also folding, so back on Vitas. And he's going to make the call for the action.
Well, as the cards lie, Tommy has him dominated. Once come King 9-8, all hearts. Nice flop for Tommy Vitas. He's out in front now with the 2 kings.
And he has a heart too, but he's going to check it.
He's going to throw him a little rope here.
Taylor also checks.
Well, now an ace comes off. That's a scare card for Tommy for sure. He checks. And look at this, Vince. Taylor is going to represent that he has an ace in his hand, something like ace-10, ace-queen.
Yep.
He checked the flop. Now he's betting the turn, but Tommy's not going for it. He's calling with the kings and the flush draw.
Yep, and hoping to hit a flush, but no, 4 clubs on the river.
Again, Tommy checks.
And now Taylor with absolutely nothing's going to bet $2 million.
Well, he is setting Tommy Vitas all in here is what he's doing.
Did this hand so bad. Wow.
Tommy Vitas faced with a tough decision here.
Show me, 5-0. So sick. Should have shoved the flop.
Vince, he's only got second pair here, and the way this hand was played, it looks like Taylor made a pair of aces at least. If Tommy would lose this pot, he'd be out in 6th place.
Tough call to make.
Vince, let me tell you something. I don't know how you call your case money here.
Whoa.
Kings, he's done it. He has made the call. Folks, I'm telling you, that is playing the game right there. You can see why he's got a WPT title to his credit. To make a call like that for all your money, where you're going to be out if you're wrong, if the guy's got an ace or a better hand than that. That is a tough call to make with second pair there.
Oh, Tommy Vitas from Astoria, New York, making the call of the night. 6 players remain. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
This season, in our Ones to Watch segment, we've been tracking several players who we believe are about to break through to poker stardom. And perhaps the top of that talented list is South Florida native Jason Mercier. With an EPT title and a WSOP bracelet on his wrist, Jason's no stranger to the spotlight. I sat down with him to find out when we can expect to see him in our arena in this edition of 5 Questions. You've won over $5 million in your poker career, but with the WPT, it's been $85,000. So I'm wondering what the disparity is.
You know, sometimes it's just random, like which tournaments you end up having success in. But I'm pretty sure I'm going to win or start final tabling a few of these things real soon.
So you don't believe in jinxing yourself?
I don't really believe in jinxes. It's more just like a little bit superstitious, you know, like when you start to get the same type of bad beats and stuff in WPTs and you're just like, you know, maybe I'm never gonna win one of these.
You're always dressed so casual. What does it take for you to dress up?
Like church, I'll put on like a polo or in jeans, you know. I want to be comfortable when I'm playing poker, so I don't even like putting on a button down to go to like a bar or club.
Or a televised interview.
Yeah, well, I mean, I forgot, you know, I just got out of bed.
If you could only play one game for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I guess it would be PLO. I think it's the most fun game to play.
PLO makes you think a lot harder than Hold'em.
Well, maybe for you.
Yes, for me.
I mean,
why not for you?
Some people find that PLO is easier to play than Hold'em, believe it or not. PLO, it's almost easier to put a guy on a type of hand. Whereas in No Limit, the guy can have nothing or the nuts and like things like that.
We've heard about East Coast poker and West Coast poker. Is there a Florida-style poker?
If you asked me that 2 years ago, I would say, yeah, if it's the worst player at the table, then they're probably from Florida. But now I think it's like starting to develop, and like pros are coming in and living in Florida now, so it's growing. And now I think it's becoming like it is in Vegas.
Though he busted on the last hand of day one, we all look forward to seeing much more of Jason in the future. Let's get back to Mike and Vince.
For those who may not know, PLO is Pot Limit Omaha. It's where you start with 4 cards instead of 2.
It is a fun game. Actually, I lost my son's college tuition in that game. All right, back to the felt we go. Kurt Kohlberg with a pair of jacks. Gonna make it 100,000 to go. Justin Zaki peeking down at a miserable-looking 6-deuce. Won't play that.
Action on Abby Daniels. And the lady at the table looks down at 2 ladies.
What a time to get them.
What a hand for her.
Raise.
Caps a card with that little see-through train, and she's gonna raise.
Yeah, she makes it $250,000 to go.
Vitas and Barry out. Back on Kurt Kohlberg.
All in.
Oh, he's pushing all in.
Well, this could spell doom for Kurt.
Can't blame him, and this is almost automatic, you would think, for her with the queens.
Well, Kurt has finished 5th his last 2 previous times at a WPT final table.
call.
Here, he can finish in 6th place very easily.
She's made the right call.
2 queens.
And look at this look by Kurt. Oh, man.
If Abby Daniels' hand stands up here, she'll be the chip leader at this final table with 5 players left.
So Kurt Kohlberg, 3rd time at the WPT final table. He has finished 5th place. His dream of a WPT championship all on the line. And right now, he needs a lot of luck. Let's see if he can get it.
Yeah, flop comes 10-8-4.
No help with that flop for Kurt. Abby Daniels well out in front with the queens. Kurt looking very depressed, needs a miracle. Oh,
he gets it. Oh, the jack comes off. Abby can't believe it. Nobody else can either, including Kurt. She must now catch a queen or a 9 to win this pot. A 9 would give her a straight. A queen would give her a bigger 3 of a kind.
Down to the river we go.
Well, it's an 8. Kurt Kohlberg has made a full house to win this pot. Vince, he hit a jack on the river a minute ago to stay alive. Here he caught the 2-outer on the turn, and he is over to see the Royal Flush girls. Saying, girls, how about this?
52-year-old Kurt Kohlberg with the suck-out of the night, maybe of the year.
A miracle double up for Kurt Kohlberg, vaulting him into 2nd chip position. This also sets Kurt up nicely for WPT Player of the Year points. That race currently has Andy Frankenberger in the lead, with Vivek Rajkumar not far behind. In the meantime, we have to take a quick break here in South Florida, but there's more poker action as the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. Stick around.
Hello. I would say that once people meet me in person and actually talk to me, they realize that I'm not a douchebag. I despise that kid. I've been here for like 4 days and he just walks around and talks way too much. I guess I'm just overly critical and I jump to conclusions that someone's bad at poker, and they take that as like a strike to their personality, which is not true at all. If someone's bad at poker, that doesn't mean that I don't like them. It just means that I think they're bad at poker. Unless they're bad at poker and then they think they're the best, then I don't like them, because then they're just stupid. Get me the hell out of here.
Well, certainly Alan Berry doesn't lack confidence in his poker game, but he's a very bright guy, a double major from Rutgers. And Vince, I really believe that because he is so intelligent, he just doesn't think anybody can play as good as him.
Well, he's been a poker pro for 3 whole years. Must be nice to be young and know it all. All right, back to the felt we go. He folds. And now Taylor also folding.
Action around to Kurt. He's got the ace-4 offsuit. He's in the cutoff position. He's going to raise it.
And now Justin Zaki looking at a seductive 9, 8 of clubs.
He's got those suited connectors on the button in position. Wants to see a flop and makes the call.
And Abby Daniels now with a interesting little 5, 6 of clubs, and she's also going to make the call.
Got the suited connectors, but unfortunately for her, the same suit.
And Tommy Vitas in the big blind with just queen, 3 of hearts.
Well, Vince, he's got money in the pot. He's getting a huge price on his money right here, so he makes the call with the queen, 3 of hearts. 4-way action.
Pretty amazing.
Welcome to Florida.
All right, who will be lucky? Let's see.
And flop comes king 10-4, 2 flush draws. And unfortunately for Abby, she's got the smaller flush draw.
Well, she has checked it. Tommy Vitas also checking. Now Kurt Kohlberg with a little pair of 4s, going to check as well.
All 4 players checking around. Now a 9 of spade comes off. That actually gives Justin Zaki the best hand and the best draw.
Abby going to check again, and Tommy Vitas saying, enough of this stuff. You guys must be weak. I'm betting 235,000.
Tommy just got the gut shot straight draw.
Kurt out. But Zaki now is going to make the call.
And Abby is going to make the call, too. Abby drawing completely dead here.
Little does she know.
She better hope the club doesn't come off.
Down to the river we go. 3 players.
Oh, a jack of clubs.
Oh, man.
Abby has made a flush. Justin has made a flush.
Abby's going to bet that. It's all in.
Well, Tommy Vitas has made a straight.
I call.
Now he quickly calls. And that infuriates Zaki because he's saying, what's going on here? Am I beat?
Well, Vince, it was a huge bet. 845,000 and a snap call. All of a sudden, your 9-9 flush doesn't look that good.
I fold.
Oh, man, he's folding.
Well, he lays this hand down. Abby's going to win this pot with a flush. Justin is going to die when he sees these hands.
Oh, yeah.
And the truth is, the bad call by Tommy Vitas cost Justin this pot.
Zaki is spitting blood right now. He can't believe he got outsmarted there. The lady at the table taking the pot.
Tommy should be fearful that one of the 2 opponents had a flush draw there.
How can I call it 3 snaps?
So a break for the lady there, and she wins a huge pot.
Abby Daniels vaulting from 6th place to chip leader. All I can say is, wow.
Well, Kimberly, it goes without saying that Abby Daniels has proven to be a force to be reckoned with. She is fearless. But things didn't always go her way here, like in that unfortunate hand against Kurt Kohlberg. But you got to give her credit. She's not backing down, and she's continuing to fight.
And Vince, any surprises in what you've seen tonight?
I think the biggest surprise for me is the relative calmness we have seen from this young Alan Barry. What happened? We were expecting fireworks, weren't we, Mike? From this young loudmouth. But it looks like he is taking his time. He is quiet, he's reserved, he is waiting to strike and maybe open up his mouth.
You never know. Well, gentlemen, as you know, only one of these 6 players will walk out of Hollywood, Florida as the next WPT champion. So join us next time for WPT's continuing coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight, we are in Hollywood, Florida, where the competition for one of the last titles of Season 9 is still up for grabs. The conclusion of the final table at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is about to start, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
The Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is the first major televised poker tournament to be held in South Florida, an area known as the training ground for several big-time pros, including 2-time WPT champ Michael the Grinder Mizrahi, WPT's one-to-watch Jason Mercier, and WPT final tableist Vanessa Russo. The tournament started 5 days ago with a field of 433 players paying $10,000 to compete for their share of a $4.1 million prize pool. The competition was fierce and led to a final table that's been packed full of surprises, highlighted by the fact that we're halfway through tonight's competition and we still have a full final table of 6 players. So let's turn to our resident experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and our very own Vince Van Patten to see what this means. Guys, thoughts on tonight's competition?
Well, Kimberly, you're right. It's very rare for us to still have 6 players at this point in the tournament. Now, several factors got us into the situation. First of all, we started with relatively low blinds and antes. which allows the players to take their time and choose their spots, just like WPT's One to Watch Alan Berry has done. We expected to see a lot of fireworks from Alan, but instead, he's been sitting back and only playing premium hands like the ace-queen he did against the lone female at the table, amateur Ivey Daniels. Now, Ivey has proven to be an aggressive player who's not afraid to play with these established pros. Unfortunately for her, Kurt Kohlberg got very lucky against Ivey when his pocket jacks beat her pocket queens. So, thanks in part to the suckouts like that, we've still got 6 players left.
That's so true. And Mike, don't forget, we have the talents of WPT champ Tommy Vitas, who has been on his own roller coaster ride this evening, doubling through the smart young pro Taylor von Kriegenberg. But then he gave some of those chips back to the other local pro, Justin Zaki. Now, this is the first TV table for both Taylor and Justin, but they are both holding their own under the bright lights here in Hollywood, Florida, so I wouldn't be surprised to see either one of them go all the way.
Well, Kimberly, my pick is going to be Ivey Daniels. I really like her. But we're also seeing good fortune shine in the direction of Kurt Kohlberg. And Vince, as you know, when destiny shines on you, sometimes it's just going to go your way.
You're right.
Well, guys, tonight's winner will take home over $1.1 million, which includes a seat to next week's season-ending $25,000 buy-in WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. A lot on the line tonight. It does look like WPT sideline reporter and tournament director Matt Savage is ready to resume play. So, guys, take it away.
Well, the lone lady at the table, business executive Ivey Daniels, out in front with $2.9 million in chips.
What a story that is. She's only been playing poker for a year and a half. Can she take this big title down? We will see. Taylor with a quick fold, and now Kurt Kohlberg with a 6-5 of diamonds.
Raise.
He's going to raise to 125. Justin Zaki and Ivey Daniels both going out, but Tommy Vitas,
he's got the king-9 of hearts in the small blind, going to make the call.
trash talker Alan Berry going away, so two-handed poker. Here we go.
So flop comes 9-6-5, just an incredible flop for both players. Tommy's got top pair and a flush draw.
And he checks it.
As you can see, Curtis flopped 2 pair.
And he bets it. 175.
Buckle up, folks. You're going to see a lot of chips going in the pot here. And both players have good reason to put chips in the pot, I might add.
Well, Tommy Vitas going to make the raise. Goes to 475. Now, Kurt with 2 pair on that flop.
All in.
Wow, he goes all in.
Well, you can't blame him. He's going to get called, too.
Yep.
Nobody's going to get away from this hand. Top pair and a flush draw.
Good luck, Kurt.
Well, it's a showdown at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Kurt has Tommy Vitas well covered. So Vitas's life on the line here. A WPT champion, 8 of diamonds on the turn. Does not help Tommy.
Tommy can win the pot if an 8 comes up, a king comes up, or a heart comes up. They'd split the pot if a 7 comes up.
Otherwise, it's over for Tommy Vitas.
But Kurt Kohlberg out in front right now with the 2 pair. Can they stand up? Yes. Deuce of spade comes off. Tough luck for Tommy Vitas right there. Everybody would get their money in the pot there with top pair and a flush draw. Just didn't hit the hand and goes out in 6th place.
And he made a great run, but not to be. He's going to pick up 166,000. But Tommy Vitas is out, and we are down to 5.
Well, nice ovation for Tommy, but he's not feeling too good right now.
There's plenty more action to come from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, including Tony Dunst and the Raw Deal. My 5 questions with WPT final tableist Vanessa Russo, and another installment of WPT's Ones to Watch. More from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown right after this.
The Seminole Hard Rock has been so much fun this week. This place is like paradise. We partied with the players. We got to play volleyball with them. It was a lot of fun. The pool is amazing. Hang out and like get some sun. I can't wait to come back.
The Royal Flush Girls certainly enjoying themselves. And what a fantastic venue here. We've been playing this tournament in the Hard Rock Live Arena, where normally acts like the great Bruce Springsteen plays.
That is right. And tonight we have our own little excitement as these players compete for a WPT title. Now, Ivey Daniels with just a 6-4 of diamonds, going to make it 160 to go.
Well, we've been telling you how aggressive she is. She just continues to put pressure on her opponents.
Alan Berry out, but Taylor von Kriegenberg with an ace-jack. He's going to make this call. Kurt Kohlberg out.
Now, against tight players, you wouldn't make a call with an ace-jack like this, but against aggressive players, you obviously do. And what a flop it is. It's Jack 5-3. Taylor has top pair with top kicker. Abby has an open-end straight draw. We could see fireworks.
Yeah, well, he's checked, and she's going to bet. It looks like $255,000. And he is going to walk the dog, just calling.
Knows she's aggressive. Gonna let her continue to take the lead.
10 of spades, no help for Abby. Taylor going to check again into her. Oh, she's too shrewd for that. She checks behind him.
Now a queen comes off. Taylor out in front with the jacks, but I can assure you he didn't like that card because she could have ace-queen or ace-king here very easy the way this hand was played.
Well, he checks, and now she's betting 325 with absolute zip and pip. Just aggressive, bluffing at all times. Oh, he's sickened by this.
It is a tough call to make here with two jacks. The way the hand was played, it looks like she could have ace-king or ace-queen very easy, in which case he'd be beat. But he does make the call, and he is going to win this pot with two jacks.
Very solidly done.
Give him credit for making the call, but give her credit for trying to win that pot by making a bluff bet on the end.
She has heart. Not happy with that, but you got to give her credit. She's bold. She's aggressive. Didn't work out that time. All right, back to the felt we go. Justin Zaki, only 26 years old, picks up a huge hand, ace-king.
Come on.
And he goes all in with the short stack. Abby quickly folds. The mouth, Alan Berry folding.
Please.
Now Taylor wants a count. And Mike, look at this. He has ace-queen.
Should be
Taylor's asked for a count.
9995. 995.
Well, a confident 995,000 blurted out there.
I call.
Wow, he's made the call.
Well, he is not going to like it. He is dominated.
Kurt out. Zaki in a great place.
Well, there you see the frustration by Taylor as he flips his ace-queen up in the air, seeing he is in dire straits.
Yep, Justin Zaki and his buddies there. They're excited. Justin with a huge chance to double up.
Justin loving it right now. And why not? Well, it's come 9-7-4 with two spades.
All right, so Taylor with one spade in his hand.
And he does have the ace of spade, but he needs help.
Oh, this is fun.
Zaki out in front. Here comes the turn card.
Well, a 5 of diamonds comes on the turn, so he must catch a queen on the river. And unfortunately for him, Abby folded a queen, as did Kurt. Obviously, Justin does not know that. He thinks he's got to sweat a 3-outer, but a king comes on the river. So Justin Zaki going to double up here and take down over a $2 million pot.
Oh, yeah, the Zaki fans going crazy. Justin Zaki, 26-year-old, makes it happen right there.
There's still more to come, including the raw deal with Tony Dunst and my 5 questions with Lady Maverick herself, Vanessa Russo. What was your reaction when you finally saw that Antonio had bluffed you with 8-4 off at that final table? Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This seminal Hard Rock Showdown started 6 days ago with a field of 433, including several of the hot up-and-coming players the WPT has been tracking all season. And one of those players, Alan Berry, is sitting at this final table. Now, Alan's been very quiet tonight, but he's not normally a person who keeps his thoughts to himself, as you can see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Oh yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of the table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible.
I just want to win one of these bitches.
Yeah, coming off one final table, trying to go back-to-back, Hollywood and Indiana, now we're at the Hollywood in Florida. It'd only be fitting, right?
We're at WPT, Florida, in Hollywood, Florida, my hometown.
This is an awesome location. Get to go to the beach in the morning.
The weather's perfect here. There's a lot of action out here. It's really good.
Florida's pretty sweet. I'm always having a good time when I'm here.
It's the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, day number 1.
Could use a win. I haven't cashed it, have I? Shows you what talent means in the poker world. Nothing.
Alan Berry, he thinks of real highly of himself.
No matter what happens, I know I'm talented.
He thinks he's almost the gift to poker from the poker gods.
He's got a little mouth on him, which is good. You know, I think he throws people off their game. I think that's a part of his plan, is just like that mental, psychological attack on people.
I have 6 batteries on my bag, and I would love to shove them directly up your
Basically, there's only so much Alan can take, and his threshold is surprisingly low.
Get me the hell out of here.
You know, he's just, you know, talking smack and getting into people's heads, but, you know, it doesn't really bother me. I think it's funny.
I punished him for you.
I love Alan as well. I think he's absolutely hilarious, and I really like him. I have like 280 now or something.
I have 285, so.
Wow, well, I didn't count. I might have 285 or 286.
I might have 295.
I might have 296.
I think I have 297.
Okay.
They started out great, then it all went to. All right, guys, name and chip down again. Make sure we can read it.
So yeah, I'm the last one standing, but who really gives a They all suck anyways.
Oh, Alan Berry.
Ooh, my first catch. I mean, I really badly need to final table this. Anything but like top 3 is going to be very disappointing. I feel like I should be happier than I actually am. Should go talk to a therapist about that.
Alan's currently sitting in 5th chip position, but stands to take the lead in our ones to watch leaderboard no matter where he places tonight. Looks like the game's back in play, so let's get down to the felt with Mike and Vince.
Well, Alan Berry, brash, cocky, confident, but I sort of like the guy.
He is interesting. From Snottsville, New Jersey. I'm sorry, Hoboken, New Jersey. But we got 5 players remaining here tonight. Action to Kurt Kohlberg. He quickly folds. Justin Zaki, the Floridian, with a pair of 5s. Will raise, makes it 135.
Abby going out.
And now Alan. Oh, he's got an ace-10 of diamonds.
I'm all in.
He's on a short stack, and he goes all in.
Well, he has moved all in for $1.2 million.
How much is it?
Taylor out.
Please.
Well, Justin just has 2 5s here. Going to cost him over $1 million to make this call. It's one thing to move in with 2 5s. It's another thing to call with him, but he's made the call. I can't believe it, Vince. I could have never made that call. If you're up against an overpair, you're really up against it. And the very best situation you can be in is this one where you're in a race situation. So, A, you got to hope the guy doesn't have an overpair, and then B, you got to hope to win the race. It's just too much to ask for, I think. Let's see if he can do it. Well, so far, so good for Justin. Queen 4-4, it comes on the flop, so his 2 5s are out in front.
Alan Berry with a little indigestion there.
Well, he is in dire straits here. He's got to catch an ace or a 10 or 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be out of here in 5th place.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, a jack comes off. That does give Alan a straight draw. He must catch an ace, a king, or a 10 to win this pot, or it's tapioca pudding for him. And a 5 comes off, giving Justin a full house. He's going to take down this pot. Alan Berry stalking out of here, shakes hand, but as you can see, not a very happy camper.
He's going to pick up $211,000. You know, you can't blame him for pushing with his money with an ace-10 of diamonds. But what a call, what a feel there by Justin, the Floridian.
And Vince, I couldn't have made that call for over $1 million with 2 5s there.
And right now, Matt Savage is talking to Alan Berry.
What happened?
I was card dead for about 6 hours, watched 3 card racks just pick up hand after hand, and saw really terrible poker, and apparently you get rewarded for it. I mean, I don't even know if that kid should be calling with 5s. I mean, he played so many hands terribly. Whatever, I mean, it's an easy jam for me to jam ace-10 of diamonds.
Well, as you can see, Alan not very happy with that result. He, like me, didn't think Justin should have called him with the 2 5s for over $1 million. But it certainly worked out for Justin. And he is in great shape with a shot to win this title.
All right, back to the game at hand. 4 players remain. Taylor von Kriggenberg, the 22-year-old, with a nothing 8-5. Got a raise, though, with a junk hand, makes it 150. Kurt going out.
Now, action over to Justin Zaki. Got to be feeling good right now after just eliminating Alan Berry from this tournament. But here he's going to go out.
And now Abby Daniels with a queen jack of clubs.
Pretty standard to play this hand, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
There's the choo-choo train she caps her cards with.
And, of course, she makes the call with the queen jack of clubs. Here's the flop.
Well, flop comes ace, ace, deuce. No help to either player.
Well, they both check this.
Well, a jack comes off. This gives Abby aces and jacks.
Yep, and she's going to bet 185. Taylor with absolute zip and pip, nothing, nada.
Now look at this, Vince.
Whoa.
He is going to raise it here to 400,000. To represent, he was slow playing a giant hand on the flop there, where he's got 3 aces.
He may have nothing in his hand, but he's got guts, but she's not going away. She makes a nice call.
She does make a nice call here. Now the 9 of spade comes off. That no help to either player.
Back on Abby, and look at this. She's going to lead out.
This is strange to me. When you get raised on the turn, how can you lead out on the river here in this situation?
Of course, he does have nothing.
Well, if the guy's got nothing, let him bluff his money off.
Well, she's only been playing 1.5 years, Mike. We got to give her a little break. Now, look at this. He's coming back over the top.
Vince, I think he's read her exactly perfectly. He's put her on a pair of jacks. Thinks he can get her off of it by raising her again, and he does so.
Yeah.
Well, great play by Taylor von Kriegenberg to come over the top and raise her yet again on the river there with nothing. Give him credit for reading that perfectly.
One thing that I see in a lot of poker players is you look in their eyes and they have no soul. It's a really sad thing. And that's something that I never want to happen to myself. That's why I play when I want to play, I do what I want to do, and I just try to experience the moment as much as I can, just be as happy as possible.
Well, he's very happy right now because he bluffed on the turn and bluffed on the river to win that pot. Give him credit for taking it down, but I'm still puzzled why Abby would bet out on the river on that last hand.
All right, let's get back to the dogfight. Kurt Kohlberg, quick fold. Justin Zaki, he's folded as well. Abby is calling with 10-9, and now Taylor with just a 7-deuce.
Well, Vince, you just sense a little frustration in Abby now. Just wants to get this guy.
Now he's going to raise with his junk hand. Abby calls.
He won the last pot with an 8-5 offsuit when he didn't help it at all. Here he's got a 7-deuce offsuit and raises before the flop.
They're playing with nothing, folks, and look at this flop. 4-4-3 helps neither player.
Abby's going to check.
And Taylor, nothing hitting, but will make a continuation bet, 200,000, and it's going to work.
Well, Vince, he just understands the situation, understands what she's got when she limps in like that. Just going to try to take the pot away from her, even though he's got the very worst 2-card starting hand in Hold'em, a 7-deuce offsuit. Cards are irrelevant. You play situations and players.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown. We have 4 players left, and as we get closer to crowning a champ, the skill level of these competitors becomes even more important. Our own Tony Dunst has his thoughts on what's been going on in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Old school poker logic tells us that you should never try to bluff a loose player. But Taylor von Kriegenberg ain't on that old thing. Taylor von Kriegenberg is all about that new thing, and he don't give a word I can't say what his cards are when he doesn't. And damn, it feels good to be a gangster. We begin with 8-5 offsuit, which is of course the hand most people are raising pre when I do this segment. Abby makes the standard call out of the big, and we see a very polarized ace-ace-deuce flop. When Abby checks, Taylor checks behind, aiming to create the illusion that he's slow playing a big hand, and with the intention to let Abby know about it on future streets with a series of bets or raises depending on her actions and run out. Abby actually turns a pair and fires out a value bet with it. Taylor follows through with his plan to sell the idea of having trip aces and makes what appears to be a value raise. The turn play alone will work often enough when Abby is firing with low equity after the flop check induced her. When paired with the intention to follow through on most rivers, it starts really getting profitable because there's a very narrow range of hands Abby will be able to call down with against that degree of pressure, especially since Taylor knows she will call with a pretty loose range of hands out of the big blind pre. Abby calls the turn raise, and we see a harmless 9 of spades on the river. Abby elects to remove many less experienced players who are uncertain of their hand strength making these kind of river scenarios. A small donk blocking bet in the area of quarter pot. Taylor quickly picks up on the weakness of the lead and raises his air up to an even million. Abby doesn't seem to even consider calling the raise, and Taylor quietly takes down his pot while still selling the ambiance of a man who had it. It's important to note that throughout the hand, at no point does Abby do anything unreasonable. In fact, her river bet will produce the result she was hoping for in many cases. The only problem here is that she's run into a player who knows how to spot this bet for what it is and promptly exploit it to his advantage. A player who knows just how good it feels to be a gangster.
Good players win pots without cards. Taylor von Kriegenberg proving that.
All right, and right now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000. To the felt we go. Kurt Kohlberg with sixes. He's going to raise to 200,000. Justin Zaki out, and look at this. Ivey Daniels going all in with just ace-8.
Well, it's going to cost Kurt another $1 million to make this call here as Taylor goes out.
I call.
And he quickly makes the call.
Certainly does.
Well, I just criticized Justin for making the same play. He called an all-in bet for another $1 million against Alan Berry and knocked him out. Will the same scenario happen here?
Ivey Daniels from Coral Springs, Florida.
Nice.
Semi-retired CEO needs some luck here. Can she get it? No, not there.
Well, it's come 5-3 deuce. A 4 won't even help her. It'll give her a straight, but Kurt will have a bigger straight. She must catch an ace or an 8 to win this pot.
Here we go with a turn.
Well, a 7 comes off, so we're down to the river. Abby needs an ace or an 8, or she's going to be our 4th place finisher.
She's got to pull off a miracle here. River
Can she get lucky? Nope. The board pair of 3s. That's going to do it for the lone lady at the table. Ivey Daniels gets a great ovation from the crowd, and well-deserved. Ben, she played great poker all week long. Just wasn't meant to be. Kurt Kohlberg is too lucky against her tonight.
Right now, Matt Savage over to talk to Abby.
Abby, a great run and only your 3rd World Poker Tour event. Are we going to see more on the tour?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
So you quitting your day job?
Yes.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thanks a lot.
Kimberly, back to you.
Local favorite Ivey Daniels is out in 4th place. The remaining 3 will continue the fight for the 1st place prize as the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues right after this.
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We just saw Ivey Daniels knocked out in 4th place. Now, Abby is not the only woman we've seen in a WPT final table. Earlier this season, Vanessa Russo took 3rd place at the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. I sat down with this energetic and sometimes polarizing player to find out what's really going on in her mind. How does the Seminole Hard Rock play into your poker career?
That's the place pretty much where everything started for me in poker. It was only like 45 minutes away from where I went to law school at University of Miami. Totally good times. I was just a little young grasshopper, 21, 22, learning to play there, and it's where I built my bankroll.
Who's a better poker player, Vanessa Russo or Vanessa Selbst?
Consistently over the course of our careers, the results are a little better, but I certainly plan on changing that. You guys trying to create a rivalry?
No, not at all. What was your reaction when you finally saw that Antonio had bluffed you with 8-4 off at that final table?
It's disappointing that I didn't go with my gut. I mean, obviously I thought he was bluffing on the turn. That's why I called $1 million.
Mullen.
Whoa!
It's just a really hard call to make. You know, it's credit to Antonio for having the cojones to make that bluff.
I know this is a sensitive topic for you, but your husband, Chad Brown, he recently had a health scare. How's he doing?
Well, he has cancer, which really sucks. And being 28 myself, it's not something I've had a lot of experience with. And it's been really hard. It's made me reprioritize some of the things that I thought were important that really aren't, and to realize that family and relationships with other people is 100% the most important thing.
Is the professional poker world at the point where the sex of the player is irrelevant?
Obviously, whether or not it's a woman or a man is going to affect somehow at some level how they perceive some hand. You know, there's just a fundamental difference in the biology of men and women. However, as females catch up with their male counterparts in poker in terms of results, the quality of play, there's certainly no difference.
We have yet to have a woman take down an open event here on the WPT, but it really is just a matter of time. Cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, Vanessa Russo is a very good poker player, but really what impresses me about her, Vince, is she graduated from Duke in 2.5 years.
She's a great young lady, excellent player. But back to the action, Justin Zaki has raised with King-Queen. Annie's now 20,000 blinds, are 60 and 120. Taylor's gone out, and now Kurt
900.
With ace-4 says 900,000 to go.
Got to be bold with this hand. Comes right over the top with an ace-4 offsuit.
They're going to open up their games. That's what you have to do when you're down to three-handed poker. And Kurt has done just that.
Well, Justin now fearful his opponent's got ace-king or ace-queen where he's dominated.
Yep, he's going to peek over at Kurt, and he says all in.
He's got 6 cents, as we say. In other words, he just sensed a little weakness by Kurt there. By the way, he boldly blurted out 900,000. So moved all in over the top with just a king-queen to take down that pot. That is really reading your opponents well. Knowing Kurt is not going to call him without an absolute premium hand.
There's Kurt in Paris, first time on the WPT back in the day, and then, of course, at Foxwoods.
And he went out 5th in Paris, went out 5th at Foxwoods.
Now he's here for his 3rd time on the World Poker Tour at a final table. Very impressive.
Well, with that last pot, Justin Zaki now the chip leader.
And it's on him, and look at this. He has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
It's almost like he was rewarded. He outplayed his opponent in the last hand with the worst cards. And now, all of a sudden, the next hand, he's getting 2 aces.
And makes it 280. But look, Taylor, he's got a king-10. He's considering this.
All in.
He says all in.
Oh, boy. Well, this could be doom and gloom for Taylor Van Kriegenberg.
Kurt out, and a quick call by Justin Zaki.
The dream scenario. Well, there you see the blank stare of Taylor Van Kriegenberg. He knows it is doom for him. Justin has him well covered in chips. And unless he gets extremely lucky, Taylor Van Kriegenberg going to be out in 3rd place here.
Wow, it is happening fast here. Huge hand for Justin. He gets the action he wants, and right now he's got a pigeon on the ropes. Taylor's gang not liking it. Here comes the flop.
Well, flop comes queen 10-5, so Taylor gets a piece of it. He needs a king or a 10 to take the lead. 2 running cards will give him a straight, but right now, Taylor in bad shape.
Yep, the Floridian Justin Zaki out in front with the aces. Still has to sweat a couple cards. Here comes 4th Street.
A king. Oh, no. Unbelievable. Justin just stares at the board. Taylor can't believe it either. It is not over, though. Justin has a lot of cards he can catch to win this pot. He can catch an ace, a queen, a jack, or a 5. All those will win the hand for him. Everything else will lose it.
River card.
The 4 comes off. Really tough luck right there for Justin Zaki. You get a chance to get all your money in with 2 aces before the flop to bust a player to play heads up for this title. And wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Taylor Van Kriegenberg makes 2 pair to take down this pot.
And not only take it down, but he's our chip leader again. Taylor Van Kriegenberg, 22 years old, makes it happen.
The minimum age for this tournament is 18 years of age. This is different compared to other tournaments around the country because poker in the state of Florida, you're allowed to play at 18. For the last remaining 18 to 20-year-old, we're going to give them a signed guitar from Aaron Lewis, the lead singer of Stain.
Alexander Condon from Sioux City, Iowa. He is our youngest highest place finisher.
You play guitar? I do now.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the seminal Hard Rock Showdown brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This event started with 433 players, all hoping to make it to this final table and win the $1.1 million first place prize. The field included a couple players who won seats on ClubWPT.com. Matt Savage had a chance to talk with these players, and here's what they had to say.
Are you enjoying your time here in Florida?
Very much so, yeah. It's the first time in Florida. I've been to the States 2 times before, but yeah, it's a good experience.
So what did you have to do to get to this event?
I played in a satellite online at Club WPT. There was 1,700 runners, and I came first.
$1 million for first place plus now. Exciting? Nervous?
Very nervous, very exciting. All good.
All right, well, you looked good at the table, so good luck to you.
Awesome. Cheers, mate.
Cheers. We're here with Club WPT winner Joe Castellana. Now, you've won your way into this, and how did you do that?
I played and beat out 1,764 people.
Are you having a good time in Florida?
Having a great time. And I never had an experience like this in my life.
There is nothing better than seeing people have a good time and living their dreams, and that's exactly what ClubWPT.com has given these players. For $19.95 a month, ClubWPT.com members can play an unlimited number of tournaments, have fun earning cash and prizes, including seats to WPT events. I even play on ClubWPT.com. It's really a blast. So look for me if you're a VIP member, and if you're not, sign up today and see how much fun it is to play. Like they say, you'll never lose a dime playing poker at ClubWPT.com. All right, it looks like the action has started, so let's get to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, with that last suck out, Taylor von Kriegenberg, the big chip leader now with 7.6 million in chips. And Justin Zacky's talking to himself, Vince. He got aces cracked. He'd have been the monster chip leader playing heads up for the title. As it is, he's got to go back to work.
Well, this time he has king 7 off suit. He's got the button, and he's going to move it up to 325 to go.
Yeah, raise on the button. Taylor going out. And Kurt Kohlberg looks down at queen 10 of diamonds. He's on the extreme short stack here in this three-handed battle. Is this where you want to make a stand? That's the question.
Kurt's third WPT final table. He's a heck of a player, and he is going to move it all in. He shoves.
He's doing it. Justin doesn't like it. Feels pot committed, though. Now he's nodding his head. He sees he's out in front with the king high. So he's very happy to see that hand out of Kurt after Kurt moved all in and he called him. He's saying, well, I couldn't win with 2 aces. Maybe I can win with a king 7.
Justin Zachy up on his feet. His T-shirt buddies liking the situation. He's got to sweat another one. Here we go.
Oh, a nice flop for both players, actually. Justin out in front with the 2 kings. But Kurt has the open-end straight draw.
He's got hope.
Yeah. Needs an ace or a 9 to win the pot. Or 2 running cards that are a queen or a 10.
The drama continues. Here's the turn card, a 5 of clubs.
Well, we are down to the river. Kurt Kohlberg's been very lucky here. When he's been all in several times, he took 2 jacks, he beat 2 queens. He put a jack on the river to make an ace high straight to win the pot. And he's done it again.
Oh, man.
He caught an ace on the river here. And Justin Zachy has got to be talking to himself. What is going on here?
Brutal. Justin Zachy getting hit over the head time and time again.
Unbelievable. Kurt took 2 jacks, he beat 2 queens for all his money. He won a race where he spiked a jack on the river to make an ace high straight. Here he had to catch an ace or a 9 on the river. He has done it all 3 times when he's been all in, Vince. And you really have to feel the pain for Justin Zachy now.
Get out the smelling salts. His best hand's getting cracked. All right, back to the next hand. Taylor von Kriegenberg well out in front. And he says all in with a silly little 6-7 of clubs. Just going to try to power through this one. Kurt going away.
Go.
Oh, but a quick call by Justin Zachy, who has ace-jack.
Well, for the 3rd consecutive hand, Justin Zachy has well the best of it when all the money's in the pot.
Justin now saying, what can happen this time? Once again, he's out in front with the ace-jack against the 6-7. Every time his money's gone in, he's had the best hand.
That's right.
Another crazy things can happen here. It's been happening all night.
Haven't got in bed once all tournament.
Justin liking this, though.
Well, Vince, there's got to be some justice somewhere at some point. And so far, it looks like a little justice for Justin here as it comes king 10-10. Well out in front here.
King out there.
If an ace, king, queen, or jack comes off, Taylor will be drawing dead. No card he can catch to win it right now. He must catch a 6 or a 7 to take the lead.
Taylor hoping against hope. He can hit something here.
Oh, no! A 6 comes on the turn. This just doesn't even seem fair. Unbelievable. Justin must catch an ace, king, queen, or a jack now, or he is going to be out in 3rd place.
What is going on here? Taylor hits a 6. Here we go.
Justin needs an ace, king, queen, or jack. Doesn't happen as the 5 comes off. Folks, we've heard about days that aren't meant to be. Well, I can tell you, for Justin Zachy, this is that day. Unbelievable. How many times he got his money in with the best hand, yet never won a pot.
Phenomenal. I don't think we've seen anything quite like this on the WPT before. Justin taking the hits here tonight. Going to take home $415,000 and an ulcer.
Well, a nice round of applause for Justin, and well-deserved, I might add. Played fantastic poker. Just got extremely unlucky time and time and time again.
With Justin Zaki out in third place, will it be Kurt Kohlberg or Taylor von Kriegenberg who takes the title? We'll be right back with exciting heads-up action from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Don't go away.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
All right. And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models Sanisa, Michelle, Melissa, and Melanie. Throwing down the cold hard cash onto the table.
Well, these two players are going to be splitting up nearly $1.8 million. The winner taking home over $1.1 million. The runner-up getting nearly $600,000. So a lot on the line for both of these guys. Kurt Kohlberg making his third WPT final table appearance, and incredibly, Taylor von Kriegenberg playing in his first ever WPT event.
We are ready for heads-up action. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage had a chance to talk with Taylor von Kriegenberg and Kurt Kohlberg, and here's what they had to say.
I know you've had an up-and-down battle all night long. How do you feel about this heads-ups?
I've been saying it from the beginning. A higher power above is in charge right now, man, and just whoever gets the luckiest is going to take it down, you know? So we'll see what happens. I feel good, but Kurt's a great player, and he has a great chance, too.
Here you are, heads up. Do you think you got a chance?
Definitely. I'm just going to do the best I can. I'm sure Taylor is a very experienced heads-up player, but I'm going to play to the best of my ability, and we'll see what happens. I never gave up, though, and I never will. This trophy is... I just started to play guitar, and to have that trophy would be just a real dream come true.
Well, here we go. The heads-up battle about to begin. This is like the Massachusetts State Championship. Both of these guys from Massachusetts.
Descendants of the Pilgrims descending on the Sunshine State. One of them about to become the next WPT champion. As you can see right there, Taylor von Kriegenberg with $11 million. Kurt with about 1.8.
Well, Kurt looks down at a 10-7 of spade. He's on the button, so he's first to act here.
He knows he has to get aggressive if you want to play in a heads-up battle.
Well, Vince, he's just limping in on the button here, trying to see a cheap flop.
And Taylor has a pretty good ace-6.
All in.
Well, Taylor with the ace-high says all in, and Kurt can't take the heat.
Well, that's the problem when you limp in on the button. It shows that you've got two middle cards. So good players know if they have an ace or a king in their hand, they just move all in on the guy and shut him out.
As you can see, the player of the year standings, Andy Frankenberger, has the most points at this point.
Well, if Taylor von Kriegenberg goes on to win this title, there'll be a four-way tie for fifth place to tighten up that race with one event to go.
All in.
And look at this. Taylor goes all in with just a
call.
queen-8, and Kurt picks up an ace-10. He makes a call. And he's got a good chance of doubling up here.
He sure does. He's about a 2-to-1 favorite as the cards lie to double up here and get right back in this thing.
That's how you got to make it happen. You got to win a few of these.
Well, we haven't seen the best hand fare too well so far at this final table tonight. Will we see one more draw out? If we do, this tournament will be history.
No, don't say that. Tournament's
On the
not
other
going to be
hand,
history. No.
If Captain
No
Kurt's
history.
hand, ace-10,
Keep going.
holds up, he'll be back in a big-time action in a big way.
Well, everybody on their feet awaiting the flop. Here it comes. It's come queen 4-4 right on the flop. Taylor takes the lead with two queens.
Oh, the 22-year-old out-flopping Kurt.
Well, Kurt needs to catch an ace, two running spades to make a flush, two running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be our runner-up. Well, a king comes off. That gives Kurt a straight draw. But with one card to go, Kurt must catch an ace or a jack to win this hand and stay alive. Otherwise, Taylor von Kriegenberg will be our champion.
That's right, only 22. First ever WPT tournament. Can he be our champion? We will see. Yes!
A queen comes off. He makes queens full of fours to win this tournament. And Vince, early on at this final table, I thought Taylor played great poker. He made some moves without cards to win pots. When it got down to three-handed, he got very lucky to win this tournament.
Taylor Incredible. He's a WPT Poker Made millionaire. Congratulations, Taylor.
The best way to win at Texas Hold'em is suckouts, baby. Nice job, brother.
Matt Savage going over to talk to our runner-up, Kurt Kohlberg.
Kurt, your third final table on the World Poker Tour, your best finish so far. How do you feel?
I feel great. I would have certainly liked to have won, gave it my all, but didn't quite get there at the end, but I have no regrets.
And here's to the champion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, Taylor von Cretenberg.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Cheers, 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 cheers. Thanks, everyone.
So there you have it. Taylor von Cretenberg lifts his glass in the traditional WPT Champions Toast as we celebrate the conclusion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Taylor's made his way up here from the arena. Come on over here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a wild ride. You came into this final table as a chip leader. You finished on top, but what a wild ride it was in between there. What do you attribute your success to?
My success is clearly 100% attributed to luck. That's how I've gotten here this far. I'm just very lucky. I have good karma. And, you know, I don't know, the cards fall my way. That's about it.
You mentioned that you believe that the cards come from somewhere up above. Is anyone sending you those cards?
Yeah, I think so. My dad passed away almost a year ago, and I think he's like my guardian angel now, and he's taking care of me. So he was my best friend, and now he's looking down from up above. He's my higher power.
You have some backers tonight. One of your friends who makes $10 an hour has a 10% stake in you. So it wasn't just the pressure to win for yourself, but you had some people behind you, right?
Yeah, I really love that tonight I was given the chance to change multiple lives, not just my own, you know. A friend that, you know, like you said, making $10 an hour or whatever he's making. Now, you know, I can give him $100,000. That feels great. Just making other people happy just makes me happy, so it's wonderful.
Well, we're all very proud of you, and congratulations on your success, and we'll see you at the championship.
All right, awesome.
Join us next time when the WPT travels to Las Vegas for the season-ending WPT World Championship. From the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida, I'm Kimberly Lansing. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching, and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, we will discover who is the best of the best, as one of the most prestigious titles in poker goes to the survivor of the toughest field of the year. The WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
For 9 seasons, the WPT World Championship has attracted the biggest names in poker, all trying to take home a title that would seal their place in the history of the game. Understand there are no soft spots in the WPT World Championship. 220 of the best players in the game came to Bellagio, ready to battle for the $1.6 million first place prize and the most coveted of WPT titles. But when you gather so much poker skill together in one room, you know the action's going to be fierce from the very first deal.
We want to certainly wish all of you a great week here at Bellagio. Shuffle up and deal.
It takes a special breed of player to risk the $25,000 buy-in to the WPT World Championship and compete in one of the most stacked fields of the season.
Tough field, a lot of money. 25,000 is a lot of money in this day and age.
But the 20 Season 9 WPT champions did not need to risk the $25,000 entry, as they had already won their seat into this event.
Just looking around, and it's, you can see there's some amazing players here. It'd be a nice one to win this one as well, so let's hope we can do the second one.
This was also the last opportunity for players to rack up WPT Player of the Year points and try to catch leader WPT champ Andy Frankenberger. No pressure.
None whatsoever. I'm sure a lot of people in here want me to do really well.
Like Alessio. Who else is right behind you?
Some guy at my table, Vivek.
Yes, Vivek, 100 points
it's great. I don't
behind
have to
you.
wonder how he's doing. He's right across the table from me. One thing I can be sure of is if I do well, I don't have to worry what everyone else does.
But at the WPT World Championship, the one focus on most players' minds, including last season's runner-up in this event, Eric Baldwin, was taking home the title. 170 players would survive the day, including WPT Player of the Year leaders Andy Frankenberger and Vivek Rajkumar, keeping that race alive. But leading the way was 23-year-old pro Christian Harder, who made the final table of this very event 2 seasons ago.
Play well and get lucky. That's about all it takes.
As players took their seats on day 2, others took advantage of a late registration, including reigning WPT World Champ David Williams, who was off to a good start.
I don't regret missing yesterday at all. 185.
Among some of the other late registrants were WPT champs Theo Jorgensen, Elke Gross-Pellier, Eugene Kachalov, and Nenad Medic. As usual, Phil Helmuth delayed his entrance to the Fontana Lounge, and he was followed by the always entertaining Tony G.
It's good for all the nits to be there early. I'm not here to grind it out anymore. Of course, I have the heart and commitment to the game. I love the game.
With the final players in their seats, registration was closed with 220 players, and the action was intense. WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar would fall short in his bid to become the WPT Player of the Year as he was sent to the rail by businessman Kerry Katz. And WPT Player of the Year points leader Andy Frankenberger was across the room at table 49, one of the toughest tables in the room. Seated with multiple WPT champs, including Season 6 world champion David Chu, Andy would hit a bump in the road when he doubled up the one and only Doyle Brunson. But it was high-stakes cash game pro Abe Mosseri who made the most of his table draw and was able to finish off the day as chip leader.
I was just waiting to make some good hands. If I have a big hand, I'm not afraid to lose, and I'm just going to try to run people over a little bit, see how it goes.
But Abe would have his hands full as 116 tough players survived day 2, including Bay 101 champ Alan Sternberg, the legendary Doyle Brunson, and reigning champ David Williams, only 4 days away from the final table. The focus on day 3 was accumulating chips, and WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed started doing that from the very first hand. But young pro Galen Hall was looking to get more than just chips from Australian Jason Pritchard.
I'll buy a massage for the rest of the live if you show five.
Getting equity in poker.
Yeah, absolutely. You're too good for me. I'll fold.
I thought I was bluffing on the river, right?
I thought a king's too.
How much do I have?
A few tables over, Season 9 champ Randall Flowers had exited the room when he thought his pocket queens lost to club WPT qualifier David Brownworth's flop 2 pair, not realizing the turn and the river saved him. His friend and table mate Steve O'Dwyer gave Randall a call to inform him of his fate, and within a few minutes, Randall was back in his seat, but not for long, and the bust-outs kept coming. The day ended with 52 players, and David Chu was one of the 3 WPT World Champions still in contention, along with Yevgeny Timoshenko and David Williams. But the 3 players to cross the million-chip mark were WPT champ Sam Al-Sayed, Nenad Medic, and shooting star runner-up Stephen Kelly. On day 4, the Royal Flush Girls scoped out the field as only 27 of the remaining 52 players would make the money. Cash game pro Tony Gargano was able to pick up momentum when he picked up pocket jacks versus the pocket nines of Season 7 WPT World Champ Yevgeny Timoshenko. Yevgeny flopped a set, but Tony turned a bigger set, sending the former champ to the rail.
Even though I didn't make the money, I feel like I made really good decisions overall. I was just really focused the entire tournament, so that's all I can really ask of myself.
Tony Gargano's role would continue as he busted another former champ of this event, Season 6 WPT World Champion David Chu. WPT Player of the Year point leader Andy Frankenberger also found himself on the rail, short of cashing, and no longer in control of his Player of the Year destiny.
But right now I feel pretty bad. There's a number of guys out there who could take it, so definitely sweat. I wanted to do it on my own so I didn't have to worry what the other people did, but unfortunately that didn't happen for me today.
As the money bubble approached, there were still a number of big names in the field. And it would be poker pro Hafiz Khan who would fall short of making the money as he was eliminated on the bubble by Justin Young. It was then Galen Hall's turn to go on a rush as he eliminated the great Doyle Brunson in 24th place, Season 9 Bay 101 champ Alan Sternberg in 23rd place, and Day 1 chip leader Christian Harder in 16th place to end the day with a massive stack. But there were 14 other players standing between Galen and the most coveted of WPT titles, including WPT champs Sam Al-Sayed, Nanad Medic, Daniel Alai, and defending WPT world champion David Williams on the short stack.
I got like 10 big blinds. Nothing I can do about it now.
The mood in the Fontana Lounge was tense as the final 15 players began play focused on making the WPT World Championship final table. For 3 of those players, the day brought extra incentive as their hopes of being named WPT Player of the Year were still alive. Reigning champ David Williams was doing his best to achieve the rarest feat in poker, back-to-back World Championship titles. But with the short stack, he fell short of history and exited the second casualty of the day. With a third-place finish, Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly could take down the Player of the Year honors, and he was in good shape to double up with trip sevens against Roger Teska's pocket aces and nut flush draw. But Roger spiked an ace on the river and denied Stephen the chance to make a second WPT final table this season.
Kind of stings a little bit.
And other talented players continued to fall.
It's really tough. Every table I had was all really good players.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played. It just wasn't going to happen.
Obviously, it's frustrating. Could have played a little better today, but this final table is going to be ridiculous. A lot of great players.
With 8 players left, it was WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed who held a huge chip lead. And though he was focused on the win, it would only take a 4th place finish to snatch away the Player of the Year honors from Andy Frankenberger.
It was my objective to be at the final table before I come here. I hope I will make it at the final table, and then I play for first place, of course.
But Sam's chip stack and confidence would be shaken as he doubled up Justin Young, then lost a huge pot to Scott Seaver.
What are you doing here? Unbelievable.
And finally losing a race with pocket 5s when Galen Hall flopped quad 10s, and Sam's championship run would end in stunning meltdown as he exited in 8th place, leaving Andy Frankenberger the honor of WPT Player of the Year. It was David Peters who was eliminated on the TV bubble by Scott Seaver. And the final table of the last tournament of Season 9 was set, including a fearless amateur player, an old school pro, and 4 young talented pros with a shot to etch their name in poker history.
Getting to this final table was the ultimate test of skill and survival, but the quest to capture the WPT World Championship title only gets more difficult from here. Right now, I'd like to turn it over to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you played in this prestigious event. How stacked was the field?
Well, Kimberly, I did play in the event, and unfortunately I got knocked out in day 3. But every day when I would walk into the room, I'd look around at each table and see so many talented players. I think we had 51 WPT champions play in this tournament. There were just great players everywhere, but that's as it should be in the WPT World Championship.
And Vince, after 5 days of brutal competition, nonstop poker, do these guys have what it takes to cross the finish line?
Well, of course they do. One of them will become the champion, but what that champion's going to need is his best game, his best strategy, and a lot of heart. So tonight, I advise, hang on tight and get lucky.
Thank you, gentlemen. The action from the final table of the last tournament of Season 9 is almost ready to begin. We'll be back with the start of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by our Season 9 sponsor, ClubWPT.com, right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Where we're just moments away from the start of the final table of the WPT World Championship at Bellagio. After 5 days of intense play, We're now down to our final 6 players.
And Mike, these are the survivors. This is the very talented bunch that worked themselves through an incredibly tough field to possibly become a WPT World Champion. Also, there's a little $1.6 million that goes with it.
Huge money on the line here, Vince. Now let's turn it over to Bellagio's renowned tournament director, Jack McClellan, to kick off tonight's action.
Basically starting out with a 30 and 60,000 blind, 5,000 ante. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Okay, here we go. Final tournament of season 9 about to get underway.
That is right. The WPT World Championship about to begin. One of the toughest fields in poker. The cards are being dealt. And first to act is the chip leader, Galen Hall, out of San Francisco. He's going to peek down at a king 9. Doesn't like it, folds it. Justin Young also going away. And now Tony Gargano. No, he won't play.
So action around to Roger Teska. Roger, a 26-year-old from Hudson Lake, Indiana. Claims to be an amateur player, but I play a lot of high-stakes poker with Roger, so I'm not sure about that amateur status.
Well, he's made it 120 with a king 9, but Scott Seaver right behind him with an ace 10, making the call.
Over to the old-school player at the table, Farzad Banyati. He's going to lay it down.
So two-way action, Mike. King 9 versus ace 10. Here's our first flop.
Flop 9-6-5. Good flop for Rogers. He takes the lead with top pair, but both players check. Surprised Roger would check top pair in that spot. Now a 4 comes off. Again, Scott checks.
And there comes the bet by Roger Teska with the 9s, 150,000.
Well, Scott Seaver's going to pay him off with the ace high. Really believes ace high might be the best hand in this situation, the way this hand's been played. Now a jack on the river. Again, Scott checks.
Yeah, jack didn't help either player, but Teska bold again, going to bet 400,000.
Well, Scott knows Roger's a very aggressive player, meaning he bets a lot of hands with junk and has no hand many times when he bets, so he's going to pay him off with the ace high. But Roger going to take down the pot.
And they're gambling in the Fontana Lounge early. Well done, Roger Teska.
I suppose anybody that wants to sit down with the world's best and take them on is a little bit out of their mind. I certainly wouldn't try to beat Tiger Woods on the golf course or Michael Phelps in the pool. I'd be drawn dead.
I think he's a good player. He can make it. Me, I don't know.
With poker, there's a luck factor. So the idea that I could sit down with people that are much better than me and still come out on top, it's pretty awesome.
Well, Vince, he paints this picture that he's not a very bright poker player and blah, 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 but don't buy all that stuff. He's sitting at the final table playing for $1.6 million tonight.
We know better. Okay, a couple quick folds. Now Farzad Banyati with 3 bracelets to his name, World Series that is, also going out.
Back around our chip leader, Galen Hall. Galen's got a BS from Cal Berkeley, and he's going to be getting an MBA from Stanford here in the fall. So very bright guy.
He's raised with just a 10-7. Justin Young going away, but Tony Gargano now with a little wired pair of 6s is interested.
140? 140.
And he's going to make this call. So 10-7 up against a pair of 6s.
Galen Hall trying to steal this pot. Flop comes 5-3 deuce. Good flop for 2 6s here of Tony, but he checks.
Now let's see if Galen will make the continuation bet. Yes, he does. 175,000.
Well, certainly going to get called at least with the 2 6s here.
Galen doesn't like that. Turn card coming up. Queen of clubs helps neither player.
Well, again, Tony checks. Galen is going to continue to fire here with no hand and no draw.
Call.
Oh, he's getting called.
Yeah, he's getting looked up by Tony. So
to the river we go. And the river card is
a 7.
Oh, boy.
Look at this, Vince. Galen Hall's been stealing this pot since the get-go, and now he's made the best hand on the river.
Gargano meekly checking again.
The guy who's been at it this whole pot now is going to try to get a value bet in here on the river. He's betting 375,000 here.
Call.
Well, Gargano's about to gag because he's going to pay him off. Now shows no emotion there, but the wry smile by Galen, as you can see, as he picks up this pot.
I guess you can't stop betting when you have that big a draw.
Pair draw is like the best draw you can have.
I'm saying it's so disguised.
We are just getting started at the WPT World Championship, and there's a lot coming up, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal and a new edition of 5 Questions with WPT Grand Prix de Paris champ Theo Jorgensen. Stick around. How did you and Gus Hansen end up in a boxing ring?
Galen means crazy in Swedish, which is kind of funny because it's how a lot of online players have described my style of play. I don't think it's crazy. I think of myself as a very mathematical player, and if you do the math, the most optimal plays are extremely aggressive. So I try and play very optimal style, and that ends up being what people describe as crazy.
I'm confused. Crazy? Is he? What? What did he say there?
He said all these young guys, they like to keep firing at the pot. It's optimal play.
Okay.
That's the quote they use. What it means is they're very aggressive.
You got all the young lingo now, don't you? You say float a lot. You say optimal play.
I've got it, Vince. I'm trying to get it down here. Because once again, youth has prevailed. We got 4 guys under the age of 26 at this final table.
All right, back to the action we go. Andy's have gone up to 10,000, 40 and 80. And a raise there by Farzad Banyadi. Galen has made the call with a king-queen. Justin Young with a wired pair of 8s here. He's on a short stack. He's going to fold those, Mike. Interesting.
Wow, I'm shocked by that.
I am too. A couple more folds, and now Roger Teska not going to play. Scott Seaver, though, is interested, will play this.
Well, he's in the big blind, looks down at the 9-6 of clubs. Thinks he's getting priced in, as we say, so we're going to have a 3-way action flop here. The best hand folded. Flop is 7-5-4. An open-in straight draw for Scott. He checks. Farzad checks the Jack-10.
And Mr. Crazy himself, Galen Hall, going to bet with just a king-queen.
Well, he says it's optimal to bet all the time. Most of the time, anyway.
375. Seaver next to play. He's open-ended there.
Oh, Vince, look at this. Looks like he is getting out raisin chips. Well, that is not going to be optimal for Galen Hall right there because he's been check-raised here. He only has king-high. He's going to go out, but what a nice play by Scott Seaver there.
Yes, it was. There's his dad and grandfather rooting him on. Scott Seaver, 26 years old. He's a cash game pro, a tough player. Oh, this field was so tough. You played this, Mike, as well. So many Hall of Fame players played this event. One of the toughest events in the history of poker. We are watching, and we're down to these 6. On to the next hand, a couple folds. And now it's on to Roger Teska. Roger makes it 160 to go with a queen-10. Scott out. Now Farzad Banyadi with the king-queen.
Farzad, an old-school poker player, been a poker pro for 25 years, going to make the call here.
So queen-10 versus king-queen. Flop comes up an ace-king deuce. Farzad gets a piece of that with the kings, but it's going to check.
Now, always leery that the raiser has an ace in his hand. Roger is going to bet, but notice it's the minimum bet possible, the size of the big blind.
80,000, and that is going to tempt Farzad to stick around. He makes the call.
Well over 400,000 in the pot, so certainly Farzad going to call with 2 kings. Now a 10 comes off.
That gives Teska a little piece of that with the 10s, but Farzad's coming out to bet. 180.
This is a defensive bet here, Vince. No question about it, but
Teska's calling.
Man, he's made the straight draw. Both players need a jack for a straight.
Down to the river we go. 3 of hearts, a relevant card, but he's going to check.
Well, both players going to check it down. Farzad going to win this pot with 2 kings.
That's right, Farzad Banyadi now. And believe it or not, he has played a ton of WPT tournaments, 62. Maybe it'll be his time here tonight.
With Season 9 on the World Poker Tour coming to a close, the WPT Player of the Year race was tight to the very end. When the dust cleared, it was WPT champ Andy Frankenberger who was able to stay on top. Here's a look at the final Player of the Year standings. Andy was able to accumulate 2,100 points after winning the Legends of Poker and having 2 other deep runs, including a final table here at Bellagio. Vivek Rajkumar finished in 2nd place after impressive back-to-back final tables. And WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed jumped into 3rd by finishing in 8th place right here at the WPT World Championship. Congratulations to all these players on a remarkable season, and especially to Andy Frankenberger, our Season 9 WPT Player of the Year. We'll be right back with more from Bellagio, so stay tuned.
I think my most memorable moment from the final table is I picked off a Mike Matador bluff.
How do you do that? You played him like a fiddle. A fiddle. Wow.
When that last card hit and I was a winner.
And a 5 comes up. He has done it, Vince. And right now you can see, folks, he is overcome with emotion.
Man, I could cry right now.
Oh, club! 4 clubs right on the turn.
That 4 clubs, I'll never forget what it felt like to see that thing peel off.
Andy Frankenberger makes another flush.
When Vanessa folded on the river when I had 8-4 on the suit.
Come on. Whoa!
Please fold. Please fold. Don't let this be the end of my tournament.
The magician saws the woman in half.
Went backdoor to straight against Jason, and he almost threw it.
All in. Oh, boy, he can't swallow a BB right there.
We did it! When I was all in with 3 players left, I had king 10 offsuit against pocket aces. I grabbed my water bottle, and as I'm sipping the water, the dealer's flipping the turn card, and all my friends behind me, like 20 people, just erupted and screamed. The whole place was like shaking. Now, that was one of the coolest moments probably in my life.
So many great moments this season, and I'm here with one man who also had some great moments in this event.
Club WPT qualifier David Brownworth, better known as Brownie. You, sir, had quite the week, right?
I did. I had a great week. I played well, got some cards. 29th, I missed by 2, but that's poker.
Yes, you missed cashing by 2, which definitely has to hurt. However, this was the toughest field of the entire season, so you got to be proud of yourself for that.
We had a great time. The players were all great. Justin and I played the first 2 days together. He set me at ease, and from there we went on, so I'm kind of his fan right now.
Well, I heard a little rumor that you set him at ease as well. Tell me about your camaraderie with Justin Young.
Well, he had a little tradition. When we got to the 5th level, he'd always have a drink. So he was drinking a scotch. So I went out to the bar and I bought him a really good scotch and gave it to him. And like 2 hands later, he won his big pot. So I'm taking all the credit for him being at the final table.
So it's doable, right? I mean, you can play online, $19.95 a month, and get yourself here.
This is probably the greatest site. You can join Club WPT for $20 a month. And they play for a lot of gifts and cash games.
Right.
And, you know, you can come here and play.
Right, you can't lose.
You can't lose.
Just go to clubwpt.com to join, and you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Action's ready to resume, so let's get back to the game.
Now, there you see Galen Hall out in front with $5.5 million. Scott Seaver in second place with 4.6.
There are the Royal Flush girls, Melissa and Sanisa. They're enjoying the action. If you want to come out and meet them and Mike and myself and all the gang, check with worldpokertour.com for our tournament schedule. Roger Teska now won't play this one.
Looks around to Scott Seaver on the button. He looks down at 2 7s. Got the walking sticks. Pretty good hand on the button. He's going to raise it up to 200,000.
That's right. Now Farzad Banyadi, though, with a king jack of spades, will make the call. Galen out. So here's the flop.
Let's come Jack 8-7.
Oh, boy. 3 of a kind there for Seaver.
Farzad's flop top pair. He's going to lead out and bet here, 225,000. Scott has bottom set, but as you see, possible straight, possible flush out there. So he's not going to fool around and slow play it. Makes it 645,000 to go.
Can Farzad get away? No, he's making this call. Big trouble. Here comes the turn card, and we are peeking at a 3 of diamonds. No help to either player.
So Farzad Banyadi drawing completely dead here.
He's checked it.
I'm all in.
Whoa. Scott Seaver says all in.
He's not taking any chances on getting outdrawn on the river. He's going to move in right here and put Farzad to the test. And I'm telling you, if you're sitting in Farzad's seat against a very aggressive player like Scott Seaver, you could well think your 2 jacks are the best hand. This guy's just trying to drive you out of the pot.
Well, he's going to the water. And if he makes his call, he'll be going to the bar real soon.
That's for sure. No card he can catch to win this pot.
You breathing?
I don't know what he just mumbled, but tough to lay this down.
Well, Scott looking statuesque here.
Farzad Banyadi.
I hate to lay it down, but I guess I will.
Highly qualified professional.
And he's going to lay it down.
Oh, nice drop there, Farzad. And Scott Seaver maybe kicking himself a little bit.
Oh, man, if all the drawing hands weren't out there, I'm sure Scott would have bet less to reel in Farzad a little bit more, but...
And flush draw too?
You just would hate to give a guy a gut shot straight draw to bet cheaply to let him beat you or catch a flush to beat you.
All right, on we go. Roger Teska Gonna peek down at an uneventful hand. He folds that. Scott Seaver now.
Well, now he picks up the Kojak hand, the King Jack suited. He just had good success against this hand. Now he's going to try to play it and see what happens.
Yep, 160,000 to go. Farzad now picks up a pair of nines.
So same two guys going to play another pot here. And Farzad just calls, doesn't raise here.
Galen out. Justin Young now.
I'm all in.
What the heck?
Well, Justin Young's on a short stack, but he's going all in right here.
With a king 10. Gargano out with a pair of sevens.
Well, this is sort of a squeeze play, Vince.
Scott Seaver out. Now Farzad, though, with the pair of nines.
I call.
And he's going to make the call.
Good call.
Well, Farzad has made the call. Justin squirming, as you can see. But in truth, he's in as good a shape as he could be in this situation. It's a race. He's got the overcards. Farzad's got the smaller pair.
So Justin Young, the former mechanical engineer, in trouble right now.
He's cashed 6 times on the WPT, all right here at Bellagio. But to continue to play, needs some help now.
And he doesn't get too lucky there with an ace-jack deuce on the flop.
Well, he does flop an ace-high straight draw. So a queen would give him the best hand possible. A king or a 10 would give him the lead.
Jack, then an ace.
But the 9 still out in front. Farzad wanted to break this player and narrow it down to 5 players.
Justin, a former engineer, trying to wire this hand up a little better, and he does so as the 10 comes up on the turn. Justin Young has taken the lead. Farzad must catch a 9 on the river to win this pot.
Oh, boy. Pain and torture there from Farzad. River card coming up.
Well, the 7 of hearts comes off. Tough luck for Farzad, but Justin Young staying alive. And Vince, as you know, when you've been a pro player for 25 years and take beat after beat, might be a reason you have no hair.
We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment. Stay with us.
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The WPT World Championship brings together champions of not only the events here in the United States, but also WPT champs from around the world. I was lucky enough to spend a few moments with one such champ from Europe, the winner of the Grand Prix de Paris, the charming and talented Theo Jorgensen, and it's all in this edition of 5 Questions. What is your playing style?
I would love to win every single putt, but people has kind of figured that one out. So I kind of have to slow down sometimes. But if people will let me win every single putt, I will take every single putt I can.
What was it like to win a WPT title in the Aviation Club?
To actually win it was a dream come true. I've been playing poker for a living for 10 to 12 years, but I've always made most of my money playing cash games. I've always wanted to win a no-limit hold'em tournament, and it was a lot of fun. Yes, baby.
Will poker continue to be as popular in Europe, or is it just a fad?
I'm pretty convinced poker will still be very popular, especially because there is a lot of skill involved, and there's only a very little part of luck involved. So I'm still convinced it's going to be very popular in Europe.
What advice do you have for young players trying to make their mark on the poker tournament circuit?
Well, the one thing that came as a big surprise to me was that you have to really learn to lose. Like in the beginning when I busted out in a tournament, it could take me 2 to 3 weeks. But you have to accept the fact that you will bust out a lot of times.
I have heard of some crazy prop bets, but how did you and Gus Hansen end up in a boxing ring?
The boxing thing came along after a squash game. He was giving me the needle shadow boxing in front of me, and it looked so ridiculous that I said, well, we can definitely go in the ring. And before we were out of the shower, we had the bet down 6 months from now, 35K, 3 rounds, that's it.
Who won? The champion.
The champion.
Didn't I see him in Blade Runner?
Well, Theo Jorgensen, a great guy, great poker player. The Muhammad Ali of poker, apparently. But Vince, he gave some great advice there. You got to learn how to lose if you play tournament poker.
Good point. And right now, Scott Seaver is the chip leader. And Galen Hall with an ace-10 has raised this to 160, been folded around. And now it's on to Roger Teska.
He's going to lay it down.
Scott out. Now Farzad Benyati. Whoa. He has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
It's what you dream about. You're in the big blind on the short stack at a final table of a WPT event, and the pot's been raised to you. Just a matter of how much he's going to raise.
I'm on it. How much is it total?
Well, he's going all in.
And Galen says, how much?
It's going to cost Galen about $950,000 more to make this call.
1.1, I call.
Well, Galen's made the call here.
Not going to like it when he sees those aces.
Well, Galen says he's a mathematical player and knows any other hand he's up against. Doesn't matter what it is. 2 kings, ace king. He's not in that bad a shape. The only hand he's in dire straits against is the 2 aces, and that's what he's looking at.
There you go. Farzad Benyati with a big smile. A big chance to double up. Here comes the flop.
Now, flop comes queen 6-5 with 2 clubs, so Galen's going to have to hit 2 runners to win this pot.
Oh, I don't even have a club out.
Just a beautiful flop there for Farzad.
Galen's going to have to catch 2 cards to make an ace-high straight or 2 running 10s. Doesn't happen as a queen comes on the turn. Farzad Benyati going to double up right here.
So Farzad Benyati doubling up. He still has a chance of taking home this very prestigious title and the over $1.6 million that goes with it.
Stay tuned for more poker action from Bellagio. My name is Melissa Grace. I love the Bellagio, and the conservatory is absolutely beautiful. You smell all the fresh flowers, and there's so many different colors, and they just go together, and it makes you feel really happy.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. They're the beautiful Royal Flush girls enjoying the flowers here at Bellagio. And we're down to 6 players tonight. One of these players is going to take home over $1.6 million in one of the toughest fields ever in poker. To the felt we go. Quick fold by Galen Hall. Justin Young also out. Tony Gargano not going to play. To Roger Teska.
Well, Roger has a junk hand, a 6-3 offsuit on the button. Going to raise it anyway, though. Makes it $200,000 to go.
Scott Seaver, the chip leader, out. Now Farzad Benyati, though, with a king-jack in the big blind.
And the Telly Savalas look-alike picks up Kojak again. Makes the call.
So king-jack versus 6-3. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes king, 4 deuce, all clubs.
Farzad with the kings checks it.
Neither player has a club in their hand, but Roger going to try to steal this pot. Makes a bet.
125, but Farzad, quick call by him. To the turn we go.
Roger looking for a 5. Doesn't happen as the deuce comes off.
Farzad now first to act again, and he's going to check his kings again. Well, Roger Teska is not going to slow down. He bets 350.
So Roger firing a second shell at this pot. There's Roger's parents praying for some help here. They must know he has nothing.
Well, Farzad has made this call, sticking around like a bad rash. Down to the river we go.
Well, an ace comes off, so Farzad not going to be happy to see that card.
Yeah, and he's slowing down. He's checking.
And look at this. Roger Teska is going to fire a 3rd shell at this pot with absolutely junk.
Zip and pip. You got to appreciate this. The boldness. And this could get Farzad out, perhaps.
I call.
He's going to make the call, and he is going to win this pot. The old school guy has picked off the youngster like a cherry on a tree right here.
Oh, that was brilliantly done. He walked the dog. He made the call. He's got to be happy with himself right there. Farzad picking up a big one.
Now, Roger Teska talking to himself a little bit there, saying, why did I do that? Why did I raise on the button with a 6-3? Why didn't I just fold that in?
Like he did right here. The next hand, he's going to fold. Scott Seaver taking a break as well. Round to Farzad. He won't play this one. And now Galen Hall. Wow. He's got 1 ace. Let's take a peek at the second card. It is a king. Nice hand.
Premium hand on the button here for Galen Hall. He is going to raise it. Makes it $205,000 to go.
Right behind him, Justin Young picking up an ace-jack. Also a pretty good hand.
Justin Young, 31-year-old poker pro out of Henderson, Nevada. Well, he's going to raise here.
Uh-oh.
To $550,000.
Tony Gargano going away. So back on Galen. And
Come on.
wow, look at this. He says all in.
Well, tough decision now for Justin Young, because this would be his tournament life if he makes this call and loses this pot.
I call.
Oh, he's making the call,
Wow.
Vince. He has done it, and you see the expression on his face. He knows he's up against it, doesn't like it. Justin went to North Carolina State. He's a former engineer, been a poker pro for 5 years, and right now, he needs some help.
Went with his gut. It is wrong. He's in big trouble right now. Here comes the flop.
And the flop comes 5-4-3. Not a bad flop for Justin, in that a deuce will now give him a split pot. They both have a 5-high straight, but he must catch a jack to win. Needs a deuce for the tie.
Oh, a 10 of hearts not going to help Justin Young. He's down to one more card.
Nothing changes. Jack to win, a deuce to tie. Otherwise, this former engineer will be short-circuited out of here in 6th place.
The old fork in the socket, perhaps. Shakes his head. Can he get lucky here? No, not to be.
6 comes off, so that's going to do it for Justin Young. He is going to be our 6th place finisher.
Well, he is disappointed. Picks up $225,000 in one of the toughest fields ever in poker here at Bellagio. And we're down to 5.
Well, Justin Young claims to have the best beard in poker.
That beard could turn white very fast. Make those calls with ace-jack.
Today I played okay. You know, I got lucky to win the coin flip king 10 against 9s. And when I 3-bet Galen there, like I was kind of hoping he would push. So, but he did it so confidently, made me kind of like second guess myself for a second. But I still got what I wanted, so just unfortunate he woke up with ace-king.
Justin Young is out in 6th place. Luck was not on his side tonight. We'll be right back with more from the WPT World Championship in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
This season, Tony Dunst has always spoken his mind, and tonight he holds no punches in breaking down highlight plays of the season in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Throughout Season 9 on the WPT, we've witnessed an evolution in the playing style of poker.
All in.
What can we learn from an accumulated season of WPT final table hands? Let's break it down. Number 1, have a plan. I mean, seriously, have a freaking plan. It's still so common that players take actions without actually thinking over the consequences of what will happen as a result. Such as Kia Mohajeri at the Borgata Poker Open, 3-bet folding jacks 35 big blinds effective in a 3-handed game.
I can't believe he laid it down.
What are you doing, Kia?
I'm not saying you should be able to consider every possible variable, but you should have a sense of what you will do against many of the more probable ones. 2, think about exactly what hands you're trying to fold out when bluffing. When you elect to take a line that involves bluffing, you should know what range of hands you're aiming to bluff out and approximately how much aggression you think it will take to get them to fold. At Bellagio Cup, we saw John Caridad turn his pocket 7s into a bluff against Phil Ivey. Caridad fired every street in a spot where if Ivey is calling 2 barrels, he's almost always calling the 3rd.
He's making a solid call.
Especially when such a small-sized bluff lays him an excellent price. 3, look for opportunities to thin value bet. Earlier this final table, we watched Galen Hall fire 2 barrels as a bluff with 10-7, only to make second pair on the river and get a surprising 3rd street of value from Tony Gargano. Thin value betting takes a combination of hand reading and an image that you actually could be bluffing. But if you have those weapons in the arsenal, you can really make some people feel punked when you turn over the better hand in a spot where they wouldn't have anticipated it.
Pair draw is like the best draw you can have.
Hopefully, points such as these and the ones like them I've made through the season have given you a new insight to high-level poker strategy and how you can improve your game. It's been a great season full of both amazing and amazingly bad play, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the WPT for giving me this fine ivory tower from which to cast down my harsh criticisms and hateful glare on you all.
Well, Vince, the great thing about poker is you can learn from watching good play and you can learn from watching bad play.
No doubt about it. And right now, our chip leader is Scott Seaver with over $7.3 million as 5 players remain here at the WPT World Championship. Action goes to a very happy Scott. And he peeks down at that big slick. Ace-king of diamonds. What a hand.
Oh, look at this. He just makes the minimum raise to $200,000 with this premium hand.
Farzad going out. Galen Hall not going to play. Tony Gargano now.
He's going all in.
What?
Well, Roger Teska quickly goes out. Scott Seaver quickly calls, has him dominated ace-king versus king-jack. Tony Gargano up against it right here.
And Scott Seaver making that $200,000 raise. Maybe that induced Tony Gargano to push all in.
Jack, Jack, deuce.
Tony Gargano, he's played 13 WPT tournaments. This is his first final table. He needs some luck right here. Can he get it? Here's the flop, and an ace hits for Scott Seaver. He has aces out in front.
Well, Scott pumping his fist there. He knows his opponent's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot, 2 running hearts, or 2 running cards to make an ace-high straight, or 2 running jacks.
Tony Gargano needs luck.
Doesn't happen as the 6 of spades comes on the turn. That's going to do it. Tony Gargano drawing dead. The English major from the University of Michigan, Tony Gargano, out in 5th place.
That is right. A big effort by Tony Gargano. Going to take home $278,000. He lives in Vegas. Has to say goodnight. We're down to 4.
Well, Michigan fans say go blue. Right now we say go Tony, go home.
It's usually penis envy that I struggle with, but that crowd of yours is something else.
All right.
I don't speak for or control.
We've reached the halfway point in our coverage of the WPT World Championship. So Mike and Vince, has the play been going as you anticipated? And what can we expect to see when the final table continues?
Well, I think you would anticipate the 2 guys that came to this final table as chip leaders, Galen Hall and Scott Seaver, to be very active from the start. They both had big-time success in the past, and they're probably going to push hard and fast. These guys aren't worried about pay jumps, just about the win.
Yeah, and Mike, I like the play we've seen so far from Farzad Banyadi. This guy's the old-timer, the Telly Savalas lookalike. You know, he's taken some hits, but maybe he can win one for the old guys. Now, there's also Roger Teska, and no amateur has ever won the WPT World Championship, but he's playing great poker, too. This is going to be fun.
Well, guys, this should be a thrilling conclusion because only one of these 4 players will be leaving Bellagio as Season 9 WPT World Champion. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, the stage is set for a dramatic finish as we crown the final champion of Season 9 at one of the most prestigious events in all of poker. The conclusion of the WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Being named the WPT World Champion is a distinction saved for a select few. Names such as Carlos Mortensen, Yevgeny Timoshenko, and David Williams have ascended to the top of this poker mountain, and now 4 players remain in contention to join their ranks. For more analysis on this final table, we turn to poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, analyze the play we've seen thus far and tell us what we should be looking for when play resumes.
Well, Kimberly, and all I can say is Scott Seaver is dominating. He is making moves and catching cards at the right time, but he's got a great player on his right in Galen Hall. Now, Galen is a fearless player. He's not going to let Scott run away with the title. He's going to make him fight to win it.
But Vince, I'll tell you, they got an old school player, a guy that's been a poker pro for 25 years, Farzad Banyadi. He's been very quiet tonight, hasn't done much, sitting there biding his time, but don't count this old school guy out. I'm telling you, Farzad could still come back and win this tournament.
Thank you, gentlemen. With the final WPT title of Season 9 and $1.6 million on the line, this should be an exciting finish right here at Bellagio. Looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, Mike, as you can see, Scott Seaver's the chip leader with close to 11 million. Galen Hall with about 4.2 million. And the first place prize here, over 1.6 million to the winner. And in second place, over $1 million as well.
Well, our thanks goes out to Jack McClellan and Bellagio's tournament staff for hosting a great event this week. The cards are in the air, and the action's on our chip leader, Scott Seaver.
He's got an 8-5. Four-handed poker continues. He folds that. Farzad Benyati, very tough senior poker player, goes out as well.
So it's the battle of the blinds here. Galen Hall picking up ace high in a small blind. He's going to raise it. And Roger Teska is going to defend with the queen 5 suited.
All right, ace 5 versus queen 5. There's a queen just like that.
Oh, nice flop for Roger here as he's flop top pair. Now Galen's going to check here.
Roger's going to take advantage and bet. $225,000 bet. Galen's getting out more chips, it looks like.
He's got no hand and no draw, but he's going to raise it here. The check raised to $675,000. And I know Roger's got top pair, but I'm telling you, folks, when you're check raised in this spot and you've got top pair with a weak kicker, you are not liking it.
That's a lot of heat, but he's going to call. Good instincts by Roger Teska. Here we go to the turn. Nice pot brewing.
Oh, and the ace comes off on the turn, the ace of diamonds. Both players are going to be a little bit leery about that, fearful the other person might have a flush draw.
Well, they both check. And another diamond on the river. Neither player has a diamond in their hand.
725.
And look at this. Galen's going to bet $725,000.
Well, this is a peculiar bet to me right here. He's got a hand here, Vince. He doesn't need to bet with 4 diamonds out there. If his opponent's got a diamond, he's going to be called in 1 second. Cost him $700,000 when there's $2.8 million out there. Roger, the 26-year-old, he just doesn't think he's that skilled at poker. At least that's the way he talks about himself.
But it's refreshing to hear someone say they're not that good in poker, that we know is good.
All right, Galen, you can have it.
Now, Roger does give it up. So Galen Hall wins that hand, but
5-6 of spades, show it.
Sort of a uniquely played hand, Vince. I got to tell you right there, by both players.
Something like that on TV.
Thought you were going to come after my soul again.
That's why I folded.
Looks like there's a quick break in the action, but we've got plenty more in store from the WPT World Championship at Bellagio, including highlights from the $100,000 Super High Roller event, the best 5 questions of the year, and the final installment of Season 9's Ones to Watch. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside Poker Hall of Famer and my buddy in the booth, Mike Sexton. So, Mike, what do you think? Season 9 is concluding here at Bellagio, the WPT World Championship. What do you think so far?
Well, this has been a great tournament, Vince, no doubt about it. But I have to say, each tournament this season has just been terrific. And what else I love about this season is our sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They have been a great sponsor. They've helped so many people win seats into our live tournaments, all for free. Amazing. Actually, several qualifiers even made the money.
And Club WPT qualifier Andy Whetstone made it all the way to a WPT final table.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life. It was wonderful. Thank WPT.
Played great.
Thank ClubWPT.com.
Let me tell you, it's not a gambling site, but it is real poker. In fact, you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes each month. Now, for only $19.95 a month, you become a VIP member, which gives you great benefits, plus free entries into as many poker tournaments as you want to play. So sign up today at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
And right now, we actually have the best poker players at our final table fighting for the title and the $1.6 million first place prize. So let's get back down to the felt.
Well, action's going to be on Galen Hall. He looks down at an ace-7 offsuit, and he's going to fire it up to $245,000.
Roger Teska out. Now Scott Seaver, the chip leader, is going to make the call with a king-jack.
How far is that? Going to lay down the 8-6.
Mike, the antes have gone up to 15,000. Blinds now 60 and 120. We are flopping.
A great flop for Scott Seaver. He's flopped top pairs. It comes Jack 8-3. He's checking it. Going to let Galen hang himself here.
Yep, Galen's going to make the continuation bet with ace high, 400,000. There's the okie dokie call by Seaver.
You think you have the best hand? You just keep checking into an aggressive player and let him keep betting at the pot.
All right, a little 5 of spades on the turn. He's checked again. And Galen is going to bet again.
This time $675,000.
Sometimes, though, when you walk the dog bites you.
Well, you're right. 2 possible flush draws out there. You might raise here, but Scott Seaver just calling again.
Down to the river.
Well, 9 of hearts comes off. Now Scott checking for a 3rd time. Hoping Galen will fire at it one more time. It doesn't happen.
Oh, I thought you said I got there.
No, I said I got it.
Yeah.
Scott turns up the king jack, and he adds more chips to his stack.
Scott milked Galen like a Holstein right there.
So Scott Sieber in command here. Maybe tonight's the night he'll capture his first WPT title.
It's been a really long time coming. I've played probably close to 30 WPTs now, and it feels like this is just great to finally make my first final table at one and to clear this hurdle that's been bothering me. A lot of my friends have had a ton of success winning these, and I feel I've always been in a bunch of the final winners' photos, but never as the one that's actually won. So hopefully I get to be in the center of the photo today.
Well, 3 of these 4 players, 26 years of age or younger, and all the young guys have got lots of family in the house to root their sons on. Scott's grandfather, Stan, his father, Jeff, is here. Galen's father, John, flew in from California, and Roger's parents, Sandy and Roger, in the house from Indiana. They're all watching their sons battle for huge money tonight.
All right, back to the action. It's going to be on Scott, who has over 12 million in chips right now. He's going to fold his hand. Farzad.
He's out as well, so once again, a battle of the blinds.
Come on.
Wow, Galen says all in with the jack-9 of spades. Roger has an ace and a 10 of diamonds.
Roger Teska knows that most of the time a guy moves all in this spot. If he's got a small pair or an ace and a baby card.
I call.
And he is going to make the call, and what a good call it is by Roger Teska. He just knew that if his opponent had a real premium hand in that spot, he wouldn't move all in. He would make a smaller raise to try to lure his opponent in the pot. So a great call right there by Roger Teska for all his chips. He's got the best hand. Now he's got to make it stand up. Can he do it? Oh, a jack right on the flop. Galen Hall has taken the lead.
Wow, that's how it happens. Oh boy, welcome to Suckout Hall.
Well, Roger needs help to stay alive. He needs an ace, 2 runners to make a straight, 2 runners to make a flush, or obviously 2 running 10s. A diamond comes on the turn. Well, the crowd moans as there's now 4 diamonds out there. The jack of diamonds obviously won't help anymore because that would give Galen a full house, but any other diamond would win it for him. That's what an ace.
Gotta be a photo finish.
Well, the 4 of clubs comes off, so that's tough luck for 26-year-old Roger Teska. Made a great call for all his dough right there, Vince, and then got outdrawn to be eliminated in 4th place.
Yeah, he's going to pick up $371,000. Goes to his parents with a big hug.
Mom still loves him.
Got to be proud of that effort. We are down to 3 players at the WPT World Championship.
Okay, let's get it. Me and you versus him. This side versus that side.
As the beautiful Royal Flush girls bring us to the break.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more action from Bellagio.
Welcome back to the season-ending WPT World Championship brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Earlier this week, Bellagio hosted a super high roller tournament, and our cameras were there to capture all the action. This game was not for the faint of heart, as it had a $100,000 buy-in and attracted some of the toughest names in poker.
As day 4 of the $25,000 WPT World Championship got underway on one side of the Fontana Lounge, the other side saw the start of action of the largest buy-in event ever held in the U.S., the $100,000 WPT Super High Roller. At 4 times the price of the WPT's previous largest buy-in, it was no wonder that the decision to enter this tournament was not an easy one. As the first hand was dealt, only 8 players had taken their seats. They were a mix of international players, young pros, and Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. Eric, fresh off his 2nd place finish at the WPT Indiana event, was in the middle of an historic heater, having won over $4 million this year alone. But the small starting field did not last long, as pro after pro ponied up their $100K to take their shot in this prestigious event.
We ended up with a bigger number than I think most people expected.
Jean-Noel Farrell was the first player to lose his $100,000 and be eliminated, and he would not be the last.
You know, when you enter a tournament, you go in expecting to lose your buy-in, so
I'll be all right.
Phil Locke was on the rail early on in the day, waiting for the optimal time to enter this tough field. He finally made the decision to buy in.
By the way, you know how you make like 18 pros really happy?
How did you get at that table?
You just happen to be me and you sit down at a tournament like this.
And shortly after, lost all of his chips when he flopped set under set against John Morgan. It was a brutal end to a quick day for Mr. Locke.
That's the fastest way to burn 100K I know about.
The last player to register for this historic event was the never-shy Tony G.
All right, buy me in for this $100,000 event, please.
With registration closed, 29 players had entered the event, creating a prize pool of over $2.8 million. Over 50% of the field had previously made a WPT final table, with 8 of those players having won WPT titles. Only 5 of the 29 would make it into the money, with first place taking home over $1.1 million.
There's a lot of great players here, a lot of big names and that sort of thing. So there's a lot of prestige as well.
The day ended with 17 players. Justin Bonomo topped the leaderboard with over $1.8 million in chips, followed closely by Vivek Rajkumar and Eric Lindgren. Eric Seidel had just $237,000 in chips and would face an uphill battle on day 2. The start of day 2 had play moved to Bellagio's poker room, and WPT world champion Yevgeny Timoshenko was feeling optimistic about his chances.
Well, the shower was worth it. It'll pay off dividends in the end.
But Yevgeny's good feeling was crushed after he was eliminated by Eric Lindgren, and he would be among the first of many early bust-outs. With Eric Seidel's elimination of Dan Shack in 11th place, final 10 players combined to one table. 5 would make it into the money, and 5 would go home $100,000 poorer. The final table saw Daniel Negreanu hit his first ever royal flush against Eric Seidel.
Never made one. That's my first royal, by the way, in Hold'em. True story. Yeah.
And I could say I was at Daniel Negreanu's table.
Randy Dorfman misread the board on his all-in hand with Justin Bonomo. After getting up to leave, the other players let him know he had actually won the hand.
I am so won. Frank, I think you need to get my glasses.
Look at the keys. You need them?
Yeah.
Shortly after, Randy would be eliminated in 7th place, when this time his pocket 8s failed to improve against Eric Seidel's overpair. Making the final 6 of a WPT event is always a tremendous accomplishment, but in the case of this event, one of the final 6 players would go home with nothing. Tension was high, as every player knew that 5th place would pay $224,000, and the 6th place finisher would be the last to lose $100,000. Short stack Kerry Katz got it all in with ace-queen versus Vivek Rajkumar's lowly king-deuce offsuit. The flop and turn were safe for Kerry. All he had to do was dodge a king or a deuce on the river, and he would double up. A killer river card burst the money bubble in brutal fashion. And with Kerry Katz's elimination, the remaining 5 players were guaranteed at least $224,000 and a shot at the $1.1 million first place prize. Eric Lindgren knocked out day 1 chip leader Justin Bonomo in 5th place.
Today I started off as chip lead, went off to a great start, and then 2 brutal suckouts. I'm really disappointed right now, even though I made the money. I was doing so well, and to finish, barely making money, I'm not very happy with that.
Now only 4 players remained in the Super High Roller event, and what 4 players they were. 6 WPT titles between them, 2 former WPT Players of the Year, and over $40 million in combined lifetime earnings. But after 5-bet jamming pre-flop with Jack-9, Season 2 WPT Player of the Year Eric Lindgren found himself in bad shape when Vivek Rajkumar snap-called with pocket aces. After a safe flop, Vivek looked in good shape to double up.
What a max sweat card.
But the turn and river gave Eric running 2 pair.
Oh!
Wow. Sorry, Vivek.
ugly.
Wow.
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 It's all good.
and eliminated Vivek in 4th place.
I'm pretty happy. The field was extremely hard, so I feel fortunate to be in the final 5, but obviously this stings a little bit, but you know, that's just how it happens.
Lindgren's good fortune would continue when soon after his ace 6 of hearts outflopped Daniel Negreanu's pocket 4s. Daniel would take home over $48,000 for his 3rd place finish.
I played pretty well. I mean, it's a tough field. My starting table was tough. And that's what you're going to expect when you have 29 guys put up $100,000.
After Daniel's elimination play ended for the day, with the 2 Erics returning the next day, what promised to be an epic heads-up battle.
Toughest players I've ever been up against in a 12-hour day.
Day 3 began with 2 old friends.
I told him I hate him.
Ready to battle for the $1.1 million first place prize and the honor of winning the largest buy-in event ever held in the U.S. Things got off to a quick start as Lindgren doubled through Seidel to take the chip lead, but he didn't hold on to it for long. A few hands later, Seidel doubled up through Lindgren to even out the chip status. Seidel began to chip away at Lindgren's stack and eventually got Lindgren down to $1 million in chips. Lindgren got it all in on the flop with a flush draw and an inside straight draw.
I call.
Seidel called with top pair and a draw of his own. No help on the turn, and the river meant the end of the road for Eric Lindgren.
Good game, Eric. Congratulations.
He would take home over $700,000 for a 2nd place finish.
Anything can happen heads up, and today Eric won. The wrong Eric. Each time you win one of these things, it really is a total surprise.
Seidel would take home over $1.1 million, the coveted WPT Super High Roller Trophy, and continue his year of dominance. Once again, congratulations to Eric Seidel for winning the Bellagio Super High Roller event. And we've still got a champion to crown here at the WPT World Championship, so we'll be back with more action right after this.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio.
All right, and 3 players remain, and Scott Seaver is the chip leader with over $12 million in chips.
And Vince, what a feat for Eric Seidel to take down the $100,000 super high roller event here at Bellagio. Great job, my friend.
All right, and Scott is the first to act. He's got the button. He's got a Jack 3. He's going to fold it. Farzad now with a Jack 10 of spades.
Farzad, an old school poker player, been a poker pro for 25 years, going to raise it up here. Makes it $250,000 to go.
But Galen's going to call with his ace-7. Ace-7 versus Jack 10. Here we go.
An ace right on the flop. It comes ace-9-5. Farzad is checking here. And Galen not wanting to fall into any traps and also camouflage the fact he's got 2 aces. Also checks.
6 on the turn, and now Farzad's going to bet with absolutely nothing. Try to take the pot away. $250,000. But of course, it's not going to work. Galen making a solid call.
Well, Galen's got 2 aces. The gut shot straight draw makes the call.
Down to the river.
Well, now the board pairs 5s. Well, Farzad looks a little uncomfortable there, doesn't he, Vince? Squirming in his chair, but he's going to fire again. I think you got to pay this off. Galen does so, and he's going to win this pot. So the old school guy getting schooled a little bit right there by the Cal Berkeley man.
Yep. Nicely done by Galen Hall.
And Vince, I believe Galen won that pot because he checked on the flop. He lured the old school guy to bet on the turn in the river to try to bluff at the pot and picked up a nice one.
Galen Hall in the driver's seat with a queen 5. He is going to raise this time. Now look at this, Scott Seaver with a 4 deuce. He has raised it.
Well, when the elbow goes up, the raise goes in, Vince. That's the way Scott Seaver plays it.
Well, that is super aggressive with a nothing hand. Farzad has to run away, and so does Galen.
Farzad getting shut out there by the raise and re-raise with the 2 5s.
Throw Morton up!
To try that. Let me get that elbow working up like that.
Mike, please, don't hurt yourself, okay? Leave it to the young guys. Scott Seaver making a nice bluff with a nothing hand, extending his chip lead.
This season, I had the chance to interview some of the most fascinating players in the game. Here now are some of my favorite highlights from the past season in this best of edition of 5 Questions. How would you respond to people who don't like your table antics?
You think I don't understand every facet of this game? Somebody told me one day I don't play with the fundamentals. I told them they don't play with enough heart.
Once in a while, though, do you miss the old poker?
2005 was the best. It was almost like you just show up to collect your cash. I mean, poker was amazing back then. I mean, who doesn't miss it?
Why are you so intense?
I guess I gotta like sit back and relax a little bit. It's important just to let your opponent know that you're serious about this and they're not gonna, get this pot without a struggle.
Do you ever regret the loss of anonymity?
I asked for fame and fortune. I got it. Now what am I gonna do, complain?
What motivates you to keep on going and keep playing?
The record, baby. Records, there's no limit, baby. There's no stopping.
All season long, Kimberly did a fantastic job getting insight from some of the best players in the game. And right now, it is Scott Seaver who is the chip leader with over 12.5 million in chips.
Ever so close to that 1.6 million that's going to our champ here tonight.
Well, all three of these guys going for their first WPT title. Only one of them is going to walk out of here as the WPT World Champion for Season 9.
Action on Scott. He's got an uneventful Jack-6. But that doesn't deter him. He is going to raise. No, just call. Let's get out of hand. Farzad now with an ace-3. Also calling.
Well, Galen Hall looks at an ace-queen in a big blind. Both these guys just limping in, so he's going to punish him here a little bit for sure. And indeed he is. Makes it 460,000 to go.
Scott out. And Farzad.
I'm on the call.
Well, he has gone all in, and he is not going to like it as he's quickly called by Galen Hall.
So Farzad might have slipped on the old banana peel here.
Farzad just thought he was making a move because they both limped in. He thought he'd come over the top and move in with the ace high, but it could be his demise. Now, Farzad Banyati biting his nails, knows he's got to have help or he's going to be out in third place. Oh, he gets help right in the flop as the 3 comes off. It's Jack-9-3 of clubs. Neither player has a club. Well, Galen's going to have to catch a queen or 2 running cards to make a straight to win this pot. And they would split it if a Jack and a 9 came off. But right now, Farzad Banyati in great shape to double up. 4 spade on the turn.
One more card to sweat if you're Farzad. His dream at this major title on the line right now.
Well, an ace comes off, giving Farzad the best hand with aces and 3s. And Vince, I can tell you right now, when you move all in and you've got the worst hand and you get called and you get lucky and outdraw your opponent, you think destiny is on your side, it could be your night.
I've been in this business for 25 years. 10 years ago, I used to be one of the youngest players. You have to have the guts to play poker, to gamble. I'm moving on it.
He's going all in. What a bold play by Fred Banyati right here, Vince. Why not?
Now I'm the oldest one. I'm gonna get one for senior citizen.
Winning the championship with World Poker Tour at Bellagio is probably the most prestigious thing that all poker players aspire to.
Allen has won his championship. He's skipping. Look at this. David Williams is our champion. He just won the richest prize pool in the history of poker.
This time, it gives him the title. What an epic battle it was. He has come back and won this tournament. He has captured his second World Poker Tour title. Joe Marconi has done it.
A friend came up to me and was like, enjoy it. This is as good as it gets. Chances are in all my life that is going to be one of the best moments ever.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour, and this is the title they all dream about, the WPT World Championship.
I'm still most impressed by Carlos Mortensen's win, though. The only player in the world won the main event on the World Poker Tour and the main event at the World Series of Poker, a feat we may never see duplicated.
Okay, play goes to Farzad Banyati.
I'm on it.
He says all in.
Well, Galen Hall now faced with a tough decision. He's got ace-jack.
I'm on.
He's going all in as well. Now, Scott Seaver rubbing his hands together. He knows he could end this thing right here, right now if he could pick up a giant duke, but doesn't. Looks down at the 10-3. And Farzad Banyati in great shape to double up. You see the look on Galen's face right there. He thought he had the best hand with ace-jack.
Here comes the flop.
And it's come 8-6-5. No help to either player. Farzad out in front with the ace-queen.
Do you know what they say about a backdoor flush draw?
Yeah, what do they say, Vince?
It's got me stumped. All right, turn card coming up.
They say Galen will win the pot if that happens, and it might as the 10 of clubs comes off on the turn. Galen does have the ace of clubs. He has the ace-high flush. He can win the pot with a jack or a club.
Will he do it and knock out the vet, Farzad?
Farzad staring intently. Well, the 5 of hearts comes off. So yet again in this three-handed battle, the old veteran Farzad Banyati doubling up, and now he's in second place, Vince.
How much is it?
When we started following the Season 9 ones to watch, we believed in their talent, but they've exceeded our expectations by making final tables in our past 2 tournaments, as William Reynolds took 3rd place at the Hollywood Poker Open and Alan Berry placed 4th at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. But did they have what it takes to finish off strong here at Bellagio? Find out in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Well, yeah, that's the double fist hump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible. I just want to win one of these bitches.
Was to watch.
Day 1, Bellagio, 25K.
You know, this is the last tournament of the WPT season, and I'm looking to make my first cash.
Last year's season, I had an awesome season. Player of the year, 2 final tables, a bunch of cashes. This season, I haven't done diddly squat.
Feeling good. Just focused and playing my game.
This is pretty much going to be the hardest World Poker Tour event each year. It's the best players in the world. Awesome challenge. It's a ton of fun. I know I'm not one of the best, but competing against all of these great players is where you want to prove yourself.
Phil Collins is a really solid player. He's been around online for years.
Yeah, I grew up playing online poker. I'm from South Carolina, so there were no casinos, and I jumped right into some big live tournaments, and it's taken me a little while to adjust, and I'm starting to get that comfort factor that I have whenever I play online.
I don't know how much live experience he has, but I don't think it should be a problem for him. Maybe not right away, but he should definitely adjust really well and really quick.
I'm sure of what I'm doing, and I definitely think I have what it takes to ship this thing.
Phil Collins, I got mad respect for his game, but he's getting whacked in these live poker tournaments.
How do I miss? I don't flop 14 outs versus set and brick.
He's gonna get there if he just puts his head down and keeps trying to play well.
Just busted, 36th it looks like. 1 table away from cash, almost there. Made a bad call. Good game. Next time.
Damn.
That's that. Next year, what could you do? Oh, I'm coming back. I ain't going nowhere.
My confidence is growing. Still got some work to do, but I know I'm heading the right direction.
Well, here's the final ones to watch standings for Season 9. As you can see, Alan Barry was the top money winner of the group, and it was exciting to follow their progress all season long.
No doubt about it. I guarantee we'll be seeing more from these young, talented players in the future.
But right now, we have a 3-way battle at the WPT World Championship. Galen Hall has slid to the short stack.
Now Farzad folds on the button.
I'm all in.
Galen going all in.
Can I get an exact number?
With the Jack-7 here.
They are playing fast. Scott Seaver, though, has a King-10.
Well, man, it's going to cost him almost $2.5 million to make this call, though.
I call.
And he's made the call. What a great read by Scott Seaver here as he turns up the best hand, the King-10. Now, that's a tough play to make. But Scott just sensed that Galen's a little bit on tilt, that if he had a premium hand, he would move all in, and he made the great call.
From San Francisco, Galen Hall on the ropes. Here are the first 3. Oh!
Scott's fans asking for a king. They got 2 of them as it comes king, king, queen. And Vince, the only way that Galen can win this pot is to catch 2 running diamonds. That's not the king of diamonds or the 10 of diamonds. Well, there you're looking at WPT champs Greg Brooks and Yevgeny Timoshenko. They're rooting for their buddy Galen, but they don't like that flop.
Here comes the turn.
Well, a 9 comes off. That's going to do it, because if a 10 comes off and gives Galen a straight, it will give Scott a full house. He knows he's done. He's out in 3rd place. So a nice tournament for Galen Hall, but wasn't meant to be for him to capture a WPT title tonight.
Galen Hall, $589,000 richer.
The crowd is going crazy here as we
WPT World Championship. Stay with us. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Let's go,
Farzad Banyadi is a world-class player. He's a truly excellent poker player, and not just at Hold'em, but at all disciplines of the game. $1.6 million would be incredible. I would absolutely love it, but it's the recognition, the prestige that comes with it that honestly would mean the most to me.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models.
And Vince, that's $2.6 million that they're setting on the table right now. A little more than that, in fact. That's how much money these two guys are going to take home between them. The runner-up gets over $1 million. The winner gets over $1.6 million, as well as a $25,000 entry into this tournament to defend their title next year.
And they also bring out the WPT bracelet, all the goodies. What a moment for both these gentlemen. Flush Girls, Sanisa, Melody, Michelle, and Melissa. All right, Scott Seaver now.
Well, he is leading the crowd here in his own cheers.
The crowd chanting it up for their man Scott Seaver, who has a 3-1 chip lead over Farzad Banyadi.
Well, this win would be the biggest in either of these guys' careers, no doubt about it. Certainly one of the most prestigious titles in the world, the WPT World Championship. Truly an event every poker player wants to win.
All right, Scott Seaver now with the button. He's first to act. Cards have been dealt. He's got a Jack-10, and he's going to put it a raise. He makes it $320,000.
And Farzad Banyadi with the Jack-7 of clubs is going to make the call, so we're going to have a flop here.
Jack-10 versus Jack-7.
Well, the flop comes 8-4 deuce with 2 clubs. Nice flop for Farzad as he flops a flush draw, but it goes check-check.
Farzad hoping to hit his flush, but no, he hits his 7s, though, at least.
Well, now a 7 comes on the turn, so Farzad now has the best hand and the best draw.
He looks like $450,000.
Oh, and look at this.
Scott Seaver's going to try to manhandle him with a raise.
He has raised it with a gut shot straight draw. Now, if you're sitting in Farzad's seat, you think this guy must have flopped a set or something.
Well, he's called it.
But now the 5 of diamonds comes off, so possible straight out there. Now Farzad is checking.
But Scott has nothing still.
Well, he's going to continue.
Wow.
With this bluff here.
$2,050,000.
He is just going to put the hammer down here. Just continue to apply big pressure to Farzad. Well, Farzad lays this hand down, Vince.
And how about the moxie of the young 26-year-old Scott Seaver to make these kind of plunging bets? He's going to try to manhandle Farzad, and so far it's working.
Well, Vince, you saw him wipe his brow there. Farzad saw it too, meaning he knows he was bluffed out of that pot.
You had it?
I'll tell you after if you want.
With the pressure mounting at the prospect of capturing a WPT World Championship title, are players bound to make a mistake? Well, let's turn it over to Tony Dunst, who never lets anyone off easy in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Galen Hall came into the final table with the chip lead and an excellent chance to win one of the most prestigious tournaments in poker and $1.6 million. Unfortunately, it all unraveled, and during three-handed play, Galen found himself in a precarious position where he was sitting comfortably second in chips. So what is the proper strategy to take in a three-handed game with the stack sizes so varied and the pay jumps so large? Let's break it down. There are 2 schools of thought as to tournament strategy at this point. One is to sit back and let Scott Seaver, who has a massive chip lead, clash with Farzad Banyadi on the short stack and hopefully move up $500,000 in real money. The other is for Galen to mix it up and continue playing the loose, aggressive style that got him to the final table, try to eliminate Farzad himself, and amass the chips necessary to take on Scott heads up. Galen chose the latter option, and that's where it all fell apart.
I'm on it.
Call.
Galen gets it in very good against Farzad and is unfortunately 3-outed.
Oh, he gets help right in the flop as the 3 comes off.
Not long after, he's dealt an unavoidable cooler.
Come on.
When he gets it in with ace-jack versus ace-queen to Farzad.
How much is it?
For about 17 big blinds. Finally, when on the short stack of 15 big blinds,
I'm all in.
He makes the jam with Jack-7 suited out of the small blind and is called by Scott in the big.
I call.
What a great read by Scott Seaver here.
Although Jack-7 suited seems like a weak hand to risk your tournament on, it's certainly a profitable shove when you're moving in such a short stack from the small blind. And without a willingness to take pre-flop gambles, your stack will quickly waste away in a 3-handed game. And while his stoic and professional demeanor throughout his collapse is to be commended, as a man who needs material for his segment, I think Galen and his polite attitude can go straight to hell. See you next season.
Well, I agree with him. Galen was very stoic, and that's the way you're supposed to behave when you lose.
And Scott Seaver going over 19 million.
He is feeling it now, Vince.
All right, this time Scott Seaver with a Jack-4. Scott Seaver has called for Zad. Not going to raise, so it's Jack-4 up against 9-10. And look at this flop.
Well, this is going to be the hand they get it all in here with, Vince. One guy's got top pair and an open-end straight draw. The other guy's got a gut shot and a flush draw.
I'm all in.
Wow.
Call.
And there it goes. Boom, boom. Scott bets 400,000. Farzad moves all in, is quickly called by Scott Seaver. Scott Seaver looking for a 10 to make a straight, a heart to make a flush, and end this thing right here, right now, and become the WPT World Champion for Season 9.
Let's go, Scott! Join the likes of Carlos Mortensen, David Williams, Alan Gehring, among others, and be a WPT World Champion.
Well, that 9 comes off, giving Farzad 3 9s. Now that takes away the 7 of hearts and the 10 of hearts. So 2 of his hearts have been killed with the third 9 on the turn there.
Yep, he's closing in on Scott. He could still get lucky and make this miracle happen and take the title, but no.
Well, an ace comes off, so Farzad Banyati doubling up there. And a nice double up for him.
He just won't go away. He's got a dream. Can he take this title down? We'll come back with more action from the WPT in just a moment.
David Williams is our 14th place finisher. Daniel is our 11th place finisher. Shannon Shore is our 9th place finisher. David's our 7th place finisher.
Welcome back to that sleepy little town in Nevada called Las Vegas. We're at the Bellagio for the WPT World Championship.
Well, as you can see, we're playing heads up here. Scott Seaver with a big chip lead. It's old school versus new school. Who's going to take the title?
Back to the felt we go. Scott this time with a Jack-9. And he will raise it to 400,000. Farzad with a Queen-10.
Going to make the call.
So Jack-9 up against Queen-10.
Oh, nice flop for Farzad. He's flopped top pair here. He's going to check, probably with the intent to check raise, but that doesn't happen. Scott checks behind him.
Going to the turn. It's Queen. That's Queens and 10s there for Farzad, but he's checking again.
Well, he's checking to try to trap his opponent. But again, Scott checks behind him with the open-end straight draw.
Down to the river. Oh, look at this. It's
and now king comes off.
Uh-oh.
So Farzad was checking on the flop on the turn in hopes to check raise his opponent. Now his opponent is beating by making a straight on the river.
Farzad checks again. And Scott, of course, is going to bet.
Well, he bet 600,000, and look at this. Now the raise comes in by Farzad.
Bad timing. He makes it 1.6 million.
I'm all in.
Oh, of course you are.
Well, Scott Seaver's gone all in, and all of a sudden, your top 2 pairs just blown up in your face. You're saying, what happened here? Did this guy make a straight? Did he make something like kings and deuces? If he did that, would he even go all in then? He checked on the flop to trap him. He checked on the turn to trap him, and now he's trapped himself for his tournament life if he makes this call.
I call.
He's made the call. So that's going to do it. And it is over, folks. Scott Seaver has done it. He has become the WPT World Champion for Season 9. And Vince, there's the hand that Farzad's going to question himself the way he played. He checked the flop, he checked the turn, and then he paid off the big bet on the river.
And we have a WPT World Champion, and it is Scott Seaver. Congratulations. Let's go, Scott! The crowd and family goes wild. $1.6 million richer is Scott Seaver as he hugs his dad.
And he's a very good player. I think he has a real bright future. And I think I'm going to keep playing till I get one.
Let's hear it for the Season 9 WPT World Champion of Poker, Scott Seaver.
So tonight we crown Scott Seaver the final champion of Season 9.
Thank you, Vince.
He celebrates a fantastic run in one of the most prestigious events in all of poker, the WPT World Championship. And right now I'm being joined by the newly crowned WPT World Champion, being escorted by the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. You are a lucky man in so many ways.
I am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Job well done. I gotta say, to win this championship, I don't know, I mean, how does it feel right now?
It feels incredible. I feel like there's been a big monkey on my back with the World Poker Tour. I play event after event. I've failed miserably constantly, and I kept thinking, okay, if I cash, it'll be a huge relief. And then I did, and it wasn't. I was like, okay, if I final table, that's what I need. But it wasn't. And then I just really wanted the win. And now I have it, and it just feels incredible.
Scott, we are all so excited for you. Congratulations. I don't see any monkeys on the back anymore. You're safe and free rolling into next year's event.
It feels great, and hopefully I can come back and defend my title.
Back to back.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Seriously, job well done. All right, now I'd like to send it over to Mike and Vince to get their final thoughts on the season.
I have to say, Kimberly, it's been a terrific season on the World Poker Tour. So many great additions to the show, like Tony Dunst and the Royal Flush Girls. But a few things stand out to me. One was the talent of so many good young players, and another was the highlight in witnessing Dwight Pilgrim's both entertaining and emotional victory at the Borgata Poker Open.
Oh, man. I also have to say that one of the highlights was watching this guy, Mike Sexton, make a final table on the World Poker Tour. You cashed 3 times. It was just incredible. But also, it was a pleasure working with you, Kimberly. You're the best at what you do, and it's going to be fun next year.
Thank you, gentlemen. It has been an honor, seriously, to get to work with you two, and it's been a tremendous season. But right now from Bellagio in Las Vegas, that's going to wrap it up for Season 9 on the WPT, and we look forward to seeing you back here for Season 10 of the WPT, where we'll have new stops, new talent, and who knows, as the WPT continues to grow, I might even need to renew my passport. But until then, I'm Kimberly Lansing, and for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Season kicks off in Los Angeles with a new look and new energy as 6 players fight for the title of legend. 10 years in the making and still the best poker on television, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh!
The battle to be the best player in poker, the fight to win the WPT World Championship, and the fame and fortune that go with it begins here tonight in Los Angeles. And there may be no more fitting event on the WPT to kick off the journey than the Bicycle Casino's Legends of Poker. For 10 seasons, this marquee event on the WPT has afforded its champions the distinction of having his name ranked alongside some of the greatest players in the game, including Poker Hall of Famers Doyle Brunson and Dan Harrington, and last year's champ, WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. And this season, players descending on the Bicycle Casino had a shot to have their name immortalized on the new WPT Champions Cup. All WPT champs have their name engraved on this towering trophy, and it's one of the premier accomplishments in poker. It is our historic 10th season here on the World Poker Tour, and we've got a lot of surprises in store for you this year, including a new segment called WPT on the Road, a look back at some historic victories in the WPT Champions Cup moment, a fresh batch of players to follow and ones to watch, and best of all, we're expanding our coverage of the playdown and final table action to 3 full hours in order to bring you even more of the best poker on television. 5 days ago, the journey began as some of the best and brightest hit the felt right here in LA.
Season 10, WPT. Gotta make it happen.
Table 3, seat 7. It's the lucky one. I got it.
On the first of 2 starting days, 322 players showed up at the Bicycle Casino ready to kick off Season 10, including last season's Legends of Poker champion and Season 9 WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger.
No one's ever won the same tournament, the WPT, twice. So I wouldn't say there's a pressure to do it, but I put a lot of pressure on myself anyway, so I always put pressure on myself to win. I hate losing.
Andy was not the only player to put pressure on himself, and East Coast pro Will Fiala's strong start was all part of his strategy.
I'm check raising my grandmother. I'm taking no prisoners. I'm slaughtering the out of everybody. Period. I'm only playing for the win. That's it. Nothing else but the win.
As the Royal Flush girls checked out the action, Phil Locke, who made this final table back in Season 2, mused on how advanced the game has become.
Poker theory has flown right behind me and past me. I feel like I should go back to the 1-2 no limit games, try and win $20 or something.
And Phil was not the only player in the field who was trying to make it back to another Legends of Poker final table.
I got second once. I would like to improve on that. I just would love to join the group of WPT champions.
As players began to bust, the talk on the tournament floor was about the new structure for Season 10, where players could re-enter on day 1B if they were eliminated today.
Being a re-entry, I just decided, get it in there and come back tomorrow.
Re-entry tournaments are really, really good. Encourages people to fly out, gives them a second chance to play again if they bust 5 minutes into the day.
If I bust today, 100% I'm playing tomorrow.
As play winded down for the evening, reigning Legends champ Andy Frankenberger got all his chips in with 2-pair against the Season 8 LAPC runner-up Raymond Dolan's top set, sending Andy to the rail, but still alive to defend his title by re-entering on day 1B.
Deciding whether I might come play tomorrow. Yeah.
141 players survived the day, including past Legends of Poker finalists Zach Clark, Tom Brabant, and Amit Makija. But the big stack belonged to tough young pro Matt Berkey.
Couldn't miss. I mean, one of those days, you have them sometimes.
Okay, players, good luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Let's shuffle up and deal.
435 players showed up in LA on day 1B, bringing the Season 10 Legends of Poker total to 757 entrants, including players who, after busting day 1A, re-entered for one more shot at having their name on the new WPT Champions Cup. Among the new faces in the room were the first WPT Legends of Poker champion Chris Karagulian and Season 5 champ Joe Pelton.
5 years ago exactly that I won the title here. It's good to be on that trophy. It's good to have my name amongst all the other great poker players and sort of be memorialized forever that way.
They faced some stiff competition to capture another title at the Bicycle Casino, as many tough players took another crack at the first title of Season 10.
Day 1B, we're back for the second chance, and it's going way better than yesterday.
I really love the whole buyback in day 1B things.
I mean, I like it because it means I get 2 cracks at it.
Whenever I'm here, I just feel like I can't lose.
But for Michael Winnett, better known as Squeaky, Season 10 marked a new beginning.
Currently, Squeaky is a character in rehabilitation. I had a lot of fun with it. Unfortunately, the casino's had other ideas.
Next time is 3 rounds, and then you're out of the tournament.
But do you understand what I'm
doing? So don't do it.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm explaining the rules of the tournament.
And Squeaky is probably the most penalized and kicked out player that exists. For now, Squeaky's gone.
And the new Michael spent the day staying out of trouble and quietly building his stack. At one of the tougher tables in the room, WPT finalist Ali Islami found himself all in pre-flop with Season 9 ones to watch Matt Affleck and WPT champ Taylor von Kriegenberg vying for a side pot. After Taylor bet the flop, Matt got out of the way, and Ali was able to triple up his short stack with a set of 10s while Taylor took down the side pot and finished the day well above average in chips. But it was Season 5 WPT Player of the Year, JC Tran, who made the most of his re-entry on day 1B. JC had not cashed in a WPT event in the past 4 seasons, but on this day, he crushed the competition and to end the day as chip leader. JC was not the only past WPT Player of the Year to survive the day. Gavin Smith, Jonathan Little, and Season 9 Player of the Year and reigning champ of this event, Andy Frankenberger, were part of the tough field that would combine with the remaining players from Day 1A to continue to battle for the Legends of Poker title. On day 2, the remaining 338 players settled in for a long day of poker. And Season 10 One to Watch, Dan O'Brien summed up the mindset for the day.
Strategy is just to get some chips, you know, like my table's pretty good. There's a little bit of action.
Dan made the most of his table draw and added to a stack early on, but day 2 marked the end of the road for many players, including reigning champ Andy Frankenberger.
I don't think anyone expected me to defend, so I think I'm the only one who's disappointed. Everyone else is like, of course he didn't defend.
You know, I didn't get to the best start this afternoon, and I lost half of my stack really early, and I just never really recovered from it.
These things are a lot harder. Cash game, I can show you how to win every time. There's too many people on it.
But many players' chip stacks were moving in a positive direction, including Alec Torelli.
I'm sort of OCD, so I'm trying to align all the chips, but then sometimes I cheat, like back here where I kind of like don't align them because you can't see them from the front. So only you guys really know that this is not totally kosher. But yeah, I've had a few really good spots today. People bet, and then I just have a hand.
And young pro Cody Slaybaugh used his stack to put pressure on both JC Tran and multiple WPT finalist Amnon Philippi.
Seems to be playing pretty well. Against me, he's making all the right decisions, and I'm making all the wrong decisions. So, I mean, he seems to be playing good. He's holding his own.
Last season's Legends 4th place finisher Tom Brabant was also running well in the familiar setting of the Bicycle Casino.
I feel really comfortable here. Like, they seem to treat the players really well. It's nice to walk outside, California sun during the breaks and stuff. It's nice.
And Titan Tom was in a race situation with California native Vincent Rubianes with Ace King versus Vincent's Pocket Queens. And after hitting a king on the flop, Tom sent Vincent to the rail and was primed to make a run at back-to-back final tables at the bike.
Better luck, buddy.
But he was not the only player to finish strong, as it was retired school teacher Ken Aldridge who closed out the day as chip leader.
Day 2 was exciting. I'll keep the smile on my face if I keep those chips running up, that's for sure.
Ken earned the right to smile, but close on his heels were tough pros Cody Slaybaugh, Will Fiella, and Matt Berkey. The pressure was on for the 99 remaining players, with the money bubble quickly approaching and a lot of talent left in the field, including 3 past WPT Players of the Year who had their eyes on the over $750,000 first place prize and the opportunity to have their name etched yet again on the WPT Champions Cup. Preparations for the final table are being made here in Los Angeles, but we still have more coverage of the early days of the Legends of Poker tournament brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
The WPT is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch the latest episodes online, get a free subscription to the WPT magazine, and so much more. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker. We're in the midst of seeing how tonight's players made their way to the final table. On day 3, a tough field, including 5 past WPT champs, still had a shot at the over $750,000 first place prize and a Legends of Poker title. But as play moved to the casino floor, the 99 players were hoping to be one of the 81 who would make the money. For former WSOP main event champ Jamie Gold, it felt good to still be around.
Last night, the very last hand of day 2 here at the World Poker Tour, I flopped a set of 10s, the guy flopped the nuts. Maybe I just don't deserve to get that lucky anymore. All my luck ran out.
Unfortunately, the day would not last long for past Legends finalist Tom Brabant and Season 10 One to Watch Dylan Horton.
I know how to abuse bubbles, and I was really looking forward to just chipping up slowly and building up a stack on the bubble. But
on the money bubble, it was Joe Wrestler who ran into bad luck when Brent Hanks' ace-queen of diamonds was able to draw out against his ace-king by making a flush on the river. Left with less than a small blind in his stack, Joe was all in on the very next hand, and Brent finished the job, leaving Joe the last player to bust out short of the money at the Bicycle Casino. WPT staffer Keith Kozar was happy to make it in the money in his first WPT event.
Yeah, in the money, baby.
And not long after, he would knock out Canadian pro Greg Mueller in a cooler of a hand.
Okay, the poster boy for WPT and C1 raises it up. I have 2 7s I call. The flop comes king of hearts, 7 of clubs, 3 of clubs. He leads out. I pop him because I know he's not going to put me on anything. He repops me and I jam. He has the ace of spades, king of clubs. Turn is the ace of clubs. The river's the queen of clubs for a 4 flush, and it's the end of me.
How is that possible? I don't get it.
Pretty nasty. He had a big hand.
So I put a bad beat on him. Sorry, Greg.
I'm not upset with him. It's just brutal the way it turned out. I finally would have had some chips. The table's pretty good. I was feeling good. I'm annoyed.
And Greg would have company on the rail as he was followed out by season 10 one-to-watch Dan O'Brien, Jamie Gold with his first WPT cash, season 4 WPT Player of the Year Gavin Smith, and WPT finalist Alec Torelli.
Next time.
Then it was season 5 WPT Player of the Year JC Tran, who ran his pocket kings into the pocket aces of Bicycle Casino local player William Vo. With no help on the board, William had JC barely covered in chips, and JC would exit the Legends of Poker in 39th place. The pros would then take turns busting each other as WPT champ Sean Buchanan eliminated season 6 Player of the Year Jonathan Little in 38th place.
I lost like 5 pots today on the river. That, if I win any of them, I have a lot of chips. So I had a lot of chances, but none of them worked out. And all you can do is give yourself chances, and I gave myself plenty today.
Josh Pollock took out Cody Slaybaugh in 35th place.
Coming into the day, it was like second in chips. I got 35th or whatever. It's not close enough.
And James Carroll busted season 9 WPT champ Dwight Pilgrim in 33rd place.
Next stop, I gotta defend my championship.
Then day 1A chip leader Matt Berkey, who just lost a big hand to Will Fiala, got his pocket jacks all in against Matt Kay's ace-10, and when an ace hit the flop, Berkey was then next to fall.
We can do this tournaments. Nothing you really do.
After more eliminations, play ended for the night, and East Coast pro Will Fiala kept his target set on his first WPT final table.
I keep knocking at the door, but, hopefully this time the door will open wide.
Will was one of the 21 players to survive the long day. In addition to tough pros James Carroll, Matt Kay, Brent Hanks, and the last WPT champ in the field, Canadian Sean Buchanan. But it was another Canadian, amateur Jeff Vertes, who ended the day as the overwhelming chip leader.
Great day, though. Great day.
Expectations were high on day 4 as the final 21 players vied for the 6 seats at the WPT final table, but dreams would start to be crushed as the eliminations began. On a king-high flop, pro Brent Hanks 3-bet all in against amateur Adam Aronson. And after the chips were counted down, Adam made the call with top pair and held versus Brent's pocket eights, sending Brent home in 16th place.
Really a lot of great players, a lot of tough competition. Sean Buchanan's a former WPT champion. When he has chips, he's really dangerous. Away set a hell of a World Series, and he's really tough. Matt Kay, choppy online. He's well overdue for something huge in the live world. I expect some great things from some of these great players.
But it was Vegas pro Josh Pollock who kicked it into high gear and went on a rush as he picked up jacks versus Christina Lindley's ace-king, eliminating the last woman in the event in 15th place.
I got it in on a coin flip with a pretty good hand, so I can't complain. Just didn't win the flip when it counted.
Josh then held queens against Sean Buchanan's ace-10, sending the WPT champ to the rail in 13th place.
I played okay, but not the best poker I've played ever.
And then Josh caught pocket kings versus Tyler Cornell's ace-queen and busted Tyler in 11th place at the Legends of Poker for the 2nd season in a row.
Yeah, it's such a bummer, but what can you do?
The Vegas Pro's domination was far from over as he picked up pocket kings yet again and got a call from Matt Kay with ace-queen. The flop came out Jack 10-5 all clubs, giving both players a sweat and Matt outs with any club, king, or ace. But Matt could not hit any of his outs and he was eliminated in 10th place. But Josh was not invincible as he picked up pocket eights and called the all-in of Orange County pro Owais Ahmed, who held queens, and David Danishgar with sevens.
Three-way all-in. Three-way all-in, you guys.
The board ran out king high, leaving Owais to scoop the main and side pots, and David to the rail in 9th place. And big hands would continue to collide when James Carroll ran his jacks into the kings of Texan Prey Henson,
I should have thought about that a little longer.
leaving James short and eventually falling in 8th place to McDonald's franchise owner Jeff Vertez. But then it was Ray Henson's turn to fall victim to a cooler when he doubled up retired schoolteacher Ken Aldridge with kings against aces. Ray got his last chips in with ace-6 and was dominated when Jeff called him with ace-king. With no help on the board, Ray was stuck with the honor of being the TV bubble boy.
Thank you, God.
And the first final table for season 10 was set with 6 new players ready to take their shot at having their name immortalized on the new WPT Champions Cup. And there you see the trophy they're all playing for in the new Royal Flush Girls social bar, where fans can interact with the Royal Flush Girls and view the final table action from the best seats in the house. And now it's time to turn to the best commentators in the game, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, thoughts on tonight's table?
Well, thanks, Kimberly. It's exciting to be back for season 10. Vince, you and I have been here since day one together.
Yeah.
It's great to have another season under our belt here.
It is.
And what a nice final table we're starting season 10 out with. We've got a combination of 3 pros and 3 amateurs at this final table. The 3 pros sitting in seats 1, 2, and 3. The amateurs in seats 4, 5, and 6. I'll talk a bit about the pros. Starting out in the short stack tonight is a 28-year-old pro out of Anaheim, California, Owais Ahmed. But don't let the short stack fool you. He's got a lot of credentials under his resume, including a World Series of Poker bracelet, and he made the final table in 2011 at the $50,000 Buy-In Players Championship event the guy can play. In seat 1, starting out in second chip position with $5.3 million in chips, is a poker pro out of Silver Springs, Maryland, Josh Pollock. Josh has been a pro for 5 years. He's going to be one to watch tonight as well. But Vince, the guy I believe that's going to do it tonight is the chip leader in seat 3, Will the Thrill Fiala, yes, from Smithtown, New York. He's playing in his 45th WPT event. This is 8th cash, his first WPT final table. But Vince, I'll tell you something. I believe Will the Thrill is going to thrill the crowd tonight and take down his first WPT title.
Well, we will see. Now, Kimberly, upsets always happen at the Legends of Poker. Who will it be tonight? Now, we have a 60-year-old school teacher. That is Ken Aldridge. He's a retired school teacher. He's very tough. He has a World Series bracelet under his name. And then we have a local, Adam Aronson, 27 years old from Santa Monica, California. His first time ever in a World Poker Tour event. That's very impressive. And rounding out the field, we have Jeff Vertez from Canada, a non-professional poker player. In fact, he manages and he owns a McDonald's up in Canada, and he's going to try to make hamburger meat out of this field this evening.
Well, Vince, I expect we're going to witness a great battle tonight, and regardless if you're the amateur or the pro at the table, I know that these players will be doing whatever it takes to pull out a win tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. Down on the floor, sideline reporter Matt Savage is standing by with our chip leader, Will the Thrill Fiala.
Now tonight, for the first time ever, you're on a final televised poker table. Now, Will, what took you so long?
Gee, Matt, I was going to ask you that same question. I don't freaking know, but I'm here now, and that's all that matters.
I consider you to be one of the best short stack players in the world, but tonight you start with a chip lead. How strange is that for you?
Well, a busted clock is right even twice a day, so I guess today's my day to be right. That's me today.
Well, Will, it's great to have you here at the final table. Good luck to you tonight. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. The Legends of Poker and the first televised final table of Season 10 on the WPT begins right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Bicycle Casino, where the final table of the Legends of Poker is about to get underway. We started 5 days ago with 757 players. We are down to our final 6.
That's right, Mike, and the winner's going to take home $758,000. We're about to get started. The antes will start at $10,000. The blinds are $50,000 and $100,000. Action going to the retired school teacher, Ken Aldridge. Let's take a look.
Well, Ken looks down at a king-6 offsuit. He's going to fold.
Now Jeff Vertez from Canada not going to play.
Josh Pollock out as well, so round to the button.
Owais Ahmed with a pair of 6s, just like that. He's on a short stack.
I'm all in.
And he's going all in. Quick fold there by Will the Thrill.
So over to the big blind, Adam Aronson with an ace-8 offsuit. Borderline decision for him as to what to do. He's the second short stack at the table. Do you want to gamble all your money on this hand?
Hand number 1.
On the first deal at the final table.
What's your count? 1.7.
Is it? Oh, there it is.
1.71 now. I need 10,000.
These are the two local guys going at it. His friends actually put up the money for him to enter this tournament, Vince.
Gotta love it.
He's playing for 50%. He says they're taking the money. They're going to Vegas this weekend. They're going to party it up.
Yeah.
It's funny, every TV final table I go in, all in on hand number 1.
Oh, yeah, really? Oh, man. Are you usually good when you do that?
Apparently you didn't watch the ESPN broadcast.
I did not.
Well, he's actually talking about when he made the final table of the $50,000 Players Championship at the World Series of Poker.
Wace is actually quite good at finger painting.
Trust me, I didn't want to move in. But
as you can tell from his colorful hat.
All right.
Oh, and Adam is going to let this go.
All right.
Well, Vince Oace made a good play of moving all in there. Had he made a smaller raise, there's a good chance that Adam might have come over the top and gone all in with the ace-8.
I can't wait to see that, Oace. I can't wait.
You tell me what you folded. I'll tell you what I had.
I had ace-8.
I had pocket 6s.
Very honest group.
Well, what do you want me to do?
No.
So the former warehouse manager from Irvine, California, 28-year-old Oace, taking down our first pot here this evening. Cards have been dealt. Here we go with the second hand. Josh Pollock looking at a Jack-Queen.
Josh, a pro player, originally from Silver Springs, Maryland, now lives in Las Vegas.
He's going to raise it up, makes it 225 to go. Oace now. Takes a peek at his cards. He's got a 6-5 of clubs. Won't play that mess. He goes out. Now with a king 3. He's from New York, and he is going away. Adam out as well.
Round to the retired school teacher from North Carolina. Ken Aldridge makes the call with 2 7s.
Didn't pop it, just calling. And now the Canadian Jeff Vertez with a 3 deuce of clubs will call.
So here we go, 3-way action. And the flop is ace, queen. So Josh out in front with aces and queens.
Yep, the teacher gonna check.
They both check to him. And he's also checking, fearful one of them might be slow playing an ace here. And a 7 comes off.
That's right, that's gonna give the teacher a full house. And he's gonna try to trap, he checks. They all check. Josh not biting. Well done.
And now a jack comes off.
Oh, and here comes the teacher. Ken Aldridge, 60 years old, coming out for a bet, 400 grand.
Got a piece of that there, Teach?
First one in wins.
For you.
McDonald's man says, have it your way. I'm going out.
You know, here's the problem. When you check the flop there, you don't know where you're at when somebody bets on the river. You don't know if they're bluffing or not.
I call.
He's going to make the call, Mike. Gonna hate it.
Got an ace.
And he's not going to like the results here. The school teacher shows him 7s full of aces to take down the pot.
7s are hot.
And put one on the chalkboard for the teacher.
Josh has got to learn a little lesson. You're in a good position. You raise before the flop. You hit your queen. You got to test the waters and bet it.
I should have bet that flop.
While the Legends of Poker is the first televised WPT stop of Season 10, several WPT events have already taken place in Europe, kick-starting the Player of the Year race. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the POY trophy and keep you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Los Angeles with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the current leaders from those foreign events. But we know that Andy Frankenberger won the Legends of Poker last year. He became the WPT Player of the Year. Whoever wins this tournament tonight will be the leader of the Player of the Year race this season.
All right, to the table we go. Adam Aronson from Santa Monica, California, a local here.
Is that flash?
He's first to act. He looks down.
Not that game.
At a queen 8 offsuit. Won't play that. And now the teacher also going out.
Okay, over to Jeff Vertez, the McDonald's man from Canada. He's out as well.
Josh Pollock now with the button. He's got King Jack, and he has raised. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Ace folding.
And now Will the Thrill from New York.
Yeah, one of those typical New Yorkers. Savvy, street smart, and a good poker player.
Got ace 4. He could have played any part in Sopranos, you name it. And he doesn't hit on that flop, and he checks.
A nice flop for Josh. He's flopped top pair here.
And he is going to make the continuation bet. No surprises. Makes a bet of 225 into the Thrill.
Well, here's a surprise. A check raised by Will the Thrill to 600,000 here.
Oh, playing games, possibly at the wrong time with nothing. He's going to pop it up. Josh go away. No, this tough Vegas pro's going to make this call.
Well, you're not going to put the guy on ace-king because he didn't re-raise you before the flop, so you're definitely going to call with this hand.
Will looking very meek there. Another king on the turn. Makes it better for Josh.
Well, Will the Thrill was trying to represent that he had a king in his hand by check raising the flop.
800.
He's going to make a bet again on the turn here.
New Yorker says, forget about it.
Call.
I'm going to plunge away. And he's getting the quick call by Josh.
Well, this got to turn the caution lights on for Will.
Ouch.
That his opponent's not going anywhere.
Oh, boy, that ear is very itchy right now. You have put yourself in it at the wrong time. River card.
Well, a 3 comes off. Now, Will's got to recognize that with this card, it can help neither player. He's got to be cautious about giving away any more chips here, and he is. He's going to check it.
Finally gets the point.
Yep, he's going to wave the flag here.
I don't think you're calling any bet.
Pair's good. I missed.
Josh not going to get greedy.
Very good.
He has tortured Will enough.
I didn't think I could bet anything that you would call there.
I should have re-raised your pre-flop.
I'm not folding King Jack. On the button?
I just had the best hand pre-flop, that's all.
Boy, Will the Thrill.
Not a big deal.
Well, they burned up 1.4 million, but he tried to take a couple stabs at winning that pot. Just didn't work for him. And with that hand, Josh Pollock is now the chip leader.
That's right. 6 players remain. We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment.
We have a new addition this year for season 10, and it's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
I like it. It gives us a venue to hang out in, and I feel like there's more interaction between us and the actual players.
Anyone who's anyone can come hang out with the Royal Flush Girl and watch the action.
You like a candy store and I'm just a kid.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
It's just really fun to play with some of the best, and it's definitely lived up to everything I expected. I've seen a lot of famous people that we consider famous in the poker world. I've seen Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Locke, Frankenberger, Phil Helmuth. It's been awesome. The Club WPT, if I would have never joined, I would have never been able to come out here and do this. I think Club WPT is a great option for people since it's so cheap, and you have a chance to do what I did and make a dream come true. So it's something you should definitely consider doing. I would recommend it.
Troy Searnan from La Crosse, Wisconsin is the latest member of Club WPT to make his poker dreams come true. At Club WPT for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a WPT live tournament just like Troy did. It's no risk with a high reward, so check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, all 6 of these players playing in their first ever WPT final table. Incredibly, Will the Thrill Fiala has played in 9 times as many WPT events as the other 5 guys put together.
That is pretty amazing. All right, Andy's at 20,000 blind, 60 and 120. To the action we go. Aldridge out, and now Jeff Vertes from Canada with Queen 9 has raised to 325. Josh is folded.
I'm all in.
Oh, Mike, look at this. Owace with the Queen Jack has gone all in.
He's moved all in for 1.6 million.
Will out. Adam now peeking down at a pair of deuces. Big pot. And he's gonna fold it.
How many times are you gonna do this to me in 2 days? I know this is your game plan.
So the McDonald's man.
It's pretty obvious.
A little frustrated by this.
Getting pretty good odds.
That has got to be the ugliest hat in history.
Well, see, this hat's from the future.
Oh.
You know, looking at Will's hairline, maybe he used to think about wearing a hat himself.
It's a hat from 2015.
Oh. Whoa.
In 4 years, everyone's going to be wearing this hat.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you see the steam coming out from under the Canadian's hat right there.
shaking his head, doesn't like this.
I don't want to play from behind.
All in, and he makes a good release there.
Damn it.
So Away's taking that pot, plus a little abuse by the New Yorker. Away doesn't feel like good about the hat all of a sudden. You can see he's taking it back a little bit.
Feels very good about taking down that pot, though, after moving in with the queen-jack.
There's Jeff Vertes making good decisions, and this time he picks up ace-queen. Big hand. They're suited ace-queen of spades.
325. That's good.
325,000 to bet.
Josh behind him with an ace-3. Goes out. Aways goes away. And now the New Yorker. Will, I'm walking here, Fiella, with a king-queen.
And he's in position. He's on the button. He's got the king-queen.
He's called it, and Adam going to let that one go. So two-way action. Well, actually, I forgot about the teacher for a second. Ken Aldridge.
He's getting the price to call, he feels like, so he's going to make a call. We're going to have three-way action here.
Yeah, he's got a pair of deuces. Here we go.
Oh, the flop is ace-queen, queen.
Oh, wow.
The Canadian has flopped a full house. Will the Thrill has flopped three queens.
Check. The teacher checks. Oh, and Jeff moaning first and checks again. He can't believe that Will the Thrill is going to bet with his three queens. He is coming out to bet 300,000. Ken going away.
Oh, look, he's shaking his head, Vince.
Call.
Oh, the reluctant call.
Give him a Screen Actors Guild card. This guy is really playing it up, but notice Will the Thrill staring him down intently there while he's shaking his head and then putting his chips in the pot.
Well, Jeff just dug the hole, putting the branches and the twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in, and it is Will. Here comes the turn card.
Six of hearts on the turn. Action's on Jeff. Remember, he raised it pre-flop and then checked and shook his head miserably as he called on the flop.
Gonna try to trap again. Will with three of a kind. Nice slow down there. He suspects something, perhaps.
An incredible check by Will the Thrill right there. Deuce of spade on the river.
Oh, and look at this. Jeff Vertes can hardly breathe. The McDonald's man looks like he's choking on his own French fry.
Now, that's the classic tell here, Vince. When a guy acts weak, he's usually strong. When he acts strong, he's weak. This case, he's acting weak, and in fact, he's very strong. Will the Thrill pick up on it?
Well, he splashes out $500,000.
Now, Will the Thrill standing up.
This is some serious right here.
He's seen this acting job.
Well, he just said that. He's got a feeling.
I've seen more Hollywood in my day. This don't feel good, boys. This don't feel good.
This is unbelievable.
I know when it don't feel good. Those hairs are standing up on the back of my neck right now. I call.
Oh, no!
Well, he's made the call. You can't lay this hand down, but he wanted to, Vince.
I know it.
Look at
He's
this.
got ace-queen. I got king-queen.
Unbelievable. Will the Thrill didn't lose any more money on this spot than he did.
I know when it don't feel good.
Well, he's destroyed right there. But Jeff Vertes taking a big pot.
Scum.
Well, man, over 10 billion served right there by the man from McDonald's. He has made a big hand happen.
Just incredible in my mind that Will suspected something all along because of the acting job, of course, that Jeff was putting on.
So Will the Thrill taking it on the chin. So far early on in this event, 6 players remain. Jeff Vertes now in second place in the chip count. Back to the action we go. Adam Aronson. One card at a time. Looks at a miserable looking 3-4.
School teacher out.
That is right. And now the actor, McDonald's man, also folding.
Josh Pollock it out, so it's a battle of the blinds.
Weighs Ahmed now.
I'm all in.
With a Jack 7. He says all in here, Mike.
Wow, he's moved all in.
And Will the Thrill looks at an ace.
That's one.
Happy to see that one.
Can I sweat with you?
You want to sweat with me?
Yeah.
I'll let you sweat with me.
Ooh, unorthodox.
Well, Ace is very calm when he's all in every time.
With just a nothing of a hand. Jack 7, and he says, I want to sweat it with you. I'm pretending to be strong. But Will only has ace 5.
1.62.
Oh, and he seems nervous.
I call.
And he's going to make this call. Will has made the call.
Well, what a call by Will the Thrill right here. Oasis tournament life on the line.
Ace of diamonds in the window. Ace of diamonds. You know Ace of diamonds? You ever see the Ace of diamonds?
And Will is directing now the dealer to hit the ace.
Now, it's not often you see a player give dealers that firm of direction.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Ace of diamonds in the window. Come on, cheer it up a little. We need ace, 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 ace.
Well, Will the Thrill making a great call here with the ace high.
Come on, Mikey, we need this. I'm trying to hold up your prediction.
Oasis tournament life on the line here. Must win this pot to stay alive.
Here we go with the first three.
7 right in the door, but also an ace. Will the Thrill takes the lead with 2 aces.
He is 2 cards away from knocking out another victim.
Well, he's got to dodge a 7, a jack, 2 running spades, or 2 running straight card. Let's see if he can do it.
5 spades. Here comes the turn.
Here comes the turn.
Ace of diamonds.
Will is beckoning for the ace of diamonds.
Oh, he gets it! Unbelievable. He's hit the ace of diamonds, meaning his opponent is drawing dead. Oasis going to be out in 6th place, but a great showing in his first ever WPT event.
That's right, Oasis has to give the cap back to the village people, but he will not become a champion tonight on the World Poker Tour. Got to pick up $77,000.
So with Oasis Ahmed out in 6th place, we're down to 5 players at the Legends of Poker. Stick around for more action from the Bicycle Casino in just a moment. As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Hi, I'm Sinisa Kim, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching Season 10 of the World Poker Tour.
Tonight, we're at the Bicycle Casino, where the winner is going to take home over $750,000 and the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The action's set to resume, so it's time to get back to the call of the game with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, the World Poker Tour now in its 10th season, and Will Fiala once again back on top at the Legends of Poker final table.
And I like this number better, 310.
To the action we go. Ken Aldridge first to act. He is going to raise with a king 4, makes it 310 to go.
I can't let him see it yet.
Jeff from Canada goes away.
Josh Pollock, who looks down at ace jack.
Yeah, pretty big hand with the button.
Looks like he's definitely going to play this hand. And in fact, he is going to 3-bet it, as we say. He is re-raising.
Yep, it makes it 750 to go. Will going out. And Adam Aronson not playing, so back on the retired school teacher.
You're going to say Josh Pollock reading the retired school teacher pretty well here to 3-bet with the ace-jack.
Ken only has a king 4.
I got overs to a pair of 7s.
Flashing around.
I didn't give you too much information. I'm going to fold.
And he's going to make the laydown. Ken Aldridge always likes to wear yellow at the table, he says. Interesting guy.
Well, Vince, we put out these bios for players, and we say, how would the other players describe you? And Ken Aldridge, the school teacher, said, oh, that's easy. They call me short, old, and bald.
You know, yeah, I look at him, he almost doesn't look like a school teacher. He looks more like a fisherman. You know, I'd buy a piece of fish off of that man.
I think he had a part in Singing in the Rain to me.
Yeah, a little bit of that, too. All right, back to the table we go.
There you see Will the Thrill Fiala raising it to $250,000 with a 10-7 offsuit.
But look out, Adam behind him is going all in with just a queen 8.
Well, Ken quickly folding, as does Will. So
yeah.
Adam Aronson showing good heart there, moving all in with a queen 8 offsuit. Perfect timing right there.
How much did you pay them? I need to know. Are you guys buyable? I'll pay some money for you.
Adam is from Santa Monica.
Well, he was a business administration major at Southern Cal. He's a marketing manager now, an amateur player playing in his first ever WPT event.
Adam Aronson, 27 years old.
I'm not an online kid. I haven't played millions of hands. I haven't won millions of dollars. I've got local cash game experience, reading people, and playing at a relatively low level. I'm playing a different game than everyone else in this tournament, and I think that might be part of the reason that I've gotten to this point right now.
And his biggest cash ever was $4,200, so certainly he's going to shatter that record tonight.
All right, 5 players continue here at the Bicycle Casino. Action on Josh Pollock. He quickly folds. Will the Thrill, though, bumping it up with a king-queen.
Right behind him, Adam looking down at ace-king of diamonds on the button. Extremely premium hand. And again, he's moving all in. You can't blame him.
Yep, he has shoved it all in. Ken Aldridge now will fold his hand.
Well, Jeff out as well. Back around to the original razor, Will the Thrill. He says, how much is it?
1,595.
I call.
King, queen of clubs. He's going to make this call.
Well, Will is dominated. He doesn't like it. It's ace king versus king queen. Adam in great shape to double up here.
Hold up.
Will had the chips to gamble. In second chip position, so he's got Adam completely covered, of course.
Hold me, baby.
And now they are bonding as they go down the stretch here.
I want you to think of the queen of hearts.
Don't listen to what he says. Don't listen to anything he says. Don't listen to anything that he says. Queen of hearts.
Desperation in the air here at the casino as the first 3 cards come out.
Well, it's come ace 6-5. A nightmare flop for Will the Thrill. Shakes his hand. It's not over yet, though. It could come Jack 10 or Queen Queen.
I forgot about the Jack 10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a Jack 10. There's a Jack 10.
Lots of possibilities here, and it's a 7, so Adam the local is going to win this one.
Yep, one of Adam's hobbies is ziplining. He is ziplining himself right back in this tournament with that hand.
Yes, he has. Adam Aronson now going over to the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, high-fiving his friend, back to the table.
So the youngster at the table, Adam Aronson, doubling up there through Will the Thrill to stay in the hunt for this WPT title. Our chip leader is still the pro out of Silver Springs, Maryland, Josh Pollock. He's got 6.1 million.
Well, it is exciting, Mike. The winner's going to take home $758,000, become a legend. But I'm impressed by the Canadian that owns the McDonald's. He is flipping these guys around like the quarter pounders. He is impressive. That's how we see it, Kimberly.
Well, guys, I think one thing's for sure. Everyone at that table seems pretty hungry to take down this title tonight. There's plenty of poker to be played, so please join us next time as WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker continues. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, the WPT Champions Cup and the lion's share of the $2.5 million prize pool are on the line as continuing coverage of the Legends of Poker starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino for Season 10's new extended 3 hours of coverage for each event. As the final table continues, let's turn to our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, Cameron, we've seen some amazing poker so far at this final table. We have an unusual setting here in that with 5 players left, we only have 2 pros at the table and 3 amateurs. The amateurs outnumbering the pros here. However, the one pro, Josh Pollock, still the chip leader with 6.1 million. The other pro, Will Fiala, came to this final table as chip leaders, taking a few hits, sits in 4th place now, but don't count him out.
Yeah, he is tough, Kimberly, and you got to respect the whole table. They're playing very fast. You got the senior at the table, 60-year-old Ken Aldridge, the former school teacher. He is playing good, solid poker. He's got the raincoat on, it looks like. And you also have USC grad Adam Aronson, who's taken a few days off of work to play in his first ever WPT event. But I'm very impressed by the McDonald's owner. You know, Jeff Vertez, he's in seat number 6. He's flipping these guys around like they're hamburgers. He's very impressive.
And Kimberly, as play starts back up, it's going to be interesting to see if the pros can take advantage of their experience or if any of the amateurs are going to crack under the pressure of being so close to a WPT title.
Thank you, gentlemen. There's so much money on the line, and the WPT's Champions Cup is still up for grabs, so let's not waste any time and check the chip counts. and get back to the game.
Well, we started with 757 entries. We are down to these 5. There you see our chip leader, Josh Pollock, a 28-year-old poker pro from Silver Springs, Maryland. He's the chip leader, but everybody's got chips. It's anybody's title.
$750,000 going to the champion here tonight. Annies are going to start at $25,000. The blinds are $75 and $150. To the felt we go. Action going to the former school teacher, Ken Aldridge. Looks down at a 9-3. Quickly ejects that hand.
Over to Jeff Vertez.
Wow, look at the hand.
Canadian at the table. He's got 2 queens.
Got the ladies.
Owns a McDonald's franchise. Big hand here.
He's raised to $375. Josh Pollock won't play. Now Will the Thrill from New York.
$850.
Has an ace-jack.
Yep, he is going to 3-bet it here to $850,000.
Adam Harrison quickly getting out of the way. Look at this. Mr. McDonald's, man, shaking his head, yawning.
The old crank in the neck, staring up in the sky.
And there are the beautiful Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, enjoying the moment. What would Jeff do? Just call or pop it?
Re-raise.
There you go. He's not going to fool around. Let's just see the amount. What a big pot we have here.
Just tell me the total. What's the total, Jeff?
Wow. Well, the total looks like it's close to $1.6 million.
Wow.
Will the Thrill now.
You didn't want to talk about the hand this hand there, Jeff.
Looks like he took a disappointment pill.
Well, all of a sudden,
like you're bluffing me.
Looked like he had a good hand with an ace-jack. Now you've been 4-bet with it. Doesn't look so big anymore.
New York is saying bada boom, bada bing. This doesn't look too good for me. And he's going to fold it.
Bluff me, Jeff. I had bluff. How'd I get him? Get a pair?
One of the best.
So the hamburger man smacks him with a patty or 2 right there. Takes down the pot.
You get queens?
Oh, wow. Will the Thrill has asked him about every hand he could possibly have. He finally hits on the queens. And we'll go back to the action. Going to Ken Aldridge. Former school teacher and amateur player. Always wears yellow at the table.
Well, incredibly, we've got 3 amateurs left out of 5 players. That's something we don't ever see on the World Poker Tour these days.
Ken with King Queen has made it $325,000 to go. McDonald's goes away. Now Josh Pollock.
Well, with the same hand, the King Queen.
He's the chip leader at this point. He has called. Will the Thrill with a pair of 3s. Gonna lay it down.
Adam, 27-year-old amateur player from Santa Monica, California. He's a marketing manager. Majored in business administration at Southern Cal.
King 7. Is he going to splash around?
Well, he's in the big blind. He's trying to figure out if he's getting priced in to make this call. And he is making the call. So here we go. 3-way action here. All players with a king in their hand. 2 of them with a king queen. Flop comes 10-4-4. No help to anybody.
And Adams first to act. He's checked.
Ken checks right behind him.
Yeah, he's checked as well. And this is why it's good to play in late position. Josh, with the button, is going to bet with nothing. $475,000.
Well, he's using that old poker theory. If they're a checking, I'm a betting. And it's working there for Josh Pollock as he takes down the pot. The power of betting showing up once again.
New for season 10 on the WPT is the creation of the Champions Cup, a perpetual trophy with the names of all the great WPT champions engraved for posterity. All season long, we'll celebrate these winners with a Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
At the Season 3 Legends of Poker, all eyes were on legendary Hall of Famer Doyle Brunson, but it was tough Lee Watkinson who was taking out the other players one by one.
Chip leader Lee Watkinson's put this man out of this event.
One heads-up play, and Lee held a 3-1 chip lead over Doyle, but when you're playing one of the greatest players in the game, no lead is ever safe.
Doyle is going to raise him. Well, look at this, folks. Doyle has raised it $400,000. thing he wants to do is double up Doyle Brunson on hand number one. Believe me, folks, that is the last thing he wants to do.
Oh,
he's going to go all in.
He's doing it.
A call, by the way.
From that moment on, Doyle Brunson's complete mastery of the game was on full display as he emerged victorious.
Doyle Brunson, the living legend of poker, has captured his title
and cemented his place on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, money comes and goes, but having your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup is an honor that they can never take away from you.
Yeah, that is beautiful. And I tell you something, it's always nice to revisit my old butterscotch suit there back in the day.
Now, that's before we had the clothing allowance on the WPT, man. Well, one of these guys are going to win the Legends of Poker and have their name up there with Doyle Brunson. You know, as a poker player, that's what you'd love to do. Win the same tournament that he won.
This time, Will the Thrill looks down at a King-5 offsuit. He'll take a rest. The local Adam Aronson now going to raise with a pair of deuces, makes it 325.
Well, the retired school teacher, Ken Aldridge, looks down at ace queen, and he is going to 3-bet it here up to 700,000.
And now the Canadian, the McDonald's man.
You make a play of that?
Jeff with an ace-6 of diamonds.
Well, it's been raised and re-raised in front of him. Can't see him playing this hand, and he does fold.
Josh going away. Adam is going to make the call, so we have a pair of deuces up against ace-queen with 5 cards to come. Here's the first 3.
The flop comes queen, 10, 8. 2 hearts. Adam just has 2 deuces, but he is reaching for chips.
Well, he's trying to take the play away from the school teacher.
Raise.
And the school teacher winces as he hits top pair with an ace kicker, and then he's going to push all in.
He says, if you can beat this hand, good luck to you. But I'm moving in with top pair and top kicker.
Tony Dunce is going to kick my ass for that one.
You're right, Adam. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Sorry, Tony, wherever you are.
Oh, boy.
Well, Adam, let's find out what Tony Dunst really does have to say, because the raw deal is coming up next. Don't go away. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Tony Dunce is going to kick my ass for that one.
And now, Adam, let's find out what Tony Dunst really had to say about your play in this edition of the Raw Deal.
I never would have imagined that the first hand I'd evaluate for my second season here on the WPT would include an apology to me from the man that played it.
Sorry, Tony, wherever you are.
Understandably so, as a number of things went wrong in the hand. And while it's my instinct to verbally beat Adam Aronson like a ripe piñata and dance under the rain of candy or potentially poker chips that pours out, I just can't do it to a man that polite. But what I can do is break him down. Adam starts the hand in question only slightly ahead of the 24 big blind stack of Ken Aldridge. That's so shallow that almost every time a player is 3-bet pre-flop in a situation with stacks that deep or shorter, the correct play is to push or fold. In this hand, Adam instead opts to call the small re-raise from Ken out of position with his pair of 2s, leaving him in a spot where he'll need a pretty ideal flop to be able to comfortably get the money in. Some people make this play intending to get it in on any flop without an ace or king, but that still leaves you paying off to every pair or over cards that flop decent equity in your opponent's 3-bet range. And while the pre-flop play is definitely a losing venture, I think the flop bet is truly spewing. Of the hands in Ken's pre-flop 3-bet range, almost none will fold to a flop bet on this kind of texture. If Ken has a mid or high pair, he'll get it in. If he has a big ace, he's either paired up and will instantly get it in, or has flopped a draw with 1 or 2 overcards and will consider getting it in. And if it turns out Ken actually was 3-betting light, the hands he'll most likely do it with are mid-range holdings, all of which flop well enough to feel comfortable getting it in with such short stacks. In fact, I can't really figure out what holdings Adam expects Ken to fold. Perhaps ace-jack and pocket 7s? It's not the end of the world, though. I mean, who hasn't had their mental wires get crossed in a high-pressure scenario?
Call.
Okay, I called time on myself.
Especially if it's their first time in one.
Tony Dunce is going to kick my ass for that one.
So no, Adam. I'm not going to use my first segment of Season 10 to kick your ass. But if I see you in person, I will kick you in the groin.
Whoa. A little rough there by Tony, a groin kick. In fact, I don't think Adam did wrong by raising pre-flop and even calling the re-raise with the 2 deuces. Obviously, you want to flop 3 deuces where you might bust your opponent. Even a pair you could bet and take it, but with that texture of that flop, I don't think he should have lost any more chips.
Yeah, but you got to give it to Tony. He comes in with ammunition, charts like a stenographer, reasons why. Anyway, back to the action we go. A couple folds around to Jeff Vertes, and he's going to raise with a nothing hand.
He raises on the button with a 6-4 spade.
Josh out, and Will the Thrill with an ace deuce of clubs is going to call. Here we go with the flop.
The flop comes ace 8-5. Will's flop top pair, but notice that Jeff has flopped a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw.
And Will is checked, and Jeff is going to bet. And a quick call by Will. Will out in front at this point with aces. Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 4 diamonds comes off. This gives Jeff a pair as well as a straight draw and a flush draw.
Will checking again. And
Jeff firing 550,000. And quickly called by Will the Thrill. Now, river card is the 8 of clubs. Again, Will checks.
What do you have left there?
Jeff not hitting his big draw. And now he's thinking, should have continued betting. Maybe I can get the man with a better hand out.
Well, Vince, right there you can just see by his poker face he's got nothing here. If there's one area of his game he's got to work on, we've seen it several times tonight, it's his poker face. He gives his hand away so much.
I know I can't bet you out of this hand, so...
Putting up the white flag, it looks like.
I'm going to have to check.
Yep, he's going to check.
I have an ace.
Well, that's music to the ears of Will the Thrill as he's going to take this pot down with aces up.
Bada bing, bada boom for the New Yorker. He is sending the man back to McDonald's without a Happy Meal.
And there you see Dwight Pilgrim, WPT champ, watching his East Coast buddy Will the Thrill take down that pot.
That's right, at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, which is a new addition here on the World Poker Tour.
Will the Thrill stacking chips, one of the real joys of poker.
The people from the East Coast play gangster poker. I believe that the East Coast people growing up in the tougher neighborhoods, reading people in situations that most people can't, doesn't always work 100%. But when those hairs stand up on the back of my neck, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I tell you, I think Will has watched Goodfellas one too many times.
I think he was a real-life Goodfellow, Vince.
Well, he's a heck of a poker player, and right now he is going to raise with his hand. Adam's out.
I could beat you. You haven't watched that in 4 days, have you?
Oh, of course not. Kidding me?
You filthy son of a bitch.
Ken's going to make the call with a pair of 4s.
He's talking about Jeff's wearing the same shirt every day here. Jeff, very superstitious poker player. Says it's been lucky for me so far, I'm not changing it.
Well, he's called with ace-7 as well. Josh out. So 3-way action. And here comes the flop.
This come ace, king, 3, 2 clubs.
Well, they both catch aces here, Jeff and Will, and Jeff is going to bet it. In first position, looks like 550, and a quick call by Will.
I was going to call faster, but I didn't have it in me.
Well, Ken goes out.
This is the hand you wanted me to make you laugh, right, Jeff? Tell me, I'll make you laugh in the hand. You don't have to be so serious. We'll have fun. We'll have fun.
I haven't laughed in a while.
There's no laughing at a poker game. Turn card a king.
So both players now have aces up. Will has him out-kicked, as we say. His second card is higher.
Yeah, Will is going to bet this now, 475.
There's no club coming either, by the way, Jeff.
Will indicating he thinks Jeff is on a flush draw.
Call.
And because he said that, Jeff makes the call. Will out in front right now because he has a bigger kicker.
Down to the river we go.
Well, a king comes up. So both players have kings full of aces.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to say all in.
I call.
And a smart, quick call by Will to make a split pot.
Look at the river he's got to get, man. Look at the river he's got to get.
Well, it was going to be a split pot if an ace, king, queen, jack, or a 10 came up.
I had him dominated. Yeah.
And that's what Will's talking about.
Put the gun away, Will. It's not worth it.
Half the deck, I put your ass to the rail.
Oh, boy. It's getting ugly.
Oh, boy. Do you think Will was ever a New York cab driver?
Running kings. What a busted ass you have with running kings.
Gangster poker before our very eyes.
Come on, Mommy, let's go, Poppy. Let's go. We got business to take care of here.
Oh, he's attacking everyone at the table, calling Mommy and Poppy at the same time.
Well, right now, Will's like a New York cabbie that just got stiffed.
Everything worth doing is always difficult.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including 5 questions with former WPT Player of the Year, Jonathan Little. Is there anyone you fear at a poker table? As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Really cool thing about the Bicycle Casino is that they have Live at the Bike.
Live at the Bike is one of those projects that we pioneered, and it was the first live high-stakes cash game that was streamed over the internet.
It's not only live, but just any regular person could come in and play.
We created a set on our floor, and we brought on 2 sports commentators that called the game play-by-play.
And we are going to see 3 pocket pairs here, and this pot is going to get big.
It turned out to be the best teaching tool we had ever had at the Bicycle Casino.
Well, that is exciting, Mike. Just what we need. More good players on the poker circuit.
Well, so much poker history here at the Bicycle Casino. They run great tournaments and have games of all sizes. If you like poker, try the bike.
Okay, the blinds are going up to 100 and 200,000. Down to the felt we go. Action on the McDonald's owner, Jeff Vertus. He's got an 8-3, quickly folds. Josh, our chip leader, is also going to fold.
Action on Will the Thrill. He's on the button, going to raise it up here with a King 10 offsuit.
Makes it 400,000 to go.
Right.
Adam out.
He's being re-raised here by the retired school teacher from North Carolina, Ken Aldridge.
Now, Ken in that whole yellow outfit
11-1.
looks a little like a deep-sea fisherman to me.
He really does, but here he's made it 1.1 million more to go.
Well, he's got a big hand. Ace-King.
That's Ken's buddy, sitting up with the Royal Flush Girls.
Best seat in the house. Why would you choose to sit over there if you could sit next to the Royal Flush Girls at a bar?
Pops has found himself a good seat there between Melissa and Sonisa, no doubt about it.
He might be old, but he's wise.
Well, let's hope his heart holds up.
All right, back to the felt. A good lay down by Will.
Now Ken shows him the Ace-King.
I told you when I folded, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I wasn't folding.
That's for sure.
Well, Mike, this has been some event here at the Legends of Poker. But let's not forget, 2 players from ClubWPT.com won their way on and got entries into this event.
Well, it's just terrific value for $19.95 a month. You become a VIP member of ClubWPT.com. Play all the poker you want, get VIP benefits as well, and who knows, you may end up at a final table going for a WPT title and $758,000 next time out.
That's true. Remember Andy Whetstone, the season back, made over $60,000. It can happen.
How about LeRon Washington? He took down a WPT title when he won the Invitational after qualifying online. It can be done. It's happening. Sign up. Join ClubWPT.com now.
And may I say, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Now back to the felt.
And for the first time tonight, the retired school teacher from North Carolina, Ken Aldridge, is our chip leader with $6.5 million in chips.
That is right, and he is closer to that $750,000 first place prize as he folds his hand. Jeff Vertes with a 9-8 says no.
So around to Poker Pro, Josh Pollock. He looks down at a miserable 4-deuce offsuit. But that's going to be good enough for him to raise on the button, and he fires it up to $400,000 with that lousy hand.
Quick fold by Will the Thrill. And the only one to beat is Adam.
Well, Adam is going to make the call with a 9-7 offsuit, so he must suspect a little larceny. And flop comes 10-10 deuce. Adam checks, and Josh now has 10s and deuces, so he's going to make a continuation bet. $450,000 the bet.
Nothing hitting for Adam, and he has to muck his hand.
I flopped you. I had a 10.
Did you really?
I had a bad 10. I was folding if you shoved it.
How do you not check that? How do you not? How do you not check the 10? Come on. There's no way you had a 10.
Because how can you give me credit
Josh,
for
you would not have raised
Josh Pollock lying, says he had a 10 there, Mike.
Can't believe all they say at the table.
Blind.
Well, that is the strength of deception at the table.
Had a 10, please.
If you're not called, you don't have to show it. You can lie. It is so much fun.
The way to make money on this table is to 3-bet
can't open right now when I can assure he's going to come over the top. Your way to make it, you got to open when Joshua, you got to 3-bet Joshua in hand.
Okay, I hear you.
Looking like we're going to get it in soon.
Well, there you saw Dwight Pilgrim, WPT champion, giving his buddy Will Fiala some advice on how to beat these guys.
Back to the table we go. A 9-10 of spades here by Josh. A quick muck. Will the thrill out? Adam. Adam with a pair of sixes says all in.
I fold.
Okay, the teach goes away.
Oh, Jeff Vertez has picked up 2 aces in the big blind, and obviously he makes the call.
Just a great time to get him. The weapons of mass destruction by Jeff Vertez. Time to break his man.
Just like you dream about, somebody moves all in, you look down the big blind, you find 2 aces.
A lot of black cards.
Now you got to make him stand up, though.
Number 12, right, Jeff?
Adam Aronson from Santa Monica, California. First time ever on the WPT. Gonna need some huge help here.
Well, as you can see, Jeff about a 4-1 favorite to win this pot and eliminate Adam from this tournament.
And here comes the flop.
A 6 in the window.
Oh, no.
6 right in the door. Wow. Unbelievable tough luck for the McDonald's man from Canada, but it's not over.
Hold on.
Take a look at Jeff Vertez right now. The McDonald's man looks like he just closed up shop and found a counterfeit $100 bill in the cash register. Well, Adam doesn't want to celebrate too early here.
Dwight knows what's up.
Well, remember last season, Dwight celebrated too early in one pot and ended up losing it. Adam just wants his hand to hold up. Well, a 7 of hearts comes on the turn. The crowd moans. They know a heart will win the pot for Jeff if it's not the 3 of hearts.
You got to sweat. You got to sweat him.
It's all about the heart. Got to be a sweat. Got to be a sweat.
Oh, Adam. You do have to sweat one more card. You outflopped him, but things are getting much worse.
Yeah, he's still about a 3-1 favorite to win this pot.
Can Adam's hand hold up?
He does. Wow. Look at him. 2 running hearts to win this pot.
Wow.
What drama there.
Adam is out in 5th place. Disappointing, but he will take home $102,000.
The McDonald's man supersized his stack at the expense of Adam Aronson.
Absolutely devastating. What a gentleman. And he's going over right now to talk to Matt Savage.
Adam, pretty tough beat there on the end.
Yeah, Matt, that's a tough one right there. That's poker, though. You know, he was ahead the whole time. Well, he was ahead to start. I got real lucky. There's always got to be a sweat on the turn, and the best hand ended up winning on the river. That's it, man. I'm just happy to be here, you know.
Well, you're taking home over $100,000. Do you think you're going to take the day off tomorrow?
We'll see. We'll see what these guys want to do tonight, and I think they're the ones driving right now. So
good luck to you. Back to you, Kimberly.
He went out with a sweat, but he still had a good time. With Adam Aronson out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Legends of Poker, brought to you by ClubWPT.com in just a moment.
I've played poker for 14 years, but this is the biggest event I've been in by far. All I'm here is to win. That's what I do. I come here to compete and do the best I can, and if I can win this, that's bringing the gold home from Canada.
We are back here at the WPT for the Legends of Poker. 4 players remain.
Well, Jeff Vertez is actually from the same town, Abbotsford, British Columbia, as WPT champ Sean Buchanan is. I thought he'd bring a 2nd title back to that town. A lot of good poker players in Canada now.
Well, he is the chip leader at this point with $7.8 million in chips. Let's go to the felt and look at his hand. Oh, wow.
Incredible. He just picked up aces again. He just broke Adam Aronson with the exact same 2 aces a moment ago.
Well, he's raised to $400,000 with the weapons of mass destruction again, but Josh has piqued his interest with just a King 6. He's re-raised.
He's going to 3-bet here, Vince. You just don't expect a guy to pick up another big hand when they just showed you aces the previous hand. You're only supposed to get those once every 220 hands, and here we see Jeff's got them back-to-back.
What are you looking for, chip count?
Yeah.
I had 6.6.
What I have?
I have no idea, because you stack your chips crazy.
Josh figures he has the button. He can push this guy up. Little does Josh know what's coming.
Re-raise.
Oh, boy. Just when you're cocky, you're not. And there he's going to stick it out there. 2.1 million total. Into your mediocrity, Josh.
If I fold, will you keep your stacks in 20?
No, I like my stack.
Okay.
Still folded?
There are no deals at this poker table.
It takes time to count every time, so.
Show a four.
Back-to-back aces, almost impossible to get.
Love the hearts. All heart, baby. All heart.
But the McDonald's owner managed to pick them up.
I happen to agree with Josh Pollock there.
Just one ace?
Yeah, ace 2.
I think players should have to stack their chips in stacks of 20, so you do know how much they have.
You know I don't bluff, Josh. That's why you folded.
That was a good spot to bluff.
Jeff Vertez moving closer to the $750,000 first place prize here at the Bicycle Casino as he slowly stacks up his chips. Action going to Josh, who felt that sting just a little bit. Josh from Las Vegas, 27 years old. This time he's going to fold. And now Will the Thrill has picked up a wired pair of eights, and he's going to stick it all out there. He's gone all in.
He's gone in for $3 million here.
Ken out.
Oh.
Jeff Vertez with a pretty good hand here, Mike.
I think you have to call here with ace-jack of diamonds in the big blind. The guy moved all in when the blind's only $200,000 for over $3 million.
Well, at least you know you're behind.
How do I know that?
I just told you.
Normally a guy moves in with a small pair or an ace and a baby card.
Jeez. It's a big bet. It's a pretty big bet. What's my chip stack at?
I told you to keep them in 20s.
I think you got about $8 million.
Will the Thrill from New York trying to work his way, talking his way out of this one. Does he want the action or does he not?
Well, I don't have a top 6 hand or anything here. But it is suited.
He is tempted. The Canadian with a big chance to break out Will the Thrill.
I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know.
I think you have to play this hand in this situation with the big chip lead.
Jeez, it's a tough laydown.
Chance to eliminate another player.
What do you got?
Can I even tell you that?
I'm all in. I have no decision.
Suited with an ace and a high card.
Will the Thrill taking on tournament director job.
Not the highest. Otherwise,
he's making decisions here. He's talking.
3rd highest.
Laughing menacingly.
It's not hearts, though.
You're behind.
Yeah, too much chatter going on for me, Vince.
I believe you. Might look stupid on camera.
I don't think it's fair to the other players when you tell each other what you have. That's why it's against the rules to say exactly what you have during the play of a hand, because the other two guys at the table want them to clash. They want a guy to get broke so they can move up in prize money. So it affects them.
He doesn't have ace-jack.
I bet you I did.
I bet you didn't have
You'll
ace-jack.
see it on camera, and it was suited.
And Will the Thrill is going to take this pot.
I had a pair.
Do I really want to get a coin flip for 35%
If you want to
of my
double up
chips?
the best player at the table, maybe you want to do that. If you don't, then you don't.
Clearly I
That's
don't.
all.
Waiting for Josh to do something.
He's a two-time WPT champion and former player of the year with over $3.5 million in earnings. Jonathan Little might not have the name recognition of a Negreanu or an Ivey, but Jonathan's on his way to becoming a poker legend for a new generation. Earlier this week, I sat down with him in our new Royal Flush Girls social bar to see if I could learn the secret to his success. When did you realize you could actually make a living being a poker player?
That's a tough question. I'm not sure if I think I can make a living now. It's a tough game. The poker always gets tougher, so you always have to stay better than the competition, and you have to learn faster than the competition.
You seem very stoic at the poker table. Do you ever show emotion?
Jonathan, smile, son, it's over. You've won the $1.1 million.
Whenever you play poker, you can't associate lots of money with doing well. I try to keep everything in perspective. I certainly get excited when I win, but I tend to not show it because I realize that that's not the greatest thing I'm ever going to do. Hopefully I'm going to do better in the future.
Is there anyone you fear at a poker table?
I fear a lot of people, but I don't let it really affect my play. I try to avoid the good players at the table. For a lot of young guys, they all after everyone at the table, but in reality, they're going to be losing money or breaking even against the good players, and that's just going to cause a lot of unnecessary variance most of the time. So the people at my table that I think are, pretty good, I just avoid them, and there's really nothing wrong with that.
You've written a poker book where you've decided to give away most of or all of your secrets. Why would you do something like that?
Well, I've been given a lot by the poker community, and in my book, it's called Secrets of Professional Tournament Poker. I basically try to give back to the poker community that helped me. It really just teaches you how to play good, sound poker and how to adjust to every situation. And if you can do that, you'll be able to make it.
So what's the real secret that you haven't given up yet?
I've given them all away. You just have to learn to think as well as I think.
What does it mean for your poker career to win WPT Player of the Year?
It's very difficult to win, and when you win the World Poker Tour Player of the Year, it's on the biggest stage in poker, and it sets you apart from the rest of the players, and it lets everyone know that you're very good at the game.
While he didn't make tonight's final table, Jonathan did take 38th place, making this his 14th WPT cash. Jonathan wasn't the only WPT Player of the Year to cash. In fact, JC Tran and Gavin Smith also made the money. All season long, we'll be tracking the progress of the Season 10 race for Player of the Year, and whoever wins tonight's event will be well on their way to that prestigious award. All right, the action's back in play here at the Bicycle Casino, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, last year's champion of the Legends of Poker, Andy Frankenberger, went on to become the WPT Player of the Year. One of these four guys are hoping to do the same thing.
Jeff Vertez right now the chip leader with 8.1 million in chips. And we go to the felt again, and it's on Jeff.
And with four players left, Vince, the two amateurs are the two chip leaders.
And Jeff has quickly folded. Josh Pollock now with a Jack-7 is going to raise. Makes it 425. Will out call. But Ken is going to make a call with an Ace-7.
Ken Aldridge from North Carolina, retired school teacher. Might be an amateur, but he owns a World Series of Poker bracelet.
And he's just caught aces right there, and he's going to check them.
Well, Josh has a flush draw, so he is going to fire here.
Yep, makes the continuation bet a $500,000.
Right.
Well, Ken is going to raise it up here with an Ace-7.
Well, I like it. He's going to try to find out exactly where he is. He makes it 1.2 million.
How about this old geezer? He is playing some poker here.
Josh with the flush draw.
I'm all in.
Wow. He's gone all in. Tough call for Ken now. With top pair, but a weak kicker, as we say. He could be drawing virtually dead in this situation.
And this is a huge re-raise.
I call.
Wow. What a call right there by Ken Aldridge, whether he wins this pot or not. To make that call with Ace-7 for all your dough, not easy to do.
Nice call. Nice
well,
call.
That's one I couldn't have made.
Well, there's Josh's friend Alan Sternberg, a WPT champion, rooting Josh on.
So the electrical engineering major from the University of Maryland, Josh Pollock, could get short-circuited out of here unless he catches a diamond, two jacks, or two runners to make a straight.
Here comes the turn.
Well, the 7 comes off.
Makes aces and 7s for Ken. Josh needs a diamond.
Will it be connect? Let's take a look at the river.
The 10 of hearts comes off, and that's going to do it for Josh Pollock, the pro who recently had the chip lead with 4 players left, ends up going out in 4th place.
Well, Josh played impeccably all night long. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Josh, you had the chip lead with 4 players left, and then you finished 4th. How disappointing is this for you?
It's a bit disappointing. I felt I didn't need a shove on that last hand. It was kind of a tricky spot. Could have just folded, but we were all pretty close in chips with 4 to go. It was anyone's game. You know, you need to run well situationally, and I didn't hit my flush draw, and I'm out.
Well, it's your first WPT final table. You enjoyed the experience. What are you gonna do to get back?
It's a great experience. I hope to run really well to get back to one of these final tables.
All right, well, you take some chances, and sometimes it doesn't go your way. Thank you, Matt. So with 28-year-old Josh Pollock out in 4th place, who will take down the coveted Legends of Poker title. Stick around for more action from the Bicycle Casino on the WPT.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm not 21 years old anymore. I'm older than the kids at my table's age combined, but yet they played probably millions of hands more than I've ever played in my life. I think my common sense factor works out real good for me. I'm old school.
We're back here on the World Poker Tour. Only 3 players remaining, going after $750,000 here tonight.
You got to hand it to this guy. Teach, as they call him, Ken Aldridge, retired school teacher. He's a business owner, out in front with over $12 million, looking to take down his first WPT title.
Yeah, he's from Pleasant Garden, North Carolina, and we are back to the action. Will quickly folds. Ken is going to raise it up to 625 with ace-queen. Vertez looks down at a
call.
King-9 of clubs. He's made the call.
Well, he's in the big blind, so he makes the call. So the battle of the blinds here. Ken Aldridge out in front right now with the ace high. And he's still out in front as the flop comes Jack 10-10. Well, he checks.
And now Jeff going to make a bet. Looks like 700 grand. Ken with the inside straight draw. Raised before the flop, but he's going to give this one up.
Well, he's going to show the ace-queen. Now, Vince, there's a case that had he let out and bet on the flop, he's going to win that pot rather than lose it. Talking about Ken Aldridge there.
Need to give you 2 pair with that flop.
Yeah, I had a straight coming.
Wow. Good hand.
Well, lack of a continuation bet, Vince, I believe cost the school teacher that pot.
Oh, man.
All right. Next hand, Ken Aldridge.
Well, the ace-queen didn't work out, so let's try the king-3.
Okay, he's going to raise. Makes it 425. Jeff with an ace-king of clubs.
Call.
Big hand, just calling. Going to play it slow.
Crazy about that play, because when you just call there, you entice the big blind to come into the pot.
But he did not. He is folded. And the flop comes up 10-7 deuce.
Well, this gives Ken Aldridge a flush draw.
And Ken is going to bet 425,000.
And Jeff is going to call now with the ace-king. Now, I don't understand why you don't re-raise with ace-king and then you call on a flop like this.
All right, and Ken has hit his heart there. And look at this. Jeff is going to bet 1.2 million with nothing.
So far, he's made a mistake on every street here, it looks like to me. And right now, he is in dire straits, drawing dead. Well, notice Ken just calls here.
Dream come true for this man right now. River card coming up.
Another heart comes off. So 4 hearts on the board.
Well, that could save Jeff some money. Just out of fear factor. And he's going to check it. He's slowing down, shaking his head. And Ken obviously did not need another heart. He had his man on the ropes.
Well, he didn't want another heart, that's for sure, but still going to bet after his opponent checks because he does have the king-eye flush.
900 grand.
Well, there you again, the body language again by Jeff Vertez, shaking his head. You know he doesn't have it then.
I was sick because I could have got it all.
Yep, possibly.
You're lucky to get any of it. If Jeff Vertez re-raised before the flop, I'm not sure you're going to be in there with a king-3.
He check folded. You played, you got maximum.
Will making sense of it. And we continue. Now the blinds are going up to 125, 250 right now as we go down the stretch in this event. The Legends of Poker.
All in.
Jeff, look at this. Jeff folding and Will going all in with a pair of sixes.
I have a happy meal. You have a big meal.
That's right. I got the. You just got the burger. I got the whole meal.
Right.
Ken with just a 9-10.
He can afford to make this call, but I wouldn't make it for 2.2 million to double up a tough player like Will the Thrill. It's gambling.
I call.
I'm ahead.
Well, he is going to gamble.
I'm ahead.
Well, Will says I'm ahead, but he's racing.
I'm ahead. Get in here, get in here, get in here. Get in here.
Will bossing people around.
I need a 6 of diamonds from you boys over there. 6 of diamonds.
Well, Will the Thrill calling for the 6 of diamonds. The last guy that made 3 6s got broke out of here when his opponent made a flush.
This is huge right here, you hear me? 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds.
Well, Vance, I don't know about this call for a couple million out of Ken Aldridge there. He could have been way up against it. Turns out he's in about the best spot he could be in, a race situation. He's got the 2 over cards versus the under pair. Everything's gone right for Ken Aldridge so far at this final table. Can he take out yet another player here?
All right, we are going to see the flop.
Diamonds. 6 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds. 6
Will
of
the
diamonds.
Thrill begging for his 6 of diamonds.
3, 3, 3.
Here we go with the flop.
Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it
From
low.
ace, 7, 5, and Will has the flush draw also, meaning the 9 or 10 of spades would not help Ken. It wouldn't beat him.
Spade.
3 spades on the flop. Here comes the turn. It's a 4 of hearts.
Spade. Pair to board. Pair to board.
As the cards like Ken Aldridge has got 4 outs, as we say. Must catch a 10 or a 9. That's not the 10 or 9 of spades.
Will the Thrill Sayela looking to double up and stay alive at the Legends of Poker?
Pair to board spade. Paint. Pair to board spade. Pair to board spade.
Well, there it is. The 6 of diamonds does come at the river. Wasn't necessary, as Will had the best hand, just had to dodge a 9 or a 10. There wasn't a spade, but he's going to double up here to stay alive.
Yeah, Will.
Yeah, the New Yorker has done it. A big double up right there. Going to make things close as we go down the stretch here at the Legends of Poker.
Well, phenomenal action here. I mean, there you saw a case where a guy gambled with a 10-9 for another 2.1 million. Will the Thrill doubling up to get back in this contest. We still got 3 players left fighting it out for the title.
There is a lot of passion at this game. Will the Thrill from New York, he's got his mojo back. He's up against 2 so-called amateurs. One of them has a World Series bracelet. The other is a tough Canadian. We will see. This is getting very interesting.
Well, gentlemen, this should be a fight to the very end as we come closer to crowning the first WPT champion of our historic 10th season. Please join us next time from the Bicycle Casino for WPT's continuing coverage, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Los Angeles, a legend will be crowned and another name etched onto the WPT's Champions Cup. The first tournament of Landmark Season 10 comes to its ultimate conclusion only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
After 5 grueling days of hard-fought competition, the Legends of Poker here in Los Angeles is poised to name the first WPT champ of Season 10. Here to give us insight as to where we stand, we turn to poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, how do you see tonight playing out?
Well, Kimberly, what a way to start Season 10 on the World Poker Tour. We're in our 3rd and final hour of the new extended 3 hours of coverage for each event. The Legends of Poker has come down to 3 players. We've got 2 amateurs and 1 pro, and the 2 amateurs are the chip leader, led by a retired school teacher from North Carolina, Ken Aldridge. Now, Vince, remember a year ago, we had a businessman come into the poker world. His name was Andy Frankenberger. He not only won this tournament, he went on to become the WPT Player of the Year. It can be done.
It can be done. And speaking of burgers, you know, Frankenberger, we have a burger guy. The guy that owns a McDonald's in Canada, that's Jeff Vertez in seat number 6, and he can play. But can he beat Will the Thrill from New York? Now, Will has played on the tournament circuit for years, and he is desperate to win his first major title, and he's tough. He's got his mojo back. This is going to be great.
Thank you, gentlemen. $750,000 and a prestigious title on the line tonight. Looks like the game's ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Ken Aldridge, a retired school teacher of North Carolina, our chip leader with $12 million. In second place, the owner of McDonald's from Canada, Jeff Vertez, with $7 million. And Will the Thrill Fiala going for his first win ever in a major tournament in 3rd place right now.
And he's at 25,000 blinds, so 125, 250. Here we go. Jeff Vertez quickly folding his hand. Now Will the Thrill with a pair of 9s. And he's raised it to 600,000, Mike.
A nice hand in the small blind when you pick up 2 9s, but Ken Aldridge is going to look him up with a King 7 offsuit here.
We are flopping.
When Ken has out-flopped him as it comes king 10-3.
800.
Will going to make the continuation bet, but I don't see Ken going anywhere here after flopping top pair.
I'm all in.
$800,000 bet. And, of course, Ken puts the pressure on, re-raises all in.
Well, Will quickly going all out.
Glad you didn't move me in pre-flop because I beat you in the middle.
My deal was I'm in all the way, so I might as well do it right there.
I'm on a free roll. I'll take it.
Ken Aldridge, the retired school teacher, taking down that pot. We started to look a little bit like he's been fishing.
Well, right now he's fishing for a WPT title, I can tell you that.
Tough amateur player. Right back to the action. It's on him. This time with a nothing hand.
He's got the 8-4 spade.
And he will not play that. Into Jeff from Canada. He's got a pretty good ace-9 offsuit.
Certainly a hand you're going to raise. Out of the small blind, he has raised it. And Will quickly moved all in.
How much more is it?
I got 3. I think I got 3 million.
All in with an ace-5 of diamonds. What is that about?
I'm ahead. You can get there. I'm ahead.
I want my chips counted too.
Well, Jeff wants his own chips counted. Now, I've never seen this before. The guy stands up to have his own chips counted.
I don't need help. He needs help. He's a nice guy.
What do I have left?
Well, little does Will know, he is behind in this hand. He's telling the world he's ahead. I think he's hoping the man goes out of the pot.
I call. I call.
Wow.
I don't have aces. Yeah, I have an ace.
Will tried to talk him out of that pot, but it didn't work. Now he's got to outdraw him to win it.
Will looking a little humbled there.
Diamonds. Diamonds.
Ace-5 of diamonds for Will.
Well, Jeff's snorting like a bull right now.
I bet he doesn't do that behind the McDonald's counter.
5 of diamonds.
Jumping up and down
5
on
of
his
clubs,
toes
5 of
here.
spades.
He's out front.
5 of clubs. 5 of clubs.
Ace-9 up against ace-5.
Diamonds!
The flop comes up 10, 8-5.
A 5 right on the flop. He has caught some help. He has taken the lead.
Keep it low.
And now it's the Canadian, Jeff Vertes, that needs the help.
5 of hearts. 5 of hearts.
Jeff can't believe it. Here we go with 4th straight.
Well, a 7 comes off. Gives a few more outs for Jeff, and he knows it as he's got an open-end straight draw. He will now win the pot with a 6, a 9, or a jack.
Run better.
And Jeff knocked the New Yorker out.
King pair to board. 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 King.
And he paired the board with 10. Will the Thrill going to double up yet again?
Right now he can outdraw Picasso. Beautifully done. He doubles up. And Jeff Vertes really disappointed. He is in a state of shock.
Will the Thrill sits back down, taking off his jacket. He's still alive.
We've got a lot planned for you tonight from the Bicycle Casino, including Tony Dunst with a new edition of the Raw Deal, and find out who are the Season 10 ones to watch when the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
The WPT is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch the latest episodes online, get a free subscription to the WPT magazine, and so much more. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
You've been playing poker for 10 years, you've been playing on Club WPT for 3 years, and this is your first live event.
I won this and it was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is real now.
But you already say you're ahead of the game?
Well, you figure I pay $19.95 a month to play on ClubWPT.com. My buy-in's already bought in, plus my travel expenses. So I had it all up, I'm ahead of the game.
Yeah. Albert actually won his seat to the Legends of Poker at Club WPT, where for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want, plus you can even win a seat into a WPT live tournament just like Albert did. It's low risk with a high reward, so check it out for yourself on clubwpt.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, the retired school teacher Ken Aldridge out in front right now with nearly 11 million, but Will the Thrill Fiella from New York in second place now, Vince, with 8.3 million.
That is right. Antes are going up to 50,000. The blinds are 150 and 300. To the game we must go. Ken Aldridge, first to act, King 5, and he's raised it to 650.
Call.
Right behind him with a 9-8 diamonds is going to make the call, and Will here.
1.7 million.
Whoa, Will's going to re-raise. He's got an ace-5. Will makes it 1.7. Ken going out.
This is pretty strong, huh?
It's a bit of a squeeze play by Will the Thrill. Very good raise right here. He knows Jeff is not that strong because he just called, he didn't re-raise. Just going to try to shut him out. And that is a good play by the pro from New York, Will the Thrill Fiella, doing it right now.
A big comeback for him. The man who loves Sopranos, grew up in that kind of area, is trying to prove himself here today in Los Angeles.
Your pair's going to be higher than mine, obviously. I know you're happy about it.
I saw that. That's like a 9 or a 10. Like it matters.
Poker needs a Will the Thrill right now. I'm check raising my grandmother. My mother I moved all in on. No mercy. I'm taking no prisoners. You're living in fantasy land. I hope I can excite people today. I hope I can make people want to watch the fight we're going to have today because it's going to be a war. I promise you there's going to be a war. I'm slaughtering the out of everybody. Win, lose, or draw, I'm going out fighting. Ooh.
We're here with WPT champion Dwight Pilgrim. What are you doing here? Who are you sweating?
Oh, I'm here sweating Will the Thrill Fiella. You know, he's out here making it happen for the East Coast. He's one of the original beasts from the East, and I'm here to show my support.
Well, your name is right over here on this trophy over here. What would it mean to have another East Coaster like Will take down a WPT title?
Oh, that would be great. You know, we'd be like tag team partners. You know, he's a legend on the East Coast. He grew up over there. That's where he plays, and we came over here to the West to try to make it happen.
Pretty cool changes here to the World Poker Tour set. You got the Royal Flush Girl bar over here. What do you think of the new changes?
I think the changes are great. Like you said, you have the bar over here with the lovely Royal Flush ladies, and it's looking really good, you know.
More incentive for you to get back over there on the table.
Exactly.
Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot, man. I'll be there soon.
All right.
Well, Vince, we know what a showman Dwight Pilgrim was when he made it to his WPT final table.
650.
I'm not sure Will the Thrill's not going to outdo him before it's over tonight.
I call.
Two great poker personalities, I'll tell you that. Now, back to this hand. Jeff has raised it with King 8 to 650, and Will Fiella is going to call with Jack 8. Ken out. Here's the flop.
The flop is King, Queen, 4, Rainbow. Nice flop for Jeff. He's flopped top pair. And he's going to bet 800,000.
Yep, he's going to play it fast. Now, look at this. Will calling with absolutely nothing.
Unbelievable. This is called a float when you have no hand and no draw. You're only calling to try to take the pot away from your opponent later. That's not going to happen as Jeff has made 2 pair on the turn, kings and 8s.
Will has got a little piece of that pair of 8s. Not going to help much because Jeff plunging ahead again. $1.1 million bet, and it's going to work. Will has to say goodnight.
Bluff me, Jeff.
Well, Vince, you'd have to say
2 pair.
that Will's float bet sank there. Had Jeff checked on the turn there, Will probably would have made an effort to steal that pot, and it would have cost him a lot of money.
Definitely a king.
For 10 seasons, the WPT has been the showcase for new poker talent, and in season 9, we decided to thrust some young players into the spotlight. This season, we have some familiar faces returning and some hot new stars ready to prove they are the ones to watch.
Poker to me is like my life, both my #1 passion and my profession.
If I take it seriously and I take it as something that I identify with, I want to be the best.
You know, poker is this game and you never know where it's going to take you. One minute I'm reading Super System, and the next minute I'm knocking Doyle Brunson out of the 40K.
That gets the blood flowing, pumping, and that's what makes me show up.
Okay, we might have said that last year was my year. No. I think this year is my year.
I definitely have to want and be hungry to win.
You know, you see hungry players that want it. The person that wants it the most is going to win. Not the best player, the person that wants it the most.
You're either first or you're last, because if you don't have that competitive spirit and that confidence, then you're really not gonna be able to win.
Yeah, you have to be fearless. Fear is your enemy at the poker table.
You need to be very aggressive. You need to put pressure on your opponents. You need to go for the win.
You can't find that in any book. You just have to play and just kind of work the kinks out along the way.
I think I do have a bright future in it.
So hopefully you'll be seeing a lot of me.
It could come next week, it could come next month, it could come next year. Just gonna keep working until I get that big live win.
I love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
This season on Ones to Watch.
I'm a funny guy sometimes. I'm pretty obnoxious. Hopefully I can entertain you guys.
I might have talked some smack about you.
Let me rub the belly for good luck. That's for good luck. 5 times.
I've just been crushing the 2 tables I'm at.
So, like, who are you? Seriously.
Ones to Watch.
Of the ones to watch to play in the Legends of Poker, Dan O'Brien was the only one who made the money, finishing in 69th place. We'll track the progress of these young stars all season long, but for now, we'll be right back with more action from the Bicycle Casino.
The Bicycle Casino ran an absolutely awesome tournament. Re-entry was perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Big card room, great card room.
And what a great group of people. Gosh, I've just really and thoroughly enjoyed the people.
I love bicycles.
Yeah, I love the Bicycle Casino. This is probably my favorite casino in the world. 5-star all the way.
We are back here on the WPT at the Legends of Poker, where 3 players remain.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Ken Aldridge, the retired school teacher, out front with over 10 million. Will Fiala, the pro out of New York, in second place with 7 million. And the Canadian Jeff Berthez in third place with about 6.5 million.
That's right, Jeff, an amateur player from Canada, owns a McDonald's up there. Playing strong here tonight. He's going to fold his hand.
And Will going to limp in here with the Queen 7 of clubs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And Ken obviously happy to get a free flop here with the 6 deuce offsuit.
Option to raise, doesn't do so. Here come the first 3.
Oh, what a flop for Ken as it comes 3, 4, 5. Ken has flopped a straight.
Oh boy, and he's going to bet 300,000. Will's going to stick around for some reason.
He's going to try to catch a 6 in the gut. And that's the card he has to catch to win this pot.
Turn card and ace. Will's going to check it again.
4 cards straight on the board now.
Balk.
Well, it is a balk, but
check. Well, Ken's going to slow down. He's going to try to trap a little bit. He checks.
And they made a motion toward the pot. In some places that would be considered a bet, but here it's a check, and it's going to work out well for him because Will is bluffing on the river. He has bet 600,000.
1.5.
Oh boy! And there's the raise, and there's the exit by Will.
Yep.
2-6 even.
Oh well, you got to think that Ken is making a mistake showing these hands when you're not called. Don't give these Vipers any more information than they deserve.
Poker life, it's great for me because it's a sideline, and I enjoy it. And I feel like I'm still teaching when I'm at the table. Andy Frankenberger, the winner of the WPT last year. He worked 14, 15 years on Wall Street and then got into poker. He's got a resume, these young kids. It's a tough life if they choose to do it. It's not easy. They need to get some kind of resume as well as play poker.
Well, there you heard Ken Aldridge mention last season's champ, and on day 1 of this event, the Season 9 WPT Player of the Year trophy was presented to Andy Frankenberger. Andy made his mark here at Legends 1 year ago by winning this event and starting a successful Season 9 on the WPT. Tonight's winner could easily follow Andy's lead. Check back here all season long as we'll track the progression of the Player of the Year race for Season 10. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Oh, man.
Well, 3 players left fighting it out for this title and perhaps their quest to become the WPT Player of the Year.
Okay, and Will the Thrill picking up big slick ace, king of clubs, just like that. Gonna make a raise, 700,000 to go. Ken going out.
It's around to Jeff Vertez. He picks up 2 9s in the big blind. A big hand here.
Re-raise.
I look for all the money to go in here. Free flop. Let's see what happens.
Well, he is going to re-raise it. Well, that looks like 1.2 million more.
All in.
And Will says all in.
He has me covered, correct?
You know, he does not actually have you covered.
valet.
Now, Jeff actually has about 700,000 more than Will.
Hold the valet.
Will feigning like he's got to leave early.
I don't see how you can put 2 million in this pot when you have 6 million in total and then abandon ship here.
Has to have something good. Has to have something good.
Not in a three-handed poker game, a pair of nines. Very solid.
The only hands that can beat you is a pair of 10s or higher.
Is he paired up or what?
I got a pair of balls.
That is just
At least I got you to laugh, Jeff.
crude, New York style. Laughter and mirth at the table, always a good thing.
Well, you know Will's going to make the same play probably with ace-king, ace-queen suited, 2 8s, 2 7s. There's a lot of hands that 2 9s are going to beat.
This is really tough, three-handed, to fold this.
Let's see how you can fold it.
Okay, hold on. So you bet, I re-raised, you went. You went. Right?
What?
You bet, I re-raised, then you did that.
Mm-hmm.
Original bet was what, 700?
Mm-hmm.
700. 700.
This is a tremendous moment in his poker life.
Playing three-handed poker, you just can't expect to pick up much better hands than this. If you play this hand and win it.
Well, I know it's not a bluff. I mean,
that I promise you. That I promise you.
Every time you've outdrawn me, every single hand in this entire tournament.
Then just fold and wait for the next one.
It's very obvious, Vince, that he owns the McDonald's franchise and that he doesn't clock in. He'd move a little quicker.
I just don't want him to have a bigger pair. And there's a very good chance he's a bigger pair of cards.
Dolly Parton never said that line.
I fold.
Oh, boy.
He does lay it down. So Will the Thrill picking up a nice pot there. Well, I got to say, Vince, it surprises me that you put in 2 million.
Fold that.
Then you're going to throw away a pair of 9s in that spot. No, they might not have been good, but just too much money out there to lay it down, in my opinion.
Ken Aldridge, the former school teacher, still out in front with close to 11 million. This is the event Doyle Brunson won a few years back.
750.
And Will bounces right back, picks up ace-queen after winning the last pot with ace-king.
But right behind him, Ken with king-queen says re-raise. And he is going to make that. It appears like
sick bet there, Ken.
Wow.
Sick bet.
1.6 million.
Trying to teach a lesson here.
All right, Jeff.
So what's going on? So look at my cards.
Oh. Jeff Bertez has picked up 2 aces in the big blind.
I'm all in.
And he says all in, Mike.
Will the Thrill standing up. He thought he had a premium hand, but he got re-raised and re-raised again.
I don't care about his hand, you know, I care about your hand.
Oh, I know.
Wrong guy, Will.
Wow. He doesn't really believe that. There's no way the third party's coming into a pot without a hand in this situation. You're just going to hope the other 2 guys clash and one of them goes out. Unless you have a premium hand, and obviously Jeff has the best hand possible.
This would be a great escape if Will should make this fold.
Now, the way the hand's played, I think you can get away from it pretty easy.
Will thinking it through.
I fold.
And he's going to make a brilliant lay down. Very solid.
Yeah, even if you don't put the guy on aces, you put him on ace-king or 2 kings. Well, this would be shocking to me if the teach called this bet. I mean, this is what we call a trap hand, a king-queen in this situation. You're very fearful your opponent's got ace-king, 2 kings, 2 queens, 2 aces.
Nice hand. Nice bet. Either way.
And Jeff has chased them both away with the aces.
You're lucky he did that.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Why?
I had a nuke.
Huh?
I had a nuclear missile aim in it.
You had a nuclear missile? You had that?
No.
Did you have that?
No.
Yeah, you didn't have that.
Well, he showed the aces.
And Will seduces these guys to show them hands they're just not supposed to show.
If he doesn't do that, I'm all in on you.
Will the Thrill.
I folded ace-king.
Best part of his game is his table talk.
How did I not get a caller there? How did I not get a caller?
We're sharing callers.
Unreal. This is an over bet, but geez.
3 players left at the Legends of Poker. We'll come back with more action. Stay with us here on the WPT.
How is that possible? I don't get it.
It wasn't like you played his hand really well.
I'm sorry. 0.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the World Poker Tour.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
It was late into the night at the Season 4 Legends of Poker when the talented pro Kenna James had amateur player Alex Kahaner exhausted, defeated, and all in with Jack 10 versus Kenna's Ace 4. And the popular veteran was only 5 cards away from joining the list of champions at the Bicycle Casino. But as so often happens at a WPT final, fate turned the tables on the turn of a card.
Alex has flopped an open-end straight draw. Wow. What drama here at this Legend of Poker tonight.
Here's the turn.
Unbelievable. Alex has made a king out of straight, and look at the pain and agony on the face of Kenna James.
After that hand, Kenna James found himself down, but his dream of a WPT title still alive, until the final river card was the dagger in the heart.
Again, more pain for Kenna James, and that is going to do it.
Kenna would not realize his dream of winning a WPT title, and Alex Kahaner's date with destiny would earn him a place on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, tough luck for Kenna James not winning that tournament. But Vince, I got a feeling we're going to see more great moments like that one all season long to celebrate our 10th anniversary season.
All right, back to these 3 going after this title here at the Legends of Poker. Lines are going up to 200 and 400,000. Let's go to the felt.
Million.
The Canadian now picks up a pair of 6s.
I'm all in.
And Will Fiala going all in here with an ace-8 offsuit.
Ken out.
You have me covered, right? Makes it harder to call.
Well, Jeff faced with another tough decision here. Now, Vince, in my mind, he's got to calculate the fact that his opponent just didn't raise $1 million or 2.
Overbet.
Where if he had a premium hand, that's what you think he would do. He went all in for $7 million in this spot. Do you really put him on a bigger pair than yours?
You want to chat about it a bit? You look tired. You getting tired? You ready to go home?
You could be correct, but I play 18 hours a day, so it's not a big thing to me.
I always question people that say that they work 18 hours a day. What come on, just doesn't seem right with the math. It's not possible, Mike.
You want to phone a friend?
I'd like to. Is that an option?
Well, we've seen numerous instances already.
How am I talking myself out of this?
Where he has laid down pairs.
Because you know you beat.
In this situation.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I don't want to look bad on TV, though. Folding with a better hand.
But you just wonder if he knows that in hold'em poker, you only pick up a pair on average once out of every 17 hands. So it's unlikely your opponent is going to have a pair, especially a bigger one than you have.
Will has him in sort of a trance. Does anything he wants him to do, and he's going to fold the hand.
So a nice all-in bet, it turns out, by Will the Thrill to take down that pot.
Disappointment once again for the Canadian.
Definitely a good fold.
Last season, Tony Dunst never held back in dishing out his opinion on anybody's play. And this season, he's back to serve up some more in this edition of The Raw Deal.
It's a difficult task to maintain your composure at a major final table, considering the massive equity swings that occur with the turn of a card.
Every time you've outdrawn me, every single hand.
It's even more difficult if you're unaccustomed to playing for high stakes, and probably damn near impossible if it's your first major tournament. That's the situation Jeff Bertez finds himself in tonight. And although he's to be commended for maneuvering himself to the final table in his first high-stakes tournament, he definitely hasn't been the picture of composure while at it. Let's break him down.
I don't want to look bad on TV, though.
Jeff's problems begin when he finds pocket nines in the big blind against Will Fiala three-handed. I went on quite the tirade last season when we witnessed Kia Mohajeri 3-bet fold pocket jacks when 35 blinds deep three-handed. It's an absolute catastrophe. So you can imagine how I feel about Jeff's 3-bet fold here with nines when holding 19 blinds to start the hand. While watching, I wished I could just lean into Jeff's ear and tell him, so the first rule in maintaining your composure is don't play bad.
I fold.
Rule number 2, keep your cool. Next, Jeff faces a raise from Will and re-raise from Ken in the big blind before looking down at his cards.
Trying to teach a lesson here?
I think if there was one thing I wouldn't do when peeking down at a massive hand in a situation where I desperately want action, is mumble, Jesus, under my breath the moment everyone is paying the most attention to every nuance of my behavior.
I'm all in.
That's not to say I don't believe Will finds a fold anyway.
I fold.
But I'm sure that slip made his decision easier.
Nice bet.
How did I not get a caller there? Unreal.
Rule number 3, shut the hell up. In this last hand, Jeff finds himself facing a marginal all-in decision against Will with pocket sixes. Jeff decides to try and get some banter going.
You want to chat about it a bit?
Want to phone a friend?
Is that an option?
But I think it's a mistake for a vastly less experienced player to get into a war of words with a professional. The pro will have a much better chance of interpreting the strength of your holding and manipulating you with his words than you will against him.
How am I talking myself out of this?
Because you know you beat.
And there seem like few worse options for a high-equity chat than Will Fiella. The guy's an old-school East Coast grinder. I mean, he's been talking total garbage at the table since before Jeff was born. And hey, I understand. Making your first final table is an extremely exciting and emotional moment. And we can't all be robotic Scandinavians. But if you are fortunate enough to find yourself in that position and facing down a collection of professionals, just remember, silence is golden.
All right, well, I tell you, Jeff Vertez has now become the official Rodney Dangerfield of poker because he's getting no respect, and I think he deserves some respect, Mike.
Well, I'd have to go along with Tony in this section of the Raw deal tonight because I believe about everything he said was spot on.
All right, to the table we go.
900.
One of these players will become a legend of poker here at the Bike. And Will, now with an ace-jack, has raised it to 900,000. Ken has gone out. Wow, look at this. Jeff has ace-queen.
It's amazing how many big hands this guy's picked up.
Re-raised to 1.75.
He's going to pump it up. He wants revenge.
No, 1.75.
I'm all in.
And Will coming back over the top all in.
I call.
Jeff is finally going to make the right decision. He's making the call.
What do I do? Ace-jack.
Well, Will has more chips than Jeff. Jeff has the best hand with a great chance to double up here.
Right, we need a jack.
Remember the last time he had him all in this spot, he had ace-9 against ace-5. Will escaped that time. Could he possibly escape again?
Where's the jack of clubs in the window?
One time, bro.
Jack of hearts. Well, spades, jack of spades.
Well, Will's talking to the dealer.
We got one more in us? One time?
One time, Will says. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Jack, 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 jack.
Ace, queen, ace, queen. Hit the ace, queen, both. 2 pairs.
There you go. He's getting his confidence back. Here comes the flop. More jack, just like that. Aces and jacks.
Well, Jeff was rooting for 2 pair, but it was Will that hit him.
Keep it low. 3. Hit the king.
Did you have a king?
A king or a queen.
Hit the king.
Wouldn't do it for Jeff, but he's going to have help to stay alive here.
Holy Christ almighty.
Hit me with the king. One time. One time with the king.
Holy Christ almighty.
Jeff needs some help. He's begging for it. Not the big.
Well, that's a 9. That gives him an 8 as an out as well. Now he can catch a king, a queen, or an 8.
King, queen. Come on.
Deuce.
Jeff's dream of becoming a WPT champion, all coming down to this card.
Come on.
Let's catch a king, queen, or an 8 to stay alive. It's an ace. Will, the thrill has sucked out again. You gotta feel the pain for Jeff Vertez there.
Wait.
The McDonald's owner gonna pick up 186,000, and it's back to the kitchen for him. Out in 3rd place.
That is sick.
He won't sleep for 2 weeks, man.
Well, Vince, he was very unlucky a couple times when he had Will all in. When he did have him dominated, But in truth, he might look back at some of those other hands that he could have possibly busted Will along the way, and he didn't take a shot to do it.
Jeff Vertes from Canada, the McDonald's owner and manager, has to say goodnight. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jeff, that's a very tough beat. Obviously, you got your money in good twice against Will, and he beat you both times.
It's poker. It happens. I've done it to other players numerous times. It's very disappointing. I came here to win this thing, and I did everything I could to do that. It's just the way it goes sometimes. I'm glad I made it to third place in my first major tournament, and I hope I gained the respect of the poker world a little bit, and I don't know.
You sure did with me, and congratulations. I'm sure we're going to see you at another World Poker Tour final table.
Absolutely.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Kimberly, over to you.
Very well said. He really did play his heart out. With Jeff Vertes out in third place, we are very close to crowning the Season 10 Legends of Poker champion. Will it be Will Fiala or Ken Aldridge who takes the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with Heads Up Action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
And I'll be back. I'll be back for sure.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to Heads Up Play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls with the cash.
Hey, the money looks good also.
You come with it now? You come with it or no?
These two guys, between them, will take home well over $1 million. The winner going to get the bulk of it at $758,000. The winner's name will be engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
All the goodies that go with it. The beautiful WPT trophy.
There you see all the cash. The winner tonight taking home over $750,000.
That is right. Brought to us by the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Melly, Mika, Melissa, and Samisa.
Heads Up Action between Will Fiala and Ken Aldridge is about to get started here at the Legends of Poker. And during the break, sideline reporter Matt Savage had a chance to catch up with both players.
Well, guys, or should I say gentlemen?
Gentlemen.
This is supposed to be a young man's game.
He's the dinosaur.
What are you doing, Ken?
Wait a minute. I'm just starting out here. Okay. No, it's great. I'm having so much fun. I've had so much fun all week. I really have. And this just tops it off, of course. It really does.
And Will, you have the slight chip lead here. Heads up. You are so close to realizing a dream here that you have never yet seen.
Thank you, Matt. I'm a little choked up right now. I got very lucky today. I just hope it works out.
This is great competition. I know I'm not the pro, but I love playing this guy. This is going to be great. It really is.
Right.
Regardless of the outcome, this is wonderful. Really
well,
is.
We're all winners now.
Yeah,
all winners now. Take us back to the felt, Kimberly.
You got it.
Okay.
Hey, listen, let's go get it.
Play is ready to resume, so let's send it back down to Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip counts as we start this heads-up battle. Will the Thrill Fiala out in front with a little over $14 million in chips. Ken Aldridge starting out with not quite $10 million in chips.
All right, blind still 200 and 400,000 with an ante of 50,000. Here we go. Will the Thrill picking up a 4 deuce of spades.
800.
He's going to make a button raise here up to 800,000.
Yep. Ken with a 7-6, gonna make this call. So we're gonna play fast, and flop comes up ace, ace-6. Ken picks up sixes here.
Check.
And Will has a flush draw.
Ken is checked.
$1 million.
$1 million bet by Will the Thrill.
I'll raise.
Ken is going to check raise him here with the 2 sixes.
2.5.
Up to $2.5 million.
I call.
And Will makes the call with the flush draw.
Check.
Check in the blind here.
Now, Vince, you don't see a check raise and then a check in the dark very often in poker. You got to admit that.
Well, they certainly do. Let's see how it turns out for him.
A 4 comes off. Now, this gives Will a pair as well as a flush draw.
1.5.
Will he take the free card? No. He is betting 1.5 million. Not a big bet into a pot that's got almost $7 million in it.
Ken, is he thinking to himself, this guy might have an ace? All Ken has is sixes.
I guess your kicker could be better. But I'm committed. I'm all in.
But now he's saying all in with just sixes and aces.
Can't believe you flop sixes full. I fold.
Whoa.
Whoa, boy, good job. Good job.
And he gets the fold. Great re-raise there by Ken.
He's got 2 sixes. Trust me, he's got 2 sixes.
Well, a very daring bet right there.
How did Ken know that his man did not have an ace? He reads players pretty well. All right, back to the next hand. Look at this. Ken has picked up the weapons of mass destruction. Amazing how many times that's popped up tonight. He's got the pair of aces in the best situation ever.
Cool.
Notice he has the chip lead right now as well.
Ken's made it 900,000. A call by Will. He's getting action.
And flop comes Jack 5 deuce.
No help for Will. He checks.
Ken way out in front with the 2 aces. He's going to bet 500,000 here. And there's only about 2 million in the pot, so this is a small bet into that pot. And Will's going to make the call. Prospecting, I suppose.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 9 of hearts comes off. That's a great card for Will because it gives him a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check now. Doesn't have to bluff at this pot.
Don't bet too much. You won't get paid.
2 million.
And Will begging, don't bet too much.
Now, 2 million is the bet. Obviously, Will is going to call here since he made the flush draw and the straight draw on the turn.
Exactly what Will wanted to happen, because now he can call this and possibly pick him off if he happens to hit. Down to the river we go. Little does he know that how far behind. And Will does hit the hand. He hits a heart.
Will is backdoor to flush here.
4 million.
And Will leads out and bets 4 million.
I'm all in.
I call.
Wow. And Ken goes all in and called. That is a total amateur play there. Vince, there's no sense in going in. The guy's not going to call you with just 1 pair there if you move all in.
Pretty dang lucky. Runner, runner.
The retired school teacher loses that pot to running hearts. That is a tough beat.
I'll let you get there.
Huge hand. What a turnaround for Will the Thrill. Hitting the flush.
It's ironic to end this tournament like that, right?
And the blinds are going up to 250, 500. Right back on Will.
I'm all in.
He's gone all in with just a jack 6.
Can I get lucky?
Call the valet.
Ken just has a 6-4.
Well, I don't know that I can wait. Because I won't have any chips to win in a minute. But 250.
850,000 in blinds and antes, Vince. I mean, you have to play something. It doesn't matter what it is, even if you have to get lucky to win the pot.
And right now, I got live cards.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's right. Yeah.
Maybe.
And Ken looks like he's going to go for it.
And Will has him dominated with a jack 6 here.
I got my favorite card. I got a jack.
And he is going to love looking at Ken's hand.
Oh, jack 6.
Jack 6.
Oh, my God, Ken. Oh,
I figured I was live. I was live.
What are you going to do? You going to fold a jack? Your name is Jack in the Box.
Jack in the box. I need a jack in the box.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Oh, boy.
No matter where it goes, it was a great tournament, bro.
Yeah, I didn't have anything left there.
Will the Thrill was 5 cards away from taking a WPT title down. He's never won a major event before.
Look at Jeff. Look at Jeff's face. Look at Jeff's face.
And the 3rd place finisher, Jeff Bertez.
Well, he knows it could have been him with that trophy, Vince.
4s. 2 of them.
Jack of clubs. I tip bigger than him. Please, Lord Jesus Christ.
When you play poker for a living and you chase this dream and you finally have a shot at it, you know and appreciate how much it means to you.
Jack. Yeah.
Well, the flop is King, King 7. That is good for Will.
Ken must catch 2 runners to make a straight or a 4.
I do.
Jack, it's over.
Oh, he'd love to get a jack and just be done with this event. Can he get his jack?
Well, a queen comes off.
That's pretty good, too.
Well, if the board pairs 7s now, they would split this pot. Ken needs a 4 to win the pot. Nothing else will do for him.
Heavy favorite for the Thrill as these guys hug.
Please, Lord. Please, Lord.
Let's see the last card.
3.
It's a 9. Will the Thrill has done it. He has captured his dream, Vince, of winning a WPT title. Good for him.
Big hugs around for Will the Thrill, our WPT champion. Congratulations.
Well, he got lucky when it counted a number of times tonight, Vince. Played great in some other hands. It was meant to be for Will the Thrill tonight.
I said, no mercy, man. No mercy, man. Oh, my God.
Teach, he might have been up against destiny tonight. It seemed like Will had a lot of things go his way.
Oh, no question about that. I made a couple mistakes. I normally don't slow play aces after the flop. I did. Why he called, I have no idea, unless he's going to try to bluff me. You know, that's the way it goes. But listen, Will's worked hard at this. You know, I'm a novice at it. Pretty good novice.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, it's been great to watch you all week. You've had a lot of support and a lot of people behind you. Congratulations, Teach. Mike, give us our champion.
A great show tonight. What a performance. You needed luck several times at this final table, but after all these WPT events you've entered, a dream finally come true for you. How you feeling right now?
I don't even know what to say. I just know that on August 15th, 2001, my son was born, and that was the absolute greatest day of my life. And this is the second greatest day.
Well, we congratulate you. You came to the final table as chip leader. You went down to low stack several times. You hung in there, you battled back, you came back to take down this title. You got to be feeling great right now.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Best feeling. Best feeling ever.
Let's hear it for the Legends of Poker champion, Will the Thrill Fiala. Great job, Will.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, Kimberly, back up to you.
Congratulations once again to Will the Thrill Fiala, the Season 10 Legends of Poker champion. Please join us next time as the WPT travels to France for the Grand Prix de Paris. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
City in the world, an international field of young pros put their national pride on the line to win the prestigious Grand Prix de Paris and the coveted WPT Champions Cup. And it's only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
The Aviation Club in France is one of the original charter members of the World Poker Tour, but the elegance and exclusivity that mark this historic venue stand in contrast to the explosive finals the WPT has witnessed here over the years.
This, folks, is unbelievable. It's an ace-7 against two aces. George the Greek has come back and defeated two aces here.
Yeah! Oh, it's a queen. Tony G has outdrawn the American.
I'm gonna rip you apart so hard, and you're gonna suffer so much. Man, you will never want to play poker again with me, ever.
A karate chop by surrender. He is our champion. And it's a 10. Christian Grunberg has done it.
Now in our 10th season, the faces may have changed, but the passion remains, as 5 days ago, a field from around the globe arrived in Paris, ready to prove they have what it takes to win the Champions Cup. Since Season 1, the Aviation Club de France has been and continues to be one of the WPT's premier destinations for poker. Located on the Champs-Élysées, just down the avenue from the Arc de Triomphe, the club attracts the best and the brightest among poker's elite.
We are here at the Aviation Club, and this is the exact room that Mike and I used to call the final table, was right here, but no longer. But what we do have now is this fantastic trophy, and all the champions of the World Poker Tour, their names are on this, engraved.
We welcome all the players. We appreciate their support on the World Poker Tour. And players, bon chance to all of you in making it to the final table. And now, let's shuffle up and deal.
As play got underway, American pros such as Season 9 ones to watch, Joseph Chung, WPT finalist Michael Benvenuti, and Matthew Waxman took their seats, hoping to take advantage of a field featuring plenty of online qualifiers and satellite seat winners. Keeping in mind that European players have dominated the WPT events in Paris, with no player outside of the continent having won and having had their name etched on the Champions Cup.
I've seen some interesting plays for sure, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tough players here too, so can't get off my guard too much.
Our own Mike Sexton found himself seated at one of the tougher tables that featured WPT champion and Season 4 Paris runner-up Juha Helppi, Season 9 Amneville runner-up Franck Pepe, and former WPT finalist Ludovic Lequet. Mike got involved in a big pot early in the day with Jerome Briand. With a pair of deuces on the flop, Jerome fired out with a bet that was called by Mike Sexton. A jack on the turn induced another bet by Jerome and was instantly called by Mike. A 4 of hearts on the river got Jerome to fire a third barrel for 11,000 in chips. Mike called and was happy to see his 2-pair best Jerome's ace high and scooped a nice pot.
Really, it's a tough table. I'm not just saying that. These guys play aggressive, they play fast, and it's tough. But I'm thrilled to be here, got a shot, and just want to get through day one in decent shape and come back again and see what happens.
Despite the best efforts of the American pros, when play ended for the day, it was the European players who made the biggest impact. Finnish player Mikko Sundell was atop of the chip counts with 203,800. French players Jean-Noël Thorel and Frederic Magen were in 3rd and 4th place. Season 5 Grand Prix de Paris runner-up Yanni Santula was in 5th place with over 135,000. While the day saw the exit of 70 of the 140 registered entrants, the American players did find some success as Season 9 Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly ended in 22nd place and Mike Sexton in 23rd. With registration split into 2 days, 172 new players entered the Aviation Club on Day 1B, bringing the total number of registered players to a record-breaking 312. Day 1B hopefuls included good friends and fellow Season 9 ones to watch, Phil Collins and Jason Mercier, who after traveling across the Atlantic found themselves seated at the same table. But it didn't last very long as Phil was able to free up his schedule for some sightseeing early into Day 1. After getting aces in his first hand, he lost a huge pot after he flopped the set and his opponent turned a straight. He was quickly all in with a pair of 8s versus ace-jack of diamonds of Russian player Max Lykov. A jack on the turn sent Phil to the rail to enjoy Paris with his friend Matthew Waxman, who had the day off after surviving Day 1A. Phil suffered another bad beat shortly after. One player feeling optimistic was the always charismatic Jean-Robert Belland.
Here in France, the guys just love to gamble. You know, back home, people kind of knit it up. They want to play properly. They want to play by the book. The table that I have, I feel like there's probably 2 really, really good players at my table, but there's so many players that are here just having fun, having a blast, and happy to get the money in.
But the day didn't turn out as planned for Jean-Robert.
Extra disappointed right now just because this was such a great tournament. I played very, very well, and sometimes it doesn't matter how well you play. You just need the cards to hold up.
The one player you could not miss in the tournament room was WPT champion Guillaume Darcourt. Guillaume's shocking pink hair, coupled with his ever-increasing chip stack, caught the notice of all the players in the room. At the end of the day, it was Guillaume at the top of the chip counts with over 198,000. American pro Joe Ebanks in second with 142,000. Season 8 Bay 101 champion McLean Carr in third with 133,000. And WPT finalist Sean Kunix in 6th place with over 115,000. The combined survivors from days 1A and 1B would unite in 12 hours to battle it out on Day 2. At the start of Day 2, 167 players filed into the Aviation Club. With registration closed, the tournament staff announced a total prize pool of over 2.2 million euros, with first place taking home over 500,000 and the honor of having their name added to the Champions Cup, which had gotten the notice of all the players in the field, including Champions Club member Olivier Bousquet.
I like that. That's awesome.
The new seating assignments put Mike Sexton right next to Season 3 Grand Prix de Paris winner Surinder Sunar.
Nothing bad's happened yet. Other than I got the former champion of this tournament on my left.
I called you.
Oh, you know exactly how to play.
Mike got into trouble soon after when his pocket aces ran into his opponent's flopped flush. Mike's quick Day 2 exit was quite the surprise to raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who was still in the hunt.
Mike Sexton busted?
McClain Carr and Day 1-8 chip leader Miko Sandel also found themselves at the same table, but were able to stay out of each other's way and chip up.
Whenever I have a lot of chips, though, I always feel good about my chances, at that moment at least, so I'm feeling good right now.
Along with Miko, fellow Finns remaining in the field included poker pros Juha Helpi and Jani Santula, both players with the rare distinction of finishing in second place at this tournament in Season 4 and Season 5. Miko Sandel's rising chip stack gave hopes that he might be the first Finn to finish first. As the row of flush girls looked on, Matthew Waxman and French pro Hugo Lemaire, seated next to each other, got into a huge hand. Matt went all in on the river with his mate straight, sending Hugo into the tank. After an agonizing moment, Hugo laid down his flop set of jacks and avoided elimination. Day 2 would mark the end of the line for players such as Juha Helpi, Tony Dunst, and Season 10 Legends of Poker finalist Jeff Vertes. Strong showings by the American and French players highlighted what was sure to be an exciting finish to this prestigious tournament. The day ended with just 61 players remaining, who would return on Day 3 to play into the money. We've got a lot of surprises in store for you this year, including a new segment called WPT on the Road, a look back at some historic victories in the WPT Champions Cup moment, a fresh batch of players to follow and ones to watch, and best of all, we're expanding our coverage of the playdown and final table action to 3 full hours in order to bring you even more of the best poker on television.
Preparations for the final table are being made here at the Aviation Club in France, but we still have more coverage of early tournament action here in Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris, where we're in the midst of seeing how tonight's players made their way to the final table.
As the day started, the hopefuls in the Grand Prix de Paris were still 25 players away from the money. In a tale of 2 players, McClain Carr began at the top in 6th chip position, while French pro Hugo Lemaire was near the bottom in 49th place. These 2 players quickly headed in opposite directions. But while Hugo doubled up immediately and began to climb in the chip counts, WPT champ McClain Carr couldn't get it going and went from 6th place to busting just short of the money. Tensions ran high with 38 players remaining and the bubble about to burst. Russian player Yevgeny Zaystev led out on an all-diamond flop for $24,000. French player Christophe Lesage re-raised to $51,000, and French pro Rebecca Guerin went all in. Yevgeny quickly reshoved, putting Christophe to a decision. Christophe folded, and the remaining players turned up their hands. Rebecca turned over a 10-high flop flush, while Yevgeny turned over a flop straight flush. The room let out a gasp after seeing Rebecca's misfortune. That hand left Rebecca with only 1,000 in chips. She was all in shortly after and knocked out, becoming the unfortunate bubble girl. The remaining 36 players were guaranteed at least 11,100 euros and were still in the hunt to have their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. With the players in the money, bust-outs began in earnest as the field rapidly shrank in size. Fellow Americans Sean Kunix and Byron Coverman battled after Sean went all in for his last 80,000 with ace-jack and was called by Byron's ace-king. Sean caught a miracle jack on the flop and was in good shape to double up. His celebration was short-lived as a queen on the river counterfeited his hand, sending Byron the pot and Sean to the rail.
It was fun.
Play ended for the day after WPT Amityville finalist Nesreen Quarterly knocked out Christophe Lesage in 19th place. As players bagged up their chips, American Matthew Waxman was in first place with over 1.1 million, followed closely in second by Finn Mikko Sundell. Nesreen was in fourth place with 839,000, with Byron Kaverman in fifth. The final 18 would return for day 4 to play down to the final 6. After 3 days of intense poker, 18 survivors gathered around the last 2 tables to see which 6 players would make the televised final table.
Good morning.
Early on, things looked bleak for WPT champ Guillaume Darcourt as he lost half his stack when his pocket kings ran into the pocket aces of Andras Kovacs. Soon after, Guillaume got into another huge hand with fellow Frenchman Hugo Lemaire. Guillaume called an all-in bet with a jack-high flush draw, but was way behind Hugo's king-high flush draw. An 8 of diamonds on the river sent Hugo the pot and denied Guillaume his shot at a second WPT title. At the other table, former WPT finalist Joe Cassidy went all in pre-flop for his last $126,000. After some deliberation, Mikko Sundell made the call and had Joe dominated. No help on the board sent Joe home and dimmed the American hopes for a first ever WPT pairs champion even further. Now, only Matthew Waxman and Byron Kaverman were in the running to be the first to hold that honor. As the final 10 players were combined to one table, Byron Kaverman knocked out Season 9 WPT Amityville finalist Nesreen Quarterly to increase his chip stack. With 7 players left but only 6 seats at the TV table, Matthew Waxman moved all in pre-flop with pocket queens and was instantly called by local player Frederick Majen holding ace-jack offsuit. Jack on the flop gave Frederick a glimmer of hope, and a miracle jack on the river saved him from the dreaded 7th place finish.
I need a double up, buddy.
That unfortunate honor went to Dori Yakub, who failed to improve with his queen-jack against Hugo Lemaire's pocket 5s. With Dori's elimination, the final 6 were set.
Good luck, guys.
Along with the 2 Americans, Matthew Waxman and Byron Kaverman, there were 2 Frenchmen hoping to be the first French player to win this event since David Benjamin won it back in Season 2.
That is going to do it. David has won this title.
The Finn Mikko Sundell, who hoped to end the streak of second-place finishes for the Finns. And rounding out the final 6 on the short stack was Swedish pro Martin Jacobson. Jacobson was the runner-up at the Season 8 WPT Venice event and had a long history of second-place finishes throughout his career. He, along with the other 5 players, had their sights on the Champions Cup and over €500,000 that comes with being the champion of the Grand Prix de Paris.
As our final 6, all at their first televised WPT final, are settling into their seats, let's turn to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and our own Vince Van Patten. Guys, thoughts on tonight's table here in Paris?
Well, Kimberly, we've got a terrific international lineup of young, talented players at this final table tonight. In fact, 5 out of 6 of these guys are 26 years of age or younger. We've never had an American win this WPT title in France, but tonight we've got 2 Americans at this final table. Chip leader Byron Kaverman from Ohio and Matt Waxman from Florida. And Vance, I give these 2 guys a great shot to win tonight.
Well, they are going to be tough. But Kimberly, it is good to be back in Paris. It really is. Land of Napoleon, Marie Antoinette, and lots of men that wear red pants for some reason. But it is fun. And I'll tell you something, it is a tough field. We have the 2 Americans. We're very proud of them. But it's going to be tough here tonight because you have a young Swede, a former cook. He is Martin Jacobson. He will be tough. Then along with him, we have a Finnish player, a part-time professional student, and a poker player, Mikko Sundell. But rounding out the field, of course, we have to have 2 Frenchmen. And they will be brutal. They are the crowd's favorite. They will be tough tonight. They'll be trying to make their own reign of terror on this table tonight. So, Kimberly, butter up your croissant. Let's get this going.
You mean croissants? I've had about 20 this week. Oh, and Vince, by the way, I thought you were going to wear your beret tonight.
Ah, the beret, yes, yes. Heads up action. We wear berets, yes.
I'll let you off this time. All right, down on the floor, the player starting the night 5th in chips, Matthew Waxman, has some thoughts on tonight's competition.
We're all really close, so anything could happen. A lot of great players. Everyone's pretty competent in tournament play, so it's anyone's game. There's gonna be a lot of gambling going on.
Preparations are all but complete for the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. Shuffle Up and Deal begins right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Paris, France, and the Aviation Club de France, where we're just moments away from the start of the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. We started 5 days ago. We've had 5 days of intense play. We're now down to our final 6 players. And Vince, as you know, we've had some great final tables in Paris in the past. Tonight should be no exception.
It's going to be good, Mike. Okay, the antes are starting at 3,000. Blinds 10 and 20.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Byron Coverman from Ohio. Got over $2 million in chips. 5 out of those 6 players are young pros under the age of 26 years old. 1 amateur at the table. Nice diverse group here. 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen.
All right, first to act, the Frenchman, Frederic. He's out, along with Hugo goes away. And then the American Byron, our chip leader, also folding.
Okay, Martin Jacobson out as well, so it's a battle of the blinds here. Between Finnish pro Mikko Sundell, who's got a 9-6 offsuit and gonna raise it with his hand.
Into Matthew Waxman from Florida. Matthew with an ace-3 of spades.
Matt's a 26-year-old pro out of Parkland, Florida. Also an entrepreneur. He's gonna cap his cards. The signal he's gonna play the pot. The question is he just gonna call or is he gonna re-raise? He's just gonna call. So we're gonna see a flop here.
Matthew likes to say that he's the most honest poker player in the world.
Well, quite a statement.
Yeah.
Well, flop comes Queen, Jack, 7, 2 diamonds. No help to either player.
And the Finn was absolutely nothing. He's the first to act. Says he likes to skydive in his pastime. And it looks like he's doing a little diving in here, Mike, with a continuation bet, plunging away, 68 grand. Mr. Honesty looks over to his right at the Finn. Didn't hit much there. He's got one of those like 50s Bob's Big Boy style haircuts, doesn't he there, Mike?
Oh, look at this, Vince. Those plaques you see, those little rectangle things are 100,000 euro chips. And he is going to raise it with no hand and no draw.
Not very honest there. I love it.
Just incredible on hand number 1 here. One guy bets with nothing, and Matt Waxman raises him with nothing.
Pull the ripcord. I'm out of there. Can't take the heat. And our American gonna take down our first pot.
And Vince, even though Matt's starting tonight in 5th chip position, I give him a great shot to win tonight because he's the most experienced player at the table. He's been under the pressure of final tables before. He's come out on top. I like his chances.
Well, I would have to agree with you. And what poise by the young American to make that kind of move. Just picking on guys here at the Aviation Club de France as we're just getting started.
Well, that's why I like his chances, because he makes moves like that to take down pots.
All right, Frederic Magin, our Frenchman, out. And now Hugo Lemaire, he's from these parts right here in Paris. Very young guy, has a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise it up to 45,000 to go. Byron Caverman out of Ohio folds. Martin Jacobson now with an ace-9 of diamonds on the button.
Wow, gonna let it go.
Surprising. Into the Finn, Mikko.
Looks down at the Queen Jack.
Cool.
Well, she had that hand last time when it came Queen Jack 7. But
oh, you gotta love this guy. Love action. He's gonna play. And Matthew Waxman now, our little thief there.
Got A7 of clubs. He's getting a great price to make this call. It's a 3-way pot, so I can't see him going anywhere.
The intensity is palpable here at the Aviation Club de France. It's very hot here. No air conditioning, I might add.
And he does make the call. Yes. So here we go, three-way action here. Three tough young pros, one from France, one from Finland, one from America.
And here comes the flop. Oh boy, three of a kind for Hugo, just like that.
But Matt Waxman has flopped the nut flush draw. We could see a lot of fireworks here in Paris right now.
Mikko is checked. Matthew now with the big flush draw. What will he do? He checks as well.
Over to the young French pro, who's flopped a set. He's got three deuces. Certainly he's gonna bet.
Yeah, he's sticking out a bet. Looks like 65,000.
Not a big bet into a pot that's got over 150,000 in it.
Mikko flies away. Now the Floridian with a huge opportunity here.
A huge opportunity to possibly go broke if he's not careful.
That's true.
Most players would check raise in this situation with the nut flush draw. But Matt's going to take the conservative approach and just call.
Well, I was going to see if he could just pull off one of these clubs and get lucky. Or not, we will see. But he gets the club.
King of clubs comes off. Matt has the best hand possible, the ace-high flush. Action's on him. He's going to check.
Well, just setting the trap for the Frenchman.
Three of a kind.
Wow.
He's going to check trips.
Good slow down.
Well, that's incredible. And now another club comes off. So this is not a good card for Matt.
Oh, that could slow down his action. Now what will he do?
Well, he has the best hand possible. The ace-high flush. He's going to check it. And right behind him, the young Frenchman checks his set.
You call? You call river?
Probably not.
All right.
Matt Waxman going to win this pot.
You should have said yes. You would have tilted me.
Well, just incredible. The Frenchman lost no more money on that hand than he did.
Flopped a set, though.
No, you didn't.
Show the card.
Prove it.
Okay, show the card.
You did not flop a set.
See?
Oh, my God. You sicko.
Oh. So the guy that calls himself the most honest man in poker, getting off to a great start here in Paris.
It's very international field. You got two Europeans, Martin and Mikko, two Frenchmen and two Americans. So it's actually a nice little balance there. Obviously the Americans are the favorite. No Americans ever won this tournament.
He has done it. He is our champion.
Now I have to win. It would be amazing to be the first American to win this tournament. Yes, that would be a huge accomplishment.
Well, no American has ever won a WPT event here in Paris, but I happened to win the biggest event prior to the World Poker Tour back in 2000 when I won the Euro Finals of Poker here. But still, we've had a couple guys come close. Eric Lingren, Alan Cunningham, Alan Gehring all came close, but no American has won a WPT event here in Paris. Could it happen tonight?
Well, our American Byron Kaverman right now has that opportunity. He's from Ohio. He's got a 9-7 of spades, and he's going to raise to 48,000. To Martin Jacobson, who's from Stockholm, Sweden. He goes away.
Over to the Finnish pro, Mikko Sundell.
He's in the big blind. He's got queen 4 of hearts. This guy loves to gamble. And now also, he would be the first Finn to ever win if he should win in Paris. So something to brag about and shoot for. And now he has called this.
Had a couple Finnish guys come second in this tournament. They haven't won either. All right, here comes the flop. 6-6-3.
Absolutely nothing to either one of these human beings. And Mikko is going to check. Byron, who used to play soccer in college.
He's had a great year already. Actually won over $500,000 playing poker this year so far.
Hits nothing on that flop. Does he have the goal to bet?
It's the kind of textured flop that you're going to make a continuation bet on, and that's what he's doing.
Yep, $52,000 into the Finn. Mikko, only 25 years old.
Look at this, Vince. He has nothing. No hand, no draw. Yet he is going to check raise here.
No, come on.
It's incredible poker we're seeing in Paris here tonight, folks.
Very daring move back into Byron's face.
Made it 143,000 to go.
Skydive with this guy. He'd hit the propeller. This is out of control.
Oh, boy. You better have your reserve shoot on when you play this guy, I'll tell you. Now Byron has nothing here.
Oh, boy.
Yet he has not mucked this hand yet.
Breaking out in a rash.
Maybe suspecting some larceny by the Finn. And he's going to have to give it up. Great play by the Finnish pro there to take down that pot. Check raising with air.
Absolutely no emotion by the Finn. Could he be the first Finn to ever win this event? We will see. 6 players remain.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. You're watching the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We started this tournament with 312 entries, and 63 of those players got in by winning a satellite.
That's right, and if you don't know what a satellite is a smaller buy-in tournament, and if you win that, you get into a big WPT tournament. I have to say, one of the greatest places to play a satellite would be on our Season 10 sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
But ClubWPT.com is so much more than that. It's a fun, safe, legal place to play online poker. And for just $19.95 a month, you can become a VIP member, which means you can play all the tournaments you want and enjoy VIP benefits as well. And as Vince said, you can also win seats out here on the World Poker Tour, where you could be playing for millions of dollars.
That is true, and like we say, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com.
Well, there you see the chip counts. 5 of these guys virtually tied for the lead here at this table. Only one short stack there, Martin Jacobson, the Swedish pro, but everybody else got about equal chips.
All right, back to the action. The American folds, and now the Swede. Martin won't play. Mikko Sundell from Finland.
And he looks down at the ace-deuce offsuit. That's good enough for him to raise it. Makes it 50,000 to go.
Matthew Waxman, look at this. Picks up 2 kings, the Cowboys. With the button. Mr. Bob's big boy in control here as he caps his cards.
Well, you know he's going to 3-bet this.
To be in Paris, playing for millions, picking up kings on the Champs-Élysées. What a life.
And he is going to raise it. Makes it 118,000 to go.
And now Frederic on his left, peeks down at his cards. Ooh la la, won't play that. Hugo, the other Frenchman, won't play.
Back around to Mikko. This is a pretty easy laydown, I think. You raise with the ace high, but when you get re-raised, you just don't want to come into a pot with an ace and a baby card, especially if they're off suit.
He's from Finland. He jumps out of planes. He doesn't care. He gambles.
Oh, boy.
He's called this, Mike.
Well, he's called it. I don't like to play because he's out of position. Doesn't have a hand, but we've seen him win pots without hand so far.
All you got to do is flop. Here we go.
He is an action man.
Boy, you're right.
Come King 10-4 with 2 clubs.
There's 3 of a kind there for Matt Waxman with the kings. Nothing hitting for the Finn, and he has checked it.
Matt is loving it here. He's flopped the best hand possible. Well, Matt obviously has to bet this hand. Guess your opponent's got ace queen or ace jack, something like that. You can't give him a free card to beat you here, so he is going to bet. He's just going to hope this Finnish pro makes some kind of move at this pot.
Yeah, he's bet 120,000.
You can just hear Matt saying to himself, please raise me, raise me, raise me. Oh, no. The Finnish guy releases his hand.
He's going to escape from that pit.
And with that pot, Matt Waxman, the 26-year-old pro out of Florida, takes the chip lead at this final table.
Says he's the most honest poker player in the world. I just don't get it. You gotta, I don't know. A lot of sneaky plays by that honest guy, but well done. All right, back to the action. Action's on Matthew.
And got the 8-deuce offsuit going to fold here.
He says he learned how to play poker during study hall in high school. Matthew did. It paid off.
Shows you what kids are learning these days.
All right, a lot of folds around to Martin Jacobson.
Well, Martin hadn't played a hand yet, and here he's got an 8-3, and he's going to limp in the small blind. Mikko with the jack-deuce of diamonds, happy to see a free flop here.
With just a jack-deuce. So the battle of the blinds, and we are flopping.
come ace, queen, 7, 2 diamonds.
Nothing hitting for the man from Sweden, but look at this.
He is reaching for chips, and Vince, we are seeing everybody fighting for pots here so far.
Yeah, 24 grand with nothing.
Mikko's got the flush draw. The question is, do you just call here or do you raise it? Take the conservative approach and just call.
Yep, gonna play it sneaky. Here we go with the turn card.
10 of clubs. No help to either player, other than the fact it gives Mikko a gut shot straight draw.
Mortensen just keeps getting worse and worse, and he checks.
And it's gone check, check. Mikko happy to draw free to the flush and the straight. And now a queen comes off, so the board pairs queens.
And action again on the man with no hand from Stockholm. Does he have the guts to bet? Seems like he's getting some chips out, Mike.
Oh, just incredible. Take your hat off to this young Swede. He is trying to win this pot.
57 grand.
Now look at this. Mikko has nothing here. He's got a jack high. He missed his draw, but he's not missing out on grabbing some chips. And he can't call here, folks. He's got to come over the top to play it. He's doing it.
He's doing it.
Just an incredible play by the Swede, and a more incredible play by the Finn.
You're right. You're right. Guys with absolutely nothing are taking control of the hand. Mikko Sundell is going to win the hand.
Well, Vince, I'm already become a fan of this Mikko Sundell. I can tell you that. This guy's come to play.
He has guts and poise, and he is doing well right now.
Well, we're always trying some new things out here in the WPT, and in Season 10, it's no exception.
That's right. We're going to do On the Road. And that's what it's like to travel the tour behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour. Check it out.
World Poker Tour at the Aviation Club de France at the Grand Prix de Paris. The very huge explosion of the Aviation Club de France was for sure when we get the chance of having the first ever WPT events here. I'm very proud of that, actually.
Aviation Club de France, as they like to say, is really spectacular. It has a great look to it, old world charm, James Bond-like. Right here is the bar area, and it's terrific. You can get anything you want. It'll just take you a long time to get it. But this is the room that Mike and I will be in today. We're usually in the same room. We're right next door. It's this. These are a couple players that lost that get stuff to.
Well, the Aviation Club de Paris, as we call it, you know, is one of my favorite places in the world to play poker, maybe because I've had great success there. And I was the first American to win the $10,000 buy-in Euro Finals of Poker back in 2000. You know, as a poker player, you know, you're always very fond of the places you won at. You know, so to me, the Aviation Club and Foxwoods are two of the places I've had the most success at personally. So I love those places. If you got broke in a certain place, you hate the place.
First of all, I'm going to show you like the 5 last winner of the WPT.
Okay.
And I hope to see next year your picture on it.
I make no promises.
I got to the Aviation Club. I met up with one of their representatives. We took a tour of the building.
The club is not only like a poker club, but it's also like a real gaming club. So you have very nice room where you can play blackjack, you can play 3-card poker, card and stud poker, and punto banco. It was only gentlemen in that place, and
no women were allowed at that time?
No women at that time, and it was like very private, and people, the gentlemen has to wear tie. So we have a lot of like young poker player, and we cannot expect them to come and play a big tournament and wearing tie during 12 hours playing. So.
No, that would be ridiculous to expect of a young person. I think I'm the only young American poker player who likes the idea of a dress code. This is, I think, one of the only poker rooms I've ever been in where I walk around like this and I don't feel like an absolute freak.
So we're going to have more and more World Poker Tour in France, and I think it's a great thing. Poker in France will continue to grow, so I think there is a bright future.
Well, Mike, I tell you, I really love Tony Dunst. But if you want to make him really mad, don't just knock him out of the tournament. Take away his GQ magazine. That'll upset him.
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Tony and others on the On the Road segment all season long.
You know it. We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The winner of tonight's Grand Prix de Paris will vault into a tie for first place in the WPT Player of the Year race. But with over 20 qualifying events during Season 10, the latest standings will continually be updated on WPT.com as well as right here on the WPT broadcast. All right, right now, let's get back to the action here in Paris with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you can see the leaderboard. Matt Waxman from the U.S. out in front with over $2 million in chips. Can an American take down the WPT title here in Paris for the first time?
6 players remain, going out at over €500,000. First place prize. Action's on Hugo. He's got a queen 5. He won't play that. Byron Caverman from Ohio, though, with an ace 9, will raise. Makes it 48,000 to go. Into the former cook, Martin, he goes away.
Yeah, over to Miko Sundell. The Finnish pro, he's going out. Matt Waxman, our chip leader, out as well. So around to the big blind. This the lone amateur player at the table, Frederic Majan from France. He looks at the jack-8 of spade. It looks like he wants to play. He's going to make the call. This guy's amazing, Vince. He got in this tournament on a satellite, and yet he's gone to work every day at 7 in the morning before the tournament started. And then he comes in and plays the tournament, and he's made it to the final table. Even worked today of the final table.
That is great. Well, nothing worked with that flop. He has checked it. Hits nothing, but neither did Byron. But Byron looks aggressive. Will make the continuation, bet 61,000.
And look at this, Vince. Now, the Frenchman's got no hand and no draw, as we say. He is floating here. He is calling here. I suppose to try to take this pot away from his opponent later. It's the only reason you'd make this call. 6 of diamonds comes off. Let's see what he's going to do. And he is doing that. Oh, wow. He floated on the flop to try to steal this pot on the turn, and that's what he's doing. Incredible. Folks, this is the kind of play you see top pros make. You just don't see amateur guys that go to work every day that play in these WPT events make these kind of plays.
105,000 there by the bluffer. And Byron can't take the heat. He's got to fold the hand. Brilliantly done by the amateur Frenchman.
Frederic playing his first ever WPT event, and wow, is he performing well. 5 tough young pros at this table and 1 amateur, but Vince, they all know how to play. They are all making moves, fighting for pots here. That's what you like to see in a poker final.
I got started playing poker after watching it on TV back in the days where they used to show the WPT episodes.
I started playing because I was watching the WPT show in France, and I just to play it and went well, so I played it.
I learned with my parents and brother watching WPT on Canal+.
Et c'est peut-être parce qu'il a cet esprit-là qu'il appelle les belles cartes. Quelle finale! Waouh! Quelle finale!
I look at it, I like it, and I play a few rounds during 1 week. I win a lot of money. I had a very great night, and I enjoy, and I came back.
Oh, Mike, think about the lives we ruined.
Oh, so many guys learn how to play poker watching the World Poker Tour over here in Europe. Incredible.
And now they are playing for €500,000. That's about 700,000 in U.S. Action right back on the Frenchman. He folds his hand. Hugo also going away. And Byron Caverman now with a king 9. Studied psychology in college. He's raised to 48,000. Now the former cook, Martin Jacobson, picks up an ace-jack. He's on the short stack.
He might well opt to go with this hand, Vince.
All in.
And he's done it. He's gone all in here.
How much you play?
Started with 1.6.
1.6? Yeah.
Well, look at this. The Finn has picked up a real hand, pair of jacks.
Well, incredible. He's made the call. He doesn't re-raise, because just in case, Byron had a monster hand here in this spot. and we come back over the top of him. We might lay the jacks down, but as it is, Byron has nothing, gets out of the way.
So does Matthew.
What do you had? Had you ace?
Nah.
Down.
Had a king blocker. So
And we have a showdown
straight
here
blocker.
between the Cook and the Finn.
So Martin Jacobson, who has finished second before in the WPT event, he did that in Venice. But if he wants to stay alive tonight here, he's going to have to get very lucky.
Good. Good.
Now flop comes 8-6-3. No help at all for the Swedish pro.
Ace of hearts.
One time.
Oh, when the Cook is begging for an ace of hearts, he needs luck. Didn't get it there. 10 of diamonds.
So we're down to the river card. The 24-year-old Swede needs to catch an ace on the river to stay alive. Otherwise, he'll be out in sixth place.
Can he get the dream card? We will see. What's it going to be?
Well, it's a king. So that's going to do it for the young Swede. Martin Jacobson going to be out in sixth place.
The former Cook has to say goodnight. He picks up about 110,000 US. Not too bad. And we're down to 5.
So with that pot, Mikko Sundell taking the chip lead here. He's been very impressive so far tonight. We've seen him check raise with no hand on the river. We've seen him bet with no hand on the river to win these pots. Really playing well so far.
Well, I'm very impressed by Matthew Waxman. He says he's the most honest guy in poker. I don't believe him anymore. This guy only does his bluff. He shoves his chips around. He is very tough.
All these players playing great tonight. The question is, Vince, can the Finn finish the job?
We will see. He's the chip leader. It's down to 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen, and the Finn, who has the chip lead. Who will take down this title and the 500,000 euros that go with it? Back to you, Kimberly.
Well, the Finn could finish the job, but I still think it's anyone's title to take. Thanks, guys. Join us next time as WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris continues. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
On the Champs-Elysees, over €500,000 are up for grabs as continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris starts now only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club in France for WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. We're midway through the final table of our first European Tour stop of Season 10, and we turn now to our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, what do you make of what we've seen so far at this final table?
Well, Kimberly, right now, the guy from Finland is out in front. Mikko Sundell, he's got about 2.4 million in chips. He's already knocked out the other Scandinavian at the final table, Swedish pro Martin Jacobson, who went out in sixth place. Now Mikko is hoping to be the first Finn to capture the title here in Paris. Finnish pros Juha Helppi and Jani Santula both finished in second place here in past WPT events at the Aviation Club. We've got 2 Americans and 2 French at this table also. And Vince, even though the Americans haven't done a lot so far, I still like their chances to win this tournament.
Well, that's pretty impressive. The Americans hanging around here in Paris. One American, Byron Carverman, has been biding his time, but the other American, Matthew Waxman, has been mixing it up here. Now, he is the self-proclaimed most honest man in poker. You know, he might be in real life, but not at the poker table. This guy loves the bluff, and he is tough. You can't count out the Americans, Mike. But the 2 Frenchmen and the Finn, anything can happen in the land of crepes. We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
You're making me hungry. All right, thanks, guys. Over €500,000, the WPT Champions Cup, and national pride all on the line. So let's get back to the game.
Current chip leader is Mikko Sundell from Finland, but everybody else has got at least 1.3 million in chips, so certainly the title is up for grabs.
And he's a 5,000 blinds, a 15 and 30,000. First to act is Mikko. Likes to skydive in his pastime. And this time he's got a pair of 3s and it's going to raise. Makes it 70,000 to go.
And Matt Waxman out. And around to the French amateur player, Frederic Margin. He's out as well. But the other Frenchman, Hugo Lemaire, young tough pro, has picked up 2 queens.
He's going to try to punish his man. He's raised to 205,000 to go. An American from Ohio, Byron Caverman, goes away.
Well, we know Mikko doesn't like to throw hands away, and certainly looks like he's going to make this call in hopes to hit a 3 where he could bust the young Frenchman.
You know, here's the flop.
Now flop comes Jack 9 deuce.
No help to the Finn, who has just a pair of 3s.
Look at this. Hugo is going to check the 2 queens, but the Finn not falling into that trap. He checks right behind him. Now the 4 spade comes off. This gives Mikko a flush draw.
Pretty bad one, but the overpair of Hugo is going to bet 220,000.
Call.
Wow. He's going for the investment, makes the call.
Well, Mikko is calling here because his opponent didn't bet on the flop. He's putting him on something like ace king or ace queen maybe, where he thinks the 3s are the best hand. Now the board pairs jacks.
Not helping the Finn, and the Frenchman again looks like he's getting chips out to bet.
Well, those plaques you see are 100,000 each. So there you see the bet, 350,000.
Substantial bet.
Well, essentially, all you can beat is a bluff here with 2 3s. But the way the hand was played, the Finn may fall in this trap thinking his opponent's got something like ace king, ace queen, and he has made the call, and it's going to cost him.
Yes, sirree.
And with that pot, Hugo Lemaire, the young French pro, has taken the chip lead.
As a French player, I feel confident. That's how you should feel when you start a table. I've been looking for a final table of a major event for a long time. I've been close to it many times, but it's my first final table for a major event, and it will mean a lot to win this.
That is Hugo Lemaire, only 24 years old.
We're going to try to duplicate the feat of the guy you're looking at right there, David Benjamin, the lone French player to take down this WPT title in Paris.
This is Hugo's hometown club right here in Paris, the Aviation Club. He has got a shot here tonight.
Well, all the French players tell me this guy is a tough young pro player, no doubt about it.
All right, back to the action. Frederick folding his hand. Hugo with a Motown hand, Jackson 5s, goes away. Byron from Ohio not going to play.
Around to the battle of the blinds here, and Mikko Sundell has picked up ace king, a premium hand here.
And he's going to make it 75,000 to go. With a quality hand, now Matthew Waxman from Florida says he's the most honest man in poker. And he's got a seductive little 6-5 of clubs.
One of those hands you like to see flops with. The suited connectors.
He's also got one of like 50s big boy haircuts. Bob's Big Boy, remember?
He looks like Opie to me, the Andy Griffith Show.
Something like that.
Opie grown up a little. Meantime, he's going to call.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a flop here.
Finn against the American.
Oh, and it's come 9-7-4.
Amazing.
The dream flop for Matt Waxman here as he's flopped a flush with a straight flush draw.
And he's not even looking down. He's just looking at his man, the Finn.
Now, Mikko's got the king of clubs here. So he's got the ace king with the king of clubs, and he's going to make a continuation bet.
He is begging for punishment. He bets 85,000. It's the American who with the flush.
Everyone's going to bet in that spot with the ace king and the king of clubs with that flop.
Oh, yeah.
Little does he know his opponent's got a flush already. But he's going to find it out pretty soon, I think. We saw Matt Waxman slow play the nut flush earlier at this final table. It cost him some chips. Not slow playing it here. Comes right over the top. Makes it 210,000 to go.
How much you started?
This is over 1.7.
Okay.
Now, both players started with virtually an equal amount of chips. So if Mikko makes a move here, we could see by far the biggest pot of the night.
680.
Oh, wow. He has stepped in it. He is re-raising Matthew. He's going up to 680,000.
I think Matt's going to ship it right here.
All in.
And that's what he's done. He has gone all in, and Mikko has made the call. Mikko in dire straits right now. Must catch a club that's not the 3 of clubs or the 8 of clubs, because that would give Matt a straight flush.
Well, you know, the bravery of Mikko throughout this contest has been amazing. He's an impeccable poker player, but this time, Mata overstepped his boundaries. This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Here comes 4th Street.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
Does not help Mikko.
We are down to the river. Mikko Sundell must catch a club that's not the 3 of clubs or the 8 of clubs.
Otherwise, the American will become the new chip leader, and Mikko will be crushed.
It's a 3 of
He's
diamonds.
done it.
So Matt Waxman is going to win the biggest pot of the night so far here in Paris.
This is 1.4.
And he is the dominating chip leader right now.
1.8559.
A huge double up by American Matt Waxman, and of course Mikko hanging on by a thread. The game has now changed. Coming up, Tony Dunst with a new edition of The Raw Deal and a special edition of Ones to Watch when the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where we just saw American Matt Waxman make a huge double up through Mikko Sundell, who's left hanging on by a thread. I think it's a good bet to say that Mikko's going to be going all in any minute now. Let's get down to the table.
So just like that, the Finn, who was the chip leader a moment ago, now on the verge of being eliminated in 5th place.
Well, he played fast, didn't get lucky. He's probably going to regret that one.
Well, in my view, he overplayed the last 2 hands, the 2 3s and the ace-king, and it cost him all his chips.
Well, he's down to 32,000 euros, something like that. But the action first goes to the Frenchman, Hugo Lemaire. He flies away. Now Byron Kaverman from Ohio started out as our chip leader here tonight. He's got ace-jack of hearts.
Makes it 60,000 to go. Mikko, who hasn't even got the size of the big blind, going to make the call here.
Yeah.
He's got king 6 of diamonds. I don't blame him for getting it all in here.
Matthew out. Frederick Majin, who's in the big blind, looks like he's going to call with the 7-3.
Well, not going to cost him much. Getting a good price here, as we say, to make the call, so he does so.
Yeah. So there's a little side pot, but they just want to knock out the Finn. And here's the flop, 5-5-8. Doesn't help Mikko. Right now, Byron out in front still with his ace high. And the American's gonna bet, and Frederick goes out. So it's two-way action, and Mikko Sundell, the skydiver, not looking good right here.
Now needs to catch a king or a 6, 2 running diamonds or 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, the former chip leader is gonna be out in 5th place.
Mikko would love to hit a miracle and stick around. Not there.
Well, a jack comes off. That eliminates the 6, the diamond, and the straight card.
Yeah, Byron
so we are down to
jacks.
the river. Mikko Sundell must catch a king on the river. Otherwise, he'll be our 5th place finisher.
River card will be.
Well, it's a deuce of clubs. So that's going to do it for the Finn and Vince. He came to this final table tonight as our chip leader and quickly goes out in 5th place.
Well, he plays fast, he played well, but he's got to be disappointed the way he went out. He'll take home 133,000 euros. That's about 170,000 US. That's a big accomplishment, but we're down to 4.
All right, so with the Finn, Mikko Sundell out in 5th place. We're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. In Season 10, the WPT is following a cross-section of poker players we feel have what it takes to become the next breakout superstars in poker. And while we've rolled into Paris for our first European televised event of Season 10, back in Los Angeles, we spent some time with Ones to Watch Maria Ho to see what life is like for this professional player away from the felt.
I love to grind. I'm a sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch. My poker playing lifestyle has kind of found a way to intersect with the LA lifestyle. I didn't realize it would lead to all of these different opportunities.
Maria Ho, she's a beautiful girl and happens to be pretty good at poker.
There are a few girls in poker with her talent, so it's smart of her to market that. And, you know, she's in a way making a business out of her career.
The whole entertainment thing, just something that I stumbled upon, as far as, Amazing Race goes and any of that other mainstream stuff goes. I'm kind of, in a place where it's nice to get to experience these things, but, I'm just open to whatever comes my way.
When someone like Maria Ho transcends into mainstream media, it's good for everyone in poker because she's only going to bring more people and more interest. It's a win-win situation for us all. It's like more power to her.
I've never been on network television show, so good for her.
Not only is Maria a good poker player, but she can sing as well, so she's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
I have no idea about her singing. She's a singer?
When I was standing on the line, you pushed me right off that wall, and after all this time.
Something like singing, I feel like I would definitely give up poker for, just because that's been a passion of mine for so long, and I just never really had the opportunity to do that.
I think the most important thing in deciding what you do with your life is absolutely just being as passionate as possible about what it is. Like in a person like Maria's instance, I think it's really important to follow your heart.
I don't want to turn my back on poker because it's got me here, but life is too short to kind of not try everything when you have the opportunity to do that.
Well, that is the very exciting Maria Ho. She is fun to be around. And there are the standings for the ones to watch. And by the way, none of the players on the ones to watch made Paris. They didn't come over to Paris, so that's the way it goes.
We won't be watching them here in Paris, but we will be watching them the rest of the season on the World Poker Tour.
All right, back to four-way action here at the final table at the Aviation Club. Hugo Lemaire, first to play. He's got ace-8, and he's going to raise $65,000. He makes it. Byron Kaverman out.
Over to Matt Waxman. Tough pro out of Florida. Looks down at the Jack-9 of diamonds.
Four-handed poker in Paris.
Yeah. You like to see a flop with this kind of hand. See what Matt's going to do. Well, maybe he doesn't want to see a flop because he is 3-betting here, re-raising with the Jack-9.
175 now. Frederic behind him. Gets out of their way. Back on Hugo.
We talk about power poker. This is what we're talking about. 3-betting with hands like this.
Well, Hugo's going to make the call.
So we're going to see a flop here. The flop comes queen 10 deuce with 2 spades. So Matt has flopped an open end straight draw.
Hugo hitting nothing there.
How much pressure can you take here when the man 3-bet you now leads out and bets on the flop?
Yep, a bet's $130,000 into the young man who, this is his club. This is his hometown club, the Aviation Club. He wants to show off his friends, take down the big money, and he's going to re-raise with just ace high.
It's just incredible how many real poker plays we've seen at this final table. And folks, when I talk about a real poker play, I'm talking about making a raise or betting a hand with no hand and no draw.
But you can't push around big boy. He's calling this.
Well, he's called with the open end straight draw. And I can assure you, Hugo does not like that. 6 of spade on the turn. Neither player going to be happy to see that card because neither have a spade in their hand.
No, and look at this. They both look at each other a little desperate. Which more desperate man will have the gall to bet?
Look at this. Matt Waxman with just the jack high is going to bet $275,000 here. Now, to me, this is like a defensive bet. And there you see the quizzical look of Hugo Lemaire, wondering why the guy's bet now.
Wow.
I raised him on the flop. Why is he leading out in the turn? But his problem is he has nothing here.
And he looks puzzled. And the Frenchman is going to say, Fini, he's out of there.
So Matt Waxman taking down yet another big pot to extend his chip lead. The American having a big time in Paris right now.
And how Matthew Waxman from Florida shining right now.
These lights are not helping.
And of course, there are the Royal Flush girls also shining beautifully.
The heat situation.
You know, Matt complained a little bit how hot the lights are. It is very hot in Paris here tonight, folks. Let me tell you something. That room these players are in, it is extremely hot. You're going to have to be extremely mentally tough to survive this final table, not only as a poker player, but to survive the heat.
All right, back to action. Frederic has folded. Hugo has raised with the pair of nines to $65,000. Byron, with just king 5, is going to get tricky here, it looks like, with a re-raise.
Well, I just saw his fellow American.
Yeah.
get re-raised and then bet to win the pot. So he's going to try to 3-bet to win it right here with just a king-6 offsuit.
But Matthew behind them picks up ace-queen. Pretty solid, but it's been raised and re-raised.
He's got nothing invested in this pot, and as you said, it's been raised and re-raised. Many players would just muck the ace-queen here. Why get involved? But that's not the style of Matt Waxman. He likes to get involved. He's going to 4-bet it here with just the ace-queen.
Hugo says, Fanny, I've had enough. And Byron also going to fold his hand. So everything going right for the American. Matthew Waxman from Parkland, Florida. He is our chip leader, taking down another pot.
Hello.
Bonjour. People ask me like what I think of their poker game. I might just tell them it's not that great. I need the ace, right? The ace.
Yeah.
I want the ace to come up.
No good ace.
I don't mean anything mean by it.
Don't do that.
I don't care. I'm very honest, and if anyone asks me a question, I'll always tell them the truth. I would have called. I would have called it. I told him I would have called it. Almost to a fault sometimes. I could be lying though.
Well, I sure wouldn't lie to her, would you?
No. Maybe he tells the truth everywhere, but at the poker table, this guy is a bluffer. He's a liar, and that's why he's so good. Back to the game we go. First to act is going to be Hugo. He's picked up a nice ace-10. Very strong hand in a 4-handed poker game.
Certainly everybody going to raise with that hand. Hugo does so.
Takes it 65,000. Now Byron quickly folds a pair of 3s.
Oh, and Matt Waxman picking up 2 jacks. Another big hand for him.
Yes, it is.
He's earned so many of his pots here tonight, though. Check raising with air, betting with jack highs. But here he's got the real deal, the 2 jacks, and he's going to 3-bet it to 170,000.
Frederick.
He's the amateur French player that's gone to work every day this week. Still here with 4 players left. Incredible.
He folds his hand, and Hugo needs to see this flop. He is called. Ace-10 up against a pair of jacks. Oh, wow! 3 10s just like that, Mike.
Well, this is just what Hugo's looking for. Matt's going to check his 2 jacks.
Hugo with an opportunity. You know what? He's going to dig the hole, put the branches, the twigs over it, wait for the fall in.
Well, the sucker now has 2 jacks and an open-end straight draw, as you call him. He'd have to think he's got the best hand right here after his opponent chipped on the flop, so he's getting out some betting chips. And you're right, Vince. He could fall into a big trap right here.
Well, he's bet 155,000. Is this Paparini time?
He just calls with the 3 10s. I am puzzled by that.
Now that's the time you got to come back over the top.
In case your opponent's got a jack, you'd be afraid a straight card would come off, maybe.
Maybe he'll hit a full house.
And there it is. The king comes off.
Oh, man.
So 4 cards straight on the board, and Matt Waxman, who's in dire straits on the flop, now has the best hand with the straight.
Complete debacle there for the Frenchman.
You know, sometimes, Vince, you can slow play yourself into oblivion, and that's what the Frenchman's done here. Didn't bet the flop, didn't raise on the turn. He no longer has the best hand. The question is he going to pay off this bet?
Well, Waxman has bet 280,000.
Well, frustration on the Frenchman right now. You can see that. He's saying, you got to be kidding me. I played this hand. This guy's got a jack in his hand, and I've now gotten beat.
You try so hard to trap a guy, and sometimes that trap just backfires. But it's a curiosity call.
Yep, gonna make the call with the 3 10s. And just doesn't want to let the hand go. Just feeling woozy right now.
Yeah, don't want to show it either. Matt Waxman is a one-man wrecking crew. Just rolling down the Champs-Elysees here tonight, Mike.
He's the Eiffel Tower of this game, Vince. No doubt about that. Matt Waxman taking down yet another pot to yet increase his chip lead. And that pot put a stinging blow on the young Frenchman.
Coming up, no holds barred commentary on tonight's play with Tony Dunst and The Raw Deal, plus a new segment for season 10 on the road that gives you behind-the-scenes access to the World Poker Tour and this week's Champions Cup moment as the Grand Prix de Paris continues right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, I can tell you, if you're a poker player at some point in your life, you got to come to the Aviation Club de France and play some poker. Best location of any poker room in the world, that's for sure. Smack dab in the middle of the Champs-Élysées.
Well, it reeks of class and fun. It just makes you want to play poker. And right now, four-handed action.
Yeah, 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this title. But right now, Matt Waxman with the big chip lead. He's got nearly $6 million. Nobody else has $2 million.
Incredible. Back to the table we go.
Now, no American has ever won this WPT title here in Paris. Only one Frenchman has, David Benjamin. One of these guys looking to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
Hugo has folded, and now Byron Kaverman. He has been whittled down here tonight.
Well, nothing's gone right for him so far, but looks like this hand might go right for him. As he picks up the ace-king, he's going to raise it. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Into Matthew Waxman, who also has a quality hand, ace-queen.
Well, the last time he picked up ace-queen, it was raised and re-raised to him, and he 4-bet on top of it and took the pot down. So I feel certain he's going to 3-bet here with this hand. If he 4-bets with it, surely he's going to 3-bet with it, and he does. 205,000.
Frederick, the Frenchman, the amateur player who's played very solid, tight tonight, goes away, back on Byron.
Yeah, with his chip stack, I think you just got to ship it here.
All in.
He's going to do so. Now, will he get the call by Matthew?
I call.
Yes, yes, he does.
Well, he's called, and Byron in great shape to double up here, to get a much-needed double up, I might add.
Yeah, decent damage against our chip leader, Matthew. You got to love it when your ace-king is up against ace-queen. Byron went to college, studied psychology in college, a fine soccer player. Hasn't had much luck here tonight. Let's see if this hand will bring him some. So far, so good.
Well, a king right on the flop as it's come king
up.
4 deuce. Well, Matt hollering chop it up, meaning he'd like to see 2 more clubs come out there, but
I
no.
don't want the whole thing.
A queen comes
Sorry,
off.
bro.
Meaning if another queen comes off, this would be a savagely brutal beat.
Yes, it would.
For Byron, but still a big favorite.
River card, it's a 6 of hearts. Byron's hand's gonna hold up.
So that's the boost that Byron Kaverman was looking for. He's been a pro for 6 years. Had a great year already, actually won over $500,000 playing poker this year so far.
He's played 9 WPT events, his first cash.
Taking a look at the Player of the Year race early on, it's Legends of Poker champ Will the Thrill Fiala currently in the lead, but tonight's winner in Paris jumps into a tie for first as this race continues. In the meantime, let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, 4 players remain, and Matthew Waxman is still the chip leader with about 5.1. Action going to Hugo. He's going to fold his hand. Byron Kaverman now with an ace-6.
And he's on the button with the ace high, going to raise it up.
Makes it 80,000 to go. Matthew out. Frederick Magin, look at that.
And he has got 2 queens.
Beautiful hand, not going to re-raise.
Slow playing them.
Yep, trying to trap.
Let's see how it works out for him.
Oh, maybe he's smart because he hits 3 queens on the flop just like that.
Well, it's come king, queen, jack.
He's checking again. And Byron checking behind him.
Byron trying to catch that 10 to give him a straight. Doesn't happen as the king comes off. Full house for the Frenchman.
Just queens full. He's going to check again. Let's see if Byron will bite. No. Good resistance.
Not falling any traps here so far. He's got the kind of hand you don't mind checking it down with, an ace high.
River card, irrelevant. 5 of clubs. He's still not going to bet.
Now this guy is the slow play king of the world.
Love him.
Ace.
Now Byron says yes. The Frenchman says no good as he turns up a full house here.
So no, it's not.
Oh,
no,
boy.
it's not good.
Frederick Magin with queen
if I
full.
bet you fold.
Well, maybe better keep that day job, Vince.
Well, he has a tight perception at the table. If you're going to check, a lot of guys aren't going to bet your hands, so it backfires for the Frenchman, even though he takes down that pot.
Well, Vince, we've had a great time all week long here in Paris, but now it's time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
Okay, I'm outside of the Aviation Club. No more cards for me. No more smoking inside. I've had it. What I like to do in Paris is see the sights. Today I'm going to Montmartre. It is so beautiful there. It's about a 5-mile jog. It's uphill, it's downhill. I'll be having espresso with the French people. They love me here. I'm going to put on the bandana and get out of here. Join me. All right, going by the Arc de Triomphe. Pretty good so far, huh?
People might not know it about him, you know. He's the most vain guy in the world. I think that's why we get along so good together. Because I'm not the Hollywood well-built guy and the good-looking guy like Vince is, so I'm no competition for him there.
This is the Opera House. Makes you want to sing, but I won't.
Vince is my favorite. We hang out quite a lot. We have the same birthday, so guy is maintaining, isn't he?
First time that I met Vince Van Patten was on a poker cruise. Somehow I found myself against Vince doing a lap around the entire top deck of the boat in under a certain number of seconds. You want him around. That's who Vince is to me. But you don't want to gamble with him. Don't do it.
Oh, my. It's fantastic. Oh, how do you beat this? It makes me want to drink that water, but you can't do that. There's a lot of pigeons in there and things like that, so.
Vince, he lives life by, how do you say it? The seat of his pants?
Hello, Lamont. All right, that's it. So that was the run. I feel absolutely exhausted, but it's fantastic. All the beautiful monuments of Paris. This is it. You can't beat this in a card game. You can't get this feeling unless you're winning a lot of money.
Oh, Vince, I got to tell you, you must think you're the Rocky of Paris or something, but you were moving a little slow up those steps.
Oh, boy, I've seen glaciers move faster than me. Why didn't you tell me, anyone? But it was uphill.
Well, you might not have been moving too fast, but I'll tell you, the action here in Paris is fast and furious. 4 players left. We'll be right back with more on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This is the second tournament in the historic 10th season of the WPT. The name and the winning hand of whoever takes down tonight's title will be added to the WPT Champions Cup. If you dream of playing in a WPT event or even just want to hone your game, check out ClubWPT.com. Ask any pro and they'll tell you the best way to improve your game is to play as much as possible. At Club WPT for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you get great VIP benefits and you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a WPT live tournament. So check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up. So I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, current chip leader is Matt Waxman out of Florida, sitting with over $5.2 million in chips. Byron Carriman in second place now, so the 2 Americans out in front with 4 players left.
The winner is going to take home 500,000 euros. That's approximately about 700,000 US. Huge payday here for someone in Paris. All right, Matthew first to act. He's got a king 9, going to get aggressive with it. Makes it 85,000 to go.
Now the amateur French player at the table going out, and now the young pro French player out as well.
Around to the other American, Byron, and look at this. He's got a nice ace-jack.
He just calls with it, though. Does not 3-bet with it. Wants to camouflage the strength of his hand a little bit, I guess.
Let's see if that works. Oh, he hits a jack just like that. Byron out in front with jacks, but he's going to check.
Byron's got top pair, top kicker, and checks. Matt Waxman with the gut shot straight draw, checks right behind him. Now a 9 comes off, so Byron still well out in front with the 2 jacks.
Matthew with a pair of 9s now as well.
Again, Byron checks top pair and top kicker.
I guess he figures Matthew plays so fast, but this time he slows down and he's checking. Oh, gee.
Talk about running good. It comes 9-9. He's made 3 9s to make the best hand here.
Byron just fell into this, and now he's doing the wrong thing.
Well, he was going to check raise on the flop. maybe check raise on the turn.
Sure.
Now he's going to lead out on the river, and now he's beat.
155 going into the Matt Kitty. And you get some extra chips in there if you're Matthew with your kind.
I think you do. When it's checked on the flop,
Yep.
checked on the turn, you make running nines to make trips.
He makes it 355 to go.
And now poor Byron. What do you do here?
You possibly give this up and just say, well played.
All you can beat is a bluff, essentially, but he's going to make the call.
King 9.
He's not going to like it as his opponent turns up 3 nines.
Oh, boy. And the one American Matthew lambasting his friend. That has got to hurt. This is no game for the soft.
Season 10 has seen the introduction of the WPT Champions Cup, a perpetual trophy that enshrines the victory of every WPT champion. And all season long, we'll celebrate those winners with a short look back called the Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky? It's a hard.
There it is. It is over. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Perhaps the greatest battle in WPT history took place at the Grand Prix de Paris in Season 3, as Australian pro Tony G unleashed a withering psychological attack upon his opponents, the likes of which had never been seen.
I'm gonna take everything you have! Everything!
It came down to the menacing Australian and a soft-spoken Englishman named Surrender Sunar.
Bye-bye! Rip you apart so hard.
The verbal venom continues from Tony G.
He's the devil.
And you're gonna suffer so much. Man.
Tony G's unsportsmanlike behavior had brought the Brit the rare support of the French crowd.
This guy is just gonna knuckle me up!
As Sunar remained composed in the face of Tony G's unrelenting verbal assault, but unable to break the Englishman. Tony was the one to lose his composure, making bad call after bad call. In the end, Surrender Sunar survived the Aussie's verbal assault to claim victory in Paris and etch no more a deserving name upon the WPT Champions Cup.
What a battle we witnessed tonight here in Paris. Well, that was one of the epic battles of all time on the World Poker Tour. But Vince, as you know, pros are out here trying to make money, but money comes and goes. But having your name etched on that Champions Cup, it's there forever. That's what you dream about as a poker player.
Yeah, just going back to seeing Tony G play. Wonder if he ever got out of that insane asylum that he went to. I don't know. But he was fun to watch. 4 players here battle for this title tonight.
Well, Matt Waxman raising it here with a 10-7.
He's the chip leader. He makes it 85,000 to go.
2 Frenchmen going out.
And now Byron with a king-jack came in final table as the chip leader. He's been whittled down, and he has made the call. So 10-7 up against king-jack. Here's the first 3.
Now flop comes jack, 6-4. Great flop for Byron. He's got top pair with a king kicker.
Always catches jacks, it seems like, and he's going to check again. He knows how aggressive Matthew is, and he's proving it here once again.
Well, Matt's going to make the continuation bet. He's got no hand and no draw, so just hoping to bet and steal it right here.
65 grand. Byron now with the check raise opportunity, but no, just going to call it.
And he does make the call. Doesn't raise with the 2 jacks.
Let's see if that backfires again for Byron. Here comes the turn card.
Well, an ace comes off. That's not the card Byron wanted to see, I can assure you. He's fearful now his opponent made aces on the turn, but it goes check, check. He's got to feel better about that. Now a deuce comes off. So since his opponent didn't bet on the turn, you don't put him on aces, so you try to get a little value bet in here with the 2 jacks and a king kicker. And that's what he's done, 125,000.
Byron used to play soccer in college, also studied psychology, and he thinks that maybe he can get a call here.
Well, even though Matt only has a 10 high, in his mind, he's put his opponent on a straight draw.
You're sweating, man. Is that a tell? Wow. Stone face.
Well, Well, that's true. Byron is sweating a lot, but it's boiling in here.
But in the meantime, Matt Waxman actually considering calling with just a 10 high here.
It'll be one of the looser calls on the WPT.
And that's what he's done.
Yes.
He's made a hero call, and had he been right about that, the whole world would have been raving about that call. As it is, doesn't look too bright.
Information call.
Well, I give him a lot for creativity and imagination, but sometimes you're either the hero with that kind of call or you're the bum.
Would have called much faster.
Needless to say, he's the bum.
We'll be right back with more action from the Aviation Club in France, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play when we return on the World Poker Tour.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back at the Grand Prix de Paris, where any mistake from here on out could literally cost a fortune. To break down tonight's highs and lows is Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Sometimes you watch a hand of poker where, at first glance, the action seemingly doesn't make sense. I think many viewers may have witnessed the hand involving Matt Waxman calling down Byron Kaverman with 10 high, and question what he was thinking paying off with such an abysmal holding. But there's more method to the madness than may be readily apparent. Let's break it down. Matt raises the cutoff with 10-7 suited, and Byron defends in the big. Not surprisingly, Matt elects to bet the fairly uncoordinated flop. Byron calls, and we see an offsuit ace land on the turn. Some may be surprised that Matt doesn't continue his bluff on the ostensibly good card to do so, but his decision to check tells us that he likely believes that firing the ace as a bluff card feels too obvious. He might also just want to give up on a hand that's turned zero equity. An irrelevant deuce lands on the river, and Byron elects to value bet a little over 1/3 pot. And here's where it gets a little different. Most would assume that the river is a straightforward decision, either fold the whiffed hand or turn it into a bluff with a raise, if you like to live dangerously. But Matt sees potential in the unconsidered third option, and here's why.
You're sweating, man. Is that a tell?
Number one, Matt seems to detect what he feels may be a physical tell in Byron's sweating. It's difficult to grasp how reliable something like this is with each person, but I do find it strange that Matt gives it such consideration, seeing as everyone at the final table can attest that it's about 8 million degrees in the Aviation Club today. I don't know the French word for air conditioning, but neither do the French. Number two, Matt likely believes Byron's value betting range isn't that wide. He knows Byron will call the flop with any pair, but the portion of that range that will value bet the river is likely just stronger jacks, a 4 or a 6 that made 2 pair with the ace, or sets. And sets are hard to make. Number three, there are in fact a number of hands Byron could be turning into a bluff here, and Matt is aware that Byron is skillful enough to take advantage of his currently tight image and get creative. It's not crazy to think that Byron may have called on the flop with something like 7-5, 8-7, or 9-8 suited with a backdoor flush draw, aware that on such a dry board, Matt will often have to shut down on the turn, allowing Byron to frequently pick up the pot with a river bet if his draws miss. So, do I agree with the call? No, but I think it's more sensible than it seems on face level. And besides, if Matt's call ends up being right, he gets to experience that rare, perfect sensation that is the owned him moment. A moment where you blatantly crushed your opponent's and glance around the table with the steely glare of Clint Eastwood right before he kills a bunch of people. I like to think all we poker players live for that moment.
Hey, Mitch, I'll tell you the truth. I've seen Stu Unger, the legendary poker player, make those kind of calls, but he won the pot when he did it.
But Matthew is still the chip leader with 5.2 million in euros. The blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action going to Byron Kaverman from Ohio. Byron out. And now Matthew with a pair of nines. He's the chip leader. He's got all the momentum. And he's getting out the raising chips, makes it 105,000 to go. But Frederick behind it with ace king says all in.
Now quickly goes Tappy.
Hugo out.
Call.
And Matt quickly makes the call. We got the classic race situation. The under pair versus the 2 over cards. And for the Frenchman to stay alive, he's going to need some help here.
Yes. Man works in computers, has a real job. Frederick Majin.
As you can see, all the French here at the Aviation Club holding their breath for their partner, an ace right in the door.
Oh, it certainly is. Ace 10, 8, all diamonds.
This gives the American a flush draw, so he needs a 9 or a diamond to win this pot.
It is never easy. The Frenchman has to, well, he's gotten lucky there. 10 on the turn.
The board pairs 10, so again, Matt Waxman looking for a diamond or a 9 to eliminate this Frenchman. The guy holding his breath, he doesn't want to go back to work yet, and he doesn't have to as the 5 comes off. But what a story it is with this guy, Vince. He got in this tournament by winning a satellite. He's gone to work every day since this tournament started at 7 in the morning. Then he's come in and played poker, and here he is with 4 players left and a shot to win this thing.
Plays his poker down here at the Aviation Club. 4 players remain. He has doubled up, and he is back in action.
Vince, we've got 2 Americans and 2 French fighting it out for this title in Paris. The American, however, Matt Waxman, has the chip lead. The question is, Vince, can he be the first American to ever take a WPT title in Paris?
Well, I think he's the best player at the table right now. I think he can, but voila, the battle for Bastille is not over. Can the American defeat the Frenchman? We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
Thank you, gentlemen. And please join us next time from the Aviation Club in France for WPT's continuing coverage. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at the exclusive Aviation Club in France, the WPT Champions Cup and over €500,000 will go to the survivor of a high-stakes poker tournament played in one of the greatest cities in the world. And it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
After 5 exciting days of world-class poker here in Paris, the Grand Prix de Paris is poised to name the second WPT champ of Season 10. Here to give us their professional insight on how this final table has played out so far are poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Bonsoir, gentlemen.
Well, bonsoir, Kimberly. We've got 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this title. But right now, Matt Waxman with the big chip lead. We've never had an American win this WPT title in France, although several Americans have come close, including Eric Lindgren, Alan Cunningham, and Alan Gehring. Vince, could it happen tonight?
I think he can, Mike. Kimberly, this guy is tough. He mixes up his game. He's very powerful. Now, as you remember, Matthew doubled through Nico Sundell earlier when he flopped the flush just like that. Now he's up against the other American, Byron Caverman, and 2 tough players, the Frenchmen. They are the reign of terror. So can the American do it? We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
All right, sounds like you have a lot of faith in American Matthew Waxman tonight. Thanks, guys. €500,000, an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship in Las Vegas, and the prestigious WPT Champions Cup all on the line tonight. Looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's get back over to the final table.
Okay, Matthew Waxman from Florida, 4.7 million in euros, is the chip leader. And he's going to start at 5,000. Blinds at 25 and 50 as we resume play. Action's on Matthew.
Everything's gone well so far at this final table for Matt Waxman.
And this time he looks down at a pair of deuces, caps his cards. Likes to say he's the most honest man in poker. But of course, at the table, he likes to bluff a lot, so that contradicts that. As the Frenchman goes out, Frederic, as does Hugo, the other Frenchman.
Go back to the other American, Byron Caverman. He looks down to 2 threes. Has his opponents dominated here.
Gotta love it. He is on a short stack relatively.
All in.
And he's gonna push all in.
Well, that's what a lot of guys like to do with small pairs, including me. You're on the short stack, just move in with them.
Byron Caverman studied psychology in college. Helps a lot at the poker table.
You might have been able to induce this one if you wanted to.
He'd love to get the action, but no, Matthew escapes. lays his hand down.
Quite a lay down by Matt, and a good all-in bet by Byron to take down that pot.
Byron Kaverman from Fort Jennings, Ohio.
You know, he played soccer in college, Vince.
Yep.
I happened to be at the Aviation Club de France in 1998 on the exact day that France won the World Cup, and we celebrated right outside on the Champs-Élysées. And let me tell you, if one of these two French guys win here tonight, we could have another celebration like that one when they won the World Cup.
You guys can
back to play. Matthew out. Now Frederic Margen, who holds down a steady job here in France in computers, taking a shot at this title here tonight. He's got ace-7 here, Mike.
And in this tournament, by winning a satellite, they're going to have a great payday no matter where he finishes.
He's made it 250,000 to go, and that's enough for Hugo to go. And now Byron, the only man to beat. Byron's got a queen-9 offsuit.
Well, Byron's in 4th place right now.
All in.
And he is going all in with the queen-9 offsuit.
He is playing fast with just a queen-9.
I call.
Wow, the Frenchman has made the call.
What an excellent call
now,
this is.
Vince, for another 800,000, I couldn't have made this call with an ace-7 offsuit. I'm just fearful that it'd be dominated. I just wouldn't like it, but he made the call. He's got the best hand right now. The question is, will it stand up?
Ooh la la, as they say in France. How did he know? And here's a flop for Byron. He has out-flopped the Frenchman just like that.
Well, it's come king, queen, 10. What that means is, for the Frenchman to take the lead, he's got to catch an ace. He can shut him out, at least with a tie, if a jack comes off where he'll make a straight.
Mike, these guys got about the same amount of chips. Here we go with the turn card.
And a jack comes off. He has done it.
Chop it up.
King, queen, jack, 10. He cannot lose the pot. An ace has to come up to give him the tie.
I think this is going to be
An
it.
amazing call by the Frenchman here has paid off in dividends for him. 7 of hearts on the river. So that's going to do it. Byron Kaverman, who came to this final table as the chip leader, out in 4th place.
That's right. Tough beat right there. And he's out. He's going to pick up 155,000 euros for his effort. He's an American that has to say good night. We are down to 3 players. Let's go see what he has to say.
It was a rough day. I just got some bad spots, I guess. Felt like I played well. I don't know, a little unlucky in the end, I guess. Made a good call and got there. Matt's a friend, and you know, I hope he takes it down.
With American Byron Kaverman out in 4th place, that leaves 1 American and 2 Frenchmen left. Plenty more in store from the Aviation Club in France, including 5 questions with a WPT champion from our very first season.
Plus, a new segment for Season 10, On the Road, that gives you behind-the-scenes access to the World Poker Tour.
And tonight's action gets the raw deal with the one and only Tony Dunst. There's much more from Paris, so stay tuned.
It was fun.
Okay, monsieur.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Poker players come from around the world to play at the exclusive Aviation Club in France, but there's another great place to play poker, and you don't need your passport to get there. I'm talking, of course, about ClubWPT.com. ClubWPT.com gives players from all over the opportunity to sharpen their poker skills for only $19.95 a month. You can become a VIP member and get great VIP benefits, and you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, maybe win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including seats into WPT tournaments. Check it out for yourself at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, thanks, Kimberly. We have 1 American and 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this coveted title. And right now, the American, Matt Waxman, is the chip leader. The question is, Vince, can he be the first American to ever take a WPT title in Paris?
Well, I think he's the best player at the table right now. I think he can. Let's go to the felt and find out. Action on Frederic Margen. He works in computers, not a professional poker player. Could have fooled us here tonight. He's going to make a call with Queen 9 of Hearts.
We just eliminated the other American from this final four. So now it's 2 Frenchmen, 1 American left.
Hugo, the local, won't play his Queen Deuce. And now Matthew Waxman looks down at a pair of jacks.
He's a limper, that one.
Tries to distract his opponent by saying something casual.
I, on the other hand, punish the limper. So you're getting punished.
I didn't understand the word, but I called.
I didn't understand a word he said. Yeah, we've heard that one before. He's going to make the call with Queen 9.
He says he doesn't understand much English, but he understands the raise. He makes the call.
So we got the American with jacks up against the Frenchman with Queen 9.
Okay.
And it's come ace, ace, 6. Now Matt's still out in front with aces and jacks.
Considers himself the most honest man in poker. And he's going to put out 125,000 honest chips right there.
I fun.
Frederick's not hitting anything, and he has to go away. Matthew said he learned poker when he was in high school at study hall. He wasn't studying, he was playing poker, Mike. Look what we've done.
Oh, boy.
Watch the World Poker Tour. When he was
Look
growing
what
up.
the kids are learning in schools today.
It's amazing.
How to check raise.
All right, back at the table. Hugo, the local here in Paris. This is his club. The Aviation Club has a Queen 8 of diamonds. And will make a raise to 110. Matthew with an ace deuce of clubs. He's a fine player. 26 years old. He's playing in 11 WPT events so far. This is his 3rd WPT cash. That is pretty impressive.
He's going to make the call.
And Frederick, with just a Queen 4,
It's a fold.
will extract himself from this hand.
Yep, he's going to get out of the way, let him fight it out. 2 tough young pros, 1 from America, 1 from France. And here comes the flop. Well, it's Queen 9 deuce. The Frenchman's flop, top pair, the American bottom pair.
Matthew checks his deuces. Hugo with queens. He raised before the flop. It looks like just a continuation bet of 80,000.
He just flopped top pair. That's 80,000, and now Matt Waxman will be a little careful here.
The winner of this event is going to take home 500,000 euros. It's about 700,000 US currency. Matthew wants that, and he's going to make the call.
So the Frenchman well out in front right now. Top pair versus bottom pair. But out front, no longer as an ace comes off on the turn. Matt Waxman has made aces and deuces, top and bottom pair.
Linking so casually.
But he's going to check it. This is going to be for the check raise. Hugo checks behind him, and he's got great poker savvy in my mind. He seems to know when he gets outdrawn and beat on the turn, and he puts on the brakes.
7 of spades on the river, helping neither player. Will Matthew try to make a little value bet here? No, he checks.
Well, it's the 3rd spade that came out there.
You got there on the turn?
Got there on the turn.
Exactly right, Hugo.
Hugo hit the nail right on the head. Matt Waxman takes the pot with aces up. But how about Hugo pulling it right out? He got there in the turn before he even turned up his cards.
But the Floridian just loving the way the evening is going. He's in Paris, very close to celebration, and that 500,000 euros that goes with it.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings right now. Will Fiala from New York out in front with 1,200. Tonight's winner will tie him for that lead of Player of the Year standings.
Butter up your croissant because we have lots of poker to be played here at the Aviation Club. Action on Frederick, the amateur poker player, so-called, has an ace-jack.
Got started playing poker by watching the World Poker Tour. And here he is fighting it out for a WPT title.
He certainly is. He makes it 150 to go. Hugo going away. And now Matthew, our American, has a pair of 5s.
At the speed limit.
You're getting a little aggressive there, huh? 3-handed, open up a little bit.
My English is not good enough to discuss with you, but
You start playing a lot of hands.
You know he speaks fluent English, no doubt.
You played more hands in the last orbit than you played all tournament.
Yeah. It's crazy. I was.
You played him well.
I was sleeping.
You were sleeping?
Yeah, I was sleeping. I was tired.
Oh, you shouldn't sleep. There's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, but.
But I beat you in my own way.
Well, the table talk continues, and here comes the flop. And flop comes queen 10-8, 2 diamonds. So Frederic has a two-way straight draw.
Matthew quickly checking wisely. Didn't like that flop. And Frederic looks like he's coming in with the continuation bet. Yes, he is. 275.
King or a 9 would give him a straight. And maybe hoping he'll just take it right here, and that's the case as Matt lays down the 2-5.
He's going to chase the American back to Florida just like that.
Frederic Majin, 36-year-old. He's an amateur player, lives right here in Paris. He went to work at 7 a.m. every day this past week during this tournament before he came in the Aviation Club to play in it. Incredible how a guy will put that many hours in all week long. He said he was dead tired coming to this final table. Yet here he is with 3 players left fighting it out for this title. What a story it would be. The guy got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Wow.
On Thursday, I was working at 7 o'clock. I didn't sleep well on a Wednesday night. And on Friday, it was a special day because my boss is got another job, so he make a celebration for. I was dead during the celebration. I was dead at the tournament. When it will be finished, I think I will be with my family and after I go to sleep.
I gotta tell you something, Mike. I get exhausted just looking at this man.
Well, you gotta admire a guy. What an employee to have.
Yeah.
The guy makes the final table. He goes to work every single day of the tournament, including the day of the final table.
And he's playing great poker here with a shot at a title. It's on him. This time he only has an 8-7, and he's raising to 180 with a junk hand. Hugo has gone out, and Matt Waxman now with a 7-4. Hasn't folded yet.
You'd think it'd just be a simple laydown here. He's got the chip lead. Why jeopardize chips with this hand?
Young American with a Bob's Big Boy style haircut. Is he going to get fancy here?
Incredible, Vince. He is getting out raising chips here. Could he possibly be 3-betting this guy with a 7-4 offsuit? Yes, wow. He has done it.
Well, he is on to Frederic. Maybe he read something in him because Frederic's not that strong, of course, with an 8-7.
I call.
For Matt to do it. Now, look at this. Frederick's going to call. He's going to get stubborn.
Well, we've seen when guys re-raise him. He calls an all-in bet for nearly $1 million with an 8-7 offsuit. Here he's calling a re-raise with an 8-7 offsuit. He's going to see a flop before he abandons chip.
Nothing, raising nothing, and here we go.
And it's come ace, queen, queen. Obviously no help to either player.
Neither player likes that type of flop. And you have zilch, zip, and pip.
Well, I think Matt Waxman is going to demonstrate to our viewers how powerful betting is.
Oh, boy.
Because there you go.
He's going to play old school Mississippi style. Push it in poker with a big bet of 355.
And the Frenchman going to lay it down. So power poker at its finest there by Matt Waxman.
Matt Waxman's got to be very proud of himself there. Just reading his man perfectly. He steps ever so close to taking home the 500,000 euros tonight and being the first American to ever win this title in Paris.
Well, Vance, we've had a great time all week long here in Paris. But now it's time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
Vince and I invited the girls out to a yacht, which I constantly made cracks about being my yacht, though it's not.
We got the boat.
To the World Poker Tour.
Vince showed up.
You know my brother?
Fashionably late with his posse.
What's happening?
What's happening, man?
Vince and his brother are pretty funny together.
Yeah, we're having a good time, right?
Good time. Great time.
They both have the same hair. I think they go to the same stylist.
This is the first time you met the Royal Flush Girls.
Royal Flush Girls.
Love them, right?
Love
You're a
them.
single man, so.
Single.
And the same tanning salon.
Oh, we're moving. Yay! Yeah, this is great. Yeah. Chipotle.
We set sail for a 2-hour evening cruise.
Just seeing everything, seeing Paris from a yacht was just amazing. I've never been to Paris, and then everyone was taking a ton of photos.
All right, ready?
Someone take it!
Just to experience it all on a yacht and see the Eiffel Tower so close, I think that was the best part.
At the end of the night, Vince and I just kind of hung out on the back of the boat and talked through the game.
What do you think of the beautiful women in France? You having a good time?
You know, I'll say the women of France are really stylish and elegant.
Yeah.
Above everything else, you know, you see beautiful women in almost every country you go to, but in France in particular, you see stylish women.
You are a single man. I'm not. I'm in love with my wife.
Yep.
So I cannot, work out here like you do.
Right. Work out, interesting turn of phrase for it.
Horrible laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you.
You are here.
I am laughing with your joke.
Well, Vince, looks like you all had a great time out there in the little yacht. Only one thing was missing. Me. Why wasn't I invited on the yacht trip with all the Royal Flush Girls?
I don't know. Three's a crowd, Mike. Three's a crowd.
All right, stay with us for more exciting action from Paris. We'll be right back after this. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The club is located in the Champs-Élysées, the most beautiful avenue in the world, just in the heart of Paris. We have seen the rise of poker through the years, thanks to the World Poker Tour shows, and he has been very helpful to the poker in France.
It's a great club. It's too great, in fact.
When the WPT event takes place in the Aviation Club de France, you have all kinds of tables open all the time. You play tournament during the day, but the players, when they have finished the tournament, they play cash game, and we have cash games running until 10 a.m. or 12 a.m. They don't stop during 24 or 48 hours. Cool.
I like it.
The best place to play poker in France and Europe is definitely the Aviation Club de France.
Well, players do love it here because they do have plenty of games and a lot of action here, no doubt about it.
It is an experience unlike any other. A touch of class here in Paris as we continue three-handed poker. Matthew Waxman, the Floridian, is our chip leader. Let's go to the felt. Action's on Hugo Lemaire, the young Frenchman.
He's a tough young French pro, and look at this, going to raise it with a 9-deuce offsuit.
Matthew's going to take a look at a junk 4-3, releases that hand. And Frederick Marjan, the computer man, also folds his hand.
And folks, it just shows you winning at poker is not about catching the card. It's about showing heart and firing at the pots. The young Frenchman doing it there.
Yeah, 24 years old, only his 4th WPT event ever. And now the action is going to Matthew.
Yeah, looks down at the 6-3 of diamonds. He's on the button, in position, got the chip lead.
Blinds at 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante. And he is aggressive, boy.
The Frenchman can raise with a 9-deuce offsuit. He can raise with a 6-3.
Makes it 120 to go. Frederick out. And Hugo not going to play.
On that one. executing his game plan perfectly. And I talked to him before the final table started, very confident. He said, I am going to be the first one to win the WPT title in Paris, and I'm going to do it today. So he was sure of himself, even when he didn't have that many chips. And now that he's got them, you can only imagine what he's thinking.
It's been a goal of mine to make a World Poker Tour final table for quite some time. I guess the next goal would be winning one. I'm feeling great. I got a good stack, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. And we'll see. I'm really pumped. I think I have a really good feel for how everyone's playing. I call. But no way in a million years is you betting kings or aces on that flop. And I'm not taking any prisoners. It's going to take a sick one to get me out of this one.
Now, Vance, remember when you were young and confident, could predict that you were going to win things?
No.
Well,
like
so
the
far, so
1-in-10
good for Matt Waxman, no doubt about it. There you see two of the toughest pros in the world, Jason Mercier and Phil Collins, watching their buddy Matt Waxman go to work on these Frenchmen.
All right, action's going to Frédéric Margen, Mr. Computer Man from France.
Remember, folks, he's an amateur businessman, a guy that won a satellite to get into this tournament.
With a Queen 5, won't play that. On to Hugo. With a Jack 9, he's called it.
Uh-oh, we got a limper. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, limping means he just calls the size of the big blind, doesn't raise it.
Matthew with a Jack 10 of hearts.
And he might want to raise, but on the other hand, he didn't want to get re-raised out of this pot, so he's just going to check and take a free flop, and I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and here we go with a flop.
Yeah, flop 6-3-3, no help to either player.
And Hugo is going to check. Matthew, of course, hit nothing there.
Now look at this. See, he watches enough of the World Poker Tour on television to understand if they're a checking, I'm a betting.
This is the talent of these kind of guys. When nothing materializes, to still be able to bet, to read your opponents. This is what great poker is all about, and he's going to chase Hugo away, and the American's going to win this pot.
And Vance, you just have to suspect that Matt's got to put it in his mind. It's going to take a while to win this thing. I'm just going to continue to grind them out. And just play small ball. Unless I get a big hand against them. And in the end, small ball is going to get these guys. It takes a while to win that way, but that's what you got to do.
At the age of 25, Finland's Juha Helppi was just starting his poker journey back in season 1 when he captured the Aruba Poker Classic, becoming the youngest winner and the first amateur champion on the World Poker Tour. Now in season 10, I had the chance to sit down with Juha here at the Aviation Club to see how that victory so long ago changed his life.
What's your strongest or best memory from the Aruba tournament?
Well, the Aruba tournament was the tournament of my life because it kind of started all this. I think the best moment was when Phil Gordon poured the water on his head. He was so tilted, he was playing a bit bad, also getting unlucky.
Feels a little bit better.
I think Phil Gordon underestimated me. I think he thought he could run over me.
This guy's an amateur?
He took it pretty well. He was laughing and he was really nice to me, and that was a good memory.
Are you surprised at the growth of poker, how much you can win now?
Yeah, I was amazed. Back then, $50,000 felt a lot of money. The way poker has been growing has really been amazing, and I think it will be huge forever. I don't think that's going anywhere.
Why are the Finnish so good at poker?
Finns are really calm. They never tilt. Many of them don't have a big ego, but some Finns are known to drink and play, but they're very aggressive. They're smart. I think it's quite amazing how many Finnish players are in the top level comparing to the number of Finnish players in total. So.
Yeah. You seem pretty mild-mannered, so I'm wondering, what is it about extreme poker that caught your attention?
I was sponsored when we played in underwater poker. I won the very first underwater tournament. It was played 30 feet below. We had really heavy chips, and we played like half an hour, and we had oxygen for like 40 minutes. It felt quite amazing because I'd never did diving before that.
You nearly won a second title right here at the Aviation Club in season 4. Describe the feeling of getting so close but coming short.
I usually take it pretty badly, ending up second, especially when I was 2-1 chip leader against Roland.
Roland can't believe his luck. Spike in the 5-2 pair.
All in. I was really disappointed after the tournament. It was so close of getting the second title. Felt bad, but now it feels much nicer, of course. But at that moment, I was gutted.
Juha predicted a Scandinavian would make this final table in Paris, and he was right, as his fellow Finn Mikko Sundell and Swedish player Martin Jacobson both made the final 6. We'll be right back with more action from the Aviation Club in France, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this. Welcome back to the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It is now time to check in with Tony Dunst and see what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
While poker is no doubt a solo player game, modern final tables are increasingly becoming a group effort. For many years in poker's history, friends could be seated in the audience, but only decipher so much of the action from their vantage point. However, all the relevant details and information during final tables are often now available to many members of the audience, and it allows them to add valuable insight to the person they're supporting. Matt Waxman could hardly ask for a better panel, with elite pro Jason Mercier and November 9er Phil Collins in his corner. Naturally, it seems like a pretty major advantage to have access to a collection of top-tier players to bounce thoughts off between hands.
Oh my God, I had 5 and 6 of clubs. That's 7 to 1. Oh yeah. I thought he had 7 outs. You got it in pretty good. I forgot about my own cards.
Previous final tablists have often made use of their gallery when they need cooler heads to prevail.
I'm all in for like 2.8.
Back in season 6, Nick Schulman found himself facing a major coin flip immediately after running a failed bluff. Waiting to console him on the rail was WPT champion Eugene Kaczmarek.
Well, I don't know, I'm trying to like outplay him. No, I like my river bet, by the way.
No, river bet's fine.
Who talked Nick down and back into a state of mind conducive to playing sharp poker. However, there is certainly some risk in applying the insights of those who have far less information than you do. Even highly devoted members of your entourage won't have near the focus and intensity of anyone on the table. And without being the one making the decisions, it's difficult to detect the flow of it all. Sometimes they may inadvertently provide inaccurate or detrimental advice that can be pretty harmful if you don't have a discerning filter. Last season, Phil Helmuth was attempting to help his friend Mike Matisow at the final table with info about what he believed was a tell Alan Sternberg was giving off.
He was looking down and left. Whenever he was strong, he was looking down and left.
Yeah, but moments later, Matisow was eliminated when he curiously decided to shove 12 blinds over Allen's button raise with 9-2 offsuit.
I'm all in.
Based on what he thought he saw. Then again, I know it's a little unfair to pull out some obscure clip of Phil making a misread just to take the easy shot. Because hey, if it weren't for tells I hallucinated, I'd win them all too.
Well, there you see two of the best players in the world rooting Matt Waxman on, Jason Mercier and Phil Collins. But all I know is this. Forget the rail birds. They're on the rail. You're playing at the final table.
What a night for Matthew Waxman. Well out in front with 5.3. He's from Florida. He's only 26 years old. He's got to take on these two Frenchmen and take home a title here for America. All right, it's on Matthew right now. He's got the button. He's got the momentum. Blinds at 30 and 60,000. Let's take a look at Matthew's hand. Oh, wow, a good one.
He's got the goods.
Yeah, pair of jacks.
And he's made so many great plays at this final table without hands, yet it seems like he's had his share of cards as well, Vince. And let me tell you, when you're catching good and playing good, it's pretty much an unbeatable combination.
He makes it 120 to go. Fred with just a 6 deuce. Looks uninterested hand. And Hugo has to say goodnight too, so that's going to be a quick.
That's your cue.
You don't always want that when you have a quality hand, though. You feel like you wanted to punish them for some more money, but not to be for Matthew.
Often you think Hugo Lemaire gets ID'd before he goes to a poker tournament.
So true. He looks about 12, but he's playing well. Very tough. This is his club, by the way. He's a big crowd favorite here tonight. All right, back to the play. Frederick now first to act, and he's going to look at an attractive king, queen of spades.
150.
He's going to make it with the raise. Looks like $160 to go.
Over to Hugo. He's going to get out.
And now Matthew.
Oh, and another giant hand for Matt Waxman. And that couldn't come at a better time. And he's got his opponent dominated.
Oh, what an exciting moment. What a big hand. How to play it properly.
I think for sure you're going to 3-bet with this hand, just a matter of how much. Free bet meaning re-raise.
Here come the Plex.
Plex are worth 100,000 each.
Yep, he's going to stick it out there, making it 4-10 to go.
I'm all in.
I call.
Well, all in and call
Whoa.
just that quick. And Vance, I really believe all the play of Matt Waxman prior to this hand led to this all-in bet by the Frenchman. He's just been bullying him around and bullying him around, and you can only take so much, as you know.
Well, you're right. The last one was an additional raise of about $2 million. So Frederick didn't have to call that, but maybe he feels something here. Maybe he feels lucky tonight.
And he's just trying to take the pot down. Didn't happen. As Matt picked up an ace-king, so he has him dominated. You can't get your money in much better than this.
Big opportunity for the American. Here's the flop.
Good flop for Matt Waxman. 7-4-3, 1 spade. So as the cards lie, the Frenchman has got to catch a queen to take the lead, or 2 running spades to make a flush to win the pot.
Yeah, he's a significant dog right now, but turn cards change things. Here it comes.
Well, a jack comes off, and it's a jack of clubs. That takes an out away from the Frenchman. He can now not win the pot if the queen of clubs comes off. So the Frenchman must catch 1 of 2 red queens to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a lucky lady, and she's got to be red, Vince.
Frederick Marjan needs a miracle. Can he get it?
Nope, the 6 of diamonds comes off. So that's going to do it from the amateur from Paris, 36-year-old Frederick Marjan, out in 3rd place.
Yeah. Tight all the way through, but then he opened up his game, seemed to work for a while, but he is out of there. He's going to take home over 213,000 euros.
He's also going to get the gold star for being the employee of the week for going to work every day this week.
Let's go see what he has to say.
I did some mistake. I'm pretty proud of what I've done during the week and today. All the players at the final table were great, and I think Hugo will have some difficulties to finish first. I will not bet on Hugo if I would have.
With Fred Marjan out in 3rd place, we're close to crowning the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Will it be American Matt Waxman or Frenchman Hugo Lumiere, whose name will be added to the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with Heads Up Action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to Heads Up Play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Voila! Out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Melly, Sanisa, Melissa, and Violet.
Well, as a poker player, this is what you dream about. Playing heads up for a WPT title and watching the beautiful Royal Flush girls dump the cold hard cash on the table. Now, folks, I know that looks like Monopoly money to you because it's colored, but that's real money. Those are euros, and the money is colored here in Europe.
Don't forget, our champion here tonight will have his name immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. That's where the names of all the great WPT winners have been. They'll get a replica of that trophy to bring home with them, along with that 500,000 euros.
The winner also gets a seat into the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry.
Heads Up Action between Matthew Waxman and Hugo Lumiere is about to get started here at the Grand Prix de Paris. During the break, Vince Van Patten made his way to the floor and spoke to both players. Here's what they had to say.
Hugo, how do you feel so far?
I feel good. It's amazing to be here in Heads Up. I don't have a lot of chips, but I believe in my chance.
Well, you pull off this miracle. You'd be the only player to win this event since the great David Benjamin. How would that feel?
That would be amazing. David Benjamin is a great player. That would be very good.
Matthew, you're about to go into Heads Up Action for a WPT title. How does it feel?
It feels great, Vince. You know, I've been waiting for this moment a long time, and it's finally here. I got a good lead. Feeling pretty good.
Well, you got a domination in chips at this point, but you're playing a Frenchman, and the French are going crazy out there. They're rooting for him. They don't want you to take this title. How do you feel about that? Can you take the heat?
Well, I mean, he definitely has the hometown advantage, but, you know, just the fact that I could be the first American to win this tournament is enough motivation.
Will it be American Matt Waxman or Frenchman Hugo Lumiere, whose name will be added to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads-up action is about to get started here at the Grand Prix de Paris. Play is ready to resume, so let's send it back down to Mike and Vince.
It's come down to two young pros, one from America, one from France. The current chip leader is Matt Waxman from Florida. He's up against a young pro out of Paris, France.
That's right, Hugo Lemaire, 24 years old. He plays at the club. He has a lot of friends here in Paris. The Frenchman wants their French guy to win. We will see. He's a big dog. Let's go to the table.
Matt Waxman starting out with nearly $8 million in chips. Hugo Lemaire with just over $1.4 million.
And the American looks down at a 9-8 with the button. He's first to act. Will he stay aggressive or will he change his game?
Well, there's your answer right there. He's reaching for raising chips with the 9 high. Makes it 120,000 to go.
Double the size of the blind, and it's going to work. Hugo releases that hand. Matt Waxman getting closer to the title. Not bad for a guy that learned how to play poker in study hall in school.
Well, Matt Waxman desperately wants to be the first American to win a WPT title right here in Paris. And obviously, Hugo Lemaire would like to be the first Frenchman since the legendary David Benjamin won here back in season 2.
Benjamin, kind of a folk hero here at the Aviation Club. And Hugo wants to follow in the footsteps.
Well, a lot of French players I respect say a lot of good things about this young pro. They say he's the real deal.
Raise.
Here he's raising it with a Queen 8 offsuit. 130,000.
And Matt Waxman looks down at a 9-8 of clubs.
You got the suited connectors you want to see a flop with. Obviously, he can well afford to make this call, and he does so.
Queen 8 up against 9-8. Here we go with the flop. And the flop drips in 2 clubs and a queen.
We can see a lot of action right here on the Champs-Élysées now. Waxman has flopped a flush draw. Hugo has flopped the top pair.
Yep, Matt's going to check it. Hugo with top pair, sticking a bet out there of 115,000 euros. How will the Floridian play this? Do you get super aggressive and just try to take it down with a 4 flush?
I feel certain Matt's going to check raise here.
All in?
No, he is going all in.
Well, he says all in, but he's not betting all his chips. He's betting all the chips that Hugo has in front of him.
About €1 million more. And of course he's going to call. We have a showdown here.
So here we go. Hugo in good shape to double up here and tighten this match up a bit.
Yep, his queen's out in front. Matthew Waxman with a big chance here. If he should catch, he'd be the first American to ever win Paris.
Jack of clubs.
He's getting very selective with this. Can't be too picky. Just get a club and end this thing.
Everybody on their feet here at the Aviation Club.
One of these guys becoming a very rich man. Could it be Matthew right now? Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 6 of hearts comes off.
American didn't get there yet.
Well, it gives him a straight draw, though. A 7 would win the pot for him now, as well as a club.
Sit.
Well, Matt asking for a set. That's 7 in French.
Matt has to sweat out one card. Hugo still out in front.
It is a club! He has done it! Clubs have been lucky for the American twice at this final table. He made a club flush to win the 2 biggest pots of the night. Wow, what drama, what an ending. What fortune for Matt Waxman right there to make the club flush to take this title.
The young American is the first one ever to win the WPT title in France. Well done. He's going to take home 500,000 euros. Matthew Waxman is our champion.
I want a WPT.
I know now you got something that I don't, finally.
Yeah.
Well, a big effort by Hugo Lemaire. He's going to take home over 314,000 euros for his second place finish.
I played pretty tight. I think I played okay. I'm happy about my play and happy about the second place, even though it's really disappointing to get so close and to not win it. I want to win one, so I'll come back.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Well, we're with our champion, Matt Waxman. Matt, this is your 11th WPT event, your first final table. You came into this final table in 5th chip position. You told me before it started you felt like you were going to win it. You did it. Fantastic.
Feels amazing. You know, this is actually my 3rd cash in the WPT, so you know what they say. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Well, a charm it was indeed, and I have no doubts that your favorite suit now is what? Clubs.
Oh,
no,
clubs.
Diamonds.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He forgot already. He forgot already. All right, Matt, in addition to winning this title in over 700,000 US dollars, 500,000 euros, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry where you can win millions more.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Probably one of the toughest tournaments in the world, so I'm looking forward to the competition.
History was made tonight at the Aviation Club here in France. Congratulations once again to Matthew Waxman, the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Please join us next time as the WPT travels to Borgata in Atlantic City, where we expect a massive field of over 1,000 players to compete for the title. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night, or shall I say, bonne nuit.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
2 seasons ago, Borgata set a WPT record for entries. Last season, they broke that record, and this year, they shattered it. Now, 1,313 entries have come down to the final 6. In Atlantic City, who will survive the largest WPT in history? The Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Borgata in Atlantic City. Every year, like clockwork, this beautiful resort and casino attracts hundreds of talented poker pros from around the world to their signature event, the Borgata Poker Open. But thanks to the determination of a huge local player base and a first-place prize of over $900,000, the established pros who flocked to this tournament found there's no safety in numbers.
So players, good luck to all of you. Enjoy your week, and let's shuffle up and deal.
460 players put up their $3,500 buy-in on day 1A, and in this re-entry tournament, any player who busted today could take a second shot on day 1B, meaning everyone was amped up to play, including reigning champion Dwight Pilgrim.
Everybody can win a title. It's all about defending. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be exciting, but back-to-back is what it's about.
Another player looking to add a second WPT title to his resume was Season 10 WPT champ Will Fiella.
He's here.
Will had just flown in from France, then was operating on no sleep, but still riding the momentum from his Legends of Poker victory as he continued to give the dealers instructions.
Nothing higher than a 5 dealer. Keep it low and red dealer.
And also continued to rake in pots.
Only in America.
Season 10 one to watch Ebony Kenny joined Will in getting off to a good start by eliminating a player early on. But other familiar faces would hit the rail, including Jeff Madsen, Kathy Liebert, and Brent Hanks. Across the room, New Jersey pro Darren Elias found himself in a great spot when he turned a straight versus Dwight Pilgrim's overpair. Darren check-raised Dwight all in, and Dwight made the call drawing dead and gracefully exited the table and left Darren adding to his chip stack.
It got me out today. You know, I got another shot tomorrow.
In the heated atmosphere of this championship event, not all bust-outs were as cordial.
And I think this guy behind me is talking smack, actually, but
Maria Ho had words with the player who eliminated her.
You want to tell me it's a good check on the flop? Well, I'm never getting any money from you if I don't check the flop, so you're just lucky you hit a gutter. But if you have 20 bigs and you're just going to flat somebody before 3 hearts, you might as well shove. So, like, loser! Seriously. That's the truth, and you know it. I'm like angry. Like, who just talks crap after they bust somebody out?
Play wound down for the evening, and accumulating the big stack in the room was the goal, as the chip leader at the end of days 1A and 1B would receive a $5,000 bonus for the honor. When the dust cleared, it was local player Abraham Kuroki who had the top stack of the 228 remaining players. But on his heels were a talented group of players, including Vanessa Selbst, Darren Elias, and Season 10 WPT champ Will Fiala, who would have a day off tomorrow, along with the rest of the Day 1A survivors, as a fresh group of players would take their shot at a place on the WPT Champions Cup on Day 1B. A huge field was expected to play on Day 1B, and the East Coast locals and professional players showed up to pack the Borgata with over 90 tables of play.
Today's a new day.
And while players such as Season 8 and 9 Borgata Poker Open champs Olivier Bousquet and Dwight Pilgrim were putting in the work to be in contention for a second WPT title at Borgata,
12 hours, one hand at a time.
Season 10 champ Will Fiala, who ended Day 1A fourth in chips, spent his time off with a little wager on the racquetball court with Vince Van Patten.
You are great, man. Great job, great match. We had fun.
But side wagers weren't limited to the racquetball court, as they were also taking place on the felt, as Kathy Liebert entered into a last longer bet with WPT champs Michael the Grinder Mizrahi and Chino Ream.
7-1. I bet you 100 will last 10 minutes. You got it.
As the Royal Flush Girls ushered in the level changes, registration closed with 853 players for the day, bringing the total number of entrants to 1,313, making the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open the largest event in WPT history. And one player who has a bit of his own history at this tournament is David Williams.
Here at the Borgata, when I got second to Daniel, was pretty amazing moment for me, just for so many reasons. I call and end up heads up with him. One of the greatest moments of my life being at that table, and I wanted to win it so bad, but to lose to Daniel, who hadn't won a World Poker Tour yet, to get his first, someone I looked up to, I felt like he deserved it. You know, it was one of those moments where you could lose and still be happy, which is rare in poker.
Today, David was able to accumulate a large stack, and with a $5,000 bonus going to the end of the day chip leader, he played a prank on his buddy, the big stack in the room, pro Jeff Madsen. After hearing how many chips Jeff had, David texted Jeff telling him that he had more in his stack. So Jeff went to work to try to ensure that he was on top of the chip counts when the day ended, and credited David for the motivation. 524 players made it through the day, many making a good use of their re-entry, including Kathy Liebert, who won her last longer bet with Chino and the Grinder. And pro Jeff Madsen was able to finish the day as chip leader and collect the $5,000 bonus to go along with it. On day 2, the room went from empty to full as the 753 survivors from Day 1A and B combined to settle in for a long day of poker. And though he was starting the day with an average stack, the plan was simple for Florida player Maurice Hawkins.
I've been coming with the strategy of just try to get real lucky on somebody and then watch them in agony as they leave. That's my strategy today.
But the atmosphere in the room was tense as many players straddled the fine line between elimination and survival.
I don't like being called names. Hold. Yes! There's no such thing as a good loser. I'm the worst. You're the worst player of all time.
However, some players who thrive in this type of environment
I swear I love to do it.
are Legends of Poker champion Will Fiala and tough pro Vanessa Selbst. Vanessa got involved in a big hand and was able to get paid off by 2 East Coast locals when her flopped set improved to a full house on the turn. And after winning that huge pot, she then sent East Coast player Man Win to the rail, further boosting her stack.
I'm a huge luck box. I just make boats, and then everybody else has like trips or a straight or whatever is like slightly less than a boat, and I win big pots. It's an easy game.
Though the day did not go as easy for Kathy Liebert and ones to watch Maria Ho and Ebony Kenny as they were all eliminated on day 2. But Vanessa would have to watch out as former WPT world champion David Williams was hot on her trail, and she seemed to enjoy the challenge.
It's like a little friendly competition and see who's doing better, but I think he's the chip leader right now, so I guess it's time to catch him.
But no player in the room was able to catch David Williams as he finished the day as the overall overwhelming chip leader and shared what led to his success with WPT Live Updates hostess Jess Wellman.
You know, I'm able to put the fear in with these players, and they're laying down to me, and that's good. And I was making hands at the right moments, and folding when I should, and bluffing when I should. I mean, it was just a perfect day.
Yet David was not the only player to finish on a high note, as Maurice Hawkins employed skill as well as luck to amass the second largest stack in the room, and WPT champ Will Fiala remained focused on a second WPT title.
We mean business. There ain't no games this year.
170 players survived to play another day, including Champions Club members Cornel Simpan, Lee Markhold, and Yevgeny Timoshenko. But everyone was looking up at the stack of WPT World Champ David Williams. The first of 3 hours of our extended coverage of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open is just getting started, and we've got a lot going on, including new segments of WPT on the road, ones to watch, and the WPT Champions Cup moment. But first, does David Williams get another shot at a WPT championship at Borgata?
I want it bad. I mean, more than the money, I want this title.
Find out who makes it to the Borgata Poker Open final table in the largest event in WPT history when we return, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour. We're in the middle of our expanded playdown coverage of the largest event in WPT history as we track the action leading up to this historic Borgata Poker Open final table.
On day 3, over 85% of the record-setting field of 1,313 entrants had been eliminated, leaving only 170 players remaining in contention for the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open title and a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. But before getting a title, players would have to survive to the top 100 spots to finish in the money, and the action was intense from the start. Past WPT finalist Fred Goldberg got the best of WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko in a hand, and it took fellow Florida player Maurice Hawkins to clue Fred in on who he had been tangling with.
You don't know who Timoshenko is? You got a problem. You don't watch poker. You don't know who Timoshenko is. That's like in NASCAR. You're like, who's Jeff Gordon? Oh, no.
As the field continued to narrow, there were a lot of short stacks hanging on and hoping to survive the money bubble. And a huge hand was brewing between David Williams and Brit Mark Bramley, who had both made a big hand on the river. David moved all in with kings full and put Mark to the test, holding the nuts straight. After long deliberation, Mark made the call and would find himself out one short of the money at Borgata.
I can't fold. I can fold to anybody but David does. You can have nothing. So if I'm good, I'm good. Never mind. Next time.
After the money bubble burst, players dominated in a flurry, and the action did not slow down. Eric Haber was shining on a familiar face as Season 10 champ Will Fiala would take the chip lead into day 4 with a second WPT final table for the season in his sights.
See this right here? Now this don't suck.
Play moved to the Borgata Poker Room on day 4, and all eyes were on Will to throw Fiala, chip leader entering the day, who was inching closer to a second WPT title in Season 10. But other players also had their eye on the title, and with over $922,000 going to the champion, players quickly started to fall under the pressure. But WPT finalist Fred Goldberg proved he was worthy of a second final table by mixing it up with Vanessa Selbst in a hand where Fred made quad aces on the river. And then with another big pot brewing between them, Vanessa moved in with a flush and straight draw.
I'm never folding. I call.
Fred called with a set of threes, and Vanessa's hand would not improve on the river as she was eliminated in 23rd place with her first cash in a WPT main event, but short of the goal of a WPT final table. Fred Goldberg, now on a roll, made a tough call on the flop with middle pair when East Coast local Ryan Arakezo check-raised all in with the nut flush draw. Fred's hand held, and he eliminated Ryan in 22nd place.
I usually play short stack all the time, so this is new territory for me.
Armed with the big stack, the cards kept coming to Fred as he picked up aces to eliminate old school pro Miami John Cernudo in 14th place.
And it was all good up until this minute.
Will the Thrill consoled his good buddy, explaining he would have made the same play
Right, WPT?
in that situation.
Now the dinosaurs are even coming to me for advice. You know that that's big trouble.
With players fighting for survival, it looked like high-stakes cash game pro Matt Glantz would double up, holding jacks against Englishman Ricky Hale's 10s. But a 10 fell on the flop, and with no help on the turn and river, Matt's tournament run ended in 12th place. Pocket pairs would collide again as Jin Huang moved all in with pocket jacks versus Will Faiela's pocket queens. Will thought it out long and hard, and after the chips were counted down, Will made the call, having Jin covered by one big blind.
Come on, one guy!
Will did not get his one time as Jin hit a jack on the flop and quads on the turn, leaving the WPT champ devastated as his shot at a second title was slipping away.
It's not looking like destiny now, is it?
On the next hand, Will moved in with his last chips, but he could not beat young New Jersey pro Bobby Obuti's pocket eights.
Nice hand, nice hand.
And Will the Thrill's dream run at a second title this season would be cut short. However, in addition to the 11th place prize money, Will had secured his spot as point leader in the Season 10 WPT Player of the Year race.
Made a great call, and the chips went where they were supposed to go, that's all.
Armed with Will Faiela's chips, Jin Huang moved all in on the turn with a flush draw, putting another young New Jersey pro, Darren Elias, to the test with pocket queens. Darren eventually made a good call.
Wow, soul race.
And with no club on the river, Darren would double up to become a force in this tournament. But it was Bobby Obuti's turn to go on a rush, as he would bust New York pro Kevin Colenso in 9th place and would then knock out Doug Kim in 7th place. After starting out with a record 1,313 entrants, the final 6 turned out to be 3 young pros out of New Jersey, going up against 3 businessmen who play poker on a part-time basis, all aiming to be the one with their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
Now, Vince Van Patten was not able to be here tonight, so sitting in alongside Mike Sexton is no stranger to the poker world, my friend, Ali Najad. Welcome to the team, Ali.
Thank you, Kimberly. I just want to apologize to everybody in advance. I know you're accustomed to a lot better hair than this.
It's okay. We won't hold that against you, but just don't try to compete with Vince's hair.
Won't.
Okay, so let's jump right into this. What do you make of tonight's final table?
Well, looking out there, I see 3 guys in particular who made some fantastic decisions. The first of them, on the short stack, Jin Huang from South Korea. He got in on a $350 satellite. He's parlayed his way into a shot at least $186,000. Then you got Ricky Hale, who's on a 2-week vacation with his wife from London. Had his seat in here on just $100 in a satellite. That's about 9 pounds, I think, at the current exchange rate. And then you move on, you got Daniel Busgin. Daniel is only here because he had the good sense to plop down another $3,500 on a re-entry in Day 1B after going bust in Day 1A. Now he's got his shot at the goods.
All right, Mike, who are your picks?
Well, Kimberly, certainly the 3 chip leaders at this table are going to be the favorites and the guys to beat tonight. Starting out in 3rd chip position with $7.7 million in chips is Darren Elias. He's a 24-year-old poker pro out of Montclair, New Jersey. In 2nd chip position with $11.1 million in chips is another 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. That'd be Bobby Obuti. Our chip leader tonight is Fred Goldberg from Hollywood, Florida. Fred's a tough player. He's got a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, and he's the only player at this table to have made a final table before on the WPT. And Kimberly, I'll be very surprised if one of our 3 chip leaders don't take the title tonight.
I got to agree with you. Fred is looking good tonight. All right, just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with chip leader Fred Goldberg.
I'm very emotional. I lost my mom at the beginning of the year, and I just had a new baby, so it's been an emotional year. So I'm going to bring this and hopefully can feed off of that energy and make it to the top. I was playing very tight yesterday, even though I got some big hands. They saw all my showdowns, so might be pretty aggressive today. I really want to win this trophy for my daughter, so it'll be nice.
These 6 have come so far, but only one can complete this journey and emerge as WPT champion. The battle begins when the final table of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open begins right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where tonight we're in Atlantic City and just moments away from the start of the final table of the Borgata Poker Open. Now, Vince Van Patten couldn't be with us tonight, but sitting in for Vince is someone well known in the poker world, Ali Nejad. Ali, great to be working with you tonight.
Likewise, Mike. And I want to say, when we say Vince couldn't be here with us tonight, if I know him, he's in a tennis resort somewhere sipping Mai Tais in a Tommy Bahama shirt. But some of us, Vince, have got to throw a suit on and get down to business. So why don't we send it over to our tournament director, Tab Duchateau, to kick things off.
Okay, the blinds are 80, 160, 20,000 ante. Shuffle up and deal.
So here we go. There you see the chip leaders. Fred Goldberg out in front with 11.4 million. Bobby Obuti right behind him with 11.1.
Yeah, I like Obuti, 24-year-old from Morris Plains, New Jersey. He actually plays with a bunch of Jersey guys, including Alan Berry, who's made a splash on the scene.
What I like is that first place prize of over $922,000. That's what they're playing for here tonight.
And let's not forget, of course, your name on the Champions Cup. That's forever.
Now, Ricky Hale from England. He's a builder there. His hand down.
Jin Wong, convenience store owner from South Korea, 52 years old. He goes away as well.
Darren Elias. Now we're over to our chip leader on the button, Fred Goldberg. He's going out, so it's a battle of the blinds here. 24 years old from Morris Plains, New Jersey.
You'd think Obuti was in construction too. Look at that stack. It's impressive. Looks sturdy, Mike.
Well, he's going to limp in and make the call out of the small blind.
Daniel with ace-5.
Daniel Buskins, a 26-year-old pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. And just knocks the table, does not raise with the ace-high.
Probably could have taken that pot down pre-flop by just rattling his chips.
Flop comes Jack 9-4. So Bobby's outflopped him. He's got bottom pair, and he is going to bet.
Bottom pair and some heart.
That makes the min bet of $160,000. You must always bet at least the size of the big blind.
And that's going to be enough to take down the first pot of the night.
Well, they're booing because his name is Booty, so we're going to hear a lot of that tonight. Ali, as you know, he's got a lot of fans and friends in the house tonight rooting him on.
And Bobby wanted me to say hello to his mother, Goli, and his dad, Reza, who couldn't be here tonight. I get the feeling Mom and Dad might not have blended in with that peanut gallery all too well.
You got to love this guy's look, you know, the backward hat on, the young, cocky, brazen confidence that these guys have.
Yeah, he's not worried about what he looks like. He's focused on the game.
Well, Darren Elias goes out. Action over to Fred Goldberg. Going to raise it up here.
Fred's made it $350,000 with the Queen-9 offsuit here.
Bobby going out. Buzzkin out as well. Ricky Hale going out.
Fred's got a customer, Mike. King-Jack offsuit for Jin Wong, the convenience store owner.
Flop is ace-10-8.
Broadway draw for Jin. Gut shot straight draw for Fred.
Jin has the best hand with King-Jack, and it goes check-check. So Fred does not make the continuation bet. Now a deuce comes off. Again, Jen checks.
Wong taking a very passive approach to this hand, and it feels like Goldberg's going to know what to do with that information.
And he's going to say, if you don't want the pot, I'll go ahead and take it. That's what he's doing as he bets $360,000. Jen goes out, so a nice bet there by Fred Goldberg.
Goldberg's injuries obviously not slowing him down. Understand he had a racquetball accident heading into this tournament.
Well, you just wonder if he was playing racquetball with Will the Thrill Fiella, our Legends of Poker champion, who is an amazing racquetball player.
I heard the doctor told Fred he can actually unwrap his hand, but Fred's thinking that the gauze might be lucky, and he's going to go ahead and stick to the wrap job.
He's handicapped a little bit, you know. He can't fire with both hands.
Right. Hasn't stopped him from firing $345,000 here with the King-Jack.
Right under the gun. Bobby going out. Buzzkin out as well.
Ace-4 suited for the Englishman, Ricky Hale.
Yeah, Ricky's a builder. Has been for 25 years. Got in this tournament on a $100 satellite.